Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, so much for that Presidio Roundtable, everybody. There we were. There we were. We were younger. We were optimistic. And every single one of us had the Giants, well, at least making it interesting. And last night, everybody, if you missed it, your San Francisco Giants died an unsightly death. And I mean unsightly. Blown an 8-3 lead. Why not? Blow it. Take the loss. Ryan Walker, the whole thing, 77-81. Officially eliminated, which means next year's Giants Roundtable can't be at the Presidio.
Nope.
No shade to the Presidio. Of course, if they're a sponsor, we love you. Go to the Presidio. Spend your money at the Presidio. But we put the bad juju on them. Giants is dead, Marcus, and you were there.
I was.
Till the very end.
Till the very
How
end.
admirable.
Yeah,
Good morning,
Murph.
Waterboy.
Good morning. I did it. I showed up to the funeral last night, and Ryan Walker was the pallbearer that let us down one last time. It's only right in a season that was blown, in my opinion. The final game that eliminates them from playoff contention is a blown save by Ryan Walker.
Yeah, I saw you put that out, and you're right. I mean, listen, not like the whole season's on Ryan freaking Walker. We can point many, many fingers. Oh, and we will.
Yeah.
We will today.
I got a lot of fingers to point.
I mean, honestly, it's the Marty Lurie. Did you really think they were in it? I mean, yeah, no, maybe so. At least they were just kind of the illusion of trying to win it. By the way, they're now firmly in control of having a losing season because at best, they win 4 straight and they finish 81-81. Like it matters. Well, I guess it matters to gamblers.
It matters to everybody that has the over 79.5 or 80.5.
79.5 or 80.5?
I know our kid Jack Loader in the bullpen got him at 79.5. Now, I don't know how trustworthy his odds are, but I know that when we did the roundtable, it was right around 80.5, 81.5. And speaking of the roundtable, I mean, we did say that they would be in the mix of about 84, 85, 86 wins.
Yeah.
They would miss the postseason, but they would be in contention. Looking back, Murph, were they really in contention going into this final week of the season?
Are you defending the roundtable?
No,
Is that what you're doing?
I'm just saying, those were the takes at the roundtable.
Well, did anybody at the roundtable say they'd make the postseason? I don't think so. Young Tony actually went back and watched the video.
Well, my take was they would win 85 and figuring out how the rest of the division plays out or the rest of the entire National League plays out, they'd have a possibility, which looks like if you were an 85-win team this year, you would get into a wild card.
Well, I think you're right. I think nobody firmly said it. I think G. Papa came the closest.
Yeah.
Saying he said something like 88 and a possibility.
Yeah,
I said,
nobody was defiant saying they're going to win 90. They're going to the postseason.
I declared that I said, I think that they're going to keep us interested until the final week of the season and miss the playoffs. However, my keep us interested, there's a big difference between keeping you interested winning 86 and keeping you interested winning 77. There's a big honking difference, and they failed on this count. This has been a gigantic disappointment. And to be totally honest, and I once got in trouble with Mike Krukow my first year on the job back in 2005. The Giants, it was my first full year with Kruk, and he was still like, who's this punk who's going to be gone in 1 year? And the Giants were, quote-unquote, in the pennant race in September in 2005. Now, back then, they only had one extra wild card. But back then, the NL West was terrible. I think if you go back and look, in fact, I could go back and look right now. I want to say the Padres won the NL West that year with like 84 wins or something like that.
Wow.
It was really, really bad. And anyway, they were in the – and I said to Mike, I said, well, you say they're in this pennant race, but let's be honest, Mike. I said, calling this a pennant race isn't an insult to all the other great Giants teams that were in pennant races.
I'm guessing he took that as an insult.
He was very upset. Padres won the West with 82 wins.
Wow.
Padres won the
82?
West. 82 and 80.
Jeez.
And so the Giants won 75 that year, but they were in it until the final 2 weeks. And I said that. So I'm going to go back and that was 20 years ago. I'm going to come and say the same thing. To say that the Giants were quote unquote in it is entirely a creation of the artificial 6th wild card.
Yeah,
that's how they were in it.
Yeah, Why
don't we create a 7th wild card and say they're still alive? You know what I mean? We could do that.
Why don't we create 8 or 9 wild card teams? Why don't we let everybody join the wild card round?
Let's do that. Well, they do that in Little League.
Yeah, let's make it wild. You want to get wild? Let's get wild.
So the
John's gone wild. John's gone wild.
The big picture is this was just a colossal disappointment. Colossal disappointment. Buster Posey takes over the team. He adds Willie Adames. He trades for freaking Rafael Devers, and they collapse. Archaeologists will spend decades and centuries digging up with spoons and stuff, trying to figure out how you trade basically nothing with respect to Kyle Harrison. I like Kyle Harrison. I think he's going to be a good major league pitcher. I think he could be a double-digit win guy for the Red Sox for several years, 10, 15, whatever. I don't think he's going to be like a Cy Young guy. Maybe he will. Maybe he will.
Maybe he does turn into Zach Wheeler.
Even if he becomes a Cy Young guy, you still trade him for Rafael Devers because on paper, Rafael Devers was exactly what they needed. They were a pitching-dominant team that just couldn't hit. And then he got a guy who just all he's done his entire life is hit. That's just it across the board. And I'm not blaming the season on Devers at all. But I am saying, how does it happen that you trade for Rafael Devers and you're 10 games over 500 and the rest of the way you go 15 games under 500? Archaeologists, scientists, magicians, mysticists, I'm making up a word, religious leaders, cult leaders will try to figure this out. How do you trade for Rafael Devers, basically giving up no major pieces, and get dramatically worse? I don't get it. I don't get it.
That's the key for me, Murph, because we can mention our predictions and expectations at the roundtable. Well, when we did that show at the roundtable, Rafael Devers was not on the roster. And so, to me, when this trade happened, it completely changed my expectations. And I expected the Giants to be a playoff team with Rafael Devers. And going back to that Sunday night game where Kyle Harrison was scratched from the start in the Dodger bullpen, they were one game back, not of the wild card, one game back from the Dodgers in the NL West, Murph. And then everything fell apart as soon as Rafael Devers came to town, and I don't have a logical explanation for you. I don't think there's a reason. I don't think Rafael Devers is the reason, but something went terribly wrong in the second half, and this is now another disappointing 500 season if they can get back to 500.
All that said, we can get back to, we talked about the collapse, the 15 losses in 16 home games will stand forever as the flag point of the whatever I'm trying to say, the signpost of this entire season. All that said, they had crawled their way out of the wreckage to get to 3 games over 500 on the night Bailey hit the walk-off grand slam in the orange against the Dodgers. They were 75 and 72, and at that point, you have a legit chance. Even if you play, 75 and 72 is 147. Even if you play 500 ball the rest of the way, you're going to be 83 wins. You're going to be in it at least until the final weekend. And they go 2-9 since that game. Now, the Dodgers had a lot to do with that.
Of course.
Because the Dodgers were the next 2 games and then 4 in L.A. There I was. Absolutely hammered. Screaming at the Dodgers. Did I tell you that story about the guy who says to me, how do you restrain your takes?
Yeah. You told us about that.
I said, because I don't have 17 cocktails and 2 gummies.
Maybe we should try that. Maybe we should have 17 cocktails and 2 gummies before the show. See how that goes. I think that's a good idea.
So the point is that the Dodgers had a lot to do with it because in that stretch, the Dodgers beat them 5 out of 6 times, other than the legendary Trevor McDonald game on Sunday.
Shout out T-Mac.
While the Niners were grinding out their 16. Well, Eddie Pinheiro was becoming a legend. T-Mac did his thing.
Anyway, just like real quick digression, dude. Every time I see Trevor McDonald, I think about me being down at San Jose Giants Fan Fest and talking to like Hayden Birdsong and Landon Roop. Like, yeah, we got a pad down in Scottsdale with T-Mac.
Is that what they say?
Yeah, and I was like, wait a second. Are they living with Tracy McGrady? Who the hell is T-Mac? Turns out it's Trevor McDonald.
Former Arizona Cardinal and 49er All-Pro safety Tim McDonald.
Ooh,
yeah.
Nice.
But anyway, so the Dodgers had a lot to do with it. But again, if you want to look at like little signposts in the season, the Devers trade is one of them. How it got wrong from there. The home stretch in August when they lost 15 out of 16. How the hell did that happen? How did they play so much losing baseball when, in fact, one of the storylines of the season is that the fans came back this year? And you were there last night.
Yes, I was.
37,000 last night.
I was shocked by the amount of people who showed up last night after the Monday night crowd. And I understand Monday night, a little bit of a slower night. Monday Night Football now competing against the NFL. But last night, Filipino Heritage Night, the place was packed. And I got to say, dude, it was a beautiful night for baseball. First pitch temperature was right around like 74, 75 degrees.
Can I shout out my Filipino brothers and sisters for packing the yard last night?
It was a good vibe last night.
I love it, man. Shout out my guy Tiny. Double tap, point to the sky. He would have been there cooking something in the parking lot. And we would have been eating it too, by the way. But so the fans came back. They lose 15 of 16 in August. And all that said, they climb all the way back to get to 3 over and then collapse. Logan Webb, after the game last night, he pitched. He gave up 3 in the first inning and then wound up going 6. He blamed himself. He said, we had all that momentum after the Friday night grand slam, and he had a 4-1 lead. Remember the Giants jumped Kershaw the next – I mean, dude, they jumped Kershaw for 4. I'm at Sound Summit, brother. Listening to frickin' the Sly and the Family Stone tribute. Let me take you higher, bro. I was, we were all so excited. Cake coming out with their dry witticisms, dude, doing their whole thing. And my sister holds up her phone, and she says, look at this. And it said SF4LA1 with the orange and the blue logos on your MLB app. I was like, oh, life is great. I'm on the mountain. Sly and the Family Stone are singing Hot Fun in the Summertime, and the Giants have knocked Kershaw out of the box. And from that point on, Webb collapsed, and the whole team went to hell. I mean, we're going to talk about this all day. You had one last thought? Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say, and on that Saturday morning, as you're driving up to the top of Mount Tam, the Giants were in the 3rd wild card spot that Saturday morning.
Listen, a lot of it's going to come back to leadership now. We're going to have to talk about Bob Melvin. We're going to have to. We're going to have to talk about the fact that if you have that much talent on the team in the lineup, how do you go 36-51 with Rafael Devers? Now, mind, we got to remember when we analyze everything that Buster did sell at the trade deadline. He did not add. He added minor leaguers, but not major leaguers. And he traded Tyler Rogers, Camilo Duvall, and Mike freaking Yastrzemski. Shout out, yes. He sold all those guys, essentially giving it up. And then what happened was the Giants kind of climbed back into it in late August, early September with this run. And then we found out when you get back into it and your general manager or your president of baseball ops has traded all your bullpen arms, you can't get back into it.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to win games when you can't close out a game.
So, realistically, should they have been in it, et cetera, and how much of this goes to Bob Melvin? And Buster extended him for a year. I got to say, it's got to be Buster's got to take a hard look at this situation because 2 straight years now, Melvin's had the club, and 2 straight years now, last year they won 80 games. This year they're 77 and 81. They'll be lucky. They'll be lucky to get to 80. I mean, I know the Rockies are coming into town, but the Rockies are probably in a better headspace than the Giants.
Yeah.
Rockies are probably like, cool, man. We've been out of it since April. Yeah, we're loose. You guys are the ones who are bumming out. So Cardinals, by the way, come in here. They're not good. They revive. They score 9 last night, 6 the night before. Giants scored. I wonder if we could do a stat watch. How many times have the Giants scored at least 5 runs in back-to-back home games and lost both of them? I bet that's a rarity.
Yeah, crunch some numbers, Curly. Do it. And guess what, Murph? After all that, we got your boy Brubaker on the mound tonight.
For sure. I like a good Brubaker. What are you going to say? Shout out Robert Redford. I think he was in a movie called Brubaker. Rest in peace, Robert Redford, man. Well, as you sang when you walked in, and I felt like a proud papa because I think you learned that from us.
I absolutely did.
Back in the Monday Night Football days of the 1970s, there was a moment in the game where a touchdown was scored or a punt was, a turnover on downs or a first down was gained that iced a game. And Dandy Don Meredith, the former Dallas Cowboy quarterback turned raconteur in the booth, the guy who provided all the comedy, sort of the blue-collar comedy opposite of Howard Cosell's very intellectual, highbrow stuff, who just sat there and would cackle at all the big words Howard used, would sing a famous song. And for the Giants, we dedicate this.
Turn out the lights, the party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night, the party's over. And tomorrow and next year starts the same old thing again.
Hey, Dandy Dunn. By the way, he had 17 cocktails and 2 gummies.
And by the way, he might have been talking about the Giants the entire time. And tomorrow and next year, it's the same old thing. 500 baseball.
All right. Well, we'll be here for you. It's the controlling story of the day. Obviously, we'll get into the Niners and Brock Purdy. And hopefully, not hopefully, certainly the return of a big guest. We'll let Big Tony, or Young Tony, tell us about the big guest. Not Big Tony. Young Tony. Will tell us about it all next on These Sports Leaders.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We got a little gallows humor for you today. Out of the 5 stages of grief, what stage are you in after another disappointing finish to the Giants season? If you don't know, the 5 stages of grief, you got denial, you got anger, you got bargaining, you got depression, and you got acceptance. You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Again ready, now throws. There's a smash down the right field line. They're going to have to hurry to get this ball back in there. The carom is played out of the third archway. Here comes the relay. Heading home is Scott. The throw is offline, and the Cardinals have tied it up just like that. Brendan Donovan has his fourth double of the night. Walker will try it again. Sets, throws, a base hit to right field. And now the Cardinals are ahead, 9-8. That was a sinker, and that was right down the middle, belt high. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out with a curveball. And the Cardinals have come back to win this game. A game that the Giants once led 8-3.
Man, you can just hear the John Miller just base hit to right. And there's a little pocket of Cardinals fans there cheering. So I last night had a whole different thing. I was doing the Olympic Club NC2A tip-off college basketball dinner. We've been doing that for many years now. The comedy stylings of a Herb Sendek of Santa Clara. We had Tim Miles, the San Jose State coach, talking about his vasectomy.
Whoa.
In front of a packed house.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a speech
I
to
know.
give.
So we had some ribald, risque comedy going on.
Okay.
So I had no idea about the Giants game. None. So I get in my car. It was a fairly long evening. Some of the speakers went a little long. Remember, Marcus, when you're speaking publicly, don't go long.
No, keep it short. Don't bore us. Get to the chorus.
Hey, very good. And so I get in the car, and I'm trying to discern from the way John Miller and the crowd sound. If you've lived a little, you can discern how a game's going just by the tone of the play-by-play guy and the vibe in the crowd. And I could tell there was something going on. Like it was definitely not a dead crowd. And then at some point, John said, "So now the Giants." Just clinging to a 1-run lead. And I was like, wait, now they're clinging to 1-run lead, meaning they had a lead. And then he starts to piece it together. And then they do a pitching change. And Dave Fleming's like, yeah, this was once an 8-3 ball game. It's now an 8-7 ball game.
Yes, it was.
And I was like, okay. And my first thought was, well, warm nights at the Yard, man. That place turns into a freaking bandbox on warm nights.
I know, dude. I was thinking about it last night. I was like, I wish the Giants can play their entire season in the month of September.
It's like Coors Field.
It's so much different.
I mean, it's a totally different park.
I mean,
Yeah.
I spent the majority, I'd say 75-80% of the summer, showing up to Giants games in a North Face jacket.
Absolutely.
Last night, I was out there in a T-shirt feeling fantastic for all night.
Devers must be confused. I always say it's the only market in America where the football team has better weather than the baseball team. It really is. It's the
Yeah,
only
but I
market.
don't know, Murph. It's too hot down in Santa Clara.
Well, this is true.
Yeah.
maybe the football team doesn't have good weather. We got another hot one coming this Sunday?
It should be hot.
Actually, we are in a heat wave.
I know, dude. It
Even
was
San
warm in the
Francisco,
city
too,
yesterday.
Yeah. So,
But yeah, I even saw down in the South Bay, it was 90 yesterday.
so then Ryan Walker came in, and I had to make a domestic call home to, whatever. It's what you do. You got to call home and just check in.
Check with Candace.
And as soon as the call was over, your radio resumes, and I heard the Giants had a runner on second, and John Miller's like, so now the Giants need a base hit to tie. And I was like, whoa.
Yeah, back this up, John.
So how much are we going to blame on Ryan Walker himself? He has 7 blown saves. And listen, it happens in Major League Baseball. Jeff Hoffman in Toronto has 7 blown saves. Reed Garrett of the Mets has 7 blown saves. Andres Munoz of Seattle has 7 blown saves. Tanner Scott of the Dodgers has 10 blown saves. Ryan Helsley of the Mets has 9 blown saves. So, I mean, it happens,
No doubt.
but he's among the worst.
Yeah, and it feels like the optics are worse surrounding Ryan Walker because of how the season has gone for him. Kind of like the Giants' 2025 season. He starts off great. He's the closer. He's this great story. He goes from selling keys to closing out ball games. Then he loses his job. Camilo Duvall takes over. Next thing you know, the Giants go from having the best bullpen in baseball to being sellers at the trade deadline. Duvall walks out the door. Tyler Rogers walks out the door. So, Ryan Walker, you're thinking maybe you get an opportunity. No, not so fast, my friend. Randy Rodriguez is an all-star. He's your new closer. Randy Rodriguez goes down. He has Tommy John surgery. Eric Miller's not around. So, Ryan Walker, guess what? You went from being the closer to pitching in blowout games when the Giants are down 10-0 to being back as the closer. So, seeing him out there is kind of like having those feelings about seeing Jake Moody out there to kick a game-winning field goal.
Yeah.
You've seen it go wrong so many times before this season where people just have that thought kind of printed into their mind right now about Ryan Walker.
Yeah, wow. Good breakdown of his whole season. All right, we got calls at 808 KNBR. Today's one of those days, man. Giants have been officially eliminated from playoff contention. I mean, some of you, there's no one? Matt dropped? All right, Matt. Well, sorry. I had a call that said Matt in Middletown was calling.
We'll see you later,
That's
Matt.
what happens with our call screener. One of these days, we'll get an accurate one here in studio.
Yeah, can we get a live call screener?
Is that hard?
I mean, we're a top market radio
In fact,
station.
let's cue
Should
the
not be that
horns here
difficult.
to bring Tony, and he can answer that
Yeah, come
for
on,
us.
Tony.
Yeah.
Answer these questions.
It's all on me, right?
Well, I mean, you should probably have a call screener.
It's been months at this point. We've had it on the list. It's been asked.
The Giants are missing the postseason because of Ryan Walker, and we don't have a live call screener because of young Tony.
Well, as I said last night when I introduced myself to the crowd, I said, my name is Brian Murphy. For those of you who don't know, I said I'm a radio broadcaster at KNBR, or what's left of it. That's what I said.
Oh, look at you, riffing.
I got a chuckle.
This is Brian Murphy from KN. The BR has been dismantled.
Young Tony, man, what do you think? Were you? What stage of grief are you at, buddy?
Ooh, I put depression. I voted for
Depression?
depression.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we've been depressed for it feels like months now. I mean, they went on a nice little run while Marty, after Marty joined the show, but since then it's just been more bad baseball.
Can you play the Marty? Because it's official now.
Oh, man.
When you're 6 out with 5 to play, it's not over until that. Go ahead. Let me know, buddy, when you got it. Yes.
When you're 6 out with 5 to go, then it's over. Until then, it's baseball.
When you're 4.5 out with 4 to play. That's the deal.
Until then, it's Giants baseball.
Yeah, and they're 5 out in the loss column to the Mets. By the way, the Miami Marlins have passed the Giants in the standings.
Oh, man, where are the Marlins at?
Dude.
Then it's over.
Can you find me some Gabe? Because is Gabe somewhere just laughing his ass off?
Really? Is that what you imagine?
Yes, I do imagine he's laughing his ass off. Yeah. No, I don't.
That's a great question.
Empathy is a quality I pride myself in having. There's no laughing at others' misfortune.
That's an uninformed take.
Yeah.
Hey, where are the Marlins hats?
They're ahead of the Giants in the wild card standings.
You saying that I would be laughing at Bob Melvin and the Giants is an example of you not evolved in your thinking towards empathy.
Yeah, Bob, I'll see you in Cabo for some guac.
Yeah, that's a favorite of Rory Murphy's. Yeah, the guac one.
Yeah, Dad, pass the guac.
There it is, buddy. By the way, so if we are going to go through it here, since 2022, the Gabe Kapler won 81 games. 2023, he won 79 games, got fired. 2024, Bob Melvin came in and won 80 games, and right now they have 77 wins. So it's you bring in Buster Posey, you bring in Willie Adames, you bring in Rafael Devers, and it's the same S.
Same old song. and dance.
SSDD, buddy. All right, Tony, what do we got?
All right, well, coming up at 7:15, what did young Tony ask today? I was working on that last night. I'm not going to lie. I went back and rewatched the Giants roundtable during the game.
How was it?
During the blunder that happened, what was that, the 7th, 8th inning?
Yeah.
It was good. Hard to hear. And then you guys were talking to us about our golf game,
Wait a minute, it was hard to hear. The audio was bad?
I mean, it's just there's like 6 people on stage. Everybody's yelling. You were playing the speaker. You guys were gigging. That was kind of funny to see. It was good. No, it was good vibes.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong.
We were younger.
Yeah, that was before Devers, too. You guys predicted all those wins.
Yeah.
Mike Krukow is going to join us at 7:30. We will have the big hit at 7:50. Tracy Sandler going to join us at 8:15. We will have cooler content 8:30. Larry Kruger at 8:50. And then at 9:15, the return of number 8, the Hall of Famer Steve Young, ladies and gentlemen.
You know what?
At 9:15.
And I heard the rarest of things. I heard Thin Tim in the afternoon show promoting our show. And they have that little Steve Young song to Good Lovin'. Steve Young. Da-da-da-da-da. Steve Young. We don't have that.
No, we don't.
Is that in the system?
We need to get into the lab.
See if you can find that.
I don't want to be accused of stealing any bits, though.
Well, it's not their bit. They just found it on the interwebs, right? Did you find that, the Thin Tim Steve Young song?
I'll find it.
Oh, you couldn't find it. All right.
We'll dig it up.
808 KNBR is the phone number. Put Curly to work. What stage of grief are you in?
You liked that one, didn't you?
Well, sure.
Yeah.
I remember doing it when Kate Scott was here, because I remember when Kate Scott and we had a big discussion with Kate about what it was about the Warriors maybe losing the playoffs or something like that, or the Niners losing the Super Bowl might have been. But I remember we did it, and I remember we discussed. I just remember vividly having a discussion with Kate through the glass about all the different stages, and she was talking about driving the bus of. I remember Kate's whole bit was like she was going to drive the bus of acceptance. Like she's like, get on my bus. Kate was always very positive and forward thinking. You know, she was like, come on the bus of acceptance. It's okay. She was like, I'll pull up. I'll pick you up. It's okay. That was her big bit.
The bus of acceptance.
Yes, she was like, it's okay. Get on the bus. It's okay to accept it. It must have been the Niners losing the bowl or something like that. Anyway.
Was your response was, don't worry, Kate. If you miss one bus, there's another one coming.
That's good stuff right there, buddy. By the way, when I say it must have been the Niners losing the bowl, wait a minute. Can somebody say, could you be more specific?
Which time, Murph?
808 KNBR is the phone number. Put Curly to work. Wow. Logan Webb with some strong comments, too, on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
It is what it is. We knew going in we had to win tonight, so something we have to deal with.
Given you go out in the offseason, acquire Willie, trade for Devers, you're tied for the Dodgers in first place in June. How would you describe not being able to make the postseason?
It's like I've been describing it for a while now, pretty frustrating, and everybody's none too happy about it. So this is a day we were not looking forward to, and it's here, so it's disappointing.
Did you address the clubhouse after tonight's loss?
No, I didn't need to address them. Anything about the game?
Oh, that was a moment last night. That's for sure. I was watching that. Good cut, Tony. You know what the worst part was, bro? Guy was wearing a freaking purple hat.
No.
When he was saying all that.
Anything about the game?
Yeah, he's wearing a purple hat.
Dude, it's not even. It's like purple, like spray paint on the bill.
You can't make. I mean, listen. Say what you want about Bob Melvin's performance the last 2 years. Guy's had a distinguished career in Major League Baseball. He's won Manager of the Year like 3 times. He shouldn't be up there in a purple hat saying anything about the game.
Dude.
Anything about the game?
Oh,
Now,
man.
Murph, this also reminds me of our conversation where we were trying to figure out how the Giants were so bad since acquiring Rafael Devers.
Yes.
And you had the stat that the Giants went 36-51.
Correct.
Post Rafael Devers trade.
Yeah.
Well, Murph, it all goes back to that first press conference where he was introduced to the San Francisco Giants wearing that purple spray-painted City Connect hat.
We might be onto something.
Mm-hmm.
We might be onto something here.
It all goes back to
the
that
freaking purple
that
hat. Like,
moment.
I've tried to be kind about the City Connects as I'm trying to open my mind to the next generation. If the kids like it, great. Enough of the BS. Enough with the BS. They're ridiculous uniforms. Stop it. Just wear your freaking Giants uniform. Saw the Yankees celebrating a playoff berth last night. Shout out Camilo Doval.
Yeah.
He's going to October.
Mm-hmm.
I said they weren't wearing freaking purple.
No.
By the way,
Pinstripes.
Yeah. They were just wearing Yankee uniforms. You know what I mean? Do you think anybody out there, if the Giants just reverted back to just wearing their uniforms, would a single person have a problem with that? No. They would not have a single person. And you know what you do? You'd buy your freaking Devers jersey, you'd buy your freaking Eldridge jersey, and you'd wear it around town.
Yeah.
You'd be like, yeah, I'm rocking my Bryce Eldridge gamer. Oh, that's a Giants jersey. Cool. Get rid of the nonsense.
But
all right?
But even with all that being said, Murph, last night at the ballpark, there were a bunch of fans wearing the City Connect uniforms.
Yeah, but guess what? If you took the option away from them, they'd still buy the jersey. They're not going to walk and go, you know what? They got nothing purple here. I'm out. That's not what they're going to do. They're going to buy the jersey. They're going to buy the Eldridge jersey. They're going to buy the freaking Webby jersey. Just having Melvin sit there and say, you know, he was so salty and so pissed and didn't want to hear it. And beat writers doing their job. I think that's justice, asking the questions that need to be asked. How do you explain this thing from June to now? And I get it. Melvin's pissed. It's all part of the dance.
Anything about the game?
Yeah, it's all part of the dance. But to have him up there doing it in this freaking purple hoodie or whatever. What is this, a Rockies game?
He doesn't get to decide what he wears.
I'm just saying. I'm talking to the powers that be.
Yeah, but it was so important
The powers
for
that
the
be,
Giants.
enough with the freaking nonsense.
Yeah, but then how are they
All
going
right?
to captivate the Kings crowd, Murph?
Light the beam.
Oh, man.
Got to light that beam for Webby.
It's like how I feel about the ABS system, which we need to address at some point.
Oh, that we do.
It's a big deal, man, now. Baseball going to the ABS system. We'll have to talk about that. And I was thinking about, like, I'd rather stay with the human element and all this stuff. And then I was thinking, I have a kid who on he's 13 years old. He'll be 14 in a week, by the way.
Wow.
Every pitch looks at his phone to see where it tracks on the ABS grid. You know, it's like this is a generation that's growing up. So this
dude,
ABS,
I don't like that at all.
I know.
Just watch the game. You can I always got angry when they put the floating box on the TV.
I got news for you.
I used to like calling balls and strikes myself.
Don't have kids.
Yeah.
All right, buddy, don't have kids.
Well, Marth, good news for you. I'm on that path.
Because let me tell you, the amount of frustration I have in terms of things they don't do, reading, thinking, being patient, or just not freaking staring at their phone.
Picking up
people say,
wet
take the
towels.
phones that take. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, as a parent,
Anything about the game?
as a parent, you can just remove the phone from them, but then again, you're disconnecting them from their generation. You know, I mean, what do you want your kid to be, the freaking loser at school who has no friends? You know what I mean?
Definitely not.
So anyway, and it's sometimes positive things come out of it. They arrange their golf dates. They talk fantasy football, and that's fun. You know,
they make fun edits.
They do make fun edits. If you follow Rory on TikTok, he's quite good actually. But anyway, the point is that the next generation is looking at those boxes the whole time. So this is for them.
Damn, you're telling me that generation is addicted to staring at that box.
All right.
All right, come on, dude. It was low-hanging fruit. I had to go there.
Logan Webb had quotes. We told
Actually,
you.
according to research, sounds like they're not.
Yes, you are correct, buddy.
Anything about the game?
Yeah, thank you, Tony.
Tony, nice
Anything
job,
about the
buddy.
game?
All right, Logan Webb. Now, the only problem with Logan is he's awesome, and we love him, and he's having another statistically outstanding season. The only problem I have with Logan Webb is that he whispers. So we're going to have to listen to these quotes in the Logan Webb whisper. But they are good quotes. And he's basically the Giants' leader. You know, they don't have a captain per se, but he's pretty much the captain, right?
Oh, captain, my captain.
Him and Matt Chapman. But really, he's the only original Giant in that clubhouse that can walk around.
I mean, he's the face of the franchise.
I mean, he was Buster Posey's teammate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's one of the last guys still remaining on the roster from that
Yaz
team.
and Doval and Tyler Rogers were the last guys. They're all gone. I think Webby is the last guy to call Buster Posey Brandon Crawford teammate.
I think you were correct.
Oh, not Crawford. Crawford played a little bit later on, but Buster Posey. All right, so here he is. You're going to Webb for what to say. He thinks they had a better group than what they've shown.
Yeah, I mean it's frustrating. I think we have a better group than what we've shown in here. Yeah, it's not the way we wanted the season to end. But yeah, I feel like I feel real bad about the game a couple weeks ago against the Dodgers, and I think that just kind of set us up. I don't know. Just pretty bad for them.
Okay, so there he is. Poor Logan. You can hear him just going through it. It's dead silent in there. He's blaming himself for that Dodger game. And yeah, that was a tough turn of events. Now, a good team could bounce back from that the next day, maybe get a win. I was at Dodger Stadium on Thursday. They drew 10 walks.
Yeah, and scored one run.
Yeah.
That was walked in with the bases
They had
loaded.
the bases loaded with one out, and Adames and Chapman struck out, and nobody puts the bat on the ball. I heard last night Chapman struck out with a runner on second in a key situation. Just too many strikeouts for their key guys strike out too much. Interestingly, I looked at all these stats. There are 10 teams in baseball that have struck out more than the Giants. The Giants are only 11th in strikeouts. I would have thought for sure they were top 5, but they're not. They're actually 11th. The other stats I looked up.
Now, any of those 10 teams, real quick, I'm having you do some on-air research.
Yes.
Are any of those top 10 teams in strikeouts heading towards the postseason?
Great question. I'll look it up for you right now when we play the next Logan Webb cut, in which he says this is the most talented team they've had in the last several years.
Every year's different. I think this year's probably the most frustrating. I definitely, no offense to the teams we've had before, but this is the most talented team I've been on. And yeah, I think there's a lot of expectations, and yeah, it sucks. You trade for. Looking back at that, what was it, May or June, when we win that first game in LA to go up, and it's June, right? There's so much baseball. You see what happens happening all around baseball right now. It's a crazy sport, but we trade for a guy like Devers, and we were excited. It's not that. It's kind of hard to pinpoint, when things go wrong. It unfortunately just seems like we've let it stay wrong for a long time, and that's not a very good recipe for success. And unfortunately, it seems like this is 4 straight years where it's been the exact same thing. So, yeah, it just sucks.
All right, great quotes. Good stuff from Logan Webb. Lot going in. There's a lot to get into there. I'm just going to quickly answer your question. The team that struck out the most in baseball is the Angels.
Okay, yeah. They ain't going to the
team that
postseason.
struck out the second most is the Rockies.
Yeah, okay.
But
So the
guess-
2 worst teams in baseball, 2 of them.
But the team that struck out the third most is the Yankees.
Yeah, that's the Yankees' brand of baseball, though.
The team that struck out the fourth most is the Orioles. So 3 of the top
Okay.
4 are all bad teams missing the playoffs. The team that struck out the fifth most is the Tigers. And I would say the Tigers are a playoff team, but they might not be. They're in the middle of one of the biggest collapses of all time.
It's crazy.
The Guardians actually caught them last night.
What the hell was going on with Scuba last night?
This is so that's 2, but they're in the mix. The team that struck out the sixth most is the Seattle Mariners. Wait a minute. My Seattle Mariners. who are going to be my team. Sorry, Marcus. We're going to have to go head-to-head in the AL playoffs.
That's your squad. It's all right.
We ride with them. That's Candace's whole family up there. She has that side of the family. They're awesome. They're really fun. They're Mariners fans. They root for the Giants. They're very nice to us. They're just good relatives, So they're so happy. They're beaten down. The Mariners have never made the World Series. Never. So they would be, if the Mariners made the World Series, they would. Macklemore did that entire song, that rap about Dave Niehaus that has every Seattle person crying. Dude, it was about a wild card playoff win, dude.
That's all they have.
That's all they got.
That's all they have up there.
The Red Sox have struck out more than the Giants.
Wow. Even without Rafael Devers.
Even without Rafael. And then it's the Pirates, then the Reds, who are still in the mix, and then the A's, and then the Giants. By the way, the A's win last night because they can catch the Giants.
Oh, I think the A's are currently up to a record of 74-83 now in the season.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
So they can catch the Giants.
Yeah, two back in the loss column.
Guys, you ready for that? The A's can and probably will pass the Giants. There you go. Awesome. Okay, last one, and then we'll go to break and get your calls on this stuff. But it's about Buster's, and this is where we're headed with this show today and in the coming days. That is when we start talking about Brock Purdy and whether he's going to quarterback against the Jags this Sunday and all that. But obviously, the controlling story this morning is the fresh news that the Giants have been eliminated. Is Buster Posey? What's he going to do? We're coming up on the 1-year anniversary. It was October 1st. And we've learned he's pretty bold. He signed Willie Adames. Mm-hmm. He traded for Rafi Devers. He sold at the trade deadline. He's willing to make some moves. So what does Logan Webb say?
I think we got a lot of pieces here. Like I said before, I think the talent is incredible. You look up and down our lineup. I think there's real potential there, and I don't know what's going to happen with JV, but I know we get me, Robbie, Root back next year, some exciting young arms. And if there's one thing about Buster Posey is I don't think he's okay with losing. I don't think he's okay with even being 500. He wants to win, and I'm not going to play his job because that's not my job, but I don't think he's okay with this. I don't think there's a lot of people okay with this in this clubhouse.
Man, those are some of the best quotes ever. And guys, what I'm hearing, and again, Logan Webb, if you're listening, or if his family's listening up in Rockland, whatever, I'm not saying I know this for a fact. I'm just saying if I'm Buster Posey, I hear in there that Bob Melvin has to go. That's what I heard from those quotes. We have all this talent. We have so much potential. I don't know what went wrong. Buster's not okay with this. That's what I'm hearing. I don't know. Webby's probably like, dude, don't put words in my mouth. I'm not saying to fire Bob Melvin. I get it. But I'm saying the way he's analyzing it, if I'm Buster, what I'm hearing is I gotta change the staff. I gotta change the staff because the players believe they have the talent in the clubhouse, and Buster believes they have the talent in the clubhouse. Then they need somebody to give them a better framework, structure, organization, and leadership.
And I agree with that take from Logan Webb. This is a better roster than the Giants have had. Than last season, than the season before that, going back all the way back to the 2021 roster when Buster Posey was actually still on the roster. This is the most amount of talent that they have had here in San Francisco in years. And credit to Buster Posey for going out and signing Willie Adames, who has 28 home runs. Hopefully he gets to 30, for going out and making a trade for Rafael Devers. But having all this talent and having the same results, I think you do have to take a look at Bob Melvin and his status moving forward.
All right, let's do this. 808-KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
If there's one thing about Buster Posey is I don't think he's okay with losing. I don't think he's okay with even being 500. He wants to win, and I'm not going to play his job because that's not my job, but I don't think he's okay with this. I don't think there's a lot of people okay with this in this clubhouse.
There it is, man. Logan Webb with some, somebody texted in saying Logan Webb drops truth bombs at the end of every season. Unfortunately, he has to. Look at you. Back-to-back Adele rejoins. What are you doing here, buddy?
Anything sad, anything depressing.
Okay. All right. So 808 KNBR is the phone number. We're checking it out here as the Giants are officially eliminated. Already played Dandy Don here. So I'll get to the calls here, but we've had a ton of texts this morning that I haven't gotten to yet here. 406 says, 406, area code you don't hear from much, Montana.
Ooh.
Remember Boch won 71 in 2008, or pardon me, 70. Boch didn't win many games in 07 and 08 before jumping up to 88 in his third year. We had Kapler for 6 years. Bomel deserves his fair shot. We didn't have Kapler for 6. We had him for 20, 21. 22, 23, only had him for 4. He says Bomel deserves his fair shot. Well, he's had 2 straight years, and he had his most talented roster here. 209 says that's a bad analysis of Logan Webb's quotes. The players need to play better. Well, I disagree with you, buddy. That's my analysis, and I think it's pretty good. 707 says, my question is, has Devers won more games than the bullpen has blown? 916 says, yes, Melvin likely needs to go, but the Giants unloaded 4 key pitchers and had a key injury down the stretch. That played a key role in the outcome. Look at the averages of key hitters: Adames, Chapman, Wilmer, and Devers. Yes, they had moments, but they did not deliver. In fact, to that point, Devers in September, which is almost over now, 185. He had a disastrous September.
Yeah, and that's the conversation that we always get into when we're looking to point fingers and figure out who to blame for this blown season. Is it the players? Is it the coach? Is it the chef? Is it the ingredients, Murph? It's always the questions that we circle back to. But here's my thing, and here's my take. We've now seen Bob Melvin as a chef with 2 different supply chains. Mm-hmm. We've seen him during the analytic era with Farhan Zaidi. Guess what? They're a 500 ball club. Now they get back to old school baseball this year with Buster Posey. They're looking like a 500 team once again. That's if they get back to a 500 record. So we're seeing them now cook up with 2 different recipes with 2 different ingredients, but we're getting the same results. Now, that's the question. Does Buster Posey see those results and say, I need a new chef in this kitchen? Or does he stick to the stability and give Bob Melvin another opportunity in the 3rd season?
The only excuse for keeping him would be Buster Posey's belief that, like, the Pittsburgh Steelers is a model you want to follow. The Pittsburgh Steelers are viewed as, like, one of the best organizations in North American sports because they don't fire their coaches all the time, and they ride out bad streaks, and they keep sort of a stability that fans like and enjoy. That said, I don't think fans are liking and enjoying it. 916 says, please answer how this is Bob Melvin's fault. He had the talent, and the talent did not perform. How is it Melvin's fault? For me, it's entirely how he manages the games. They are not a contact-heavy team. He needed to create a mindset, and so did Pat Burrell and Damon Minor and the whole hitting coaches, of way fewer strikeouts and way more contact in key situations. They struck out in huge situations all the time. He way underutilized small ball. See the Cardinals come in here and throw down a bunch of bunts. And who did? There was the team that was in here before did it too. The D-backs did it too. You got to create way. You can't sit back and wait for the home run. That's the freaking Farhan Gabe stuff. Got to create way more small. Got to be way more active on the base paths. You have to force more action. You have to be more aggressive stealing. You have to be more aggressive with your hit and runs. All the hum baby baseball I thought was going to be here did not arrive. It's been 2 years of none of the hum baby baseball at all. It's been passive baseball, and that's how it's Bob Melvin's fault, to answer your question, 916. And by the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station, Marcus.
And that would be my response to the text, too. It's the job. It's the responsibility of the manager to get the most out of your talent, the most out of your roster. And this is a roster, in my opinion, that is good enough to be a postseason team. Now, we can look at the bullpen being depleted and, of course, them making moves at the trade deadline, but let's not erase history and act like the Giants didn't lose 15 of 16 games at home, which forced Buster Posey in the front office to go out and make those trades. So that can also be kind of looked at underneath the microscope of Bob Melvin not getting the best out of his players during that stretch of baseball, which led to them making the moves, which led to them trying to compete for that 6th wildcard spot with one of the worst bullpens in baseball after you had the best bullpen in baseball in the first half of the season.
Yeah, very good. All right, we are sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Bruno in Rockland is our first caller at 808 KNBR. Line him up. Bruno, good morning. How are you?
Hey, what's up, Bruno?
Hey, good morning, guys. It's only fitting that this is around the time that I would call. I usually only call a few times in the year, of course, when it's Giants baseball. And right now, it's a damn shame we're dealing with this. I was mentioning that to Curly that I think even with what you said about losing all those games at home that caused Buster to go into sell mode, just a couple weeks ago we were, or even less, I don't know, a week and a half ago, so we were right in it. And I think we had it, like our path was there, and it really does seem like the pitching, for me at least, seems to be the thing that just absolutely tanked. Kind of like what you were saying, Murph. I think you said you hopped in on the radio, not really sure what the score was at last night. I kind of tuned in a little bit later, and I saw Ryan Walker, and we were up, and I was like, oh, okay. And then right shortly after that, I was just in depression after it did not go his way. It's a shame. I think, like you said, our talent is there. The pitching, it's kind of crazy that for this last bit, Justin Verlander is one of our best pitchers right now. I wouldn't have expected that at the beginning of the season. But, we'll look forward on, and hopefully we can do something good. I don't know about Bob Melvin, but I just want to hopefully next year keep this squad that we have, get some pitchers, and I'm confident. And then also, Murph, I know I mentioned this back when you were with FP some time back. They should have started playing this a couple weeks ago, but this is perfect time for Tears for Fears, start of a breakdown.
That's your go-to, buddy. I love it, buddy.
That is the song that whenever I hear all these times coming, that song just starts playing in my head, and I just get sad.
Bruno, you're my guy. What year did you graduate high school, Bruno?
2015.
Bro, what? How do you know your TFF, bro? How do you know Tears for Fears?
Last time when I was on the call with FP, I remember I said, I was like, I only heard it because thank you. There we go. Whoever was running his board or whatever, they played it after, like, 3 years ago. I think the Giants started losing or the Dodgers were losing. I can't remember what it was. And they played that song, and I was like, dang, that's a good song. And ever since then, I had it on my rotation, and now I just correlate it with baseball coming, once we're getting to the end of the season and someone starts going down, that's what comes.
Hey, listen, if anything good comes out of this collapse is that you're on the Tears for Fears army, buddy. And dive deep, bro. Go to their first album, The Hurting. I know Songs from the Big Chair has all the big hits. The Hurting might even be a better album, the one that came before that. So enjoy. And here we go, Young Tone. Turn it up. You're going to get to the... This is the start of the breakdown. There it is, buddy. There it is. Kind of a haunting little TFF, little piano riff there.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm calling him TFF. Yeah. Tears for Fears.
Tears for Fear.
It's true. This is the start of the breakdown, buddy.
Well, the problem was the start of the breakdown happened in about July.
Lucy is in San Francisco. She's next up. Lucy, good morning. How are you?
Hey, Lucy.
Hi, guys. I could be better. I'll have to say that. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. What's on your mind this morning?
So I wanted to get everybody's thoughts because the last few days I felt like that little angry guy from inside where things constantly happen that I'm like, how? For instance, and there's nothing against Eldridge. I mean, I'm sure he's going to be very good and he's going to exceed our expectations in seasons to come. But I just don't understand why we kind of stuck to him at such a critical point and didn't rely on our seasoned veterans like Wilmer Flores. I'm a big Flo fan. He's my favorite Giant, and I'm a diehard Giants fan. And this is just, I don't know, it's just so disappointing, but I wanted to get everybody else's thoughts.
Okay, so Lucy, you're saying like the Giants kind of climbed back into the race, and at that point they went with the kid at first base, and you're wondering why. Well, I think Marcus and I are in agreement on this. We liked the move because baseball history is riddled with young prospects who come up and jolt a team in September with energy, particularly when you're the best hitting prospect, and all the metrics show that he's just absolutely pounds baseballs. And Wilmer, quite frankly, and I know he's the most beloved. Everybody loves Wilmer. He'll always be welcome in San Francisco, but he was tailing off a little bit as the season was going on. And I thought the possibility of adding a power bat that could jolt the lineup was an exciting move. So I actually liked that move, Lucy Marcus.
And I'll also say this, Lucy. Last night, we saw Bob Melvin actually stick with Wilmer Flores with the game on the line. He pinch hit for Bryce Eldridge with Wilmer Flores. Cardinals make the move to the bullpen, righty-on-righty matchup, and Wilmer strikes out and the game ends, Lucy.
Yeah, okay. So that's perfect. My concern is, at what point within the game do you say, okay, we're getting a little bit of the same here with this guy, and let's put a veteran in? Because I think part of the things with Flo is that we didn't play him, and you need to see reps. You need to be able to be out there and playing the game, and I just don't think we gave him that opportunity. And I understand he is a seasoned veteran, so he's been around for a while, but I just feel at such a critical point we should have, I don't know, I just feel like we should have gone back to those guys that have been in those clutch positions that would have helped us win some of these games.
Yeah, well,
so I'm just disappointed.
I understand. And listen, Wilmer has had so many great moments for sure, and he is a guy who does need to play more. So, Lucy, we hear you. Thanks for the call. We appreciate it. She's right. He didn't play much. He only has 36 at-bats in the month of September. So you can't say, well, he's only hitting 222 with a 680 OPS. He only has 36 at-bats.
Yeah, and that's even before Bryce Eldridge was just called up about a week ago. But I guess that's the question that the Giants had as an organization. What was this last month really about?
Right.
Was it about competing for a wild card spot, or is it maybe taking a glimpse of the future and seeing what you have in Bryce Eldridge or Drew Gilbert or some of these other young guys that they're calling up?
Right. All right, Jeff in Santa Rosa is next up at 8:08 KNBR. Then we're going to get young Tony's asking us questions. Jeff, good morning. What do you got?
Hey, what's up, Jeff?
Good morning, team. How are you?
Well, we're doing an autopsy, Jeff. How are you?
Yeah, well, couldn't agree more, young man. Couldn't agree more. I think it's been tough, and I think there's enough blame to go around. And I believe that Logan Webb is a leader, and he was taking responsibility. And the pitchers and the pitching staff and the bullpen need to take responsibility. The hitters need to quit swinging for the damn fences. It's driving me crazy. Quit worrying about your stats. And I think the management side needs to look inside and change some things. So I think there's enough blame to go around. I'm as frustrated as any fan can be. But at the end of the day, I think they're going to be fine. Yeah, it's going to take a couple of years, but I think they need to get back to the basics, start playing some small ball. We just put our money in for next year's ticket, so it's not like we're going anywhere.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's the one thing, Jeff, is that with the one thing that's just undeniable is that they were a box office success. That Buster's strategy of having everyday guys like Adames and throw in Devers and then Jung-Hoo Lee, which was a Farhan acquisition, definitely brought fans out. They had one of the biggest spikes in all of baseball this year. Considering how much their one-loss record, it's pretty remarkable. And, of course, I've been a season ticket holder since the day the park opened. We're not going anywhere. We'll be back.
Yeah.
The one thing I will say is that when they ask for my playoff invoice, I'm like, yeah, you'll get that when you need it. Playoffs. All right, buddy. Yeah. So, but yeah, Jeff, I hear the disappointment in your voice, the blame all around, and this is going to be a really interesting thing, Jeff. And we'll wrap it up. Thanks for the call. We appreciate you. Is Buster Posey? We're coming up on the 1-year anniversary of his hire, October 1. Yeah. We're learning who this guy is. He hasn't even hit the 1-year mark yet. I mean, he's like, we call him Young Tony. How about Young Buster?
Yeah,
you know,
baby Buster.
So we're learning who this guy is, and we'll learn who he is with the moves he makes, not only personnel-wise, but what's he going to do with the front office, or what's he going to do with his coaching staff and his manager? How does he view it? Now, he extended him in the middle of the season.
Yes, he did.
In an attempt to sort of stave off the Wolves, and now he has a chance to, will Greg Johnson eat the $4 million that it would take to get rid of Bob or whatever his buyout is? We'll find this all out. So there's some of the stuff we're talking about is sort of unpredictable because we don't know how Buster handles situations like this. Whereas we knew like George Steinbrenner would just fire everybody at all times, every day.
Yeah, Billy Martin about 4 times a season.
But, Buster has made big moves. He has. He got Adames early, right? Before the free agency thing. He got Devers early. So we shall see what Buster does. And hopefully we'll talk to him at some point next week after the whole postmortem goes down. Sunday's finale. By the way, I have tickets for Sunday. I have tickets for tonight, too, by the way. I've offered them to a few people. I'm not going.
You don't want to go see your boy Brubaker on the mound tonight?
I'm not going, buddy.
Oh, come on.
All right. How about me?
Objectively, just a weird 5:45, like end of the series game type
Wait, it's
thing?
5:45?
Yeah.
What?
It's not a day game.
I'm also disappointed that it's not a day game.
It's a 6:45.
Oh, okay, maybe 5:45 pregame. My fault.
Oh, no, those weekday games end because school's back in session.
Yeah, whatever.
That's the historical theory marketing-wise.
Let those kids play hooky. Who cares? Come on.
The marketing theory is that when school starts, you do away with the weekday games. That's the age-old marketing theory.
School.
All right. What does young Tony ask us the moment where we kind of hit the midpoint of the week and we begin to sniff the weekend? Is that a little too early? I don't know. Let's have young Tony ask us next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, Giants fans? It's Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, back on a Wednesday morning. And just because the Giants were eliminated from postseason contention doesn't mean that you still can't go out to the ballpark and enjoy yourself some Surfside lemonade, iced tea, and vodka. Because right now, towards the end of September, it's heating up here in San Francisco. Warm night last night at the ballpark, but there is a refreshing new way to cool down, and that's with Surfside and their limited edition SF Giants cans. Surfside iced tea and lemonade plus vodka cans now showcase the iconic Giants SF logo right on the side of the can. And these cans are available at the ballpark, but also at select bars and stores in your area. So show off your fandom by posting a photo of you in your Surfside Giants can and tag us on social media at KNBR. Each Surfside is just 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar with absolutely 0 bubbles. So before Brubaker takes the mound for first pitch tonight, grab yourself a limited edition Surfside Giants can today because Surfside is a proud partner of Giants baseball.
Surfside is made with vodka, iced tea, and or lemonade, natural flavors, and artificial sweetener. 4.5% alcohol by volume. Stateside brands, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Must be 21 plus to enjoy a Surfside. Party smart.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, it's time for producer Tony Farias to ask Murph and Marcus 3 questions of the day.
I saw Murph and young Tony right before the kickoff, and that was awesome.
But I'll track him down tomorrow, and I will see if he has some dirt on young Tony.
This is What Did Young Tony Ask Today?
All right, the tradition lives on. You know, it's great. Tony's been walking around this morning since I arrived. He goes, "Hey, Brody," as he likes to call everybody, Brody. I worked real hard on the young Tony thing last night. I worked real hard. I said, "Are you saying you didn't work hard on the other ones?" Is that what you're saying?
Sounds like it.
Young Tony, the mic is yours. Tell them what they're about to get here, buddy.
All right, well, I got 4 questions for you guys. And if you're.
By the way, when did it go from 3 to 4?
Yeah, I don't know. I have 5, actually, if we really get to it. Depends on how long you guys go. After I read the question, you're each going to have 60 seconds to respond, Marcus.
60 seconds or less, I'll have this segment shaking like the earthquake Monday morning.
Nice. If your time runs out, you're going to hear this bell. That is your cue to stop talking. Text line, YouTube chat. Everybody can join the conversation.
I got a question. When Marcus is in these intimate moments, does the person he's with ring a bell? All right.
Yeah, you can ring my bell.
The Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. All right, they can all join in, huh?
They can all join in.
Okay, all right.
Here we
it's
go.
a party. It's a party. Let's go.
It's a party.
I got my. I'm nervous, like I'm taking a blue book test in college.
Damn,
you know what I mean?
shout out the blue books.
Yeah, the blue book. Did you have blue books?
Oh, yeah, those things scared the hell out of
Do
me.
the kids today have blue books?
I had one, yeah, multiple. You had to buy them yourself, Scantrons and everything, too.
Don't forget about those Scantrons.
I don't know a Scantron, but go ahead, yes.
Damn, really?
I don't know nothing about no Scantron.
Oh, yeah,
All right.
multiple choice Scantrons.
Yeah. What else you
All
got?
Just go B. Go B every time.
Yeah, stay consistent. If you don't know, just stay with C.
C's get degrees.
Yeah,
yes.
C's get degrees. C's
All right,
do not pass tests.
let's get to it. So the Giants are 77-81 with 4 games left to play this season. Last night, they were officially eliminated from playoff contention. Last night, I went back and rewatched the Giants roundtable. I don't know if you guys want to hear this. So, Marcus, you took the over on 80.5 wins. You predicted 85. There was some discrepancy on the 80.5, 79.5 that Copes was teasing. Whatever. Murph, you predicted 86. Said they just missed out on the playoffs. Greg Silver, 83 wins. Greg Papa, capable of winning 88. Derek, 88 wins. Copes said 85 to 87. Regardless, they're out of the playoffs. They're not doing it. What stage of grief are you in? Here are the 5 stages. You got denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance.
Okay, denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. I'm going to have to go ahead and say that, like the great Kate Scott, I've gotten onto the bus of acceptance, but only by going through those first 4. I mean, that is that. Whoever, what was her name? Elizabeth Kubler-Ross or whoever invented that thing back in the 1950s or something, some psychologist. How about that? Put on a lab coat and say, I'm going to figure out why people are depressed. I'm going to name them. I'm going to give 5. Let's do 5. Yeah, just sitting around having a ham sandwich and a coffee. Like, 4, 6? No, let's do 5. Here we go. Denial. I was in denial definitely for a while. Very angry Thursday night at Dodger Stadium for sure. And I think I skipped past bargaining into some depression, but my acceptance is that I think Buster Posey's going to have to make a move, and I would do it at the manager position. I hate to say that. I wanted to do a podcast with Bob Melvin at the Bay Area Sports History Podcast, but I'm at acceptance because we've been through this. The collapse in August was bad enough, so come on the acceptance bus with me. Let's watch Buster Posey do his thing. That's my answer.
Yeah, Murph, and it feels like I truly have been through these 5 stages throughout the season, and I'll lay it out for you. Because I was in denial that this team could be so bad with Rafael Devers. I was out here trying to figure out a reason and explanation of why they were losing so many games and how they're right now currently 36-51 since the Rafael Devers trade. So I was in denial because I still think Devers is a dude and one of the best bats in baseball. Then I got to the anger stage when they lost 15 of 16 games at home. One of the worst stretches in Giants baseball, and I was pissed off. Then we got to the bargaining stage, and that was Buster Posey trying to bargain at the trade deadline. And I said, these are actually good trades. Getting rid of Tyler Rogers and Camilo Duvall for a little bit of value here. Hey, I got time. Don't worry about what I'm doing over here. So we got to the bargaining stage. Then we got to the depression stage in August. I've been depressed, but I've had the acceptance. It was about a week ago where I was talking to Maria Lopez. I said, damn, Giants are bad, but I'm going to miss baseball at the end of September. So I've accepted that this is a bad team, but I'm still going to miss baseball.
Okay, very good. Sorry about the premature bell.
Dude, you guys are talking in the back of the class. Murph's like, ring that bell, ring that bell. I'm like, bro, I'm out here going through my 5 stages here.
Several texts, and then I looked, you were still going. I was like, he didn't start the clock on time. But hey, it's all good. I liked it. It was a good answer.
Thank you.
We went through all of our...
I'm going through the 5 stages.
I apologize.
I've accepted it, Murph.
All right, number 2.
You can ring the bell on me. All right, buddy?
Yeah, ring his bell, Tony. Ring his bell.
Pause. All right, the ABS Challenge system has been confirmed for the 2026 MLB season. That happened yesterday. In February, you guys were with Patrick Bailey. That was the first interview of the whole thing. He talked about it. Here's a short clip.
Obviously, I think it takes away a ton of value from catchers. It's the most important position defensively, and if you take away if you take away any value from that position, you're just taking away from the players. I think the game's just going to be sloppy with it.
Sloppy with it. That's a pretty good quote. We got more for that in the cooler, by the way.
Better quote than he gave yesterday.
Absolutely. So how much does Patrick Bailey's value decrease because of the ABS Challenge system?
Well, I think without question, it definitely decreases. But it's going to be interesting because the ABS system that we saw in the minor leagues and we saw in spring training earlier this year, it's not going to be every single pitch is being called balls and strikes. And I feel like we need to clarify that for the audience. You're going to get about 2 challenges per game. And if you challenge it correctly, you get to keep that challenge moving forward. But if you go 0 for 2 in the first inning, you're done. You don't have any more challenges. So it's going to be interesting to see how Patrick Bailey and other elite framers around the job kind of try to trick and play the game of maybe reverse framing, of catching a strike and making it look like a ball to get the other team to bite and to try to challenge on that play as well. So I think we're going to have to let this blow out, but without question, it does take away some of the framing ability and kind of the best part of baseball, in my opinion, from a catcher's perspective and that defensive ability. So it definitely takes away a little bit from Patrick Bailey.
So what you're saying here to answer this question is Pat Bailey better go hit the cages.
Yeah.
Because right now, the only reason that he has always been defended by Patrick Bailey defenders is, he steals strikes. And there are those metrics that show he's an incredible, he's like secretariat, man.
He's the best in the game.
He's like lapping the field in terms of it. Now, that said, when I watch games, I don't feel that as a viewer and as a fan. I don't feel his impact. It's definitely something that analytics is telling me that if you had asked me, hey, do you see Patrick Bailey do his work behind the plate? I'm like, yeah, he's good. He's a good framer, but I wouldn't say he dominates games. Metrics would tell you otherwise. So it turns to his bat now. If his skill, and it's only 2, as you mentioned, it's only 2,
yes,
but it could be 2 big ones. If that skill gets diminished, then all of a sudden, bro, you better start hitting. You better turn into JT Realmuto or Will Smith, man. And I think that's probably why he's a little concerned, and maybe that's why Buster went and got Jesus Rodriguez, who can hit a little bit. So you didn't even ask us how we feel about it. You said ask us about Pat Bailey, huh?
Well, I mean, that's kind of the big part of it. That's his number one job, is to be the actual, The
interesting, and I'll end it on this, and you can ring the bell on me, is that
ring that bell, Tony.
It is only 2. It is only 2.
Yes.
If it was like an endless stream, if you could have an endless stream of challenges.
If every single pitch was decided by the rope umpires, Patrick Bailey wouldn't have a job.
Melvin, you might as well just have a freaking mannequin back there.
Yeah,
but anyway.
that's an AIBS. That's what that is.
Double bell. Yes, let's go.
All right, so yesterday, Dwayne Kuiper threw out a fun debate, and he was down in L.A., and I want to just let him just take it away.
I caused a little bit of a stir in the press box in L.A. just for fun. I told a bunch of the Dodger people when Kershaw had his big weekend, I mean, really, it was Clayton Kershaw for 4 days. I got it. But I told the Dodger people that our guy had a better career. Yeah. So, I mean, take a look at it.
All right, so take a look at it. This is what I was working on, Murph. If everybody wants to take a look at their screen, I put together all the stats.
Elite graphic work, buddy.
I appreciate it, dude. That's what I'm here to do. So for those of you in your car, we're looking at a career comparison.
This is the young Tony we hired right here. I don't see Thin Tim doing this stuff.
No. All right, so if you're in your car, we're looking at a career comparison, all their stats, postseason numbers, innings pitched, all-star games. So both players are first ballot Hall of Famers. That's undoubted. You cannot debate that. But who has had the better career in your opinion? Is it Clayton Kershaw or is it Justin Verlander?
Well, I think, can I make a 60-second answer? Can I answer in 5 seconds with a Marcus Boucher soundbite?
Hey, Kershaw! The Dodgers!
I think that's the end of my answer right there. You can't take a Dodger. I'm kidding, of course. I'll give you a little bit more bang for your buck here. The key thing that gives Kershaw maybe the edge, because everything's identical. 3 Cy Youngs. They've each won the Triple Crown. One's an 11-time All-Star. One's a 9-time All-Star. Their WAR is almost identical, 81 and 80. Verlander has more wins if you like wins. But the big one that haunts me is that Kershaw's ERA is almost a full run lower than Verlander's. Now, you could say American League versus National League, but those days are done. We're not doing American National anymore. That said, the counter is that Verlander's ERA in the postseason is a run lower than Kershaw's. So I'm saying after all that, bouncing at the postseason, the ERA, I'm going to go back to my original answer. Marcus, I need some help.
Hey, Kershaw! The Dodgers!
Justin Verlander.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, Murph. We're out here splitting hairs looking at these two pitchers, 2 of the best pitchers from the generation. And I'd actually like to add a third to the conversation. Shout out Max Scherzer, who I think is also one of the best of this generation and has pretty comparable stats to Justin Verlander and Clayton Kershaw, but that's not the question that Young Tony asked. But I think, especially here in the Bay Area and across the baseball world, people will look at the legacy of Clayton Kershaw in the postseason. And I say the word legacy lightly because obviously he has struggled. We can get into the 2020 COVID championship. I don't even want to talk about last year where Kershaw really didn't even pitch. So you can say Justin Verlander had the better postseason career, but at the end of the day, they both have 2 World Series rings. And Clayton Kershaw is going to retire in a Dodgers uniform. I think that means a lot to wear the same piece of laundry for your entire career. Justin Verlander has bounced around a lot, so I hate to do it, but I got to go with the man I yelled at the corner of 3rd and King.
Hey, Kershaw! The Dodgers!
So you know what's interesting is the whole bit came that I saw Kershaw crossing the street in front of Momo's, and I said, hey, man, and this was, by the way, about 5-6 years ago, dude. I said, hey, man, congrats on an incredible career. He's like, thank you. Mm-hmm. And then you're the one who said,
hey, Kershaw! The Dodgers!
And yet, when with a gun to our head held by Young Tony, we flipped roles.
Yes,
I
we
went
did.
with the blank Dodgers, and you
Hey,
went with
Kershaw, congrats on a great career.
Hey, Clayton, congrats on an incredible
congrats,
career. By the
Clayton.
way, Young Tony, you're getting huge love on the text line. I'm going to give you huge love, too. That graphic contained an asterisk next to the 2020.
Oh, 100%, bro.
That is a key. Look at the
By the way, dude, Kershaw's other World
Series.
Series, the other World Series, he did not pitch in the postseason.
Yeah, dude. How'd the Dodgers win that
So
World
as far as I'm
Series?
concerned, guy hasn't won a championship.
Justin Verlander. All right, buddy. What else you got? Is that it?
That's it. We'll end it on that one.
Okay.
I like it.
Nicely
loved
done,
it.
Tony.
You know what? Give Young Tony some applause
Yes,
there.
yes.
That
Double
graphic
down
is
on the
just
applause.
highly elite. How early did you have to get to work to do that?
No, dude, I did it last night. I was watching the game.
Dude, you know what?
Yeah.
One more applause for
One
this kid.
more.
Yeah,
3
that's it.
times.
This is the kind of stuff that's the kind of effort KNBR hasn't seen in decades, dude.
And
All
that's
right.
why Young Tony is the best board op in the building.
All right. Mike Krukow next on The Sports Leader. All right, we have our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line on a Wednesday morning. Good morning, Steve. You want to talk to the good people out there. You are, of course, our tax attorney about what to do if you didn't get your ERC check, Steve. Good morning.
Good morning. If you didn't get your ERC check, you want to call us. Some people have been waiting years to get this. The bottom line is, if you are waiting for the ERC check, there's 3 different ways for us to hurry them up. That's what we want to do for you before the law changes. Or, if you got a nastygram from the IRS that said you don't qualify. Right now, the IRS is getting sued because they're doing something called batch disallowances. They just disallow a batch of them. They don't even know if you're qualified or not, or if you're being audited, where they won't give you the money until they talk to you, or they want it back. The bottom line is that's the big 3 in ERC. 1, you've been waiting for years, you haven't gotten paid, we want to hurry them up. 2, you're denied, we want to appeal that, we want to get you your money. Or 3, you're being audited. Bottom line, the only thing you have to do is pick up your phone and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money now.
There it is. Give him a call. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, we are sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. We're in the process of hooking up with Mike. Let us know. I want to read some of these praise for Young Tony. 650 says that was an old soul move by Young Tony to create that beautiful graphic. Working on off hours simply to better the show for the morning. The younger generation these days just doesn't do that anymore. Bravo, young man. And then 559 says plain and simple, I F's with Young Tony.
Yeah, we all do.
Is that a good thing?
Yeah, we all do.
Is that a good thing? All right. And then 415 just said, nice job, Tony, which means we're not going to do like we used to say to Creative Tony when he would rag on Brandon Crawford.
No, not at all. When he was talking about those power surges.
There it is, buddy. There it is. All right, Mike Krukow joining us here on the UMA guest line. Well, Mike, the conversation none of us wanted to have. Giants officially eliminated. Tough one, too. They're up 8-3. They lose 9-8. Ryan Walker can't hold it in the ninth. So frustration, sadness, depression, all that stuff. And to that, I say, good morning, Mike. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, well, geez, you kind of painted an ugly picture there. It is always a very quiet clubhouse when you give up the ghost as a team and your fate is determined. And you kind of go back and you look and reflect on what happened this year and how things kind of fell apart. And there's work to do. I mean, but I've been saying all along, what I've seen this year is something that we've had to have for a while. We've had to be able to connect the talent in the minor leagues and bring it to the big league level where it can succeed. And we're starting to see that now. We're starting to see it, especially with the arms. I mean, early in the year, a lot of young arms that were really affecting this team in a positive way. And the problem with young arms is that they're going to run out of gas. I mean, the first time you're going through a full big league season, physically, it's an eye opener for an athlete. And what you come out of it with is, well, I mean, I need to do more. I need to work harder. It's kind of like the same mentality for a marathon runner. When you're getting strong enough to run a marathon, you'll hit plateaus like you can't get past the ninth mile. It's just it's an obstacle, and then boom, the first time you do it, not an obstacle. And then there's one at the 16 mile, and then you work your way up to the 26 miles of a marathon. Well, it's the same way when you're adding innings and arm strength and just that mental ability to believe that, I'm capable of doing that. And they accomplished that this year. I mean, all these guys who were young pitchers this year are going to come back next year and they're going to be stronger. And that's what it is. When you start comparing your organization to other organizations that are winning and, you see, well, this is where we want to be. How are we different than these teams? And it's always strength level. Because once you have the strength level, that gives you the mental toughness that you need to compete. Because it's a grind. 162 games is a grind. And right now, this team is out of gas. I mean, it's not for lack of talent. It's just the inability right now to be able to come back from an outing. Like you pitch on a Monday if you're a reliever in May. I mean, you can come back the next day and you can probably throw 3, sometimes even 4 times a week. Well, it's an issue when you're a young pitcher, taking the load of a big league reliever, and you really feel it this time of year. So, this has been an important year for this team because they are building strength, and it certainly will go forward into next year, and they'll be bigger and stronger and mentally tougher next year.
Well, Mike, talking about frustration, Logan Webb after the game yesterday was talking about how frustrating the season was because he said, in his opinion, this team that he's on currently this year is the most talented team that he's been on in San Francisco. Now, that would include the 107-win team back in 2021, and obviously they're not on pace to win 107 games. So when you look at the overall talent on this roster, did they not live up to the expectations that maybe they placed on themselves?
Well, I mean, there was a lot of transition for guys this year. You had Adames come over, and he was kind of a fish out of water early in the year. I mean, here he is trying to justify this big contract, and he really got off to a slow start. So he had to have time to fit in, and in doing so, I mean, he wound up fitting in beautifully. He wound up being the leader on this team. And the same thing happened for Devers. I mean, Devers is a guy who's completely nested in a 7-year career as a Boston Red Sox. The last thing he figured that once the season started is that he would get traded. And yet here he does. And that's a culture shock for a guy who's that deeply rooted in a city and an organization. He comes to another organization, and he too is a fish out of water. So, I mean, what we've seen with the nucleus of veteran that this team has is that they've come together, and that really is a strong backbone now as this team goes forward. You know, you don't have to worry about guys finding the comfort zone next year. They're in the comfort zone, and that plays forward. So, you know, it's going to be an off season of evaluating what went on here, evaluating where you feel, you know, if you're Buster Posey, where do you feel there's a need of improvement? Do you need to go to free agency? What's in your organization? Do you need to trade? I mean, so it's going to be a really interesting offseason. But the backbone here is firmly rooted. I believe that there actually is more talent on this team, and it will eventually play out as this team goes forth in the 2021 team that won 107 games. That was a remarkable team, and everything that could possibly go right went right that year. And there were a lot of guys who were veterans that really blossomed for the first time in their careers, and it took them time. And we're talking about Darren Ruff, we're talking about Donovan Solano. There were a lot of guys like that you know had been 4 or 5, 6 year players, and then all of a sudden, boom, they hit their pinnacle and they take off. So the point being is that it takes time, and for all the young players that have been introduced the last 2 years in this organization, they've debuted almost 40 guys. You know, these guys are going to get bigger and stronger. And so I believe sincerely that this organization is trending upward despite the disappointment of the season.
Well, you mentioned Buster briefly, and I just want to get your take as a veteran righty who wore the Giants uniform. There's another veteran righty who wore the Giants uniform, Logan Webb, and he seems to be taking a leadership role in giving sort of analysis. So this is I know you haven't heard this, just I want your analysis of Logan Webb being the guy who says this to the media after the game about Buster. Here, young Tony will play it here.
If there's one thing about Buster Posey is I don't think he's okay with losing. I don't think he's okay with even being 500. He wants to win, and I'm not going to play his job because that's not my job, but I don't think he's okay with this. I don't think there's a lot of people okay with this in this clubhouse.
Okay, so I'm interested not just in what you think, the substance of his comments, but Logan Webb being that guy who goes out and says that. He didn't have to say that after the game. What do you make of all that?
Well, he was on that 107-win team, and you know, he started the season a rookie, just kind of felt his way along, and then there came that point in time where he just said, "My stuff plays up here," and all of a sudden he takes off, and you know, he was the new kid on the block, and he endeared himself to everybody in that clubhouse. He became a favorite son, but along the way, I mean, he set a standard for himself. You know, once you get used to winning and you get introduced to it as a young player, you know, you expect it to happen every year. And so I believe what he's saying is absolutely the voice of a leader and a voice that is going to have everything to say about how tough this pitching staff becomes because of that. And I don't think he has any problem going up to a guy saying, "Hey, you know, we can be better in this regard." And in essence, you know, assume that leadership role. He's had a hell of a prototype this year too in that clubhouse with Justin Verlander. I mean, all these things are gonna be important as they go forth. And no, Buster Posey's not happy with this at all. His expectation is to win, but it also is a formula that takes time, where you have to let your young guys develop and get up to speed. And so I applaud what Logan Webb said, and I applaud any veteran that is self-critical of a team that fails to meet expectation. But really, sincerely, what were the expectations this year as they went into the season? I mean, they wanted to contend, and for the most part, they did that. They overcame a lot of obstacles. They came together. Those are important things as you go forth. And when the leadership voices start to speak out and define expectations for this team as they go into camp next year, that's a really good thing.
Mike, I'm sure as many conversations we'll have with you, not just this week, but into October and even into the offseason, we'll be talking about the same things over and over again about what to do, and we'll figure it out as they make their moves. But I guess maybe looking back on this kind of being eliminated last night, when Buster made those trades at the deadline of Tyler Rogers, Camilo Duvall, and Mike Yastrzemski, should we maybe have known that, you know, the postseason was not their destiny? Like, was Buster, you know, Buster was like, "Listen, we're gonna pull back here. We're going to bring in some young guys." And, you know, so in other words, maybe this is kind of what we should have expected all along.
Well, I think the trades that he made were of major significance to this organization. I mean, when you bring in a storied player like Devers, I mean, you're thinking, okay, now we have presence in that lineup. We have somebody to build around. We have a backbone in there. And now you have, 3 or 4 or 5 guys in that lineup that you feel can carry the team at any given time during the course of a season. You feel like you're ready to go. But you don't know how the trade is going to be timed. Is a guy going to instantly set in? That's a hard thing to do, especially when you're the backbone of the team you're coming from. You're uprooted. I mean, it's just like an old tree trying to replant it. There's no guarantees it's going to work right away or work at all. But we've seen, it kind of got slow to start. I remember I think the first 90 at-bats that Devers had, he had like 40 strikeouts. And, he certainly wasn't in the comfort zone, but he is now. And none of that, but, he has a place on that team. He has a place on the leadership totem pole. I mean, it's what you have to have. So it didn't play out to where it was a difference maker in this season, but it will be as you go forth. I mean, does anybody have problems watching his at-bats? Does anybody have problems with watching Devers play first base now? No. And all those things are positives as you go forth.
Yeah, Mike, I agree. Even with the recent bullpen struggles, I still make that trade for Rafael Devers. But let's talk about the bullpen because last night Ryan Walker blew his 7th save of the year. Now it's been an up-and-down season for Ryan Walker, but it's been an up-and-down season for the Giants bullpen. First half of the season, they were the number 1 bullpen in baseball. Then the trade deadline happens. Tyler Rogers, Camilo Duvall, Randy Rodriguez, and Eric Miller get hurt. Like, how big of a task do you think this is going to be for Buster in the front office to rebuild his bullpen for next year?
Well, I do think that they need to do some hard evaluation. I do think they're all out of gas. And again, I get back to the point when you have a lot of young arms down there that are going through it for the first time. It's at some point in time, you're going to hit a wall, and they have. In regards to Ryan Walker, I mean, he went through a mechanical problem that he couldn't correct. And no matter what he tried, no matter what he changed in his motion to try and get back to where he could count on his stuff, it didn't work. But in the end, he finally got back to some semblance of sure when he was dominant. He's going to take this year as a year of introspective because, he never came close or realized with this year the expectation that we all had with him. He fell short, and he fell way short of his own expectation. So as he goes forth, he's going to have to work to set a more compact, consistent delivery. He's going to have to play with some other grips. He's going to have to play and develop other pitches because what he found out this year when, he's a 2-pitch guy. And he found out when one wasn't working, it left him naked with 1 pitch. And you cannot pitch up here with 1 pitch. I don't care how good you are. You have to have at least 2 pitches and 2 speeds. And, he's got that. But when his mechanics are not reliable, then it's a whole different animal. So he's got some work to do. But I do believe that the big problem with this pen right now, if you compare it to where they were early in the year, is they're just simply out of gas.
Yeah, and depleted for sure, out of bodies too. So, all right, Mike. Well, obviously, like I said, we'll be discussing all this stuff for weeks and weeks to come, and we'll see what Buster has to say. I'm sure he'll do a big press conference next week, and that'll be a big topic. So, all right, JT Brubaker tonight. Robbie Ray takes a rest, and we'll see, Bryce Eldridge at bats and all that stuff. So, enjoy the game tonight, and we'll talk to you Friday.
Had a bit.
Mike Krukow every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and that's obviously our big hit. Giants fans, how you feeling right now? Young Tony and them are asking about the 5 stages. We're asking about whether or not Buster Posey should continue on with Bob Melvin and what you guys think. And should we have changed our expectations on July 31st when he traded Rogers, Duvall, and Yaz? Maybe we should have thought that they were not going to make the postseason. 808 KNBR is the phone number. The big hit. Put Curly to work on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, indeed. So out of the 5 stages of grief, what stage are you in after another disappointing finish to the Giants season? We're having a little fun, a little gallows humor, as Murph likes to say. The 5 stages, if you don't know, you got denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
All right, let's talk El Cerrito Honda. Let's go. Let's talk about the seasons changing, the calendar changing. Why not upgrade your ride for the fall season? All right, we got incredible savings at El Cerrito Honda. Got a wide selection of new and pre-owned Hondas. We got fuel-efficient hybrids for your fall commute. We got spacious SUVs for holiday travel. We got the perfect fit for you no matter what. Plus, I just like the people there, too. It's just fun to go. Sharif runs a great business over there. Good family atmosphere, world-class selection, service. I mean, do it all. El Cerrito Honda, easy to find. El Cerrito, California. Visit El Cerrito Honda. Go on the lot, right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue, or just whip out your phone and search elcerritohonda.com, elcerritohonda.com, and they will have the car you're looking for. And when you do go, say, I heard that guy Murph, your buddy, talking about El Cerrito Honda on KNBR, the sports leader. So do it. Experience the magic at El Cerrito Honda. More than just a car dealership. We're family.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Again ready, now throws. There's a smash down the right field line. They're going to have to hurry to get this ball back in there. The carom is played out of the third archway. Here comes the relay. Heading home is Scott. The throw is offline, and the Cardinals have tied it up just like that. Brendan Donovan has his fourth double of the night. Walker will try it again. Sets, throws, a base hit to right field. And now the Cardinals are ahead, 9-8. That was a sinker, and that was right down the middle, belt high. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out with a curveball. And the Cardinals have come back to win this game. A game that the Giants once led 8-3.
Oh, man. John Miller said it all, and Tears for Fears' start of the breakdown says it all for Bruno and Rockland. Well, good morning, everybody. We're all Giants fans. If you're listening to this station, probably. How many people listen to this station who aren't Giants fans?
Well, there's that crowd of Dodger 49er crossover. So I know we have a few callers who will call in that are not Giants fans.
I'll never forget that image I saw. That I'm digressing briefly off the Giants. We'll get to it and keep the Tears for Fears going. I love that. Hurting is such a great album. They're in New Orleans and they cut to the crowd. Some guy's wearing, I don't know, he's wearing a Kittle jersey, a Warner jersey, something like that. But he's wearing a red hat with a white red hat, gold bill, white LA Dodger on it. I was like,
I don't like it.
I don't need you in my family, bro. You're not. You weren't at Candlestick back in the day, dude. You were not out there with Steve DeBerg and Scott Bull. What are you doing here, buddy? Anyway, I digress because that Dodger team was part of the team that knocked the Giants' dreams loose that were closed out by a very sub-average St. Louis Cardinals team that was like, oh, you guys want to give us these games? We'll take them. And the Giants blow an 8-3 lead. They are officially eliminated. We all knew it was going to come. I mean, as Marty Lurie told us, when you're 6 out with 5 to play, then it's over. Until then, it's baseball. But guess what, Marty? They're 4.5 out with 4 to play.
It's over.
And they don't have the tiebreakers.
It's over.
It is over. They are officially toast. So 808 KNBR.
Then it's over.
Yeah, we've been talking about it. And really, one of the biggest things to come out of this is how Buster Posey is going to respond. He's coming up on his 1-year anniversary as the guy. He's only been here for less than a year, October 1. In that time, negotiated the Chapman extension sort of before he took over the job. Signed Willie Adames. Extended Bob Melvin. We'll get back to that one. All right. Signed Willie Adames.
Signed Justin
Verlander. And then, of course, pulled off the big trade for Rafael Devers. And guys, and I don't know how to explain this. The Giants, when they made that trade, were 41-31 and 1 game out in the West, right? Is that right? Or tied in the West? Were they tied? What?
They were 1 game out of the West, right behind the Dodgers.
And from
on
the
Sunday Night
moment
Baseball.
they pulled Kyle Harrison from his start and brought in what we thought was Clayton Kershaw himself, called a top 10 hitter in baseball. The Giants went 36-51. Pardon me, 36-50.
Yeah, and that was the start of the breakdown, Tony.
I don't know how to explain it, and it's not all. I mean, I'm not saying Rafael Devers is the problem, but something happened. Something went awry, and whether it's Bob Melvin and his inability to maximize this talent, the stagnant baseball they played, the bad defense they played all year. You know, we got a text earlier in the show. I didn't read it. I saw it during the break, but whoever he was, I told him he nailed it. He said, what's the most baffling is that Buster Posey seems to be very firm in his belief of what he wants the Giants to be. And he wants them to be a contact-first team. They aren't. He wants them to be a pitching-dominant team. They aren't. And he wants them to be a defensively excellent team. And they aren't. So how does Buster have those as his pillars and none of the team represents any of that? The only thing that comes close to those 3 pillars is the pitching can be good and was good in the first half of the season. But other than that, they don't play good defense and they don't put bat on ball.
Now, my counter argument to that would be, how much were you realistically expecting Buster Posey to change that in his first year with a lot of the same pieces that they had on the roster last year?
Well, it's a good question. And he went and he signed, he traded for Brad Gilbert. Brad Gilbert, of course, the tennis star. He traded for Drew Gilbert.
Yes.
He traded for Jesus Rodriguez, who we still haven't seen
And
yet.
these are the type of players that he wants, but obviously we've only seen a small sample size of Drew Gilbert chewing on people's shoulders and getting choked out. But, like, at least it seems like moving forward, they're going to go in a different direction versus what we saw the last couple of years where they were trying to be a long ball team, where they were trying to outdrive other teams, but you can't do that in that ballpark. So at least to me, it seems like Buster is moving in a different direction, but it's hard to do that your first year when he's been on the job for less than a season.
All right, 2 consecutive texts here at the Golden State Lumber and Showroom. And by the way, call 808 KNBR. We've had some good calls earlier in the show. Put Curly to work. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Don't forget Steve Young back at 9:15 today. Steve Young. Did you find the song from Steal from the Afternoon Show? Steve Young, you found it?
1, 2, 3, Steve Young.
There it is.
Steve Young.
All right, very good, very good. Thank you, Afternoon Show, for finding that for us. 408 says, I think Buster did great in his first year as president of baseball ops. He made some great moves that has us in a position to have a very solid infield in the coming years. I'll never worry about starting pitching, but the pen needs a lot of work. And outside of Jung Hoo Lee, we need to do something about the outfield. I'm excited for the offseason. Okay, great. So that's the first one. Very next text, 707. Buster Posey totally messed up extending Bob Melvin's contract when he didn't need to. So back-to-back texts, praising Posey, criticizing Posey. Listen, talking about someone else's job is never pleasant. I mean, I don't want somebody going on, they do tell me.
Yeah,
actually, they do. They say, we wish you didn't have your job.
Yeah, they tell us every day on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line.
They say, the day you leave KNBR is the day I'll start listening again. So I get it. But what I think is now we've seen with Bob Melvin, and let me just kind of like work through this thought here, okay? We've seen with Bob Melvin that he's not an effective manager right now for this team. And what haunts me is that his last stop in San Diego, he was not an effective manager for that team either. And what haunts me again is that when he left San Diego, Mike Schilt went in there and did something to juice those guys up. They're now steaming towards the playoffs. They got designs on the World Series, right? Are they going to get there? I don't know. The Phillies and Dodgers are in their way. But the point is they have ideas. So Melvin did not have a great run in San Diego. They're playing better without him. He's come here now and in back-to-back years, won 80 games last year and is going to win, I don't know what this year. They got 4 left. What's he going to go, 79? They're going to go 2-2. He's going to win 79, whatever. So you're seeing now a long track record of a guy who, for whatever reason, is not getting the best out of his team. The counter to this is Buster Posey, and this is what we don't know. Buster Posey could be a Pittsburgh Steelers guy. Pittsburgh Steelers have had 3 coaches since, I think, the Eisenhower administration, something like that, or the John Kennedy. It was Chuck Noll, Bill Cowher, and Mike Tomlin. That's it. And that's how the Steelers like to run their ship, and that's how one way to go. And that you just keep the ship steady so the fans know what they're getting, the players know what they're getting, etc. Me? Yes. Marcus? Yes,
I was going to chime in. You got to be careful because you could be the Steelers or you can be the Oakland Raiders, who have had 18 different head coaches during my 33 years on this earth.
I'd say this with all due respect. You don't want to be the Raiders.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
You do not want to be the Raiders, and that's why you don't see a coaching turnover year to year, and maybe that leads into your stability argument.
Right. So, but I'm just saying this, and I said it a million times this year, and I like Bob, and I want to do a podcast on Bay Area sports history with Bob, and I thought he and Matt Williams were the hum babies I needed in my life. They're just not playing hum baby baseball. They do not out hustle the other team. They do not out 90-foot the other team. They do not play small ball nearly enough. They don't put the bat on the ball when they have to nearly enough. They don't change their approaches nearly enough in key situations. It's a very disappointing brand of baseball. Like, they just don't play the kind of clean, crisp, exciting baseball that I thought the Roger Craig hum baby style was going to bring. And we watch other teams come in here, the Diamondbacks and even the Cardinals playing some small ball and going the other way. The Diamondbacks went the other way all night long. And so it's just not the brand of baseball I'm enjoying, and I don't think it's winning baseball, so I would make a change.
Yeah, and I think that's the most frustrating part is when we were talking about the hum baby brand of baseball that Bob Melvin would bring back. Now, we also thought that maybe his ability to bring back home baby baseball was hampered by Farhan Zaidi in the past regime.
Yes.
But now we're seeing Bob Melvin under 2 different regimes have the same results. We can't sit here and blame Farhan Zaidi for printing out the lineup from his computer and sending it down to the dugout. That's why I thought this year would be different. I thought Bob Melvin would showcase his skills, press the right buttons, and show why he's one of the best managers in baseball when you do look at the back of his baseball card. But right now, you're looking at the back of the baseball card for the San Francisco Giants, and it's mediocre. It's 500 baseball. And now we've seen this team actually somehow, some way get worse with a better record. And they're on pace to have a worse record from last season. So again, I think you have to look at the top and look at Bob Melvin and say, you did not get the full amount of talent out of this roster for the expectations that you had, especially after the Rafael Devers
there
trade.
was a string of people on social media, the Farhan Gabe crowd saying, oh, really? How do you like it now? How do you like it now? And I was like, yeah, just be patient, buddy. And now they're saying, how do you like it now? Because you're right. There were not John Brebbia starts. There were not 66 transactions. For sure. They completely changed who they were and wound up being the same, if not a couple games worse.
Yeah, it's the same results or worse results with a roster that is better.
Well,
this is a more talented roster than they had last season.
On paper. But
On paper.
But Farhan and that crew would say, well, that's you guys being casuals because you guys think Willie Adames and Matt Chapman are cool when, in fact, our metrics show that they are not cool.
He'd say, you guys got papers, we got computers.
All right, we asked for calls. We're getting calls here. Who's been waiting the longest? Ray, is this up in Washington, the great state of Washington? Ray, good morning. You're on KNBR, the sports leader. How are you?
Hey, what's up, Ray?
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, I'm up in Aberdeen, Washington.
Oh, shout out
long time,
shout out Nirvana.
Giants fan.
Cobain, let's go.
Hometown of Kurt Cobain. Yep, that's true.
R.I.P. baby.
Anyway, I couldn't disagree more with the last talker. You know, I think Bob Melvin is the guy that could lead the Giants next year. Like at the beginning of the season, the pitching was great, obviously, and most everybody was in a slump. Unless you got a slump whisperer somewhere out there, I don't know. And then they make the trades, then they take a while to get together. July, August was awful. And then they finally start getting it together, and then the pitching goes south. And I agree with what Kruk said earlier. You know, but I think going forward, Bob Melvin's the guy. I think the team, if you ask any of the players, they would say the same thing. I've heard plenty of interviews with the leaders of the Giants saying the same thing. I think Posey thinks Bob Melvin is the guy, and I think going forward next year, I'm looking forward to next year, man. Wow. And I can't wait.
Okay, Ray.
Well, Ray, let me step in. No, hang on. I got something for you, Ray, because I was the last guy talking about Bob Melvin not getting the full potential out of this roster. And look, I completely agree with you. The pitching did run out of gas. It ran out of arms. But they had the best bullpen in baseball when they lost 15 of 16 games at home at Oracle Park, one of the worst stretches in Giants baseball. So what was Bob Melvin doing then?
Bob Melvin was managing the team. You know, I got to tell you what, I guess I don't have an argument for that because I don't think there is one. But I don't think hoping Bruce Bochy comes back is going to be the answer.
No.
Starting all over is going to be the answer.
No, we're not looking for Boch. I mean, I love Boch, but I don't even know if Boch wants to come here. So, by the way, Stefan. Hey, Ray, thanks for the call.
Thanks
Ray,
for the call,
shout
Ray.
out Aberdeen and all that good stuff. Actually, somebody just texted in and said they're going to be headed to Aberdeen this weekend.
Wow.
After they go to a Mariners game. Well, how random is that?
That's so random.
Shows you there's a big world with a lot of people.
What a
and shout out the
coincidence.
Mariners making the playoffs. That's going to be my squad. Sorry, Marcus. We're going head-to-head,
Hey,
buddy.
no
All right,
problem.
buddy?
I'll see you in the
Hey,
postseason.
we're going to reprise the 2000 ALCS that I covered.
Yeah, how'd that turn out?
Roger Clemens. I saw Roger Clemens pitch one of the greatest games I've ever seen in October. Joe Torre compared him to Bob Gibson.
I'm jealous.
That night. Yeah.
I'm jealous you were there.
And he was he had all of Barry Bonds' chemicals when he was doing it too. Right? So, but it was entertaining. It was entertaining as
Put
heck.
them both in the hall,
Yeah,
Murph.
put them both in the hall. I agree with that 100%. All right, Chris in San Jose is next up. Chris, good morning. Giants, big hit. What you got, man?
Hey, what's up, Chris?
Gentlemen, thanks for taking the call. I appreciate that. And Waterboy.
Oh, this is your guy. Okay, yes.
Fremont.
You know. Far away. You know, Chris.
What about T-High, you know? That's what we say in Mill Valley. T-High, you know. By the way, shout out the Hall of Fame October 11th. We sold it out.
You know.
We sold it out.
You know.
Yeah.
What's up, Chris?
Yes.
Gentlemen, I think we're forgetting that, you know, they were hot. The Giants were hot. You know, the April and May looked good. Obviously, you know, they went down south and you know, and took the swoon, and there's just been a lot of transitional, you know, moments, you know, for this season. You know, I think the pitching was great, and then the hitting wasn't so good, and then the hitting was good, and then the pitching wasn't so great. You have a soft sell, you ship off, most of your bullpen arms, you're really good, consistent bullpen arms, but also your leaders in that bullpen. And, I think Randy Rodriguez getting hurt, was a big blow. And Ryan Walker has definitely had his ups and downs. But, as far as, Adames and Devers, these are first-year players. Devers came over, at the halfway point. So, you got to be able to transition through that as well. And I think Bomel did a really good job of allowing these players to thrive and lead and play and execute. The numbers are what the numbers are. So, to me, it's you got to trust the process and you got to stay the course here.
Okay, Chris.
And this is the first year for Buster Posey. First year for a couple of these star players. I think they're on the right track. I think obviously the bullpen's got to be retooled a little bit. I think Bomel needs to get better in terms of managing the bullpen. But, looking at the Dodgers, you got to remember there's 3 Hall of Famers on that team.
Oh, yeah.
In their prime. And they're great. They're great. These are 3 legitimate Hall of Famers in, Freddie Freeman, obviously Shohei Ohtani, and Mookie Betts. And, the Padres are really good too. They got a really good roster. They got they got 1 Hall of Famer on that roster, and so, you're up against it in that division. And, it's going to take the youth of this team. I loved what I saw from Jung-Hoo Lee. Julio Ramos, he had his problems in the outfield, but he's pretty steady, offensively.
And on the base pass, buddy. And on the base pass.
Yeah.
The other night when he hits that opposite field 2-run single to make me so excited and gets back picked with Devers coming up. I mean, so anyway, Chris, you got a good call in there. We got to move on to the next one.
Yeah, thanks, Chris.
We appreciate it in Fremont. You know. By the way, is he representing Fremont High? Is that the deal?
Yeah, Fremont High School.
Which was your rival?
Yeah, which was actually my rival high school.
All right.
Which
So
is
it'd
the
be like
high school that my dad and mom went to.
So it'd be like somebody coming and going, hey, Murph, Redwood.
You know.
And then I'd say, I'm a raindrop. I'm a raindrop.
Yeah.
E in San Jose is next up.
San Jose,
Good morning, E. How are you?
What's up, E?
That's right. San Ho, boy. I wanted to talk about Bob Melvin. I don't think Buster Posey extends Bob Melvin if the clubhouse doesn't want him to. He's in there every day. Buster knows the boys. He knows the men. He's a manly man among men, as Krukow would say. But it's Pat the Bat and it's Martinez, I think his name is. It's the supporting cast. You lean on those guys to talk to your boys while you're managing the game and make adjustments during a game because they're all rolling out to second base or popping up, and Pat the Bat just isn't the guy. I've met him, nice guy. He's just not the guy. And with the bullpen, they got rid of 2 good arms and Camilo Doval, which is whatever. They sent whatever he is to the Yankees, and they did exactly to the Yankees what he did to the Giants. But managing that kind of stuff during a game, you lean on your supporting cast, and the supporting cast is just trash right now. Those guys need to go. Both of them need to go immediately after the season, and they need to go find a couple of long-term assistant coaches, hitting instructor, that kind of stuff to make some adjustments during the game. I want to hear what you guys have to say.
Well, E, I'm with you, man. We've been I'll be totally candid with you. I know our job is to tell it like it is. That's what Howard Cosell used to say. Tell it like it is. And Pat Burrell in the offense has been disappointing in so many ways. I'm such a huge personal fan of Pat Burrell. It's hard for me to criticize him because I like him so much, and it colors my opinion of him, just like I like Bob Melvin too. And I look at their hitting approach, and I do think it's got to get better. I do. I think that I don't think they're contact first. I don't think they adjust. I don't think they go the other way nearly enough. I don't think they put the bat on the ball when they have to enough. So, again, now, the way I've always rationed it out is, in reality, a hitting coach is maybe more of a psychologist than a technician, in that I think Burrell's great mentally and emotionally for those guys, but most of those guys, by the time they get to this level, I don't know if it's going to be a guy here that's going to give them that tweak they need. he says all the right things about, I'm at the cage talking about situational hitting. I'm at the cage talking about situational hitting. We're just not seeing it. It's not the kind of players they have, particularly Adames and Chapman. They're like the heart of your order guys. Those guys are strikeout guys. They strike out a ton. They're great in a lot of ways, but it hurts when you look at the hitting coach. He has to send those guys up there, and they're strikeout guys. And Devers is a strikeout guy too. So anyway, that's my thought. How about you? On the you.
Oh,
Marcus.
you're asking me. I thought you were asking
No,
a caller. I thought you were throwing it back. All right, well, I'll give my response. Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm here for it, Murph. And look, we've talked about this multiple times before. I've compared Pat the Bat and JP Martinez, your hitting and pitching coach, to like a wide receiver coach. Like, nobody gets mad at a wide receiver coach when a guy drops a ball. Like, nobody was calling out the Arizona Cardinals wide receiver coach this past weekend when Marvin Harrison Jr. was dropping balls, because at the end of the day, the players have to go out there and produce. But also, we've seen the Giants staff produce in the first half of the season where they had the best bullpen in baseball. And we are praising JP Martinez for what he was doing with that staff. Then you see them fall apart in the second half. But in that same second half, all of a sudden the Giants offense comes back to life. And they got back into the wild card because they had a streak of 14, 15, 16 games where they hit home runs in a row. And all of a sudden, people stopped complaining about the Pat the Bat approach, but now we're nitpicking with JP Martinez. So that's the problem for me with the 2025 Giants, is the inconsistency. The only thing they've been consistent at is being inconsistent. They have not had the pitching and the hitting work at the same time, and it never really gelled all together, and that's why we're talking about a team with another losing record.
Yeah, during that stretch, I remember thinking, well, at least the heat's off Pat, because they were crushing the ball, and during that, when they climbed back into it all the way into
it was
early,
insane the amount of home runs they just magically started hitting.
I thought the heat was off Melvin too. I really did. I was like, okay, they responded. I'm like, this is pretty impressive. They really responded. But the problem is that they'd lost 9 of their last 11. This is exactly what cost Gabe Kapler his job, was a September collapse in 2023, and they've had a September collapse.
Yeah.
Now you could say it's because they played the Dodgers 7 times, but Diamondbacks beat the Dodgers last night, walked them off. Milwaukee went 6-0 against the Dodgers.
And guess what? The Dodgers aren't going anywhere.
No, but I mean, teams beat the Dodgers. Astros swept them. Brewers swept them. Diamondbacks playing with them. Giants just can't. Giants can't beat the Dodgers, and that wound up being their death knell. They played them 7 times and lost 5. And then they lost a couple to the Diamondbacks, and they lost a couple to the Cardinals, too. So, all right, listen, we continue. There's a ton of texts that we got to get to. There's a really good text, too. Steve Young at 9:15. Big hit continues on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, indeed. We've been teasing it all morning. How are you feeling after another disappointing finish to the Giants season? We were having fun. Out of the 5 stages of grief, what stage are you in? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
Hey, what's up, 49er fans? Marcus the Waterboy Boucher back on a Wednesday morning with Prize Picks, because you know that every game counts on Prize Picks. So don't miss a moment of the action this season on Prize Picks. Make your picks on your favorite San Francisco Stars and stay faithful to the Bay all season long. But it's not just your San Francisco Stars that you can wager on. You can also take advantage of Prize Picks and their maximum discounts. I told you how last week I paired up Christian McCaffrey and Ricky Pearsall with Patrick Mahomes needing to pass for more than 1 yard. We cashed in on those picks, so why not add Jalen Hurts to your lineup this weekend and also pick him to have more than 1 passing yard? But you don't have to wait until this weekend to take advantage of the maximum discounts, because right now you can pair with one of your picks for today. And it's simple. Anytime I see Paul Skeens on my card, I make sure to pick him and add him to my lineup. I'll take him to have more than 5.5 strikeouts today. Pair that up with your maximum discount this weekend, and you will have a chance to cash in on Prize Picks. So what are you waiting for? Download the Prize Pick app and use the code word LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code word LEADER to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, where it's good to be right.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
It is what it is. We knew going in we had to win tonight, so something we have to deal with.
Given you go out in the offseason, acquire Willie, trade for Devers, you're tied for the Dodgers in first place in June. How would you describe not being able to make the postseason?
Like I've been describing it for a while now, pretty frustrating, and everybody's none too happy about it. So this is a day we were not looking forward to, and it's here, so it's disappointing.
Did you address the clubhouse after tonight's loss?
No, I didn't need to address it. Anything about the game?
Oh, that was a moment in time right there. And thank you, Young Tony, for Tears for Fears, The Hurting. That's right, buddy. I would highly recommend this album to any and all. Man, he was sitting there in that purple hat, and he's like, anything about the game?
Anything about the game?
I was like, oh, this is a tough time.
Oh, this is tough.
Listen, here's the deal. I mean, we've been talking about it all morning, and there's a million things going on. Listen, Rafael Devers hit 185 in September. I mean, how does that happen? How does this even happen? You know what I mean? The guy had one of the worst offensive, since he got to San Francisco, he has massively underperformed his career numbers. And I'm not blaming Rafael Devers, but it's a factor. It's a factor. And I'm sure Buster, in his very calm way, he's very calm, is sitting there saying, I traded for a guy not to hit 185 in the month of September. And I'm talking about a pretty decent sample size, too.
Yeah. You can look at the sample size of September or the sample size of him against the Dodgers this year. And when you bring in Rafael Devers to be a dude, you're bringing him in to beat the Dodgers.
There's no question that when you do the grease board of what went wrong, them going 36-50 since the Devers trade, or 36-51 since the Devers trade, is just mind-boggling. There's no question. Go look at his career. He's just hit everywhere he's been, and he just has not hit here. He got hot in August for a stretch there. But anyway, so that's one thing, too. Then we get back to, the fact that Buster traded Tyler Rogers, Camilo Duvall, and Mike Yastrzemski at the trade deadline selling. And we all came on the air saying we liked this. Finally, somebody faced reality, what Farhan did not do when he kept Carlos Rodon, when he kept Kevin Gausman, and Blake Snell. Could have easily gotten a good haul of remember, he's like, we didn't like the prospects that were being offered. I'm like, well, I don't like the idea of keeping him when he's going to be gone in 2 months and this team's going nowhere.
Yeah, and your job is to get the haul of prospects. That's literally your job.
That was him trying to save his job with some sort of late run.
Without question.
So I applauded Buster having the cojones to say, you know what? This ain't happening. We're collapsing right now. Give me something for Rogers. Give me something for Duvall. Give me something for yes.
Yeah, and that was Buster Posey taking an honest look at his roster and doing an evaluation after that homestand where they lost 15 to 16 games. Like, a lot of people are like, oh, Buster's waving the white flag. He's giving up on the season. No, the players on the field were the ones waving the white flags with the brand of baseball that they were playing. So I actually applaud Buster for making those moves and getting some value back for Tyler Rogers so that you can maybe set up the future if Drew Gilbert or Blade Tidwell or Jesus Rodriguez is potentially a part of the future.
Yeah. So in other words, we're getting back to the manager now. We've talked about this a lot. And I said, listen, I would like to see a change. I would. I just feel like I feel like that this kind of stalled out these last 2 years. That said, I'm not going to lose my mind if he returns. I'm going to trust Buster. I've been a Buster. Listen, everything about the guy's a winner. I liked every decision he's made. I really did. Every decision. I'm like, there's not one decision I'm like, oh man, that's not a good move. Trading for Devers was a great move. Finding an everyday shortstop. Remember, they didn't have a shortstop.
Bro, they had like 5 or 6 different guys playing shortstop last year.
And it's a shortstop who has juice and energy and fans like him.
And he has the potential to hit the most home runs since Barry Bonds hit 30. He's one away from tying Brandon Belt at 29.
Say whatever you want. The guy's hit 28 bombs.
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, shout out Elliot Ramos hitting the 20 spot yesterday.
Oh, how about that? Homegrown outfielder was an all-star last year, back-to-back 20 home runs, and people are like, get rid of him. We don't want him.
He might be a born DH, though, because defensively he's a liability, and importantly, on the base paths, he's a liability.
But the problem is they don't got that DH spot open.
When are the Giants ever going to become a better base running team than the team they're playing?
Good question.
When Christian Koss is out there, maybe? By the way, Christian Koss is the only guy out there. Somebody texted in. And
that's a great question.
We have so many texts in. Somebody said MLB is begging teams to steal bases, and the Giants refuse to do it.
They refuse.
That's something to think of. Is that something to do with Bob Melvin? So,
yeah, well, even think about it. Even early on this season, when they were having success, they were more aggressive on the base pass. Like Matt Chapman, I think, is a really good base runner. He's one of the few guys on this team, but they were taking advantage of it. Jung-Hoo Lee felt like he was running more earlier on the season, but also he was getting on base more earlier on in the season. But yeah, that brand of baseball has kind of died out as the season has gone on.
Do you have the Logan Webb cut there, Tony? Which one do you want to play? Which one do you think is better, bud?
The money one on Posey?
Okay, let's do it then. All right. Logan Webb after the game.
I think we got a lot of pieces here. Like I said before, I think the talent is incredible. You look up and down our lineup, I think there's real potential there. And I don't know what's going to happen with JV, but I know, we get me, Robbie, Root back next year, some exciting young arms. And if there's one thing about Buster Posey is I don't think he's okay with losing. I don't think he's okay with even being 500. He wants to win, and I'm not going to play his job because that's not my job, but I don't think he's okay with this. I don't think there's a lot of people okay with this in this clubhouse.
Great stuff from Logan Webb. And unfortunately, I think that from my interpretation, you guys can disagree, but my interpretation is that's Buster's going to hear that. And I'm not putting words in Logan Webb's mouth. Trust me, Logan Webb's family, agent, girlfriend, listening, wife, family, everybody. I'm not saying that Webb is calling for Melvin's firing at all. What I'm saying is when Buster Posey hears that and talks it, that's the kind of thing where you're like, okay, well, my leader is saying that we have what we need to win. We have the most talent. He said earlier in the night, we have the most talent we've ever had here. With this clubhouse has the most potential we've ever had here. If the 49ers players were saying that we'd be like, well, Kyle's not getting the most out of him then, If the Warriors players were saying that, we'd say, well, Steve Kerr's not getting the most out of him. But when a leader like that says that, and I think Webb's maybe trying to blame the players a little bit, but I hear that as you got to make a change. And again, now, this is the big thing we'll find out from Buster, because we don't know. He might be a Pittsburgh Steelers guy, like, just chill out, everybody, steady as she goes, which then you trust Buster.
Yeah, which is definitely a possibility that is on the table when we are moving forward, because you can interpret Logan Webb's comments that way, but also you can interpret the comments that he had just a couple weeks ago when the team was talking about going out there and playing for Bob Melvin.
Yeah.
When Matt Chapman stood in front of reporters and said, we love Bob Melvin. When Elliot Ramos was going back and forth with Scott Ostler about Giants fans and how they're treating Bob Melvin. So we have also seen players in this clubhouse stand up for Bob Melvin. So you're right. It's going to come down to Buster Posey's decision of how he wants to manage his team and who he wants to be the manager moving forward.
Yeah, for sure. By the way, I'm just watching highlights right now of the Diamondbacks beating the Dodgers last night. Diamondbacks only a game out of the wild card. That's a team. I mean, and Torey Lovullo, he took them to the World Series a couple years ago. They create havoc when they come to your yard. Trouble's going to break loose.
No doubt.
You know what I mean?
That's a team that was a seller at this year's trade deadline, but that's a team that at least adjusted to the new rules of baseball with the bigger pizza box bases, with the lack of ability to pick off more than 3 times. Like, everything that the Diamondbacks have done has built their team around the brand of baseball that Major League Baseball is trying to implement in 2024, 2025. And that's why back in 2023, they made the World Series, because that was the first year of the rules change, and they took advantage of putting pressure on the other team, taking the extra bag and forcing you to make the play. And we saw earlier this year, the Diamondbacks forced this Giants defense to make the plays, and they were not making those plays.
510 says, did you agree with Buster Posey extending Bob Melvin midseason? Maybe I said I liked everything he's done. Maybe I didn't like that. Now, I think he did that strategically to take the heat off him. That said, if he does bring him back next year, he is a lame duck. He only has 1 year left. So that's something to factor, guys. Because if he brings him back next year and they have a bad April, we're going to be back here just doing the same dance, man,
now,
for sure.
Let me throw this question out, and maybe we should save it for another segment, but just playing this game, as we're breaking down what went wrong for the Giants this year, I absolutely agree that Bob Melvin did not get the most out of this roster. But it's also a roster that dealt with a lot of injuries. And we're talking about them being in contention the last couple weeks. If they have a healthy Landon Roop, if they have a healthy Randy Rodriguez, if they have a healthy Eric Miller, is this a playoff team? Yeah. That's the question I think also has to be considered when you are evaluating the season and them just straight running out of arms in the bullpen, but also in the starting rotation.
Yeah, all right. Listen, hey, the Logan Webb comments are strong. I'm looking at the clock, though. I think we got to get to the cooler of content. We're building up towards Steve Young, everybody. Steve Young's going to join us at 9:15. The return of Steve Young. You want to steal from the afternoon, boys? The Tim,
1, 2, 3, Steve Young.
This is the afternoon boys found this one. Got to give them credit. It's a good one. And did you hear the Dead and Company play Good Lovin' when you were there, buddy?
I think so.
I don't know.
There's a lot of things going on.
I don't know. I ate a chocolate bar. I don't know. There were some psychedelics involved. Yeah.
I was loving something.
They cover this. And they do a good job of it, too. All right, listen, we're going to be here all day, all week. Buster's going to have a big press conference next week. Buster might open the press conference saying, Bob Melvin's my manager. And then that's it. We're just like, okay,
or
next item on the agenda.
Or he can start the press conference with, he's gone.
Oh, boy, yeah. And again, none of this brings us any pleasure. I mean, listen, obviously Gabe was not my style of person. We made that. He was just too manicured, too curated. Everything was just so... I was like, oh, my God, am I looking at GQ or am I looking at a ball player?
Really? Is that what you imagined?
And then they didn't win. And when he won, it was great. And he was nice. He was very good to the junior Giants. I got to give Gabe a lot of credit on that. He's not a bad guy at all. He's very empathetic, very community-minded, all that stuff. He just... I don't know. There was just something about his style. So when Bob Melvin came in, I was like, this is more my speed. He's a hum baby, but they just haven't played that way. Yeah. They've been a stagnant, passive team.
Well, Murph,
it's unfortunate.
I'm just curious if you know the difference between a Gabe Kapler Giants team and a Bob Melvin Giants team.
I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
510 says, by the way, bye-bye Christian Koss. I mean, Christian Koss might be the most important guy I'd keep, by the way. I love what Christian Koss brings to the table. But he swiped a bag last night. He's the perfect 26-man utility guy. Honestly, if I had to value like the guys who stoked me this year, Christian Koss is on that list.
You're a Koss guy.
His batting average was one of the highest batting averages on the team.
Yeah, which is saying something about the team.
The Giants, by the way, as a team, their batting average 26th in baseball.
Oof.
There's only 30 teams in baseball. Yeah. All right. Cooler of content. Steve Young at 9:15 on the Sports Leader.
1, 2, 3, Steve Young.
All right, let's talk about serious stuff like life insurance because at some point you got to, do the serious stuff. Take care of your family. Because if something happens, what happens to your family, right? Do they have the money to pay the bills? Can they stay in their home? Do they struggle to keep up financially? Well, here's an easy way to help protect your family, and that's life insurance through Ethos, okay? With Ethos, you can get life insurance with no medical exam, 100% online. No doctor visits, no blood tests, no hassle. Just answer a few simple health questions, and you'll get your lowest rate from their trusted carriers. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. So you need to act now, though, because rates do go up the longer you wait. So spend 10 minutes and get covered today with Ethos. Life is unpredictable, but getting life insurance should not be. Okay, for your free quote, visit ethos.com/leader. That's ethos.com/leader. Rates may vary. Build monthly. Sample rate for 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucopacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something. Yeah, baby!
Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Sorry, I got almost like dared or tagged by JD, John Dickinson.
Ooh.
He tweeted out something about the Giants and said, fact check me at KNBR Murph. I don't think he was being hostile. He was like, look, I appreciate him going to this State and Giants history guy. And he says, the third wild card has created an illusion that teams that are eliminated in the final week of the season are better than they actually are. Don't fall for it. This is probably the 23rd to 25 best Giants team of the last 40 years. No need for any fan to weep over that. I'm going to say this rarely. This is a rare comment out of my mouth. I agree with JD.
Wow.
I agree with JD.
Look at you and JD.
I agree. And he listed 22 teams ranging from the 86 team to the 21 team. And he said, fact check me at KNBR. I give him the official cosign.
Damn.
Official cosign.
So you're saying when Logan Webb says this is the most talented roster he's ever played on, JD's like, nah, there's about 25 teams better than him.
He said in the last 4 years.
Oh, last 4 years.
And of those, of the teams JD listed, only one was a Webb team, 2021.
That's it.
So
107.
So yeah.
This is definitely not a roster that's winning 107.
Webb was he didn't like co-hosting with me. I said, are you having fun? Are you enjoying?
Yeah. Are you enjoying?
Do you think he was enjoying?
Yeah. I think he was.
It was me singing "Oh Canada" that really rattled him. Remember that?
Yeah, that will rattle you.
I came out of back then. I prepared in a little cocoon.
Mm-hmm.
I came out singing "Oh Canada, my home and native land." He was rattled.
Dude, he's like, who's this crazy guy in the closet singing "Oh Canada"?
Why was I singing "Oh Canada"?
It's a great question.
I had heard it somewhere and stuck in my head.
Maybe you're advocating for it to be the 51st state.
Can I say it's the best national anthem going?
Is it?
Yeah, leads the world.
Better than America?
Yeah, we have better songs than the Star Spangled. If we did America the Beautiful, we would have number one. America the Beautiful should be our national anthem.
Oh, Canada.
And particularly Ray Charles's version. Officially, I need Congress to approve. Congress, wait, what's that?
Oh.
Do we have a Congress?
Yeah, I don't know, Murph.
I don't even know. Anyway, three
but
branches.
the reality is the jig is up.
That was in June of 2024 after, the Farhan scenario.
It's all sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care.
Love you, JD.
Closer than you think. Yeah. What's JD up to these days? Doing Niners? What's he doing?
Good question. Doing a lot of pre and post game for road games on the Sports Leader.
Walter just checked in and said, "Go Jays," because I sang "Oh Canada." I mean,
get the hell out of here, Walter.
I got a text from a dear high school buddy of mine.
Phony.
Hagee was at the Toronto Blue Jays game last night. He lives up there. So
yeah, and I bet
Walter,
you
I got live video from Toronto last night on my phone.
Yeah, Walter doesn't even know what song they sing during the 7th inning.
No, he
stretch.
doesn't. No, he doesn't.
Phony.
He's useless. He's wearing
I told
Pirates
you,
jerseys.
he's phony baloney. He's Canadian bacon, the bad
phony.
kind.
He is phony
Give
baloney.
him, I stand with America. Better bacon, better national anthem.
Although Canadian bacon on the greatest breakfast of all time, Eggs Benedict.
Ooh.
And it is the best breakfast of all time.
I still go regular bacon.
But do you like an Eggs Benedict?
I'm not huge in the hollandaise sauce.
Ooh.
Hot take.
808 KNBR. Burn the building to the ground.
Yeah, I've never really gotten into it too much.
Oh, my God.
Just give me an omelet.
Candace makes spend hours on making the best hollandaise possible. Eggs Benedict, bro. Period. End of story. How about you, Young Tom?
I'm with Marcus. Yeah, just omelet, scrambled eggs. Wow. Yeah, that's a little fancy for us, Murph.
I don't even know.
Shout out to 1%.
Yeah, exactly. I can't afford hollandaise sauce.
Wow.
That's a lot.
I don't even know if I can do this segment.
By the way, not to completely derail the chicken, but Murph, where's my fried chicken?
You know what, buddy?
It's chicken. It's fried chicken. I like fried chicken.
I completely effed up.
I like fried chicken.
As on me, I owe you push-ups, man. I owe you push-ups for days.
You owe me some fried chicken. That's what you owe me.
It's gone.
Oh,
and
dude.
Candace set aside 3 pieces. And you know what, bro? In the morning these days when I leave, I forget things. And 3 straight days, I forgot it. Just because I'm out, I'm like, grab my stuff, go. Grab my stuff, go. Grab my stuff, go. So guess what, guys? If we're all together in September of 2026,
hopefully
you get some fried chicken.
It's only in September?
We only do it once a year, pretty much.
It's a birthday special.
Yeah. Well, listen, Leon doesn't need to get larger, right?
Leon's getting large.
All right.
Yeah.
So
next September, Murph.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
It takes like 2 days for her to make it, so we'll have to we'll set aside some time.
You got to go through that brine process.
By the way, I'd like to introduce publicly that I would announce that we need to have a staff holiday dinner. We used to do this back in the day. And back in the day, we went to House of Prime Rib. Now you can't even sniff House of Prime Rib. But if I can call Joe Betts and if Joe Betts is listening, we used to do this.
Consider
and we
it
stopped
done.
doing it.
Consider it done.
We got to pick a day and go out. But you know what Young Tone would say? Yeah. Do I have to stay through the whole dinner?
I mean,
and is Marcus coming? Is Marcus coming?
Can I leave dinner at halftime?
By the way, forget it. Listen, as all due respect to House of Prime Rib and Joe Betts, we have a great relationship with John Dugan. We'll do it there. We'll do it there. You want to do Westlake? You want to do?
I don't mind either one.
Let's do OJ's.
When you say staff, by the way, is that like the 4 of us?
I'm looking at the 4 of us.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
And a +1.
Ooh.
Wow.
Bring it, not your brother. All right, dude.
Can I bring one of those dirty work boys?
No.
Oh, okay. Come on. I thought we were all family.
They're not going to get it. No.
Yeah.
No. Marcus,
well, if we're going to OJ's, Cobes is going to show up regardless.
You can be like Paulie from Rocky and and when you bring in one and I say, Marcus, who's that? She cost me $250 an hour.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Let's get the dinner going.
All right.
Pick it up a little bit.
All right, Young Tone. Here we go. Patrick Bailey.
Oh, shout out
Andrew
Andrew
Bailey
Bailey.
is Kyle Harrison's pitching coach.
Coaching him up.
Patrick Bailey on February 20th makes the cooler of content because the ABS challenge system is here. I know this thing has resonated nationally because I'm on a Facebook group started by my great friend John Rosen, and it's supposed to be a place for very high-level intellectual discussions. The people who post on this thing are nuts. They're they're on a whole different level. They're on a whole different level. And I just observe the time and energy they spend on these long, deep, intellectual, philosophical thoughts on foreign policy and things like that.
Oh, these are the sports ball people.
Yeah, well, not really, kind of. There are a few of those.
Okay.
But somebody on that forum posted about the ABS system, and there's a lot of reaction from all the eggheads. They're all commenting on it. So I was like, wow, this is really resonating in society.
Yeah, they probably want to know like the AI behind it or something.
Yeah. So, they get to like the philosophical discussion of, is the human better or is the robot better?
Damn, now we're getting deep
in life. So here's Pat Bailey. And so,
you know, with this AI bullshit that's going on, that's what that is. It's probably that AI bullshit.
That's what it is.
That quote cannot be any better, man.
Phenomenal.
That drop cannot be any better. Anyway, that's what that is. Marcus brought up a very good point that Andrew Bailey gave an interview yesterday in the
Patrick
clubhouse.
Bailey, yes.
God, jeez. Maybe you can bring Andrew Bailey as your +1.
Hey,
How's
all
that?
right, maybe.
I'll take Andrew Bailey back.
So I know JP Martinez was a guy who was hot, not so hot anymore either, right? Patrick Bailey gave quotes yesterday about the ABS, but he gave better quotes to us in February.
Yeah, where's the rest of the world been? We asked Patrick Bailey about this in spring training before the season started.
Yeah, here it is.
Obviously, I think it takes away a ton of value from catchers. You know, as we talk defense, it's the most important position defensively, and if you take away that AB, or you know, if you take away any value from that position, you're just you know, taking away from the players. You know, I also think that I think the game's just going to be sloppy with it. You know, I've been talking with other people. Like, you get into the challenge system, I think you're going to start. You're going to have catchers trying to deceive the hitters. You know, like, you're going to know a ball's on the plate, and you catch it, and you try to make it look like a ball so that they can challenge it. And as soon as you lose the challenges, then it's back to normal. So then umpires are going to have to start dealing with that, right? You're trying to find the leg up in anything.
It's a reverse frame almost.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's like, even if the umpire calls it a ball, you know it's a strike, so you can challenge. And as long as you don't lose it, you're still good. And so I think the game's gonna look bad. I think it'd be a bad look for the game.
All right. Very, very, very strong comments there. And you know what? We didn't really address whether or not you're excited about this. Are you excited about this?
I would say overall, no. I don't like the changes to the relationship between catchers and pitchers. And really it starts with the ABS system, or not the ABS system, but the, what am I thinking about? What they call the pitches.
The
PitchCom. Because
yeah.
I hate PitchCom now, because now I don't get to see the back and forth. I don't get to see Patrick Bailey throw down fingers and Logan Webb shake it off. And I'm sitting on my couch like, ooh, he doesn't want to throw the changeup here. He's going to challenge him with a fastball. Like, those are some of the nuances that I love about the sport of baseball. And my other favorite nuance is the art of catching and framing balls. And I think Patrick Bailey does it better than anybody else in Major League Baseball. So it's going to be interesting to see how he adapts to these two challenges that will be rewarded per game. But you heard him there talking about the nuances of maybe doing like reverse frame jobs and trying to trick guys into challenging it. I saw it earlier this year down in spring training, and I didn't hate it. I thought it actually moved pretty quick. So I'm not against it. But I don't know. I feel like we're trying to change the sport of baseball too much.
So I've been thinking about it, and I mean, like Hawkeye in tennis, right? Is not a gigantic revolutionary change. It's an easy thing to see. It's very quick. It's very clean. And I'm like, okay, well, that's technology at its best. It's the simple, clean, fast, and it's generally accurate. I got two problems here that are hitting me. Number one is I'm not sure we're trusting that each ballpark has the equipment and technology to present what is an acceptable strike zone on every hitter. Despite from Bryce Eldridge to Drew Gilbert, strike zones changes, angles, so we're trusting technology to create this strike zone, which I don't know, maybe it's not the strike. I don't know. It could be inaccurate. It could be inconsistent. A lot of the players in the minor leagues say sometimes the technology was inconsistent. That's a huge problem right there, number one. And number two, I just think that ultimately, as my life has gone on and I've watched instant replay creep in, I just don't think it's made my life or your life or sports better. I just don't. I understand the logical argument of, well, don't you want to get it right? Well, yeah, of course. And we have guys out there trying to get it right all the time, and they get it right a vast majority of the time. So ultimately, I think I'm going to have to, even though this is a fairly clean one, the tap, the look, like it's not hugely disruptive. Like for me, NBA end of games, Bro, those replays?
Brutal.
Some of the worst things on planet Earth, right? Some of the worst things on planet Earth, those NBA replays where they're just going to the 10th of a second, and it takes them minutes and minutes and minutes to solve it. Even NFL replays take a ton of time, too. Do I want a safe-out call to go my way at first base? Sure. Is my life going to be over if the Giants, get rung up on a check swing that's not a check swing? But that wouldn't be ABS checkable.
No.
That's not even replay checkable.
But I believe that they're working towards making that challengeable.
Because I believe, as John Miller has said, I'm digressing quickly here, but that the swing isn't even really defined like what a check swing is. But anyway, I think ultimately, while I do hear the argument that it's quick, it's clean, it's like tennis, I think every time we've introduced a robot into sports, it gets a little worse. It gets a little worse. So I can definitely live with human umpires.
No.
Yes. Are they going to miss a call? Sure. Hey, your ABS might miss a call too. So I'm going to go ahead and say, ultimately, you give me the option, ABS or no ABS. I'm going to say no.
Yeah, what's going to happen when somebody hacks into the ABS system and starts messing around with some of that AI BS? That could play out. But in all honesty, riffs aside, Murph, it's like, you look at what this is going to do for the sport of baseball overall, and I'm fine with it because it's only the 2 challenges per game. Now, if you win those challenges, you get another challenge. I don't want to get to the point where we're calling every single pitch with a robot umpire because I still like the nuances, as I was just talking about, of being a pitcher and earning a certain pitch. How Justin Verlander might have a bigger strike zone than a rookie making his debut, than Carson Wisdom because of what he's done in the game. Now, there's probably a lot of people outside of baseball that's saying, that's a stupid take. Why not just have the same strikeout and the same strike zone for everybody? But I think it's part of baseball. It's part of the human element. I don't know, Murph. It seems like water always finds a level. And, you're going to miss some calls. You're also going to get some calls. It's just part of baseball.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm not like dying for it. Yeah. And just the more and more these things creep in, just kind of less and less I enjoy it. It just kind of that's just my take on the human element. One more from Bailey on this. Cut B, Tony. This is from February 20th, 2025.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely use it. I think there's definitely value in it, right? You always look to the ninth inning, bases loaded, 2 outs, 3-2 count, and ball 4 was called strike 3. And I think a lot of people forget really how good umpires are behind the plate, and I think it's a discredit to them. It's going to be even harder on them with the challenge system.
All right. By the way, somebody said check out the vocal fry on a Pat Bailey in February.
Yeah.
So he was very talkative to us back then, and not as much yesterday in the ABS because his team's about to be eliminated soon. So, all right. Well, listen, I hate to end this segment on this note, but just for accuracy's sake, I found out from Vern Glenn. This is unbelievable. This is gigantic news. It's an over. Listen, it's big news in San Francisco. The legendary Joe Betts, who's run House of Prime Rib for decades and decades and decades, according to Vern and Pete Sicknick, passed away on Sunday night. So definitely huge salute to the legend, Joe Betts at House of Prime. You ever to House of Prime Rib? You ever get there?
I have not, but maybe in the next couple of weeks.
Well, it goes on. It ain't stopping. Have you been?
I've actually have never been, Murph.
Get out.
Well,
dude, maybe that's the
John Joe?
dinner.
Sounds like we got
John
ourselves
Joe?
a nice little holiday
Favorite restaurant
dinner.
in the city for Curly.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that and Original Joe's, of course. We always got to take care of the Dugans. But, I couldn't believe that I name-checked Joe. And I just found out from Vern that he slipped away on Sunday. Did watch the Niners game Sunday in his hospital bed in his final day. And they got a dub. He's a San Francisco icon. And so, anyway, just want to make sure to get that out there and salute. And everybody just freaking thank him for his contribution to our city. That place is iconic, man. Iconic. All right, here's the deal. Larry Krueger is batting leadoff for Steve Young. Oh, that doesn't sound right at all. And we got to just talk about the fallacy of Krueger's fantasy team being 3-0 as the 7th highest scoring team in the league. The guy has a last place schedule.
Yes,
is what he has.
does. That's exactly what he
Larry
has.
Krueger has a last place schedule. Steve Young at 9:15 on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
Amici's East Coast Pizzeria in larger sizes, catering. I told you we had a team dinner the other night. Team was watching some film. We said, let's get a few trays of pasta from Amici's. Man, was it a hit. And it's funny because you're obsessed with the pizza at Amici's. I am. I love it. And, I'm looking forward to, actually, I'm going to meet Richard and Peter for lunch in a couple weeks. Looking forward to it. I'm going to scarf. But the pastas. You forget about the pastas. And yes, for Stan, Tim, and Corder Madera, the minestrone. Don't forget about the minestrone. But anyway, you can do this stuff in larger items. It's a catering menu. It gives you options to order pasta, salads, flame-roasted chicken wings in a big, larger size, so the group goes buffet style. And grab a plate, move your way down, right? It's a more economical way to feed a large group and still offers Amici's full range of menu items. So do it to a business, food for a party at your house. Amici's has great catering options. Check out the catering menu at Amici's.com, and when you want to enjoy a fully customized and catered event, Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, listen to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader of Cumulus Media Station. Steve Young joining us at 9:15 back on his Wednesdays. So he's going to alternate between our show and the afternoon show. And so we'll have him every other week at 9:15. A guy you're going to have every week is the man you can see on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter right now. The mug of a Larry Kruger. 3-0 atop the fantasy football standings. Krug!
What's up, Larry?
Oh, man, I'm doing fantastic. Doing great. Absolutely. Cannot be better.
Oh, man, somebody's got to beat this guy. Somebody's got to beat this guy. Who's he got this week? Who's he got this? Let's see. I'm going to scout out the fantasy football. We say you're benefiting, like the Niners, you benefit from a last-place schedule, Larry.
Yeah, well, you know what? You can only play the play who's in front of you. You can only play who's in front of you. But Cecil Jean Shorts the third, I'm coming for you this week.
That's another lousy team too. Yeah. So all right, well, one day when we square off, it'll be a titanic battle. So you and I have almost
hopefully Xavier Worthy will be healthy for you.
I've been doing pretty good surviving without him, man. But if
I know, you do have a squad. I'll say this: you got some running backs. For sure.
do. If anybody wants to trade a running back for a wide receiver, my phone is open. So all right, man. Hey, we've been talking nothing but Giants this morning. So before we get to the Niners, just a thought for you, buddy. I mean, I know, listen, you're one of the great Giants fans out there. And what was your reaction like when they got eliminated officially and somebody says, Krug, why didn't it work out this year? What's your answer?
Well, I mean, the same answer that we've had really throughout this whole 500 run, which is just that unbelievably, they're just never deep enough. It's really that simple. I mean, I went to spring training, guys. I was sitting there looking at that 40-man roster going, well, I know this. They got enough pitching, and then sure enough, it just evaporated over time. Of course, they made the trade. They lost Randy Rodriguez. But I didn't see Birdsong falling apart. I didn't see, basically every young pitcher they had. It was like last man standing was Verlander. I mean, it's just, they just weren't deep enough, just not deep enough. And, that's Buster's charge to try to build this thing up.
Yeah, they ran out of pitching, believe it or not. Incredible. Yeah. So, all right, Krug, we turn our attention to Sunday. Now, we don't know, obviously, what Brock Purdy's status is. That's going to be, to you, the controlling story of the week?
Well, I mean, I think the Niners have proven they can win with either quarterback. So I don't know that it's not like, oh, man. I mean, I don't know if the line's going to move dramatically either way, but I hope I know Brock's going to try to get out there. I hope they're very, very circumspect with their decision here because look what happened with Burrow, and you just don't want that to happen to Brock. So I would say if you can hold him off, I mean, can you beat the Jacksonville Jaguars with Mac Jones? I mean, this is his hometown. I mean, maybe this means something to him to go against Jacksonville. I wouldn't have no trepidation at all with throwing Mac back out there.
Larry, the story in question of the week for me is all about Nick Bosa. Can they replace Nick Bosa's production, and how do they do it?
Wow. I mean, no, and I think is probably the answer. I mean, Travis Gibson and Robert Beal Jr. are not slouches. Gibson himself had, I think, a 7-sack season with the Bears in 20 or 21, somewhere in there. So I think, and I talked to him at his locker the other day. He's ready to roll. He had a really good preseason. He's ready to go. So they have a guy internally they like in Gibson and probably another guy, a prospect they like in Beal. But I think they're going to have to look under every stone. I don't know if it's Trey Hendrickson or Jalen Phillips, Trayvon Walker. I don't know. Will McDonald and Michael Clemens from the Jets would be very attractive. But I think you're going to have to wait a few weeks before you cross that bridge. And I think you're going to have to get by with what you have. And maybe plucking somebody off a practice squad. I mean, there are a couple. Cleveland Farrell is on the Chargers practice squad. You could take him if you wanted him. Mo Kamara is on Tampa's practice squad. You could take him. Kamon Rutgers on Baltimore's practice squad. You could take him. I mean, those are three pretty good options right there. So, I mean, there are options. There are also free agent options if you want to go with guys like Carl Lawson or Shaq Barrett. And then, of course, there's trade options, but that probably doesn't get going until, about a month from now.
Right. And to your point, unless it's Trey Hendrickson, you're not going to replace Nick Bosa's production. So it's going to have to come from within and maybe score more points, right? I mean, maybe that's one way to do it. But Salah's been so good. Go.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, I think, if there's an internal switch, it's probably Yatir Gross-Matos, who moves from where he's been great inside, but I think he would be the first guy up. I think he would start opposite Bosa, and they would find another defensive tackle to throw in the mix there. That would be my guess. And Yatir Gross-Matos has got a ton of talent and has always had a ton of talent. So, and he was fulfilling that promise inside this year. So maybe they could kick him out to outside and find somebody else inside.
Yeah, all of a sudden YGM becomes that guy. Bryce,
Right.
do you see Bryce Huff though as just still strictly a pass rusher? Can't play the run.
No, I think Bryce Huff is I think there was a number of snaps this week where it's he really showed that he is going to absolutely stick his head in there and play the run. So no, he's going to do what he can. I mean, he's not 200. He's not Nick Bosa, right? He's not 270 pounds. He doesn't have that kind of a body. But no, Bryce is gonna. He's gonna. I mean, he's absolutely your speed edge, but he'll stick his head in there against the run.
It seems like the rookies on the 49ers defensive line are getting better each and every week. What's your breakdown on Mykel Williams, Alfred Collins, and CJ West and the production that they need to have now without Nick Bosa?
Yeah, Marcus, they're coming on, man. They're all three of these guys are coming on, and they're coming on fast. I mean, this is what happens when you draft high-end talent and you put them with a great coach, and then you have a culture of the veterans really share. So you got Bosa sharing all of his intel between practice reps with everybody who's willing to listen. You got Chris, who's probably, I don't know, maybe one of the 3 or 4 best defensive line coaches going. And then you drafted 3 really good players. And they're coming on. Collins, the growth from Collins from training camp to now is just unbelievable. He's just a totally different player. He's keeping his feet moving. He's more effective every game. Same with West, and Mykel's probably been the biggest revelation. I mean, Mykel Williams is just destroying the tight end on first and second down in the run game. I mean, you want to talk about an edge-setting presence. I mean, there should almost be a picture of him next to that phrase because he is absolutely dominant against the tight end.
Which is, I mean, it would be amazing if the Niners finally hit on a first-round D lineman, right? I mean, we can go through the litany of names from Solomon Thomas to Javon Kinlaw and on and on. Even the lower second, third-round guys, Drake Jackson, guys like that. And if they hit one, Larry, if they finally hit one, man, they had to hit on that one. And your early returns 3 weeks in are positive.
Yeah, I mean, backs to the wall, they had to hit, and I think Lynch came out swinging here. I mean, he had to have a big, big draft, and I think we'll look back at this one. I mean, it's just a thought at this point, but I think let it unfold. I think this 2025 draft will be his 86 draft.
Woo!
It will be
statement.
His volume.
Where's
I know, but it will be
Charles
his volume
Haley?
draft.
Where's my Charles Haley from James Madison in the 4th round?
Yeah, I don't know if there's a Hall of Famer in there. That's a good one. But outside of the Hall of Famer, and who knows? I mean, you just never know. But you could never predict Hall of Fame. But yeah, no, this is going to be his volume draft. They got a lot of bodies out of this thing, and it'll be interesting to chart where they go from here.
Yeah, and Larry, this is 1 year after his 2024 draft class where it's looking like they might have found a wide receiver 1 in Ricky Pearsall in the first round. Talk to us about the wide receiver that he's developed into these first 3 weeks being the number 1 target in this offense now.
Oh, man, I got nothing but great things to say about this guy. I mean, he's just, first of all, as tough as any fan or any media person or anybody, any coach could be on Ricky, he's harder on himself. So you got to know that going in, right? This guy is really, really all about no excuses, get better. And, I think we all are kind of sleeping on his physicality. He's a 42-inch, I think he's a 41-inch vertical and a guy who ran 4.41. So, I mean, you're talking about a guy who can jump like with anybody, and 4.41, that's legitimate separation speed. And you're just seeing it. I mean, you're seeing it. I mean, Mac Jones put that 4th and 2 pass from Mac Jones was an absolute dime. He stuck it right in his ear hole. But I mean, Ricky came away with it, and there's not a lot of juggling there. And when you talk to him after the game, I mean, he is just a great guy to talk to. I mean, he's just real. I feel like I'm almost talking to my kid when I'm talking to him because he's a young guy, but he's got such a great attitude and such a can-do approach. So, yeah, he's tremendous, man. I asked him, I said, no, last week, no JJ, no Debo, no Ayuk, no Kittle. You looking around in the pregame going, feeling the pressure? And he's like, no, I was looking around the pregame going, I'm going to get a bunch of touches. And he was excited about it. So I think he's got his head screwed on straight.
Yeah, another draft pick there last year, first round or end of the first round. Last couple minutes here with Krug. Then we got Steve Young checking in. Number 8, the return. So you're kind of the Mac Jones to Steve Young's Brock Purdy here, Krug. By the way, we'll worry about Mac Jones' knee, too. We'll see how that goes in terms of him playing if he had to go Sunday. Just the last one for me is Saleh, because I'm looking at the NFL standings wide, and only the Seahawks, who've given up 47 points through 3 games, are better than the Niners, who've given up 49. Pardon me, the Packers. Packers 44 points in 3 games, Seahawks 47, Niners 49, and then Jim Harbaugh's Chargers 50. In terms of points allowed, the Niners are top 3 in the NFL. It just doesn't seem to be a coincidence that Saleh's back.
No, it's not. I mean, the guy's the master. He's going to have to scheme up more things now on third downs. But, really, I think what we're looking at, guys, back to Lynch in that front office, they gave this defense speed on all 3 levels. Huff and McKell up front represent speed. D. Winters represents unbelievable second-level speed. And then Siegel runs in the 4.3s, and Stout is probably one of the fastest guys on the team. So you've added real speed and playmaking ability, and guys who can play football. Not just track guys, but you added a lot of speed to your defense and a much better guy as far as dialing up exotic blitzes and being able to kind of, fill in the blanks where his defense can't fill in. And I just think it's been very, very impressive. The number one thing that I noticed, I looked at some of those inside stats, yards after catch. Last year under Sorensen, the Niners were 28th in the NFL in defending receivers' yards after catch. This year, they're number 1.
Man, oh, man. I tell you, it was the best acquisition of the offseason. So, all right, well, we'll let Krug go. Of course, you'll hear him on Niners Nightly. And, of course, by the way, the 49ers play the Jaguars on Sunday at 1:05. Niners are 3.5-point favorites. We'll see the Brock Purdy, Mac Jones story on the practice field today. Thanks, Krug.
Yeah, thanks, Larry.
Thanks, fellas. Have a great one.
There he is, Larry Krueger, atop the fantasy football standings, thanks to that last place schedule. Yeah, 1:05 start on Sunday, and the weather shall be, I don't know, smoking hot.
Should be warm in Santa
I don't even
Clara.
know what they're going to wear. Are they going to wear the Giant City Connects? Is that what they're going to wear?
Yeah. It's the Niners in purple.
All right, guys, so here's the deal. Steve Young is coming back, although I texted him about 15 minutes ago, and he hasn't gotten back to me. So you never know.
Stay tuned.
With Steve, as the great chauffeur said of Peter O'Toole's Alan Swan in My Favorite Year, with Steve, you forgive a lot. They used to say, it's a movie reference well past your frame of reference, Young Tone. Great flick, but not, yeah.
What did I learn? There it is.
My Favorite Year. Great movie. But I don't know if it's your style, really. I don't know. Guys who don't like Eggs Benedict. I don't know.
Join the club.
The joy of taking a piece of sourdough buttered bread and just sopping up that hollandaise is one of the great joys in life.
See, I'm with you with the sourdough bread.
Yeah.
But I just throw some eggs and bacon on top.
Well, I mean, oh my God. How disappointing. Here's the deal. Number 8, Steve.
1, 2, 3, Steve Young.
There it is. Thank you, afternoon show. We stole on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
We've been talking about it all morning long. How are you feeling after another disappointing finish to the Giants season? Out of the 5 stages of grief, what stage are you in? Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. Those are the 5 stages. You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
1, 2, 3, Steve Young. Steve Young.
We stole it from the afternoon boys. He's back, baby. You heard him last week previewing it. And thus begins the Wednesday Steve Young Show. We're going to rotate him mornings and afternoons. We got him right here, right now with Murph and Marcus. It was great to talk to him last week. It's great to have him back this week. Youngster, we always do appreciate, because I know, you're running around, you got things going on. You're there. Thank you, brother, for taking the call.
Yeah, no.
Good morning.
Come on, it's like... be honest, boys. It's great to be with you, and it's therapy for me, right? Because again, my wife doesn't really like football. That's what attracted me to her. So kids don't really follow it very much. So I got to get out. This is my chance to catharsis.
Are you as obsessed with football as a guy like Jim Harbaugh, who once said if they cracked open his skull, his brain would be shaped like a football?
You know what? I don't not that way. Jim was like over competitive. He's the guy that comes out of the restaurant and says, "I'll race you to the car."
Yeah.
And I've said that many times, and and then I'd be like, "No, Jim, I'm not racing you to the car." And then he would sprint to the car and hit the car door and go, "I won." I'm like, geez, I don't know. I love playing the game. I loved what it took to be good, and how it just you had to pour yourself into it. And so I love that part. I love that camaraderie. Everyone talks about that, but I'm not the guy that, like, my brother finished playing. He played a little bit in college and didn't end up the way he wanted it to. So he took his wife and little baby to Finland to play in a semi-pro league because he just had to play some more football, you know. And I mean, that's. But he loves the game. Like, he loves watching it. Like, I don't know how to put it. I think Jim and I are a little bit different, but I do love football. So.
Oh, that's awesome. I love it. You don't have to. So your brain is shaped like a normal human brain. All right. With room.
It might have laces.
Yeah. You know? It's got lace. Normal human brain with laces, and it's made out of pigskin too.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Right. Exactly.
All right, bro. Well, let's dive into these Niners, man. They're 3-0, Steve. They got one out. Mac Jones, your buddy, you told us you guys are kind of friends through a mutual friend. He had a knee brace on. He looked like Joe Namath or Danny Marino out there, man. I know the story this week will be Brock Purdy, but just a thought before we get on to Brock and the possibility of his return about watching that guy gut that one out on Sunday. What'd you see?
You know, as hard as the job is to play great football in the NFL, and especially as a starting quarterback, maybe a harder job is to be backup. You know, and to come in, to roll in, you know, no one knows you, you ever played with them before, and all of a sudden you got to go get it done. And so Mac, to me, gets a lot of credit for living it. You know, like, he's put up 2 nice games. I mean, and pretty clean, and a big kind of late game victory, like the winning drive, winning field goal, like stuff that, like, that's not nothing. And so I really appreciate that ability. Now, we know how I feel about Kyle and the system of the 49ers, but it's still, somebody's got to go do it. And he also brings a different kind of look than we've had for a long time at quarterback. You know, you're right. It's kind of like a more old school prototypical quarterback. But he still can threaten the line of scrimmage. You know, he can still, well, I mean, he's hurt, but you know, he can still run. So I just, big, strong thrower, you know, that's just different for us. So I think the 49er fans probably appreciate it as a new look.
Steve, do you think it's a different look because of the skill set of Mac Jones, or the way that other teams are facing off against Kyle Shanahan and maybe trying to slow down the run game and forcing Mac Jones to try to beat him?
Yeah, I think both. Everyone, look, because, you know, you see this with the Chiefs, you see this with the Rams. Every defense has to come up with something, you know, new and wrinkles and all that kind of stuff. And so, yes, they're going to be very affirmative, I guess, in their efforts to kind of stop the 49ers. It's always been the case. And that's why you get whatever defense, if you follow defense, like if you love football, if your brain is shaped like a ball, you're going to follow defenses that play the 49ers because they're going to expose everything they have. You know what I mean? And all the aspects of what they're capable of doing. And so, yeah, I think that they were trying to force, like, look, the 49ers would love to run the football. They'd love to kind of pound us and then open up the passing game. We're not going to allow it. And so I think that there's little of that. And there's also just, you know, Mac is, you know, he's played 50 games. And like life out there in the wilderness in the NFL for quarterbacks can really suck. I remember when I played 1 year in Tampa, and new coach came in, and he said, "Look, I hate lefties and I hate scramblers," and I was like, "Wow." Ray Perkins was the coach, and I'm like, you know, okay, you know, and scramblers were like, that's like swear word, you know. I mean, if you're a scrambler back then, like, you know, I was like, do not call me a scrambler, bro. I'm playing quarterback and I can actually move. So, like, but there's some bad spots for quarterbacks. And so Mac ran into a couple, and so did Sam, who was here. And now you saw what he did when he went to Minnesota and what he did here a little bit. So, you know, the skies do open if you're at a place where understands the quarterback position in today's game.
I love it. Steve Young's voice you hear on the Yuma guest line. We're going to have him every other Wednesday at this time. Afternoon boys will have him every other Wednesday. I like that. What Mac did, it's not nothing. It's not nothing at all, man. 2 big wins for this team that's 3-0 now, and the schedule keeps unfolding for them. But just as we kind of watch this team take shape, Steve, the guy he threw the most balls to, or the guy who caught the most balls, was Ricky Pearsall. This kind of, I don't want to call him undersized, but he's not gigantic. He's not TO out there. We had a listener compare him to Jerry Rice in terms of his production. 8 catches, 115 yards, the big catch, Not a ton of separation, maybe a little. I don't know. I need the Steve Young, Ricky Pearsall scouting report. What would you like if you're in the pocket and you're looking for a guy like that?
Well, he's nifty, right? I don't know. That's weird. That's an old word. It makes me okay. Now I'm old, all right. But he's he's Steve Smith a little bit. Like I feel like he can. He has body control and he's gonna get open. It's not gonna be like you said. It's not explosive. It's not like he comes out of the gate and it's like, oh, watch out. But he understands. I feel like he really understands the kind of the spatial relationships on the field. That's Brent Jones had that in a huge from the tight end spot, but really had it in a sense of all the people on the field and where they are and where they're going, what's going to happen, and how I can fit in. And that's just a knack. Jerry obviously had that big time, John Taylor. So, but Ricky, as a quarterback, he's going to be where you think he's supposed to be. You know what I mean? It's like he's going to find that space, and then especially against zones. So you got to love Ricky as a young player and what he can develop into. And again, you're right, Murph. It's not like he's lined up and go, uh-oh, watch out, but he's just one of those guys.
Steve, the question is now, who's going to be throwing him passes this weekend? Mac Jones dealing with a knee injury, and of course, we'll learn more about Brock Purdy today as the 49ers get back to practice. But my question surrounding Brock Purdy is, we know that one of his key attributes is his legs and his mobility. So when he is dealing with a toe injury, is there maybe an added level of concern to put him back out there if he's not at 100% when it comes to mobility?
For sure, but that's just true for any injury, but especially with your foot. The turf toe, it's like a freaking nefarious little thing. Like sometimes you think it's better, and then you actually have to, and then you can't test it. You can go out and practice and be careful and make sure that it doesn't hurt, and they can kind of, do all the stuff in the background. But then you got to go play, and then as soon as you do it, you're like, oh crap, because there's a ligament that's messed up, and ligaments don't. It's not a muscle. It's not like, oh yeah, rub it out, it'll be fine. And so yeah, you've heard of turf toe, like chronic turf toe, right? You've heard people just finish their careers. Now that's not happening with Brock. I'm not saying that, but turf toe is brutal. And you think about your thumb or your big toe, if they're not doing well, you're not going to be doing much with your hands or your feet. And so, look, they said it was a couple of weeks. They think he can play. If they believe that, probably because it wasn't that bad and it's healed pretty good, and he can try to take care of it, and especially on the grass, and he's home, so that's good. So but don't kid yourself. This is not like buck up, tape it up, take a painkiller, and let's play some ball. This is the kind of thing that can hang around for a while. So you got to make sure you get rid of it. So your point is that, Marcus, is that, yeah, this could be something. So you got to be careful.
That's a little, I don't want to say foreboding or alarm. I mean, listen, but you talk about this all the time. How many NFL quarterbacks or NFL players in general aren't dealing with something, right? Is everybody dealing with something?
Yeah, but Murph, it's kind of like, for quarterback, if your hand is, something's wrong with your hand or your arm can't. That's like, then you can't do your job. Mm-hmm. And in the same way, this foot, his job is to be able to make space and create and move around a little bit. And if that's limited, and he can't do that, that's a huge thing that he's going to have to overcome. And so, look, I think based on them 2 to 5 weeks. One thing about the 49ers, they're not the most effusive with their clarity on well, no one really is. But I always felt like the timelines are pretty true. You know what I mean? Like when they say someone's going to be 4 or 5, like that, I feel like they're very true about that. And so that's why I have hope, a lot of hope, because when they say 2 to 5, I'm like, this thing's probably not that bad. And so you hope that that's the case.
Yeah, because the 49ers have had a lot of bad luck this year with injuries. The latest news that Nick Bosa will be having his season be ended now that he's headed towards his 3rd ACL surgery. Steve, just your thoughts on the news that the 49ers will have to play out this 2025 season without Nick Bosa.
Well, this is a transition year. A lot of young players have to step up it started in the defensive secondary. You got to feel like, there might be some young guys. I think I saw a couple Tongass jerseys this week. Did I? I thought maybe
He made a big catch on that last drive. I'll tell 2 catches,
right?
yeah.
I'm like telling you, like I said, remember last month, I was like, if we're going to do it, we're going to do it with guys that you're going to wear their jerseys by Thanksgiving. So, but this is the kind of thing that you can't have. If you're really going to go and win a Super Bowl, not just make the playoffs or maybe win the division or, because those are all successful seasons, but you know about how we roll. So if that's the case, this is a shot to the groin, man. This is like you're double down for a little while in pain because you have to take it in. Now, is Bryce Huff, can he now be something that looks like that, alone, like in a big game without a lot of help anywhere else? And I can now be that guy. So that's what we got to have hope that people fill. And that's not the place you want to be to go running for a Super Bowl, but that's where we are, and it's not impossible. And so with great hope that we're going to kind of let it rip. I feel so bad for Nick. Nobody works like Nick. Nobody prepares like Nick. And I think Nick was actually, as he got older, a little more, I don't know, he's a leader. He's one of those guys that doesn't say much, but a huge leader. So people follow him no matter what. But I thought he was a little more vocal and I don't know. This is just, if I had a big knee injury 3 times in my life, I mean, it would be frustrating, tough.
I mean, kind of following up on some of the stuff you said in there about like it's brutal and you're doubled over for a while and it sucks. But you're like, you got to kind of keep going. And somebody made the analogy in '97 when Jerry Rice, arguably the greatest football player of all time, goes out. And he went out early. You guys go to the NFC Championship. So it can be done now. I know it's not apples to apples, different rosters, different times, but like it can be done. You can.
Yeah. Well, how is it getting done? Like we're scrappy, right? You've seen these first 3 games. I mean, I didn't want to come on until we're 3-0. No, but I'm just, like we're like we could be, you could make a case for a couple plays here and there, just like last year. Instead of 6-10, we could be 10-6, right? And so we're 3-0, and we just got to stay scrappy and win a bunch of, like you figure if we're 10-7, 11-6, 12-5, those are all probably in the playoffs and get a shot, maybe in the home game of the division. We're 2-0 in the division. Like that's all a tremendous start. You figure you're 4-2 in the division, you're probably going to be right there to take it. And so look, there's big games coming with the Rams. There's, I think the Bucks game, there's the things that are going to show us a little bit more, but like that's how you do it. And then you rally. It's like Hoosiers, right? Like all of a sudden it's like we're in, and this whole new group of people gain momentum and they get to be like a tough out. Like, you stare us down. We got young players. I got new jerseys on in the stands and we're rolling. And that's how it can catch fire. And it's a lot easier to catch fire at 3-0 than something else. Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
and so, like
the New Jersey, like Upton Stout ripping the ball out of that guy's hands. All of a sudden, that's staying scrappy. That's staying scrappy.
And it's new players doing it that you didn't expect, you didn't know. And now, like I said, by Halloween or Thanksgiving, you're like, they're now huge contributors, counted on week to week, and watch out for the Niners. So it's the kind of, now, again, the risks are higher than having the best roster in football and without any injuries and with Nick Bosa healthy, but we cannot have more.
No.
We can't, Fred can't have, I don't want to say anything like that, but you can't, like between the 4 or 5 guys that we have that are the guys that when you come out of the locker room, you're like, you got to watch out for that guy. We cannot have that again. And so, but look, in the biggest games of the year, Nick was the difference. And that's why we got to figure out a new plan.
Yeah, 49ers were able to close out that game without Nick Bosa on the field. But, Steve, to your point, last year they went 2-6 in one-score games to start the year. So far this year, 3-0 in one-score games. So who do you think deserves credit for that? Is it Kyle Shanahan? Is it Robert Saleh? Is it the players executing down the stretch? Or maybe a combination of all 3?
Well, early in the season, and this is the preseason, as you guys know, because they don't have a preseason anymore, that defense is always ahead of offense, league-wide, just in general in football. And our defense clearly came out humming. And our offense will join them. It has started, and we'll get better and better. But that defense, and that's why I give Robert Saleh a lot of credit, because you still have to, new coordinator, new players, 6 guys. Like, there's a lot of reasons why it wasn't going to be that way, and it was. And so to me, you're holding teams other than the Saints to 2 touchdowns or teams kind of scoring. You keep that up. If our average, if scoring against is in the teens for 17 games. Yippee-ki-yay, let's go.
Well, this is going to sound like a dumb question. I'm going to go there anyway, but like Steve Young, you're just talking about emotion, intensity, and staying scrappy and all that good stuff. And, even like the Cardinals are a division foe. You got to get kind of like dig deep. You don't like some of those guys. Seahawks are the Seahawks. I mean, I guess what I'm asking is, can you fire up for a Jacksonville Jaguars game at home? You lost Bosa. I know they're pros. I know they are, and any given Sunday, but they're human too. And here come the Jags, and you're like, yeah, I don't really know these guys. You know what I mean? Can Steve Young fire up for a Jags game?
I think at 3-0 and young players and the transition we're talking about and the excitement of being 3-0 when, like you said, it could have been another. And you look at the Ravens at 1-2, and like teams that are really good. Like you can stumble. And so there's an automatic kind of energy about that, no matter who's rolling into town. There's also the discipline. If you're going to be a good team, if you're going to be, we don't think, we're going to attack the Super Bowl with a transition year, then you've got to have when we say scrappy, it's gritty, right? It's that group of people that just, don't take a day off. And so that has to be the personality of this team. We don't know quite yet, but it certainly feels like we've get a sense of it. And so that way you don't have to worry about whether it's Jacksonville, or anybody. So I understand what you're saying. If that's the case, if that is a fear and it gets realized, then we're going to be we're a mid team, right? It's not clocking, and it's not going to clock. So, in that way, whatever. We had a transition year. Nick Bosa got hurt. Brock got hurt. What do you want? We got plenty of narratives that we can start to talk about in a few more games and go, well, it's just not that kind of season, blah, 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 blah. Right. So yeah, Jacksonville, and, it's all, it's chalk, right? It's like just what happens if you allow it. But right now, my sense early is that we've got more than that. And that's exciting.
It is, man. All right. I know we got to let you go. Just last couple ones here, just league wide. I'm looking at the standings, and I'm seeing the Eagles. They kind of give them that little Steve Young 90s Niners vibe of being the big bully, the dominant team. You know what got revived nationally is that people are starting to turn on that tush push. I know you probably talked about it all last couple of years with the afternoon boys, but it's back. The guards are being caught firing early off the snap. I don't know. Year 2025, Steve and the tush push, Eagles 3-0. You got to hate the Eagles. Where are we here?
Well, first of all, as you guys know, the game, I hate lefties and I hate scramblers. Well, that was a time when the game is just it's really hard for me to watch how awesome it is for a guy like me. Like, this is my game, and so tush push is another element of that kind of that dynamic game that is fun to watch, and I love the innovation. What I love about the tush push is it's innovative, right? You can say in a weird way, it's like it's simple, it's basic. It's like maybe the first thing that they did in 1840 was the first play was the tush push. I don't know, but it's like I appreciate the innovation. I appreciate something that you can do that's unique and different, and if it's trying to get outlawed, it must be kind of cool in a weird way. So I'm okay with it, and I'm okay with innovation in general. Murph, I'm telling you, we've had a most innovative time in football in the last 6 or 7 years because of rule changes. And Kyle's been in the middle of it. Sean McVay's been in the middle of it. Andy Reid's been in the middle of it. Sean McPayton's been in the middle of it. And now, as we talked about last week, it's really kind of all over the league. But it's the innovation that makes the game great. And so I appreciate when I see somebody doing something that is unique and different. And I don't belabor it with negativity, like, that's cheating. Like, bro, it's in the game. Let's go. And so deal with it. Now, if they can slow it down because they can't get a jump on it, I mean, has that been the secret the whole time that we didn't see?
Yeah.
Like I never saw it. I never realized that it was there was a crack of a bat before. Like but you gotta love that. But the Eagles look. The Rams look good. The Eagles look good. I think obviously the Packers we had that happen to us a couple years ago. Was it in Cleveland when we rolled in and they have a good deal? Myles Garrett said, "Hey, wake up. We're going to smack you in the face." And so it's like it does happen. But there's going to be some good NFC teams, and we just got to match it. And frickin' Nick. Damn.
I know. I can't believe you defend the tush push.
Move on.
I can't believe you defend the tush push. You're
Well, I'm not defending. Look, what do you? It's illegal.
It's a rugby play. It's not. It's like the essence to me. Like, and I know we're just too late in the interview to get into the philosophical concept. But my concept of like, what is football? We like matriculating the ball down the field. I think like athletes have to sort of transfer the ball from one place to another, and it's not just 7 guys shoving a guy from behind. I actually think, like in 2000, I think I read that it was up until 2005, it was illegal to push from behind. Like when you were playing, nobody could push you from behind.
There was no play like that, no question. And I understand what you're saying. I get it but what I'm saying is, look, if you don't like it, stop it.
I get it.
Yeah, and if you don't like it, Steve, you can also run it, right?
That's what football is, right? It's like if you don't like it, then you get up there and make sure it doesn't happen.
Or as Marcus said, you just run it yourself. Run it yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Bills have tried it with Josh Allen, Steve. Yeah.
And then finally,
deal with it.
So now it sounds like you're going to go as Big Dom for Halloween, you Eagles fan, Steve Young. Hey, last one is a listener wants to know, they're a longtime Steve Young fan saying it's about that time of year. Is Steve Young's Christmas tree up? That's the question.
A little early. Come on now.
Okay, all right. Well, there's a listener out there who says that's your pattern.
Halloween.
Your pattern is
in honor of the great Tom Tolbert. Yes. Halloween is up.
Okay, Halloween is
lights,
up.
Though.
Wait, Halloween is
no
up?
Lights.
Barb has Halloween up?
Halloween is up. Early this year. I think it's less kids in the house and mom has more time.
We talked about that. Yeah. Oh man, the sadness of an early Halloween with no kids in the house, man.
You guys don't know in the morning, but as you know, we usually shout out a first responder or something.
Yes.
We'll get that going.
Yes, we will.
I got thinking. I was with Jim Nantz last night, and for the first tea gala down in Pebble Beach, they've sponsored for years. Yeah. And I know he's the man, and he's now the honorary captain or the chairman. And I just wanted to shout them out. 3.1 million kids nationwide are involved in first tee, learning the game of golf and also the values that they teach. So there's people out there doing that. That's 1% of the population of the U.S. And so it's been sponsored by Pebble Beach Company and the Monterey Peninsula Foundation. Steve John and Heidi Uberoth. And so people out there doing good stuff. And so it's a quick shout out, getting warmed up.
Yeah, we'll do them all going forward. But you're right, that is a great. I've been involved. My friend Dan Burke texted in and said that you were with Nance last night and. Perfect, good, helping kids. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've actually seen it because I've
got kids. Yeah. If you have kids that are death scrolling and they're not getting out, go find your local chapter of the first tee, bro.
And tell them to go by the youngster's house because the candy's out. Ooh. The candy's out.
Full-size candy bars, right, Steve?
Out, but it's like, man, we're loaded up. I think it must be Tolbert's coming by. I guess. I don't know what's happening.
Tommy hands out beer at Halloween. That's what he does. Big cans.
I'm coming by for a tall boy.
All right. You're the best, buddy.
Hey,
go.
Here's a big can for you.
Go have a great day. You're the best. Take care. We'll talk soon.
All right, Murph.
Thanks,
you guys
Steve.
are the best. So great to chat. All right.
So good. Steve Young on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
I feel so bad for Nick. Nobody works like Nick. Nobody prepares like Nick. And I think Nick was actually, as he got older, a little more, I don't know, he's a leader. He's one of those guys that doesn't say much, but a huge leader. So people follow him no matter what. But I thought he was a little more vocal and I don't know. This is just, if I had a big knee injury 3 times in my life, I mean, it would be frustrating. It'd be tough.
Yeah, great having Steve Young, and nice little Forever Young rejoin there, buddy. Well done. Awesome. Just everything from early Halloweens to the frustration of a Nick Bosa injury to his Mac Jones admiration to Ricky Pearsall and being 3-0 and scrappy. And there's always just nugget after nugget after nugget. It's like being in the meeting room with Steve.
About how teams used to hate left-handed quarterbacks and scramblers.
Oh, yeah. I mean, listen, this is like sore subject. And Bob McKittrick, the legendary offensive line coach who I love. And we need to talk more O-line with Steve, too, about how he feels about their philosophy of just not investing in the O-line. That's just what we're going to have to do. I mean, look what the Chargers are doing. We talked to Mike Silver about this yesterday. Yep. And when he drafted Joe Alt, the tackle, and they said, you didn't draft a playmaker? And he said, no, Harbaugh. And he's Joe Alt is a playmaker. Yeah. And, I mean, listen, there's so much to be said for that bullying offensive line, whether you're the early 90s Cowboys or the 2025 Chargers.
Yeah, or the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles. Or the Detroit Lions, who we just saw beat the Baltimore Ravens on Monday night.
Lost 2 of their main guys.
This is true, but they're still blocking dudes.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. But the narrative after week 1 was they lost their O-line guys. Now the narrative is like, Ben Johnson who?
Yeah.
But the point is that Steve we'll get his takes. But when Bob McKittrick, the legendary, rest in peace, one of my favorite guys I ever covered, the offensive line coach, old school, who came out in that 1988 NFC Championship game, 20 below in short sleeves. And Bill Walsh was like, you got to go back. He's like, no, I'm not. I come from Eastern Oregon. My dad and I used to birth calves in this weather. And it's true. His dad would go out in the middle of the night and cows were pregnant in the snowstorm and birth calves.
At least put some sleeves
on.
And
McKittrick's like, that's how we do it. You know, there's no time to be soft. But he sometimes, and I think Steve knows this, I don't think I'm telling tales out of school, would get frustrated because his guys would block a certain way and Steve would run somewhere else because Steve was just kind of a mover and a scrambler. And the O-line was like, bro, we block a certain way. And then you went the other way because Steve would just be like, I got to go. I got to go. Yeah. So that's what they mean by the old school coaches who quote unquote hated scramblers.
And it was really like interesting to hear Steve say, it's painful for me to watch today's game, ... because it was built for me. Like he was the prototype of modern quarterbacks. Yeah. When we talk about quarterbacks having the ability to use your legs, whether it's Brock Purdy or Patrick Mahomes or your guy Aaron Rodgers, Steve Young was the prototype for that type of quarterback.
Yeah. The rule changes have helped the offenses so much. So great to have him back, man, for sure. It's awesome. And 916 says simply Steve Young for president. Go Niners, red number 8.
He's got my vote.
415 says clocking. Did Steve Young just invent a new term? I'm not sure.
Clocking it.
Did Steve say Rob's plan at one point?
Rob's plan.
Because 408, someone says, can someone at the station make a Rob's plan song off the beats of Drake's God's Plan to reference Rob's plan to compensate for his season without Bosa?
But then we'd have to stop playing Jed's plan.
Oh, do we have that?
Jed's plan.
That was so bad.
Jed's plan.
That was so bad.
Please find that, Tony.
No, do not find that.
Come on, do it, Tony.
All right, so we go along with the clock with Steve always. So what we'll do is we'll take a quick break, and then we'll get Jed's plan. Jed's plan. Oof, that's so bad. I could sign him, but I won't. Wait. Still going just the Super Bowl. Wait. Yeah.
Wait.
I was reading a text then I did that, then you guys put the beats on
Jed's plan.
Yeah. Jed's plan. It sounds so bad. I could sign him, but I won't. Yeah, it's just terrible. It's terrible.
It's so good.
Still going just the Super Bowl. Wait.
Still going.
Yeah. All right, you guys had your fun. All right, we'll hand it over. What did young Tony learn today on The Sports Leader?
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
All right, let's talk about living our best life out at River Islands. The schools are back in session. The boathouse is serving BLTs and beers, and it's all good. Let's talk about those schools. 3 top-rated K-8 grade academies within the community. Construction just started on Academy number 4, River Islands High School. Students busy in the classroom. Be true to your school now. They're out there on the campus. They're playing sports. It's phenomenal situation out there. Elsewhere in Northern California's most successful lifestyle community, they're putting the final touches on yet another park, this one with a playground, workout areas, tennis, a splash pad, and a picnic area. The fall weather is still perfect for launching a kayak or a paddleboard off your own deck and heading over to my favorite place, the boathouse, for lunch or dinner. More than 4,000 households have already made the move to River Islands today, with 15 neighborhoods priced from the $600,000s to over $1 million. More variety in home styles and sizes than ever before. In fact, the only thing missing at River Islands is you. So start your tour today at riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? And hey, I'll meet you at the boathouse.
The good life.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
There it is. More Tears for Fears. Thank you, Tony. I believe that's a hint as to where we're going here soon in just a minute.
This is Tears for Fears, huh?
You didn't know that?
I've always heard the song, but I didn't know the band.
There you go, buddy.
Tears for Fear.
What did
OG Marcus learn today?
What did middle-aged Marcus learn today?
There it is. What did middle-aged millennials learn today?
Oh, man. 707 texts in, says, another banger today, boys. Keep up the good work. He says, Murph, Waterboy, Tony, and JJC, I'll see you at the boathouse. It's JJK.
Nice.
JJK.
Hell yeah. 707 knows bangers, Murph.
Yes, they do.
And believe me, I know bangers.
Also, people, Marcus dropped a Nuances today. Do we still have that sound from Polymac's soundboard? Do you have that?
Oh, I got
Nuances.
it. Let me hit that again for everybody nice and clean.
Nuances. That was a pretty good one,
It's
man.
all about the nuances.
And somebody just texted in randomly and said there's only 2 players in the National League hitting over 300 for the qualified at-bats. Will Clark would shake his head and have something to say. Now, I looked it up. There's 8 players overall in baseball. Qualified hitters. Only 8 players in baseball are hitting over 300 in the final week of the season.
Damn.
Only 2 in the National League. They are Trey Turner and Nico Horner. Now, there's no difference in the American National League anymore, so I'll just say only 8 players in the qualified at-bats hitting over 300. What?
And the texter is absolutely right. Will Clark would have something to say about it, young Tony. Here's what he would say.
You know, with this AI bullshit that's going on, that's what that is. It's probably that AI bullshit.
I would agree.
Is that the drop of the year or what?
It is the drop of the year.
I think so.
By the way, and you know who's primed to win the American League batting title and the MLB batting title?
All right.
Your boy. Out of Linden, California.
The Linden Lion Aaron Judge.
So everybody, why don't you tell you about the guys? The guy's hitting 325.
Yeah, I know. Everybody's like, oh, you got to pick and choose. You want to be a power hitter? You want to hit for contact? Nope. Don't tell that to Aaron Judge.
325, 49 bombs, 105 ribs.
All right.
On you go, kid. And batting the second best hitter in all of baseball? Oakland A's. Sacramento A's shortstop Jacob Wilson. Hitting 318.
Jacob Wilson's a dude. So is Nick Kurtz having an unbelievable rookie year.
Don't forget the A's can and will pass the Giants in the standings. They have 83 losses. The Giants have 81. The race is on. The race is on.
The race.
All right, young Tony, what do we got?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. So Bruno from Rockland called in today, and he's done this like twice in the last couple of years. He goes, hey, man, when the Giants are going bad, I need to hear some Tears for Fears start of the breakdown. I was like, bro, nice pull. It's a great track. It's got a little haunting little piano lick coming up here. And young Tony didn't know about it. You learned the, are you digging it?
Start of the breakdown. This breakdown's been happening for weeks at this point. No, this is the first time I heard the song.
And it fits the Giants perfectly because it is the end of the. You ready? Here you go. That's for Bruno and Rockland and all Tears for Fears people out there.
Dude.
Start of the breakdown.
And the fact that you asked Bruno what year he graduated high school, and he said 2015, and he's calling in with Tears for Fears riffs.
My heart was full, boys. My heart was full. I said, he said he learned it from FP was doing a post-game show, and somebody running his post-game board was playing it. So
it's got to be Raph.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be Raph.
As opposed to that, is it... and I love Kyle, but he plays that Pink Pony Club for Lasky.
Yeah,
and
Lasky's a big fan of the Pink Pony Club.
Is that the deal?
Mm-hmm.
Lasky wants that?
And he's out here dancing in West Hollywood.
Is that the deal?
I don't know. I'm riffing, boys. I'm riffing.
All right, dude. Well, it's over. No more Giants in contention, y'all. And JT Brubaker gets the mop tonight to go on the mound here. Great to have Steve Young back. If you missed it, it's on the podcast, and we'll do it every other Wednesday at 9:15. Do not miss it. By the way, I want to shout out Matt Mayoko. That was a great moment in humanity when during the Papa and Silver show yesterday, he showed up at Greg's house with a sub from their favorite Walnut Creek Deli. Matucci's, am I saying it right? I hope I am, because I'm not an East Bay guy.
Yeah, Matucci's, I think, or something like that.
It's so good. Maddie sent me there once after a water polo game, and it was ridiculous. So way to go. And by the way, we did hear from the Dugans, who said they're ready for us for the holiday party, and they also said R.I.P. to Joe Betts, who was one of the all-time icons in San Francisco. House of Prime Rib forever. So quite eventful show.
Hey, Marucci's.
Marucci's. You sure?
I think so. I mean, Marucci's of Walnut Creek.
Okay.
Just Googled it.
Deli?
Yeah.
All right. That was a great moment in humanity when Matty Mayoka did that for him.
Way to go, Matty.
All right, boys. We'll see you tomorrow. When it's time for a change, Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service Engine Line on. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Yippee-yi-ki-yay, let's go. We got to figure out a new plan.
Jed's plan.
Turn out the lights. The party's over.
Anything about the game?
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa
San Francisco.
and Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Now swing. There's a shot! Way back, headed for Berkeley. Adios, pelota. The 20th home run of the year. Very emphatically hit by Elliot Ramos. 8-3 Giants.
Herrera hits a high fly ball left center field and deep. Ramos going back at the wall, and it is gone. And that's a 3-run homer. And with one swing, the Cardinals are back in it, down 8-6. He smashes it down the left field line toward the corner. It is gone. Arenado goes deep, and this is a 1-run game.
Walker will try it again. Sats, throws, a base hit to right field. And now the Cardinals are ahead, 9-8. That was a sinker, and that was right down the middle, belt high. And the fans are not happy. 2 down. Adames ready to run to the crack of the bat from second. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out with a curveball. And the Cardinals have come back to win this game. A game that the Giants once led 8-3.
John Miller telling it like it is, and that's how it's going to officially end for the 2025 season. The San Francisco Giants are out of postseason contention. It was becoming a long shot. They've now lost 9 of their last 11, and that's a tough way, but a very poetic way to go about leading 8-3 at home. It was a warm night in the Bay Area. The ball was flying at Oracle Park, but unfortunately, that meant that it was flying for the Cardinals too. A couple of home runs. They get back in it. Ryan Walker takes the mound, and Ryan Walker versus the Cardinals, numbers not so good this year, and it was a 9-8 final. So we'll be unpacking all of it. The morning show with Murph and Marcus was asking you about the stages of grief. We're going to have a lot of stages of fun here today, regardless of the Giants' fate. Papa and Silver, Greg Papa. Walter in the house, 10-2. Papa, good morning, my friend. Giants, you've said it very much the last week. Streakiest of all streaky teams, but the record ends up just a little bit below 500, and the best they can finish now is 81-81.
Yeah, what a night of baseball throughout. I mean, just incredible what is going on in Cleveland, and Tarek Skubal hitting David Fry in the face and trying to be Frank Ragnow and take over at center for the Lions, and just Luis Perdomo with the walk-off. It's no given. The Dodgers win the National League West. Padres are in, Dodgers are in, Diamondbacks still in. But really, it has come down to the end between the Giants and the New York Metropolitans, the team that was born because the Brooklyn Dodgers and the New York Giants moved west. They took the color scheme, the blue from the Dodgers, the orange from the Giants, and they were born in '62, and they're a product of both. So the weather was very different in both locales. My guy Brian Anderson in TBS and Frenchie and Ron Darling did the game. BA's playing golf today, but we'll get him on tomorrow. What a game that was. The Hawk was blowing in at Wrigley, and he guaranteed a low-scoring game. It was not that. The Mets got behind 6-1 in the game. The Cubs starting pitcher is going to start the wild card game. We think against San Diego, but we don't know who that's going to be against, honestly. Maybe it is the Dodgers. Anyway, he left early, and the Mets come back. They have a catcher that has a couple of hurt fingers, and they win the game in a wild fashion by a score of 9-7, a high-scoring game. So we knew going into last night, if the Mets win and the Giants lose, then they're done. Well, the Mets came from behind 6-1. So the Giants are the streakiest streaking team we've ever seen, but the Mets They were more first half, second half streaky.
Yeah.
Where they were really good for a long stretch, lost their pitching, and then lost their way, and then had the 8-game losing streak. And we'll see where it all goes right now. They're a game up, but they got the Reds and D-backs are charging hard. So that happened, and then the Giants happened. And it's fitting when you look at the year, the way it all went. Giants did get off to a good start this year, but they didn't last night. Logan Webb, again in the first inning, pitches are up. The scouting report is take him the other way, and St. Louis was all over him. Got 3 right away. Giants come back, though. 5-3. Elliot Ramos hits a bomb. They go up 8-3. You know the situation. And then the bullpen, just whatever's left of it. The churve wasn't working last night. Obviously, Ryan Walker has a hard time. I'm not going to shave my beard until cancer is eradicated from my body. Ryan Walker, after outings like that, has to look himself in the mirror and think, damn, I'm getting this off my face. Maybe my ERA will go down and I'll be able to close out a game. That's the way baseball players are. They're superstitious, but he keeps going out there. And what has become of the bullpen is just difficult to watch. The best bullpen in baseball early in the year is a mere shadow of its once proud self. So we'll get into the autopsy. I don't know. Honestly, it's really hard to evaluate this team. This is one of the hardest team I've ever seen to evaluate because there's a lot of good, but there's a lot of bad. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of fundamentally flawed. There's a lot of answers, and it's a lot for a guy who's new on the job. He's got people around him. Obviously, Zach's been around forever, and Randy will help him, and they know the game, and Shelley's been there forever, Jeremy. But it's hard, really, to evaluate, and now you're done. You go to the ballpark tonight, and we'll see what kind of crowd they get. The attendance numbers are up. Everybody loves Buster Ball. They love Buster Posey. If this was Farhan Zaidi's team, I wonder what the reaction would be with the salary they brought in, signing Adames and then bringing on Devers' salary. And I don't know. We'll get into it with Shay. What do you do with Jung Hoo Lee? Do you think about moving that salary? When you take that salary, you got to rebuild a pitching staff. We'll get into it all. It's just changed so dramatically from what they were when both Hayden Birdsong and Kyle Harrison could not make the starting rotation to begin the year. Landon Roop got that 5th spot. Jordan Hicks never settled in, but they got off to a good start despite it all. And then it was quite obvious that you needed to trade some pitching for hitting, although a lot of baseball people say, don't do that. Billy Beane did that with Yoenis Cespedes, and he wound up getting John Lester, and you thought that was it, and then you realized John Lester can't hold runners, and the Royals steal him blind, and you just, he doubled down. He got Samardzija later. He kept adding. He added pitching. He wanted frontline starting pitching. And, that's the way to go some years in the postseason. But it's just, he went that way where he traded a hitter for pitching, to trade pitching for hitting, even though there were, and I was on board with trading Kyle. Kyle's pitching well, by the way, for the Red Sox. Yeah. He had a good outing. One he parted out of the bullpen because he had to. His agent, Mark O'Brien's a good friend, so I got all the reports on him, and he had a good start. Whatever it is, and then you wind up, bye-bye Birdie. What happened to him? Just all of your pitching depth went away. And you take assessment, all the Carsons come up. Are they really big league pitchers? And if they are, they're back of the rotation guys. Wisenhunt's interesting, but you need more along with that changeup. And even that center cut a lot. We'll get into it all. I don't know. The pitching staff has to be completely rebuilt from the back of the bullpen forward. You had a surplus. All the arms they've lost either by trades or injury. It's just, and this is, one thing we wondered about Buster Ball, what it would be. It would be pitching centric. That was the genius of Buster Posey. Yes, he was your 3-hole hitter, came up with the timely hits. He was the centerpiece of the offense, not a home run hitter, but a line mover, classic Giant. But it's the mind, the setup, the watching of the feet of the hitter, the way he guided that great pitching staff, the great starters, the core 4. That's why they won 3 out of 5. To watch his baseball team now, take all the fundamentals out of it, where they're erratic fundamentally, just to watch his pitching staff just disintegrate like this. And they're tired. Well, everybody's got 162 games. It's the schedule, and now you got to go into October. if you want to win. And those guys, Kane had a year in 10 where he didn't give up a single run. Lincecum just shoved in 10. They hit a second wind. So it looks like they're tired, but why are they tired? How many really big league arms, and watch the pitching staff. So when you get into it all with the offense, and we'll break it all down, the defense, the outfield defense, but the complete disintegration of this staff from the best bullpen in baseball, BBBB, not the Better Business Bureau, was the best bullpen, and a lot of good ones. The Padres now loaded up, and the Dodgers thought they had the best bullpen in baseball. They paid for it. They didn't get it. And their bullpen last night, as good as Shohei is, they don't win when Ohtani pitches because their bullpen gives it up. But a lot of these arms will move to the bullpen next week when the playoffs start. But the first obvious takeaway they scored 8 runs last night, Greg. It's not 4 score. They doubled that. When was the last time they scored 8 and lost a baseball game and lost an 8-3 lead going to the last 3 innings of the game? I mean, Buster Ball is built on pitching. What has happened? We kind of delineated a lot of it. We've gone through it. But really, when you look back, this is a team we thought was built on starting pitching depth, not only in San Francisco, but in Sacramento. They had arms that just didn't come up. All the Carsons and Birdie and Harry, they can't even make the rotation. And now they're all gone for one reason or the other. The bullpen that was the best in baseball is all gone. I mean, if you can't pitch, you can't win. It's the bottom line. And down the stretch here, they just can't get people out.
And to your counterpoint of that, when you can pitch, even if the offense is a bit spotty, you can find ways to win games like we saw in the first 6 weeks of the season. So lots to get into. Got plenty of thoughts for both of us. And here's my thoughts for you. 808 KNBR, how will you remember the 2025 Giants season overall? Because this was one hell of a journey with lots of ups and downs and the ultimate roller coaster. Are you going to shed some optimism, pessimism, skepticism? YouTube chat is open, text line is open, phone lines are open. Maybe it's a rebuild and the start of something in the Buster Posey era. Maybe it's just frustratingly inconsistent. Maybe you're not seeing enough contributions from your big money players. Did you see enough to make you optimistic or pessimistic? We'll be taking your calls when we come back. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, last night it became officially official. The Giants had an 8-3 lead over the St. Louis Cardinals. They lose it 9-8, and they are eliminated from postseason contention for 2025. So now that we've hit that final stage of grief, how will you remember the 2025 season? 808 KNBR to shed any optimism, pessimism, or skepticism. You know where to find us.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Walker will try it again. Sets. Throws. A base hit to right field. And now the Cardinals are ahead, 9-8. That was a sinker, and that was right down the middle, belt high. Well, the fans are not happy, to say the least.
Fans were not happy last night, and that was the official end of the Giants' postseason hopes for 2025, losing 9 out of 11, losing an 8-3 lead, tied for their biggest blown lead loss this season. It's Papa and Silver, Greg Papa, Greg Silver. We got Walter hanging out with you all the way up until 2 o'clock. Let's tell you what we got going on guest-wise today. John Shay, Hay, joining us at 10:50, and David Lombardi coming by at 11:50. So lots of Niners talk we're going to get in today as well. It's Wednesday. It's installation day. Looking ahead now to the Jacksonville Jaguars in week 4. But as far as Ryan Walker last night, look, 1 inning pitched against the St. Louis Cardinals this year. Did not get it out the first time around. So here are your stats. 5 runs, 7 hits, 2 blown saves, and 7 blown saves on the year for Ryan Walker. Where would this team be with 7 more wins? And look, I understand. It's not just him. The bullpen entirely transformed over the year. I will defend the trade deadline moves by Buster Posey to sell off Tyler Rogers and Camilo Doval and try to build something into it. As far as Farhan Zaidi, and you said it in segment 1, Papa, what would the perceptions be if this was a Farhan-led team? That's a great question. I can only answer for myself and not other people and not the entirety of the Giants fan base. But my biggest gripe with Farhan was not that he couldn't sign the big free agent. Really, it was I felt like he stood pat at the trade deadline too much. You didn't trade Blake Snell when you had the opportunity to. In 2023, it was the A.J. Pollock trade deadline and not a whole lot else. And there wasn't really a choosing of a direction. Buster Posey did commit to a direction, The Giants got hot at the same time as the New York Mets collapsed. And I mean, look, this is not to take a shot at anyone in the Giants organization, but because of the third wild card, the notion of a playoff spot and them being close probably felt a lot closer than it really was. We wake up this morning, they have the 11th best record in the National League. So yes, they were fighting for something, but are they close? Are they a contender? They're not even close to that territory right now.
They've lost 81 games. They lose tonight to St. Louis. I mean, is going to sweep Colorado? I mean, maybe, but, you know, you could win the last 4 and get to 81 and 81, but, you know, there's no gratification in that. So the bottom line is here, this team has missed the playoffs 8 of the last 9 years. Now, we know about the run, 10, 12, 14 World Series championships in the odd years. 16, that was a streaky team. I remember vividly that team, Sunday Night Baseball, last game before the All-Star break, Shadows against Arizona. Madison Bumgarner almost threw a no-hitter, maybe a perfect game. Arizona couldn't see. They did get a hit against them later. But they went in the All-Star break, by far the best record in baseball. They come out of the All-Star break. I think Johnny Cueto stumbled, literally, his first start out of the break against San Diego. And they went on a 2-month run where they were awful. They were the best team in baseball for a couple of months. They were the worst. Their bullpen imploded, and I remember the 2016 team ended, as we all do. Matt Moore going to the 9th inning up 4-1 against the Cubs and wound up losing the lead, and we didn't get, you know, the rematch in another Johnny Cueto outing when he lost Game 1. So since that point, 98 losses, 89 losses, 85 losses, pandemic year comes in. Missed the playoffs by Austin Slater, check swing, Milwaukee goes. The outlier is and I was working every single game. It was the most impressive thing I've ever seen. They won 107 games systematically. It was incredible. You know, 107? We've had some great baseball teams in the Bay Area. You know what? He's only won 107.
I mean, any potential clutch situation, they always answered the bell. It was ridiculous.
They pinch hitting. They just won. The problem is the Dodgers didn't lose either. I mean, they didn't have a 3-game losing streak until late in the year that year. They were unreal. Anyway, and then, you know, 500 the next year. They had to rally back, and then, you know, 79 and 83. And they get rid of Kapler because they didn't play well in Arizona. And then, you know, bring in. But one thing I would say, there was so much joy when they got Bob Melvin to manage this baseball team. That was the real thing. You know, you got rid of Kapler. Now what do you do? It's just, you know, and Bob is just, his teams have not done as well. There's no other way to look at it. 80-82 last year. Last year was an odd year as well. And then this year, just all the ups and downs and all the rounds. Last year was just a fundamentally flawed team in a lot of ways, situational hitting and defense, and they weren't good. And this year they were good and they were bad. I mean, and the point you make, it's not like the old days. I mean, the Giants had some dominant teams in the 60s. You know, they won a lot of games, a lot of years, and they couldn't, only one team went. The winner of the National League went, you know, that year. You didn't even have, you know, National League West. And they had 95 wins, 93 wins, 91. They didn't go. They didn't make it. And then we got into, you know, baseball brought in 69, the expansion, and it changed in 70. And 71, they got in the National League Championship Series. But then they had a long drought from 71 to the Will Clark team in 87 that, you know, took on St. Louis and lost. So they didn't make the playoffs from 72 through 86, but it was harder then. And then obviously losing the World Series and the droughts. And so they've had longer droughts where they didn't make the playoffs, but you didn't have 3 wild card teams and 3 division winners. You got 6 teams going to the playoffs now. And let's be realistic. They're closer to the bottom than they are to the top.
Yep.
They're going to be more than likely a losing team. They've already lost 81 games. They lost 82 last year. They lost 83 the year before. They were a 500 team. The outlier is that 107-win team that was so incredible to watch. And then, you know, what Matt Cain said, pardon me, Matt Cain. He looks like Matt Cain. Logan Webb said, chemo brain out there for a moment took me. He reminds me a lot. Anyway, he said, this is the most talented team I've ever played on. it's interesting. The 21 team just had pieces. The Brandons really played well. Crawford and Belt had big years. Buster had the second best year of his career. It wound up being his last year. If Belt doesn't, get hurt in Denver trying to bunt, maybe they win that series against the Dodgers. Max Muncy also got hurt for a different reason. Pure overt talent, that's debatable. That staff was pretty damn good that year. You had Kevin Gausman at the top of the rotation. DeStefani was really good. I understand his point. So if they're so talented, why didn't they play better? And where is the talent? Adames is an interesting player.
Really,
when I see him initially, I think he's more of a grinder than he is overtly talented. But then you see the talent. When he finally freed his mind, he's making jump shots in the hole, and he's all over the place. And he's just, and he's starting to drive the ball. Would like him to get those last 2 home runs here at the end to get to 30 homers. He hasn't homered in over a fortnight. So, Rafael Devers, I honestly, I've been ambivalent and not in favor of the Devers trade. But he is an interesting hitter. He's a much better first baseman at 3.63 double play. He turned last night, was really interesting. Matt Chapman is pretty much who he is right now. He misses a lot of games due to injury. The one, guy who's making a lot of money that you just don't know where he fits is Jung-Hoo Lee.
Yep.
There are times he looks like he could be the second coming of Ichiro, and then there are times he looks like he should get on a Suzuki and drive back. It just doesn't, his tracking of the ball and, just a lot of fly balls, lazy fly balls or ground balls. So where does he fit? You have to rebuild an entire offense. Ramos hits 20 home runs, but, man, he gives a lot back defensively, and the instincts for the game are hard. So is it the most talented team of the Logan Webb era? He said that. He's looking at talent. Are they as talented as the San Diego Padres? Are they as talented as the LA Dodgers? Are they as talented as the Arizona Diamondbacks? There are a lot of teams that have a lot of talent. The New York Mets have. That Juan Soto had a bad year this year. Look at Juan Soto's numbers this year are incredible. And he's not going away for a long time. He signed a long-term deal. But beyond that, he's talking position players. They got to rebuild a pitching staff. I mean, honestly, what do we know? Robbie Ray's not pitching tonight. Robbie Ray does concern me.
Mm-hmm.
When he's on, but there's just so much twisting and body movement that it's just a lot. He's got to be completely, his body in sync coming down the hill at the right time. And if he's not, he hangs pitches. We didn't get into it, but who the hell pitches Shohei Ohtani up and away? No one does that. He's like a right-handed pull hitter. He gets bombs that way. You got to pitch him up and in. He did that, and then he gave up another home run. Logan Webb, for all the numbers he puts up, but he posts every day, as they say, as a pitcher. Knock on wood, he makes the start. He pitches 200 innings, but they don't win the days that Logan Webb pitches a lot. And when you look at the defining moment of the season, it was the Saturday before the football season started for the Niners in Seattle, when the Mets scored 4, didn't score anymore, lost that game, historic fashion. Giants got 4 against Kershaw, lost the game. And just look at where the two teams have gone since, and then obviously Cincinnati still alive, even though they lost last night. And, it's just the Giants have gone 8 of 9 years where they haven't made the playoffs. The Dodgers have made the playoffs 13 consecutive years. And they've won the National League West every single year except for 21 when they lost 107 to 106. The Padres have made the playoffs 4 of the last 6 years. They're in. If the Arizona Diamondbacks find a way to get in and make the playoffs, and all 3 that we talked about when we went to the Presidio for our baseball roundtable, where do you fit? Forget it. You got to finish 3rd in your own division. You don't like to concede anything to the Dodgers and Padres, but you cannot finish 4th. They're more than likely going to finish 4th. Now, we'll see. But Arizona's got some magic going. It's no guarantee the Dodgers win the National League West. San Diego could catch them. They're playing well. And then the real thing is, Arizona comes back last night. They walk off the L.A. Dodgers. And the reality is The Diamondbacks have the wild card against the Mets, too. Cincinnati's got it, but Arizona's got it. Arizona's only 1 game back of them. So if they win, Mets lose, then Arizona could get in. So, I mean, and the Giants just didn't measure up this year. We'll get into it with Shay. The bottom line, why are they in the predicament they're in? A lot of reasons, a lot of inconsistencies. They could not beat those teams. Dodgers owned them. Padres owned them. Arizona won the season series. Their combined record against those 3 teams, a lot of reasons. The 15 out of 16 you lost at home and 2 months of bad baseball. But really, you couldn't get in when an opening was there because you're decidedly the 4th best team in your own division.
And that's it right there. When I look back on the 2025 season, I'm not saying that there's nothing positive to take away. I do think the Rafael Devers trade, considering what you had to give up, and yes, Kyle Harrison is pitching well and he's got a bright future. Jordan Hicks couldn't ever get his feet right, but you didn't have to give up Bryce Eldridge. You didn't have to take a major risk like that. So you took on a lot of money, but to go and get someone like a Devers, I'm in favor of that move. It's not all negative, but for this season, you played like a 4th place team. You played like what you were projected as nationally going into the season. And for all the highs and all the lows, it's coming out in the wash as something that is in the same territory as what you've been the last few years, even with a different manager and Bob Melvin, even with a different front office and Buster Posey, and now Zach Manassian as the GM getting elevated within the organization. So we'll take some of your calls coming up. I see a few people on hold. John Shay joining us at 10:50. There's another point I wanted to make about the 2025 season and how we will all remember it. It's Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver continues on your Wednesday. John Shay going to be joining us coming up in a bit. We are unpacking the official end of the 2025 Giants season. Well, officially it's going to be done in 4 games, but the official elimination from postseason contention. 808 KNBR, the number to chime in. Got a couple of calls I want to get to here coming up shortly, but thought I saw a really good point from 925 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, which is leading me to where I wanted to go as you look ahead to the end of this season, off season, and going into next season. And 925 says, I know it's too easy to pile on, but it cannot be ignored that the Giants had the 4th worst batting average in all of Major League Baseball. I know the times have changed, but the stars, Chapman, Adames, Devers, cannot all hit 230 with a ton of swing and miss. It's an excellent point by 925. The heart of your order simply strikes out too much, and you need contact hitters. And Buster Posey, and the philosophy of what he wants his baseball team to be built on, is drawn to a lot of contact hitters. That's why he went and traded for someone like Jesus Rodriguez as a potential piece for 2026. It's why Jung-Hoo Lee in the first month of the season was looking like a budding superstar. It's why somebody like Dom Smith, even as a first baseman, when you have Rafael Devers and you have Bryce Eldridge, is so popular on this team, and people want to have him back in 2026 because he went 14 games in a row of getting a hit, and he was a total contact guy. Also can have the power and hit splash hit number 107, but that is an important facet of this team where I don't mind the Devers trade in terms of going and getting star power. We listed teams like the Mets and the Diamondbacks and the Padres and the Dodgers and all of the top-heavy talent that they have got. You want lineups that have that star power. At the same time, you got to be able to play into your philosophy, and you got too many guys in the heart of your order with a lot of money on the paybook. That's swing and miss. Let's go out to the phones because we got people patiently waiting. We'll start with David in Nevada, wants to talk about what the Giants need to clean up. What's up, David? You're with Silver and Papa on the Sports Leader. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. Thanks very much. Good morning. I did want to talk about that, and I think one example of one of the things I've heard over a number of broadcasts in the past is the Giants need to play clean baseball if they're going to want to if bust ball is going to work. And there have been just numerous examples through the year where it's sort of galling. I was at the game Monday, for example, and I think Ramos hit a single, drove in 2 runs. I think it was the bottom of the 4th inning, and got a little bit too far past first base, got picked off. That was the 3rd out in the inning. And it's just that base running. I don't want to focus on him personally necessarily, but that kind of rally-killing error is, or I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's mental or physical or what, but it doesn't seem. It seems by the next to last week of the season, that kind of thing ought to be ironed out, and it probably should have been ironed out, way back to spring training. But I have another comment, if you don't mind. Something's been bugging me all year long, and let me run with this. I don't know if it has to do with psychology or what, but the Giants, the first part of the year, they were winning all those close games, as you commented and observed, everybody's witnessed. And then the Rafael Devers trade comes, and they go into basically a 2-month funk. Mm-hmm. How much do you think? You guys are much closer to this than I am. How much do you think team psychology? That's a factor of team psychology. Like everybody's playing right on the edge, and they're psyched, and they're and then all of a sudden you throw this. Is that a monkey wrench when you get a trade like that, or is that good? We finally got help. And I mean, you look at it from a point of view, maybe Wilmer Flores. I mean, he might be thinking, okay, that's great. What happens to my job? So it just seems to me like there could be a giant mental adjustment, no pun, but a giant mental adjustment that takes a while to iron out because 2 months go by and it's like everybody gets used to each other and they do the same thing. They start to play well again. But is there, I guess my question with respect to that is how much does psychology or all the mental mindset about how things are balanced, and then you throw something potentially disruptive, either positive or negative, into that. Is that something that, for example, Buster's going to take into consideration when he's going to do a big blockbuster trade like that and say, hey, it may take a month or 2 for this thing to gel, or is that just surprised everybody and it's just what it was?
It's an interesting point because they were playing well right before they made the trade. In fact, on the night of June 13th, when Casey Schmidt hit the grand slam off of Yamamoto and Webb beat them on that Friday night, the Giants went into a first-place tie in the National League West at 41-29. They got bombed the next night, and then they made the trade. And pulled Kyle Harrison, lost, and came home and lost to Cleveland, and just didn't play well for 2 months with Devers. I think lineup chemistry and team aspect in baseball is overlooked. You think just put a lineup together, go out there and play, and it's like we're playing Stratomatic or APBA baseball, and they'll play. They're not. That's not the way it works. Now, basketball, there's a lot more chemistry. We saw the Warriors make a midseason acquisition and took off, and they got Jimmy Butler. A lot of times, baseball makes trades. They don't worry about chemistry. They put them together. They'll figure it out. Basketball was reluctant to do that for a long, long time, but now teams play a lot of like systems. So it's complicated. I think Devers just pressed, and Adames pressed. It took them a long time for their talent to flow. It's interesting. You want to do an autopsy on the year, and you go right to the offense. Well, for the beginning of the year, the offense was offensive, but they were winning. To me, where it disintegrated is when you traded your bullpen and you just couldn't pitch. But your point about the swing and miss, batting average in baseball is just, are we going to have a 300 hitter in the National League, or are we going to have one? I mean, it's a different time. But the swing and miss element and the acceptance of the low batting average, also with a low walk total. What Devers does walk, but you're looking at like Patrick Bailey struck out 132 times this year. Willie Adames has struck out 176 times this year. Matt Chapman has only played 125 games due to injury. He has struck out 1 time a game. He strikes out 124 times. Rafael Devers strikes out a lot, 112 when you combine everything he did. Elliot Ramos hit 20 home runs this year. He struck out 155 times. Yeah. Now, Shohei Ohtani's going to strike out a lot, but he also strikes back and hits 50-plus bombs. So you accept the strikeout with the home run. You did get home runs sporadically, but when you look at them, we're all like, Ramos hit 20 home runs. Wow, first giant left fielder since Bonds. How many guys have hit 20 home runs in baseball this year? Andy Paz of the Dodgers is going to wind up with 30. Let's keep it real. That's just the way it is. But when you have so much swing and miss in your lineup, if you lead off with Ramos and, you come back with Devers and you come right back with that, with your 3-hole hitters Adames, and you go to Chapman. I mean, that's why you're losing game. What happened at the end of the game last night? Chapman struck out. Wilmer Flores strikes out. You don't put the ball in play. The sac fly, the situational hitting is there. Buster, obviously with his draft this year, wants more bat-to-ball skills. Matos was that guy, and he's gone. So and the one element here, before we just say, and Shay Hay will break down Eldridge. Susan Slusser was on yesterday saying, Bryce Eldridge will be a Giant next year. Whoa, 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 whoa. He would not be a Giant this year if it wasn't for the injury involving Dom Smith.
Yeah.
He is not completely cooked. He needs more seasoning. Defensively, the throw he made on the double play Sunday against Tommy Edman and Paz was interesting. The guy was a pitcher, so you don't talk about arm at first base. Nice to have an arm. There's no doubt. But you're talking about you have a lot of swing and miss in this lineup. Bryce Eldridge swings and misses too much.
Mm-hmm.
And he swings and misses at 93-mile-an-hour fastballs, center cut, right down the middle. Like, whoa. Foul it off maybe, ground out to short. Those pitches at this level have got to be driven. They've got to be bombs. If you're getting a center cut, 93-mile-an-hour fastball, you've got to hurt them. Now, he's swinging and missing on pitches in the dirt. He identifies pitches, breaking balls out of the hand, and he spits on them a lot. But they drop his eyes with the off-speed pitch, and then they go right down the middle. He cannot. Just too much. We saw a lot of swing and miss in his minor league numbers. You cannot swing and miss at 93 in the big leagues. So is he really ready as a hitter? We have a lot of concerns about where he plays defensively. He's 20. You want to make him a DH at 21? Whoa. Wow. But he's got an arm. But he's got to clean up the swing and miss. So the point is, and it is what baseball is today. It's a low batting average. Everybody is Pete Incaviglia. Everybody's Gorman. Everybody's Dave Kingman. Everybody's striking out and striking back. Some walk more than others. Then you get into Jim Thome. But it's when these rallies and the inconsistency of the offense comes into play, when you have your top 4 hitters, Ramos, Devers, Adames, Chapman, strike out as much as they strike out, you're going to go through long stretches where you have a game where you draw 10 walks and you can't score because you strike out 14 times. Now, it's not just the Giants. It's the whole damn sport. It is what it is. There are other teams that overcome it. The Toronto Blue Jays don't play that way. The Arizona Diamondbacks don't play that way. The Padres don't strike out as much. So there's ways to do it. I think Buster and Randy Wynn, who were bat-to-ball guys, don't want that. They drafted that, and they'll try to do it. But your big money guys, and I didn't even get into Jung-Hoo Lee, you're paying a lot of money to guys that do strike out a lot, and you need them to strike back a lot. So, but you're going to be inconsistent. You're going to put up crooked numbers and hit bombs in the first inning, and boom, Devers and Adames go bomb, and then boom, and they're also pitchable. The reason they strike out a lot is they have holes in their swing that top-line starting pitching can attack. And when you get in the postseason, when you're faced in the best of the best, can you win that way? So I was thinking more about building a pitching staff when Shay, but the offense, and you brought it up, it's just, some of these strikeout numbers on these guys. Bobby Bonds had the record forever in the National League for striking out the most times, and Bobby would strike back. I mean, that's been obliterated. Guys have gone way past 200 strikeouts, but when you have 4 or 5 guys in your lineup that are going to punch out 150 times or more in a year, that's why you're so inconsistent offensively.
Appreciate the call from David in Novato. For the others we didn't get to yet, maybe we'll revisit this at 11:15. We'll get to John Shay coming up in just a bit. And, yeah, look, as far as the Rafael Devers trade, I know a lot's going to be made as that was when it all turned for the Giants. The reality is they were starting to regress a little bit and just kind of go back to that 500-style ball, buoyed by the really hot start that they had. Then Devers comes, the expectations rise at the same time that the play falls. Everyone fixates on that. And yes, to David's question and his point, there very much is a psychological element to all of this. We saw it, case in point number 1. Every time Justin Verlander had a solid start out there, the team couldn't hit, and then the defense would screw up if they were hitting, or the bullpen couldn't hang. And this is professional sports. You got to be able to grapple with some of those mental challenges in addition to the physical play, and baseball is maybe the most mental sport of them all. So appreciate the call, 808 KNBR. We do it every Wednesday. Let's talk to our buddy Shay Hay from the SF Standard. We'll do that next. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Three and two. He throws. Herrera hits a high fly ball left center field and deep. Ramos going back at the wall, and it is gone! Just over the left center field wall, and that's a 3-run homer. And the Cardinals are right back in this game. Ramos turned around and was ready to play the carom, and it just snuck over the wall. And with one swing, the Cardinals are back in it, down 8-6.
All right, so here's my confession for everyone this morning. Walter doesn't even know this. I was getting to the game a little bit late last night, so what I did first was watch it live from the 8th inning onward, and I did the YouTube TV catch up through the key plays. So at the time, it was 8-3, and I'm thinking, okay, it went 25 plays over, was watching a lot, and thought, okay, I'll take care of the first 7 innings when all is said and done. The key plays expire, it goes right to live, and I'm like, it's 8-7, what happened? And that's where we are. Here was 9-8 final, and the Giants are officially eliminated from playoff contention. It's time to welcome in our good friend of the San Francisco Standard, writing the best features around the San Francisco Giants. And, of course, the daily columns and breakdowns, and Bryce Eldridge and Buster Posey, and just knows the game inside and out, the organization inside and out. It's John Shay, and our time with him is sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka, or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. John, good to talk to you. Might be cracking a couple of Surfsides to commemorate the official end of the Giants' postseason hopes.
Yeah, that's what we do, right? Surfside time. Yeah, last day of school, season's over. Time to move on, summer vacation, except it's not. It's actually time for Buster Posey to figure it out and reinvent this roster, because this roster is, I mean, it's got no bullpen right now, and it's got a whole bunch of guys up and down the lineup who strike out way too much, and it's got 2 guys, maybe 2.5 in the rotation. Really, Robbie Ray hasn't been anything for 6 or 7 starts, hasn't been himself. And maybe Logan Webb is the one guy that you can rely on as the season ends in a rotation that never was 5 deep. I mean, from Jordan Hicks pitching himself out of the rotation to the young guys just not making a dent except for Landon Roop. And here we are. Maybe they were supposed to be a 500 team all along. I mean, did you guys think that they would finish any higher, and be serious, in spring training than 4th place? 3rd place tops with a 500-ish record.
Man, you're depressing me. Get your dauber up. Where's your dauber down? What the hell's wrong with you? Shay, hey! Yeah, I actually thought they'd win 88. Yeah, I actually thought they'd win 88, and for a while they were on track to win 88 mid-season. Anyway, it is what it is. So let's just start with the pitching staff, and I think they had depth. I mean, Birdsong and Prince Harry couldn't make the starting rotation. They had all the Carsons down at AAA. The strength of the team was the youth in the starting rotation, both in San Francisco and Sacramento, and they wound up trading some, and Birdie lost his way. So it is what it is right now. That's the one thing as we assess the first year of Buster Ball. Buster won championships with timely hitting and the bullpen, but it was frontline starting pitching. It was pitching, and he guided with his genius behind the plate, all of it. Where the hell did the pitching go, and where is it at? Logan Webb is the one. Robbie Ray's got a lot of twist and shout in his delivery, and he's erratic. We'll see. Landon Roop started slow. He's got an injury. After that, can any of the Carsons pitch? What do? Do you have to go out and buy pitching, trade for pitching? I mean, that's the thing. We thought Buster Ball, we didn't know what it was going to look like. We kind of did, fundamentally situational hitting, but we thought they would pitch. Starters, bullpen, they did for a while. They're not now, and they're losing, and they're out because they can't pitch, and they got rid of all their pitching. So how do they rebuild an entire staff in the offseason, John?
I think it's maybe a bigger deal to rebuild that bullpen. You lost two guys at the deadline, two more guys to injury. You're not going to see Randy Rodriguez for a while. Rogers and Duvall traded, Miller with Rodriguez hurt, and this bullpen just isn't what it was. And it was arguably the best in the majors, ERA, in terms of ERA, lowest, in any league. But I think the bullpen is easier to kind of reinvent because you just sign or trade for a whole bunch of warm bodies, and you hope a few of the darts stick on the board. That's the easier part, I think. The veterans, young guys calling up. I mean, it's so volatile. Building a bullpen could be great one year and just awful the next. But we saw how it changed from the beginning till the end of this particular season. The rotation, I don't see them getting Verlander back. I think he wants to pitch closer to his family on the East Coast. I think he would prefer pitching for a team that could get him some wins. So maybe a more offensive-minded ballpark than this one, because starting pitchers have difficulty winning here because it's always 3-2, 4-3, 2-1, and leads change at the end of the game, and therefore starting pitchers don't rack up a lot of wins, Logan Webb notwithstanding. So you have Webb, you have Ray, you have Roop, and then whatever happens in spring training, I think you have to find another proven starter, so you'll have a solid four, and then just hope somebody else emerges. Buster Posey's always talking about pitching and defense. The defense was not good early on. Willie Adames was not good defensively early on. He's very good now. He's much better now. The metrics show it. The eye test shows it. He's been very inconsistent at the plate. I think only July was an above average month for him. Everything else was 190, 205. The batting averages were so low. And he's not a high batting average guy, but he needs to put the bat on the ball a little bit more. This whole lineup does. And Dom Smith was a big loss because he was one of the few guys in the lineup who actually hit the ball pretty much every time he stepped up in the box.
Mm-hmm.
And if they don't sign Verlander, I think they should go. They should really try to find a spot for Dom Smith and give him a couple-year contract, whatever it takes.
Talking to John Shay here on the UMA guest line. I was reading your piece about Clayton Kershaw, Madison Bumgarner, those epic duels that brought a lot of juice to the Giants-Dodgers rivalry. And I know that, they went 2-5 against the Dodgers in September, and the Giants are in fourth place. The Dodgers might win the NL West. At the very least, they're a playoff team. And, just looking big picture here, you go back to the 41-29. You go back to the fact that it was Sunday Night Baseball, and they trade for Rafael Devers in the middle of finishing up a series against the Dodgers because the thought at the time was, hey, we're not just going to play second fiddle to you. We want to compete. Then the season, of course, played out much more to what you laid out at the beginning of this hit and what a lot of national experts had predicted for the Giants here in 2025. But overall, in order to get back to that juice of the Giants-Dodgers rivalry, what needs to happen for Buster Posey in this offseason? How do you think they just evaluate the big picture come Monday when the season's over and they had a non-winning record, and if they don't win out, it's going to be a losing record?
You're right. 4 games under 500 with 4 to play, and they were awful against the Dodgers, 4-9. They were awful against the Padres, 3-10. Outscored 139-83. They just couldn't beat those teams, the two best in the division. It just showed you how much better they are than this team. And guess what, guys? This team wasn't good enough. And maybe they are not that good, period. When you look at Devers and Adames and Chapman, hey, they got star players. They got extremely talented major league ball players. But you put them together in one room, and there's just too many strikeouts. And the defense at times, hurt this team. The base running at times hurt this team. When they were aggressive, they were overly aggressive. When they weren't aggressive, they should have been aggressive. You saw in the draft and you saw at the trade deadline, the guys they picked up knew how to make contact. Bat-to-ball guys, right? Posey kind of prided himself as a bat-to-ball guy. And the whole Bruce Bochy, keep the line moving. Just put the ball in play, period. You know, the Hunter Pence ground ball to short double that hit his bat 3 times in the postseason. I mean, all you have to do is hit the ball. And so many times, bases loaded, 1 out, strikeout. Bases loaded, 2 outs, strikeout. We've just seen it too many times. And the problem with this roster is those guys are signed long-term, the guys who swing and miss. So anybody they pick up, anybody they add is going to have to be able to make contact. Maybe a higher on-base guy, a higher batting average guy, somebody who could hit with runners in scoring position, and Dom Smith was excellent at that. He didn't hit the ball 100 miles per hour pretty much ever until he hit one over the wall in right field, but he did make contact all the time. The Wilmer Flores technique early in the season when he hit 73 mile per hour soft liners into right field to score 2 runs. That's okay. Pat Burrell loves that stuff. Buster loves that stuff. Melvin loves that stuff. But there just wasn't enough of it. And then when the hitting did come around, where they went 9 of 11, 14 of 18, it was an unbelievable stretch, the streakiest team that I've ever seen. But it walk-off grand slam against the Dodgers, and they've won 1 game since then. So they're not playing at all the wrong times. They're playing their worst ball, and that's unfortunate.
The Dom Smith you mentioned it twice, and you want to give him a 2-year deal. Is really interesting because he's the outlier. Dom Smith is a left-handed Wilmer. He's Paul Molitor late in his career. There's no stride. He puts the ball in play. He doesn't drive it a lot, but every once in a while, he'll nut it. He's great defensively. If he doesn't do the splits on that play by Matt Chapman, Bryce Eldridge is not here. So the scenario, I don't see a world where Rafael Devers, by the way, Devers is struck out 112 times in 86 games as a Giant alone. In 377 plate appearances, he struck out 112 times. Now, he's walked 52, but wow, that's a lot of strikeout. Dom Smith is a completely different left-handed hitter than Rafael Devers. But my question is, and I like Dom Smith. I don't know if somebody's whispering in your ear that they want to bring him back, but to me, on a 26-man roster, you cannot have Rafael Devers, Dom Smith, and Bryce Eldridge on the team. Tell me how that works, which leads to Bryce. And you broke down his swing. You're talking about swing and miss. Bryce Eldridge swings and misses way too much, and he swings and misses at 93 mile-an-hour fastballs right down the middle of the plate. Susan was on yesterday and said, he'll definitely be a Giant next. Whoa, we got to evaluate him defensively. I don't know if Bryce Eldridge is even ready offensively. But if you want to bring Dom Smith back, and I'm all on board with that, what world do you live in where Devers, Dom Smith, and Bryce Eldridge is on your team next year, John?
I think it's possible. I had a long conversation with Dom Smith, who played a lot of outfield in AAA with the Yankees this year, and who, not long ago, I think it was 21, played a lot of outfield with the New York Mets in the big leagues. So last offseason, he hired a sprint coach and worked on his jumps, his speed, his takeoff, and worked the heck out of trying to be a better outfielder, not knowing exactly what was going to happen in 2025. The Giants didn't put him out there. I said, why don't you just put him out there? And they might have if he hadn't gotten hurt, if they were considering bringing Eldridge up. But you're probably right. They might not have brought Eldridge up if Dom was healthy. But you're right. There's a lot of repetitiveness and redundancy. They all bat left-handed. They all play first base. But why wouldn't you want a guy like Dom Smith as part of your roster depth on a 26-man roster who can pitch hit, can play the outfield, the corners, left or right, and he was cleanup hitter a whole bunch this year. I mean, Melvin loved him, and the whole front office loved him. It wasn't about exit velo or launch angle with that guy, but he got a lot of huge hits, and he had the highest batting average on the team, and the best hitting average with runners in scoring position as well. So he kind of did it all offensively, not your modern metric ball player, but an old school guy that he admits he is one. And so he told me that he would be open to playing the outfield this year or next year down the road because he's worked at it. He's open to it. He said when he was with the Mets, it was thrown at him. So he figured, well, why don't I kind of make my game well-rounded and become a good first baseman, but also a good outfielder just in case to improve my value. And that's what he did in the offseason. And he told me outfield, would be fine for him. So if, like I said, if they do bring him back, he could be a DH. He could be, their best defensive first baseman, show up in, eighth or ninth inning for defensive purposes, put him in the outfield. You could use him for, a lot of reasons. And I do think that with the DH, Cepeda, McCovey, now you got Devers, and I'm not comparing Eldridge to either of those Hall of Famers, but through the first 4 games, his expected batting average was over 300 because he was just crushing the ball. You're right, he swings and misses a lot, but the whole idea with young hitters, especially when you're 6'7", you're gonna, it's a big strike zone, and they're gonna, and he's been swinging too much at pitches below the zone, and so even the inside pitches, he's able to in and out and go other way. He did that the first couple of games, left center field. So there's a whole lot of potential there. The front office loves his potential. It's just a matter of narrowing the gap. The high strikeout rate, low walk rate. You can narrow that gap at this level, and if he hits 6th or whatever, you don't want to hit him 3, 4, 5. Unless he's on a roll. But I think that he's their future, and you gotta stick with him. He's 20, but I'm not sure if he's going to get any better if he just spends time in AAA or if he develops more up here at this level. I wouldn't be surprised if he's there opening day, like Susan Slesser said, but there's more to the roster required than just those 3 guys we're talking about. They need an outfielder. I mean, if you look at OPS, first base OPS, the Giants are lowest among the 30 teams. Catching OPS, the Giants are 29th among the 30 teams. Second base, they're 27th. Right field, they're 27th. They're 23rd overall in OPS. So they got a lot of positions that they've got to deal with in this offseason.
That whole right side of the diamond you just laid out, it's driving me crazy right there, John. I mean, left side we're doing okay, right? But then defensively, we had the Adames early struggles and then Ramos in left field. So couldn't be consistent in any regard. It was like every snippet of the season felt like a Verlander start. If one thing went right, you knew something else was going to go wrong. And we appreciate you coming by. I love the column you wrote on Bryce Eldridge, the expected batting average, some of those metrics. And yeah, the strikeout to walk rate has got to be narrowed in that gap as well. So appreciate you coming by. I'm sure we'll have a lot of time to process this season. And go ahead,
just
Papa.
one thing before you leave. So what's the timeline now? Season ends Sunday. They'll take a deep breath Monday. I assume they'll do some press conference on Tuesday. You'll be in the front row or in the back row, Columbo-like, and asking all the tough questions. Will Bob Melvin appear? Will Buster do it himself? When they do the end-of-season autopsy and you guys asked all the questions, how do you think this goes down next week, Shay?
Yeah, I think you're right. They have 4 more games, and then they exhale, and traditionally the postmortem, the Q&A, Farhan liked to do it over Zoom. I think Buster might do it in person. And by the way, those hard-hitting quotes from Logan Webb last night about we need change, we need improvement. Buster's not going to stand for all this losing. That's 4 years in a row. And Logan Webb has only been in the one postseason. He's been around this club since 2019. I actually asked him, I said, hey, are your quotes at all a reflection of the manager or the coaching staff? And he says, no, not at all. That's all on us. I want Bob back here next season, 100%. That was his quote. So when he was saying that, just to clarify, it wasn't about the coaching staff. It was about those 26 in the room and how we have to get better. And he's an optimist, an eternal optimist. He's always pushing up his he thinks every Giant should be an all-star. He thinks every hitter's gonna hit 30. Every pitcher's gonna have a great ERA. I mean, he's the guy you want in the room. Very optimistic dude. But so in other words, I think the clubhouse is still supportive of the manager and the coaches. I'm sure there will be a coaching change. Don't know exactly what will happen, but maybe some key people won't be back. Some key figures, be it some kind of turnaround on the staff. But for the most part, and all season long, we've been asking from Chapman to Adames to all the leaders. They are in support of the manager moving forward. So I don't think it's the coaching staff's fault. They could be maybe more aggressive on the bases, and they could do some different things. But when you look at those players, and Webb said this was, this team had more talent than any team he's had. I mean, 21, they were really good. But everybody had career years that year, and they haven't since, or they retired since. So it's not. It's few remnants remain from that club. But I just think Webb was absolutely right. Everybody in that clubhouse has to pick it up, and I'm sure he's open for some new warm bodies to help the cause in 26.
Yeah, well, at this point, we're going to be watching Monday, Tuesday, and the early parts of next week, a little bit closer than we are the end of this one. Always great to talk to you. We'll do it again next Wednesday when we figure out the fallout of what the 2025 season is, if they're able to get to 500 or if they have another losing season. Either way, Sunday is going to be the final game, and we appreciate everything you've done for us all season long, Shay. But we'll talk to you again next Wednesday.
Yeah, it's been an honor. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me every Wednesday,
Thank you,
sometimes
Jay.
Thursday, but really enjoyed the gig. Great to hear your voice, Mr. Papa, and best of luck and love to you.
Thank you, brother. Get that dauber up. Shay, hey!
That's right.
Love you, John.
Thanks, John. He's John Shay. You can read him in the SF Standard. Give him a follow on social media at John Shay. Hey, wrote about Bryce Eldridge, wrote about Clayton Kershaw, Mad Bum, the duels between the Giants and the Dodgers. We can get back into some Giants talk a little bit later. In fact, Silver Linings playlist today is the theme of the San Francisco Giants. Bryce Eldridge had his own playlist yesterday on the Giants' final City Connect, so maybe we'll do a little bit of a crossover there. But David Lombardi joining us in about a half an hour. Let's get into some 49er talk. They are part of a 3-0 group. They got a lot to prove now with Nick Bosa out for the season, and David Lombardi wrote all about it. It's Pop on Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Steve Young was on with Murph and Marcus to get into all things 49ers, their 3-0 start, the quarterback situation, and how the offense will have to pick up the slack after losing Nick Bosa for the season. Check out that interview wherever you get your podcasts, or if you're impatient, just scroll back on YouTube or Twitch and rewatch the live stream right there.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Nice little midweek point here on a Wednesday. Papa and Silver getting you ready for week 4. Tomorrow is a big one. I'll be down in Santa Clara. We got the Tim Ryan football hour, which was great last week as we all got to reunite together. And 49ers looking to move to 4-0, getting ready to face the Jacksonville Jaguars for a 1:25 kickoff in their second game at home. Now, the 49ers, 1 out of 6 teams to join that 3-0 club to start the season, the others being the Eagles, the Bills, the Buccaneers, the Chargers, and the Colts. And so when I was floating ideas out with the 49ers in the middle of the week, it's time to put the Cardinals in the rearview mirror. And we're looking a little bit ahead to the Jaguars and, of course, beyond that, because Nick Bosa's injury really forced you to look at the larger picture of it all. And so the question I threw out there was, do the 49ers have the most to prove out of all the 3-0 teams? Now, I know that you, Papa, are not typically into these type of questions because internally for the 49ers, that's not how they're ever going to analyze it in terms of what they have to prove, what they have to show the outside world. But it is a fascinating discussion to me in the sense that you could say, no, they've already proven a lot. They've won 2 games with a backup quarterback. George Kittle is out. You've had a young defense and guys like Upton Stout and Michael Williams who are growing up fast and now having to grow up even faster with Nick Bosa out. So maybe the better question is, what's next to prove as you look to build off this 3-0 start? You theoretically should be getting healthier. You theoretically should have some offensive reinforcements coming your way, maybe even your starting quarterback as soon as this Sunday. And now the identity of your team is ever shifting as you have players come into their own and certain players end up leaving, like a Nick Bosa.
Yeah, they're. I know what you're saying, and people like to do. I mean, the bottom line is they're 3-0. They're facing a team they don't often see. We did go to Jacksonville a couple of years ago, and that's where they kind of reinvented themselves that year coming out of the bye. And, Steve Wilkes changed his spot, went down on the field. They went with a new nickelback. And, Jacksonville's not been the same team since. Trevor Lawrence was confused in that game, did not play well. They disintegrated. The Azeez Al-Shire hit last year. He lost his playing time. They're trying to reinvent themselves. So the bottom line is they're going to go to work today. They're already in. Today's installation day, and Kyle takes them through what they call what it takes. What do we need to do to win the football game? First thing, and we'll talk to David Lombardi coming up at 11:50, and Kyle will speak at 12:40 thereabouts before they're on the field. What's Brock Purdy's status? What's Mac Jones' status? Mac Jones is going to be helpful. New coaching staff, obviously, but a lot of the personnel is the same. Etienne and Trevor Lawrence, and he knows the wide receiver, obviously. Brian Thomas Jr., who's just not, his wrist is bothering him. He's not catching contested balls. It's odd what's going on there. But, will Mac be able to practice? Will Brock be able to practice? What's the status of the quarterback position? Obviously, it's huge. This is a really good Jacksonville defense. We started watching them. I've been watching them, obviously, here and there, but they're really solid. David Lombardi will give us the metrics in a lot of ways. I mean, the guy was known as the other Josh Allen forever and ever, the defensive Josh Allen. Buffalo's got their quarterback and the fireballer from Fireball. Now he goes by the name of Hines Allen. He is Josh Hines Allen. He's going to line up over Trent all day. He likes to bull rush. Good luck, going at Trent on a bull rush. Walker on the other side, Trayvon Walker, who was Trent Baalke's pick. A little like Michael Williams a little bit, in just that, the way, not a lot of production in college, but sets a good edge. You have to deal with him. Eric Armstead quietly is on their front. They got fast linebackers, Aluakon, Devin Lloyd. They brought in Dennis Gardeck from Arizona. Great special team story. You became an elite edge rusher. Their secondary's interesting. The one thing that's befuddling is Travis Hunter. Just has not gotten off. He is a non-factor offensively. When I watch them, he's not even involved in some of their 3 wide receiver packages. This guy Parker Washington has moved in ahead of him with Brian Thomas Jr. and De'Ami Brown. Defensively, they got Jordan Lewis in the slot, and then, they do bring in Travis Hunter. but he's just not making plays. He's just I don't know, what they want to do with him. The whole thing with the two-way, should they just do it, one side of the ball to get more out of him? Because right now they're not getting a lot of production from him either side. But it's a good defensive team. We mentioned some of the, obviously you got to block, Hines Allen. Which quarterback can run away from him? So I know what you're saying. The goal is and this is just installation day, what it takes day. How do we win this game? You're just trying to win Sunday to get to 4-0. And then, obviously the showdown with the LA Rams. So as far as outside noise and trying to prove what they are, there are some good teams in the NFC. There's no doubt. What the Philadelphia Eagles have been able to accomplish, Tampa Bay. You think the Niners are pulling out games at the end? Tampa wins them all in the last drive, and they do it with a Baker Mayfield drive and set up a field goal or a game-winning touchdown pass to the Ohio State rookie. So they're in the mix. We'll get into it with David Lombardi. What is it? How do you win without Nick Bosa? This is they found a way to win without their quarterback, without their tight end, without their ex-wide receiver, without Juwan. It's all been scattered without the left guard, and they're going. There's so many things they've been able to overcome offensively. Defensively, the youth is there. We see what Salah's doing, but now it's all changed, and you don't have Nick. So the world's different. Well, what does it mean right away? Yetur Gross-Matos, you're in the starting lineup opposite of Michael. David Lombardi broke down Bryce Huff. He's maybe not going to be with your alphas, but he's going to be with a turbo. He'll lead the Bravos. He'll mix in. Bryce Huff, more from you. Yetur Gross-Matos, more. Michael Williams, more. All down the line. What do they do with Gibson? Travis, do they activate him from the practice squad? They got some other guys. David will break it down. He's high on Bryce Huff, as we all are, plays the run better than you think he does, and obviously he's been good so far. But the world changed because you don't have to tilt, your line and slide protection towards Nick Bosa. He's not here. So it's a new challenge. Jacksonville doesn't come this way very often. Trevor Lawrence has never played here as a pro. I remember the national championship game, and I was just tired. Just announced as the new voice of the 49ers, and we went down that night, and I took both of my sons, and that Alabama team, I'd seen them in the Iron Bowl earlier in the year. I thought they were one of the best college teams I've ever seen. They were so loaded. Tua was back healthy. Their defense was great. All those wide receivers were there. They had them all. And Clemson rolled them. And Trevor Lawrence, as a freshman, looked like, whoa, he's John Elway. He has to stay 2 more years. Can he go into the NFL immediately?
I mean, he was the most touted prospect since who? Andrew Luck?
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, he would have been drafted number 1 after his freshman year. Andrew went 1 more year. There's no doubt. He had that skill. It just hasn't translated. He's had a different coach every year. The whole Urban Meyer mess, obviously, and it's just gone on and on. But I just vividly remember the game when we went there, coming out of the bye, and I think they were 6-2 going into that game, and he had no clue. He could not figure out what the Niner defense was pre-snap, post-snap. I know Jacksonville's coaching staff was very disappointed in him. He just had no way to figure it out, and he's still searching a little bit. So it's unbelievable. Travis Hunter is supposed to change football. Trevor Lawrence going to come in and light it up right away. He's had some good moments. Obviously, the comeback win, against the Chargers, and he took everybody to the Waffle House or the Pancake House after, and he got the huge contract. But he just is not the guy that we saw win the national championship game after the 2018 season in January of 2019. We have seen flashes of that guy, but really not. He's been wildly inconsistent, and as a number 1 overall pick, they're giving him a lot of money. It's all built around him. It'll be anxious to see, what the Niners do to confuse, because they are playing multiple defenses now and giving him a lot of different coverages that he just was not able to figure out last time we saw him.
David Lombardi joining us coming up in about 20 minutes of the SF Standard. A couple of SF Standard's finest today here with Lombardi and John Shay. And if you missed the Shay interview, that'll be podcasted for you a little bit later. Niners, Jaguars getting ready for it. We'll get into this further on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Silver. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard out there aren't based in the Bay Area, sometimes not even in California? Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are local, and they've been in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. These are award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who fight for you right here where you live. So if you've had issues with your rights at work, discrimination, wrongful termination, sexual harassment, your rights matter, and DolanLawFirm.com is where you can get more information about how you can be protected by the best in the business. Chris and his team also saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents over the past year. So with all the people and devices and chaos and vehicles around us, and I mean, hey, yesterday was one of the hottest days we've had in a while. Today, it's like one drop of water hits the road and everyone forgets how to drive. Be careful, and let's work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, as the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than, yeah, you know it, $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You don't pay anything up front. You don't have to worry about hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they're not getting paid until you get paid and taken care of first. So they live here and they work here, but most importantly, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Greg, Papa, and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver on a Wednesday. We're going to catch up with David Lombardi coming up shortly, previewing 49ers Jaguars starting to turn the page. It's installation day. Going to hear from Kyle Shanahan in about an hour. We'll carry that for you live here on the Sports Leader. So a lot of fun coming your way from 10 to 2, and then we'll get it over to Dirty Work. As far as looking ahead to this one, I asked that question about who's got a lot to prove. And I think that it's just a shift in mindset, right? As baseball, we have spent the first hour of the show today getting into baseball. We spent the last 5 months really following baseball, and you can't get broken up over one game because there's just so many. Even though the Giants had some infuriating or head-scratching losses in there, it's 1 out of 162. But for football, every game means so much. And so when you think about the 49ers, they're far from perfect, but they're 3-0. And the Jaguars have not been flashy at all. That offense has really been clunky. You mentioned Brian Thomas Jr. after the sensational rookie season has had an awkward start, and Travis Hunter, it just hasn't clicked. The reigning Heisman Trophy winner and number 2 overall pick in the draft. But this is a team that's got a really good defense. They're 2-1 themselves. And so, yeah, look, some of these teams you might not look at in a way of being all that impressive, but Drew Brees called the Philadelphia Eagles boring to watch. They're 3-0. Are they 2-1? Like the Rams, who might be a little bit more poppy and exciting? No, the Rams lost that game. They're 2-1. The Jacksonville Jaguars, they're 2-1. How much have we paid attention to them on the West Coast? Honestly, not a ton really up until this week, at least for me personally. So you're coming in with a combined 5-1 record, and it's a nice day game at Santa Clara. Is it going to be Mac Jones getting his third start? What's his health? Is it going to be Brock Purdy coming back after he took a lot of hits? These are all things to be watching, and the 49ers have already had to handle a ton of adversity here, not even a month into the season.
Yeah, it's interesting what Mole had to say, Drew Brees. They obviously played offensive football entirely different when he and Sean Payton had it going on for a decade and a half. And by the way, he's eligible for the Hall of Fame this year, and he's undeniably going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. Frank Gore, I do wonder about him making it as a first ballot. I don't think that's likely, but we shall see. And Larry Fitzgerald as well. But Drew Brees, I thought he was a better broadcaster than people gave him credit for. He had one game where he kind of didn't do as well. I thought he was really good in the studio and comfortable, and games are just different, and they got judged unjustly. But he is going to do some games later in the year, and he's coming back out of hibernation. The Eagles' offense is boring. It's different. They play everything. Everything with them is 1st and 8. They don't have to get 10 yards. They get within 2 where they're gonna push you. It's just different. The quarterback is limited. Everybody thinks he dropped back and threw it around when they got behind. What was it, 26-7? It was A.J. Brown, just beasting guys. I mean, his ability, he doesn't get much separation. I remember a Thursday night game when Jimmy got hurt in Nashville years ago, and he was a Tennessee Titan then, and before they made the trade, and he missed a bunch of games. He had a hamstring injury, didn't play, and he came back that night, and he single-handedly beat the Niners just by vice gripping the football. He's Calvin Johnson. He's more Andre Johnson, but Andre could create separation. But any 50-50 ball, those guys just took. He just takes the ball away. There was a comeback route. There wasn't a lot of separation. They could feed the ball to him more. Then you got to deal with the Slim Reaper and Devontae and all of it. So Philadelphia was able to come back. I mean, they would have lost the game if they didn't block the field goal, but they did, and they won the game. So, they're 3-0. Everybody's got something to prove in the NFL because you play 3 hours on Sunday, and then the rest of the week they just analyze nonstop every single thing you do, like the coaches do and everything, but a lot of people are uneducated in how they do it. The bottom line is Philadelphia has a way that they play, and, there's some areas you can attack. I see, Devontae got behind Blankenship on a deep route. There are areas of their defense you can get to. They're a beatable football team, but, and Tampa Bay just finds a way to win, but they lose Mike Evans. They've had some injuries. And
that rookie receiver, by the way, is a star, Ibuka.
We could see it in Ohio State, last year. And I know the other guy was one everybody was drooling over, but that guy, I didn't know how to pronounce his name, but It's just constant at Ohio. I mean, Ohio State just turns out not just one, it's 2 and 3 wide receivers like every year. You wonder, Woody Hayes in Ohio State's turning out wide receivers like that. I mean, but it's obviously it's changed over the years with Ryan Day and what they do. And I don't know what they're teaching their guys, but they're all just polished route runners. Every single one they put in the NFL is just that. But anyway, it is, what it is. And you keep track of all these teams because the Niners' goal is to not only win the NFC West, but to win the NFC and try to get back to the Super Bowl at Levi's. But the NFC West, top to bottom, people are finally realizing that the NFC West is the only division in pro football where all 4 teams have a winning record. And the only reason Seattle lost is they lost to the Niners. The only reason Arizona lost a game is they lost to the Niners. And the Rams lost a game they should have won in South Philly. And they had not one but 2 field goals blocked by their young kicker from Stanford, Joshua Carty. So really, they kind of cannibalize each other. And then you got a showdown with the Rams. This Thursday, we've got Arizona and Seattle. And Thursday night, Prime, Amazon Prime. And then the following Thursday is the go to SoFi and beat L.A., 49ers and Rams. So it'll tell a lot, where the Niners are going to be the next 8 days, certainly. The game against Jacksonville, the game against the Rams. But with David Lombardi, we'll get into it, and David is so good breaking it all down. Obviously Sam Okawano's going to play more. Gross Matos played more to end after Bosa left the game. I know how David is on Bryce Huff and the way he's playing right now, but the real guy is Saleh. So we remember Saleh in the championship, Super Bowl defense. And when we played Kansas City in the Super Bowl, seems like all the time, but we played him in Vegas, they kept replaying Super Bowl 54, even though I didn't want to watch it because the personnel was so different.
Yeah.
But they just kept replaying it. In my room there I am watching on NFL Network, and it just, wow. Watching that defense from 2019 on Groundhog's Day night, February 2nd of 2020 in Miami. They were just so tight in that cover 3. It was accordion. They would just fan out and then suck you back in. And in the kill zone, it was so tight the way they played that cover 3. No one got behind them. Everything was underneath. And when it was underneath in the kill zone, they killed you. Patrick Mahomes was rattled. He's grounding balls. He's missing open receivers. He's throwing the ball right to Fred, right to his safety late in the game. I honestly was getting ready for the parade. I thought it's over. And then 7:13 to play, 3rd and 15, 2-3 chip, jet wasp. They take they saw a hole in the cover 3. They got people turned around. They hit Tyreek over the top. What a throw by Mahomes. And then all of a sudden they're the Warriors. Once they get one, it's boom, boom, boom. Kelsey's in the end zone, and damn, they had 10 points like a minute ago. Now they got 31. How did that happen? So that defense was tight. It just didn't get it done. And then the next year, Bosa went out. So this is where David can get into it, because he's been talking about Saleh and what we would get from him after his time in New York. The Saleh we saw in 2020 without Bosa was an entirely different defense in 19 with Bosa and the Gold Rush.
Yep.
And they had to reinvent themselves, and they blitzed more. The Saleh defense we saw the first 2 weeks of the year, a lot of second and third down blitzing, and a lot of cat blitzing from Upton Stout out of the slot. This last game, not as much blitzing because you wanted to play more zone against Kyler. What do you do against Trevor Lawrence? How does Robert Saleh change the structure of his defense? He lost his McCaffrey. McCaffrey is Kyle's game changer, opens up everything around it. The gravitational pull all goes to CMC. Same with Bosa. All the protection goes his way. Those wide splits where they go 3 linemen bunched on one side and Bosa way over on the other side. They run that all the time. It creates looping and, it opens up room for Bosa. It's like the Travis Kelce play when he was younger. They went 3 by 1 all the time, 3 on one side, Kelce on the other. They're trying to isolate Kelce and get him into a one-on-one matchup. And do you do that now? Do you overload 3 on one side and put who would that guy be? Who do you want? Brysoff could use that kind of space with his quickness, but he's more of an edge guy. Or Bosa can beat you running the hoop, or also crossing your face, or bull rushing, or spinning you. He's just different. So we'll get into it with David because he breaks it down so well. And then ultimately, he also knows not only ball, he knows the money of ball. You know, do you go out in October and do you go out and get a Trey Hendrickson? Do you get a Bradley Chubb? How much of that cap space do you use? Maybe not right now. It'll all be prorated. So we're not talking September 24th and more so at a month time. So how do they get through it next 4 or 5 weeks of the year? And then ultimately, if they're still winning and stacking and you want to win the whole thing, do you go replace Bosa with another Ohio State Buckeye and Trey Hendrickson, or somebody else, somebody big time?
And he wrote about Kayvon Thibodeau as a name to be keeping your eyes on as well. So lots of options out there. And right now they got to worry about what's in-house. Maybe eventually before the November 4th trade deadline, they find a solution out of house. David Lombardi will join us next. It's Pop on Silver, only here on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver is brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA. We're going to make the connection shortly with David Lombardi of the SF Standard. Been writing a bunch about Bryce Huff, the 49ers' recipe for success. I want to get into the strengths of the Jaguars' defense. He also fascinatingly gave his grades for the 49ers Week 3 matchup, and it was a lot of high grades despite the, I don't want to say sloppy, but it was a very gritty, grimy win in which the 49ers had to overcome a lot. But the offensive line got a nice old D, and Mac Jones was not moving around all that well either. So want to get his thoughts on the offensive line, how they can continue to improve it, and we can do that right now as we have made the connection with him on the UMA guest line. David Lombardi, good to talk to you again, David. And I know that, it's nice to have one Greg, but really the other Greg is very, very excited to hear from you. So happy Week 4. How's it going?
Yeah, it's great. Great to have Greg squared back in the equation. I've been staying in touch with the other Greg there. How are you, Greg? I haven't heard from him yet.
I am doing well.
You doing?
Doing well, David. You've been
Good.
reaching out to me from the very beginning. Hope you and Margot are doing well, and we're doing well. We're cancer-free in between treatments right now, so I'm back to go on the radio show. So able to talk ball for a while. So it's great to have you back, and you've been out there as a love and supporter from the very beginning, brother. So I love you and love Margot. So, but let's get into it. Just your thoughts on how they adjust, and you've written a lot about it. Minus Bosa. I know you're high on Bryce Huff, and you got a lot of thoughts about how Saleh will change things, but you watch as much of the All-22 as I do, if not more. Bryce Huff, you talk about wide 9. He's out there at wide 10, 11, 12. I mean, when you see him initially sometimes, it looks like he's covering a slot wide receiver, and there's nobody in the slot. I mean, he gets way, way out there and likes to run the hoop. As far as pure juice off the edge, he's the one that's most Bosa-like.
Did you see the snap where he was over the A-gap?
Yeah, I saw that as well. They move him around.
Yeah, in the third quarter. Yeah, he's moving him around everywhere. So I mean, I've never seen, even D Ford didn't line up as wide as what you're talking about. He's way, way out there. He's been measured to have the quickest get off in the NFL in 2023, back when he was playing with Saleh last, and they were running a wide 9 with the Jets. So when you've got that kind of speed, that's what the wide 9's about, right? You try to give that edge rusher a better angle to showcase that really fast get off speed and run the hoop around the tackle. With Bosa done now, they were using Huff a lot more than they, I think, planned on using him in Week 2 after Bosa went down. I thought, played the run decently well. That obviously still is his weakness relative to his pass rushing ability.
David, I want to get into, and I'm not sure if the connection.
Trade.
Hey, David, I think the connection dropped there for a second, so just back up a couple of sentences here, and sorry about that.
Yeah, do you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, so I think that he's lining up all over the formation, but he got a higher snap count this past game. That's obvious, something to expect because Bosa exited that game early. I thought he played the run decently well. Now, I'm not really sure if that's going to be sustainable. They brought him in to be a pass rushing specialist, 30 to 35% of the snaps. Can he be a guy that gives you 50 to 60% of the snaps? Maybe temporarily. Maybe the 49ers make a move. I know Sam Okawanu's snap count went up drastically this past game. He had 42 of those snaps, so he's more, I think, of a 3-down player just as far as his weight and his ability to play the run. But they've got to be really, really encouraged by what they have from Bryce Huff so far, because it hasn't been a precipitous drop-off against the run so far, and that pass rushing skill is everything that was advertised.
I want to get into this whole existential questions, right? Because when we do talk radio, you can obviously look at the big picture and ask things like what's there to prove or what's the 49ers identity. And you made a note in the SF Standard that in the past, when the 49ers have paired a top 5 offense with a top half defense, that's been a recipe for success in past Shanahan-led teams. So now that the offense is theoretically getting a little bit healthier and the defense just suffered a major loss in Nick Bosa, how do you anticipate the offense to evolve as they get some reinforcements and maybe carry more weight in this equation of complementary football?
Well, they're really short on the explosives right now. And I know that everybody's talking about Ricky Pearsall and the great catch that he made up against the helmet. Great throw, too, from Mac Jones on that 4th and 2. And that's great, but they still have not generated the type of explosive play rate that they have in the past, even in 2024 when the offense wasn't nearly as good as it was in 2023. And in this league, you need explosives to be an elite offense. And I think that there's an easy explanation as to why they haven't generated those, and it's because they're very shorthanded in the weaponry department. And George Kittle's going to be back in a few weeks. Brandon Ayuk should be back in a few weeks. Jawan Jennings might be back this week for the 49ers. And nobody's really talking about DeMarcus Robinson, but that I think is, especially at this time where Ricky Pearsall was starting to get force-fed toward the end of that game against Arizona as the downfield option, with Christian McCaffrey being more of the underneath option. But I think especially at this point in time, DeMarcus Robinson can help open up some space for the 49ers, draw some defensive attention. And I think that's what's going to turn into more explosiveness for this pass game. And then by extension, you start loosening up some of the 5-man fronts and you start just getting into better position to run when you are truly prolific passing wise. I think it's smart to play the 49ers the way that opposing defenses have been playing them. Coordinators have been, generally speaking, just making either Brock Purdy in week 1 or Mac Jones in weeks 2 and 3 use their arm to win. And that's why we've seen all these passing attempts from Mac Jones. But at a certain point, if the 49ers continue seeing passing success and start generating more explosives in the pass game, we should start to see the rushing efficiency increase. And at that point, you could start talking about an elite offense again. And I think the overall formula has got to be for San Francisco: top half defense, top 5 offense. I mean, 3 of the past 7 Super Bowl winners have not had top 10 defenses. It is not mandatory to have an elite defense to win a Super Bowl in this league. But if you don't have one, you better have an elite offense. And that's what the 49ers need to build to or build toward as these guys come back healthy.
Yeah, I mean, as they do get healthy, I think you'll see the explosives return, and there's no doubt about that. As far as the defense and Saleh, so you talked about the personnel and how he does it individually, but just structurally, one thing about Saleh, the structure of the defense has changed, even when Bosa was here. It's not so much cover 3. You're seeing more varied coverages in the back end, a lot of 2 safety high. That Mars defensive line, where they're using 5 defensive linemen, is more and more prevalent. The blitz, specifically the cat, the sharp blitz from K1 Williams, and now Upton Stout, his propensity to blitz the first couple of games on obvious passing situations, David, on 3rd down, played more zone against Kyler Murray. So just give me the breakdown. When you thought Saleh, when he was here first time, covered 3, and then he got away from that a little bit. He blitzed more when he lost Nick Bosa. So what you've seen from Saleh, say 9 quarters into the year when he had Bosa, how he adjusted without Bosa based on what he did in 2020.
Well, I rewind all the way back to 2019 as the first major year of the evolution. They started running a lot more cover 4, some quarters in 2019. I thought that was a big part of that defense's progression. They obviously were a really, really good unit in 2019. But you're right. In 2020, the blitz rate went up minus Bosa. And we all remember K1 Williams and that shark blitz that you talked about. I think that Saleh 2.0 now with the 49ers, he's blitzing even more on 3rd and 4th downs. I mean, especially that Seattle game, I think it was like 6 blitzes in 9 3rd or 4th downs or something like that. It was a very, very high rate. We saw the dual linebacker blitz come in a few times there with D. Winters and Fred Warner. I mean, they had a Warner blitz dialed up on Sunday that I just thought was a really smart blitz. And I was talking to a couple of the guys in the locker room about it after, and they were saying that Saleh very specifically targeted Kyler Murray's lack of height on the blitz, and Fred Warner is 6'4". And Saleh charts all of this. He's got his staff that is looking in depth at spray charts, exactly where Kyler's going to throw, where that first read is going to be. And it was on the penultimate third down. And you saw Fred Warner completely choke off the expected passing lane with his blitz. Kyler was looking right with his first read. It was a 6-man blitz. And you had Warner, even though he wasn't designed to reach Kyler Murray, because Kyler's really quick, and Warner was on the back end of the blitzers, with his 6'4" height and his wingspan, he put his arms up and he batted that ball down, because they knew that the blitzing action would coax the first read throw from Kyler, and then they figured that if they had Warner blitzing from a specific angle, they'd be able to get a pass breakup, and that's exactly what happened. So I think that's what Saleh 2.0 is all about. It is all about the nuances, the refined angles of these blitzes. Yes, the blitz rate has gone up. We get that. They don't have the 2019 defensive line anymore, and it might have to go up again now without Nick Bosa. But some of the small stuff, the intricacies that they're doing on the back end, I think that's what's most exciting. And then you could go into the personnel packages beyond that. Jair Brown is the big nickel now. So they got small nickel and Upton Stout, big nickel and Jair Brown, base with Luke Gifford. Base didn't even play against New Orleans. Gifford was only on special teams. But Jair's package has grown to over 20 snaps. And I think it was by necessity. Arizona runs a lot of 13 personnel, 3 tight ends. I think that they wanted to counteract some of the receiving tight end game with the third safety or the big nickel package out there. But now on a week-to-week basis, I think that we can see the 49ers show a lot of adaptability personnel-wise that they didn't have before with Robert Saleh.
David Lombardi, the voice you hear of the SF Standard. And, you did your grades from this last week. And a couple of areas of struggles, I think, worth noting in week 3 and arguably weeks 1 and 2 at times, too, were special teams and the offensive line. Now, special teams, they solved the kicking issue with Eddie Pinheiro coming in and obviously hitting that game winner. But things in terms of coverages, when to field punts, etc., still been a little bit sloppy. As far as the offensive line, what can the Niners do against a really good Jaguars defense to overcome some of these early offensive line struggles, because they have not just one, but they got 2 injured quarterbacks right now. And Mac Jones already was less mobile than Brock Purdy. Then he was hobbled with the knee, and Brock Purdy, if he comes back, you'd have to think not close to 100% of his full mobility that we were able to see in the first part of week 1.
We'll see on Purdy's mobility. I would actually think that if he's not close to 100%, then he won't play. But I think that he's trending toward being really ready to go. And if that's the case, then he will play. I think the 49ers have actually earned the luxury of not having to force Brock Purdy out there if he's not close to 100%. So we'll see there. But the point for the offensive line is taken. I think that against Arizona, the big struggles were on the interior, especially with the 2 guard positions. And it made sense. Connor Colby was coming off a groin injury on Thursday, making his first career start on Sunday. And the Cardinals decided to test it. I mean, they moved Josh Sweat, the edge rusher, over left guard there in one of those early sequences, and he beat Colby clean on his way to Mac Jones. So, I think Dominic Pooney is still working his way back into the form that we saw early last year. Remember, he got hurt week 2 of the preseason. Calais Campbell, you got to give it to him. I heard that he was calling out some of the plays at the line of scrimmage, and not because the 49ers were telegraphing them, but because the guy, you rarely see somebody with that wealth of knowledge, like 18 years of knowledge, he's in year 18 now, still physically capable of playing. So he's like an encyclopedia. I think when the 49ers were running with Mac Jones back there, I doubt that he was changing the cadence up too much. That's usually a lot for a backup quarterback's plate. So Calais Campbell was able to, on the safety play that probably was improperly officiated, he was able to time up that snap count and just blow by Dominic Pooney. So the 49ers had to clean up that interior stuff. What's interesting about this matchup against Jacksonville is that I think that their strongest pass rushing from the edge with Josh Hines-Allen and Trayvon Walker. And I think the 49ers tackles have been very good this year. Trent had the rough week 1, but Trent's doing fine at left tackle. And Colton McKivitz has taken yet another stride. I know people are going to replay that Josh Sweat pressure on that early third down over and over, but he was rock solid for most of the game. Beyond that, the pressure was coming against the interior. Then I'm sure you guys saw the pancake that he had on the Brian Robinson run later, 20 yards downfield. So that's strength on strength. 49ers tackles on the Jacksonville edge rushers. Now, what Jacksonville might try to do is what Arizona did with Josh Sweat, and they might try to test Connor Colby with one of those edge rushers kicking inside and try to get a rushing advantage there. That remains a concern for the 49ers. But this is a big evolution, I think, for Shanahan in that he can really trust both of his tackles on islands this year.
They do have Eric Armstead inside, and it'll be a homecoming game for him,
Yep.
so we'll see what he's able to do. And he's part of the original Gold Rush when they had DeForest Buckner and Armstead and D. Ford and Nick. So Nick's gone, and, all those guys are gone. The word out, and you pieced it, they're not going to make any trade, in late September. We're talking, later October, and assess it when we get close to the deadline. But Trey Hendrickson's name is out there. We mentioned his name immediately when we heard about Bosa's injury, and Tim Kawakami from the Standard, your teammate, wrote about it. He wound up signing a one-year deal for $29 million. The cap hit is high, but it would be prorated if you did it, middle of the year, right around the deadline, David. As far as cap space, there are other names out there. You've mentioned Kayvon Thibodeau. There's a lot of names that could be available. Bradley Chubb in Miami. Do you think they will do? I mean, it's Bosa we're talking about here. And you're not going to get a Bosa, but Hendrickson is that kind of player. And in fact, an Ohio State Buckeye himself. Do you think in a month's time, 5 weeks' time, when we get up against the deadline and the money can be prorated, you don't have to pay Hendrickson anymore after this year, he's a free agent next year, what would be the compensation going back to Duke Tobin and Mike Brown? Do you see John trying to replace Bosa with one of the elite guys in the NFL?
Well, we have to see where these teams are, right? I don't think it makes sense for either side of a potential trade on this date. As you mentioned, no team is in fire sale mode after week 3, nor should they be. Crazy things happen in the NFL. So you have to see where your fortunes take you into October. And I think it's smart for the 49ers to see what they have. Like, promote internally, move up Robert Beal Jr. or Travis Gibson from the practice squad. They re-signed William Bradley King to the practice squad yesterday. So get a gauge for what Bryce Huff can do with an expanded role. Get a gauge for what Sam Okawanu can do in an expanded role. Get a gauge for how this offense is going to pick up some of the slack as it gets healthier. Then, as the deadline approaches on November 5th, you'll see actually is struggling. I mean, the Bengals are 2-1 right now, so the Bengals owe it to their locker room to actually see what they have. Who knows? Russell Wilson just got benched in New York. He's a Cincinnati native. Maybe he finds his way to Cincinnati to help pick up the slack QB-wise. A lot of moving variables, right? The reason that I mentioned Kayvon Thibodeau the other day is because the Giants are 0-3 to begin the season, so there's a higher probability of that team entering sell mode. But Bosa is Bosa. He's one of the best in football. Most pressures in the league since joining in 2019. Plays the run extremely well. An impossible player to make up for just one for one unless you get a truly elite player like Myles Garrett. I think even Trey Hendrickson would be a slight step down in terms of overall play than Nick Bosa. So the replacement effort is going to have to be a multifaceted thing. They're going to have to pick up slack at different parts of the roster. And if a trade does present itself, an opportunity does present itself that fits into the cap situation, they've got an extra $7 million or so to play with because of the cap insurance that they took out, the policy they took out on Bosa's contract. I'm sure the 49ers will explore it. They've been very aggressive making trades throughout Lynch and Shanahan's entire tenure, and this is obviously one that would make sense under the right parameters.
Yeah, I mean, not even a month into the season, and we already got so much to be analyzing, and this is an ever-evolving season with the 49ers already facing a fair share of adversity. David, thanks so much for coming by. It was great to have you on the Gregs again, and this certainly will not be the last time in the season, so we appreciate it, and go enjoy Kyle Shanahan speaking in about a half an hour, and then 49er practice.
Yeah, I heard that we're going to try to do video next time. We're going to try to schedule it so it's not right before practice because I'm obviously have to drive down to practice, so we can plug in on video. I'm excited to see you guys.
Yeah, no, we'll get you on.
When am I jumping on? When are we breaking down film together on YouTube, David? We got to do that together. Let's do it.
Yeah, I'm 100% ready. I was waiting for you to be ready and back to
I'm
closer to
ready.
full strength.
I'm already all.
You're
I've
ready?
done,
Then I
I've done
am.
a
Let's
couple
do
of
it.
Papa's playbooks. Let's go, bro. Let's do it. We can do it.
Let's bring it to the YouTube channel. I love it. We'll talk
Let's
to you guys
do it.
soon. Thanks
All
again.
right, man. Love
Thanks,
you,
David.
David. Tell Margot I say hi. Thank you, brother.
Nice little use of "let's do it" right there at the end. Upton Stout. You can break down that play as we did on Papa's Playbook. Let's continue to get into all things 49ers here. Kyle Shanahan, we're going to carry that live for you on these sports later. He'll be speaking. Then we got some Silver Linings playlist. We've got a little bit of sound coming your way, and perhaps we'll see what Walter's got in his back pocket in the 1 o'clock hour. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
As we put the 49ers Week 3 victory behind us and look ahead to Jacksonville, we'll ask you as a big picture question. Do the 49ers have the most to prove out of all the 3-0 teams in the league? And if so, what do they need to show you this Sunday against the Jacksonville Jaguars as they look to keep it going and get a 4-0 start to the season? Phone lines, text line, YouTube chat, it's all open. So share your thoughts with us on Papa and Silver.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver past the midpoint here on a Wednesday. Got a lot of Giants talk in the first part of the show. We'll revisit some baseball in the 1 o'clock hour. Giants officially eliminated from postseason contention, and we've been stuck on the 49ers getting ready for tomorrow. We got the full football hour with Tim Ryan. We got an NFC West showdown on Thursday Night Football between the Jaguars and, the Cardinals and the Seahawks, two former 49er opponents. The Jaguars, of course, will be coming into town on Sunday. I got to say, for a non-sexy Thursday night matchup, and I'm just talking about what the national perception would be, this is one I'm going to be locked in on no matter what. Not just because of the 49ers and their division, but NFC West is good, man, and you laid it out there. The Cardinals have lost one game to the 49ers. The Seahawks have lost one game, and they've looked damn good since playing the 49ers. So way too early to be drawing conclusions and everything, but obviously a lot has happened with the 49ers already, and I wanted to play this bite from Steve Young, who was on with Murph and Marcus this morning. Walter, this one's going to be cut C on Mac Jones and the experience he had with what we're calling bad NFL teams. Now, possibly a shot at the opponent that the 49ers got this weekend in the Jaguars. Yeah, they made some changes at the head coaching position and the front office, but Trevor Lawrence himself, former number 1 overall pick and one of the greatest prospects we've seen in this generation, is finding his way of his own and struggling a bit. So here was Steve Young's perspective as a Hall of Famer himself of Mac Jones having to deal with dysfunction in New England, then Jacksonville, and ultimately coming to San Francisco, stepping in as a backup and winning a pair of games.
You know, Mac is he's played 50 games, and like life out there in the wilderness in the NFL for quarterbacks can really suck. I remember when I played 1 year in Tampa, and new coach came in and he said, "Look, I hate lefties and I hate scramblers," and I was like, "Wow." Ray Perkins was the coach, and I'm like, okay, and scramblers were like, that's like swear word. You know what I mean? If you're a scrambler back then, like, I was like, do not call me a scrambler, bro. I'm playing quarterback and I can actually move. So like, but there's some bad spots for quarterbacks. And so Mac ran into a couple, and so did Sam, who was here. And now you saw what he did when he went to Minnesota and what he did here a little bit. So, the skies do open if you're at a place where understands the quarterback position in today's game.
Bad spots for quarterbacks, and Jacksonville making that list. And look, it was a bad spot for Mac Jones, and he did play a handful of games last year. And the way it happened in New England, once he got a special teams coach and a defensive coach calling plays for him, well, it all unraveled after the rookie year he had, which was getting into the playoffs and running an offense very efficiently. So now you look at someone like Trevor Lawrence, and it's amazing. We were just to revisit what you were talking about, seeing Trevor Lawrence in Santa Clara college football playoff. If you were to ask a bunch of people in a front office, if you'd rather have Trevor Lawrence or Brock Purdy. I still feel like between the physical attributes and the ceiling and the potential, a lot of people would be drawn to Trevor Lawrence. But if you look at just the general overall productivity and the way they can function within an offense as a well-oiled machine, Brock Purdy's brain has been his superpower, and he was on the brink of a Super Bowl, and he's someone that now got paid $53 million a year and is trying to prove that he can lead a team when you don't have the luxury of building a team around a rookie contract on a quarterback. So Mac Jones ended up in New England, then Jacksonville, now comes here, and we've seen it time and time again in this generation of football. Kyle Shanahan, Kevin O'Connell, Sean McVay, there are some places that have a way of getting the most out of first-round talent, or in the case of the San Francisco 49ers starter, some seventh-round talent too.
Well, I mean, Trevor Lawrence was the headliner of that embattled 2021 draft class where the first three picks went quarterback. And we knew Trevor Lawrence was going to be the number one pick after he won the national championship over Alabama, Nick Saban in that defense, and Tua and all the Rugrats wide receivers they had. That was what a team that was, and they just took them apart. Cleveland Ferrell had a big game. He went high, but Lawrence went number one. A couple of years later, Zach Wilson went number two to the Jets. We know about Trey. Justin Fields has been here, there, and everywhere in his career, and now number 11 and hurt in New York. And then Mac went 15. Mac did play well that rookie year, as you said, with Belichick and Josh McDaniels calling the plays, and he was a Pro Bowler. They went to a playoff game. They ran into Buffalo on a Saturday night when the Bills never punted, and were drinking 7 and 7s. They had 7 possessions, 7 touchdowns. And then the next year, the Matt Patricia, Clark Judge, and it all went sideways, and he wound up losing his way and got benched. He played a lot of football last year, Mac, in Jacksonville because of the hit Aziz Alshire laid on Trevor Lawrence, and he didn't come back. But as far as Trevor, just the improvement, where's it at? His completion percentage this year is 55.8%. Whoa. This is not the 70s where you're throwing 9 routes down the field. This is get the ball out and, get it to your hot. And the good ones are at 75%. They're not at 55. A lot of that has been, frankly, Brian Thomas Jr. is not catching the football. He's had a wrist injury. There's been a severe disconnect there. But he just has not progressed. I mean, Trevor Lawrence came in as a rookie, threw 17 interceptions right away, the whole Urban Meyer mess. And then he got him into the playoffs. They came back and beat the Chargers. He had some moments. His second year, Trevor Lawrence threw 25 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. He looked like that guy. The epic comeback against Justin Herbert and the Chargers. And then we saw him in Jacksonville in 23. I think they were 6-2 coming out of their bye. The Niners were coming out of their bye where they were at the crossroads of the year.
Yep.
Had just lost to Cincinnati. They changed nickelback. Steve Wilkes went from the boot down, and he was just awful in that game. He didn't know where to go with the ball. He was completely confused. Talking to the Jacksonville coaches afterwards, they were like, whoa, he got exposed. And then last year he got hurt. His numbers this year, Greg, are 4 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. It's a run-based team with ETN. It just hasn't been there. And they already gave him the contract. He's on his second contract. He was the number 1 overall pick in the draft. So, we could have a matchup, and Brock has beaten a lot of these number 1s, where the last pick in the draft, 262, goes up against number 1 again, and Brock has already beaten this guy. But there's no, when you look at the physical skill of Trevor Lawrence, if you went into a lab, I always said for years you'd make Carson Palmer. Carson Palmer was the state-of-the-art quarterback. That's the guy you would build. And he was a number 1 overall pick himself. He didn't play right away. John Kitna did. But Trevor Lawrence is 6'6". He's 220 pounds. He has mobility to run away from the rush. His freshman year was as good as any one year in college football history. Won a national championship. Took apart that Nick Saban defense. And then had to wait a couple of more years to be the number 1 pick. The bottom line with him, and I think all these quarterbacks, does he see the field? He can make every throw that you need to make. He is a human jugs machine, like a Sam Darnold or a Carson Palmer. There were times with Carson, he didn't see it on Sunday. He won the game on Wednesday, but he had a good career. I'm not here to denigrate Carson Palmer. He had a terrific career. Brock Purdy sees it. He processes it. He gets the ball out to the guys he needs to. Same with Mac Jones. Mac Jones does not have the physical ability of Trevor Lawrence. It's not close, even though he was a first-round draft pick. So one of those guys, Brock or Mac, will play against him. But you wonder, what is it that's holding Trevor Lawrence back? Is it a new head coach and a new offensive coordinator virtually every year? Is it just the pieces around Jacksonville? Is it him? Is it he does not see the field, despite the obvious talent? This is not the county fair, and you're throwing a football through a hoop or something. You've got to get it to your guy, and you got to do it on time, and you got to make the right choice. A completion percentage of 55.8 in the NFL today. Is that the worst? That's woefully inadequate. I put a lot on Brian Thomas Jr. He is not catching the ball. That wrist injury, he was better last game, but still something is way off there. The guy, the Travis Hunter, the guy they went out and got, he's not even, Parker Washington's taking snaps away. They have a good tight end in Brenton Strange. It's all built on ETN in the running game. But as you look at, where he is now 5 years into his career, you can't say Trevor Lawrence is getting better. He did his second year, and he's kind of flattened out. I mean, his numbers this year, Josh Allen came in and hit 55% as a rookie, and then he got better and better and better and better every year. This guy got up to 66.3%, 65.6%. Now he is down to 55.8%. That is not acceptable in the modern NFL.
So Trevor Lawrence has the second lowest completion percentage. I did find one quarterback who also was a number one overall pick in his division. Cam Ward right now with a very shoddy wide receiver core is at 54.5%. You know who's one below, though? You got Cam Ward, you got Trevor Lawrence. Up next, Kermit the Frog, Patrick Mahomes, is completing 59% of his passes through 3 weeks. I know. We're not going to overreact to the Chiefs being 1-2. Long way to go, but it is fascinating to have Patrick Mahomes grouped in with those two guys right there.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is just, the Xavier Worthy injury has completely taken them out.
No Rashee Rice.
That's the go-to guy, and he's throwing the ball. Thornton got some deep shots in the game. It is what it is. I mean, Mahomes is a high-level completer. It's not just on the quarterback. And maybe we have to look at, and I even think Trevor Lawrence's 55.8, a lot of it's on Brian Thomas Jr. He's just not catching the ball. He's had a wrist injury. A lot of the low completion percentages specifically to him. And that guy is a rookie, was right there with Malik Neighbors last year. He was that good. And a lot of that was Mac Jones. It wasn't there. So you can't always say the ball didn't get caught because it's on the quarterback. Mahomes is Mahomes. He can throw a ball left-handed behind his back, blindfolded with a cigarette in his mouth. He's Mahomes. And he's got any kind of a launch angle. He's elite. A lot of it has been his guys just haven't been able to separate. You got a little more out of Juju Smith-Schuster. We'll see if they're able to get Xavier Worthy, but it is interesting there. But you got to be careful. And I did watch Trevor back a little bit. Thomas is catching the ball, but that's just not acceptable. But Mahomes is Mahomes. Come on.
Yeah.
So it's a whole different level. But that completion percentage for Trevor Lawrence is just not acceptable.
Yeah, no, and obviously Patrick Mahomes has reached heights and levels where, of course, 3 weeks into a season, you're not going to fixate on one stat. Trevor Lawrence, on the other hand, is someone where, to your point, he improved in year 2. I don't think it's fair to count year 1 with the Urban Meyer dumpster fire that was, but then it looked like it was starting to really blossom with Doug Peterson. That thing flamed out, and now you got a new head coach, and the challenge continues as a guy who got paid, but is he really the guy? Kyle Shanahan going to be talking coming up in a bit. So let's go ahead and get ready for that. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Steve Young was on with Murph and Marcus to get into all things 49ers, their 3-0 start, the quarterback situation, how the offense will have to pick up the slack after losing Nick Bosa for the season. Check out that interview wherever you get your podcasts, or if you're impatient, just scroll back on YouTube or Twitch and rewatch the live stream right there.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, nice long break here on Papa and Silver, but we're back and we're getting ready to hear from 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan down in Santa Clara. That's going to begin shortly, and obviously lot of different items to be looking for as practice begins after this on a Wednesday. But Brock Purdy's health would be item number one right at the top, and then the fallout from Nick Bosa and what Robert Saleh does. And I'm sure Saleh will take the podium at some point as well. As far as right now, what can Brock Purdy do on a Wednesday practice? How is his progress coming along? And after Ian Rappaport laid out that 2 to 5 week timetable originally, seemed like Brock Purdy had a shot to be active last week, ultimately was not, but barring any setbacks, has a decent shot to play against the Jaguars, and we'll learn more here shortly.
Yeah, Kyle will be talking. He was scheduled for 12:40. He's always fashionably late, but once he gets in there, he goes through the list of who's going to be able to practice, and we'll find out about Demarcus Robinson, Jawan Jennings, and a few other people of note, but I think the key thing is going to be the quarterback, both quarterbacks.
Yep.
What is Mac Jones able to do with the left knee? Is he going to be out completely today? Will he be limited? Will Brock Purdy be limited as he was last week, or will he be a full go and be able to practice? So it'll start, all there. And then, the Q&A goes back and forth, and it's installation day, and this is the one time they get Kyle, but they'll get him again on Friday, and then after the game, Saleh will talk tomorrow, and Kubiak will on Thursday, obviously, and Brock, whoever quarterback. That'll be interesting to see which quarterback actually meets the media. They did both for a while there, trying to throw you off a little bit. But we'll have to see. So that'll be the key thing is when he starts right away. What is the designation on the two quarterbacks? Limited, full practice, not able to practice. We'll see. And then that'll give us a little bit of an indication on Wednesday on where this goes. But we were talking earlier, is Kyle having his best year early in the year, despite all the adversity? He started 8-0 one year and 5-0 one year. It is a 3-0 start, but all the moving parts. Salah's doing a great job with the defense and the rookies and that side of it, but just not knowing the 5 eligibles at all. The Juwan Jennings situation, Ayuk obviously losing George Kittle early in the season in the Seattle game. Just all of it is just, it's hard to keep up. You're bringing guys in late that haven't been around. You're bringing Kendrick Bourne back, Sky Moore, Marquez Valdez-Scantling. They just got here. You lose to Marcus Robinson. It hasn't been, perfect offensively. They're not scoring 30 for Purdy. They're not exploding. You've had to use both quarterbacks to get it done. It's been a grind, but they're just winning. Sometimes winning ugly, but finding a way to win. He made the change with the kicker. Obviously, Eddie has come in and won you a game. It's just a lot of adversity, a lot of new. The personnel is so different. Obviously, he's put up better statistical numbers as a play caller. But overall, Greg, you'd have to say he's overcome. We shall overcome. Can you make the point? We got into it earlier. Is Kyle, coaching the best football right now? The guy's coaching his ass off. Game management has been interesting the way he's done it. Certainly late in halves, both good and bad at times, but he's more, aggressive on 4th down. I think you'll see it. That you would from Jake. It's more the Robbie Gould days. So just overall, is Kyle, coaching his best football right now?
Yeah, I noted that I'm always going to stick with 2022 and the bounce back season 2021 and the bounce back they had after the 3-5 start. 22, they end up trading for Christian McCaffrey and then run the table up until Brock Purdy in the game in Philly. But 2021, to turn it around like that, to have Deebo Samuel and that kind of versatile player, basically put him at a running back position to go in Green Bay, and actually very similar to the Browns Packers game that we saw this weekend, where Packers go and score, they're holding on to a lead, and all of a sudden a couple things change, and to go in and steal that game in the 0-degree weather, then be on the brink of going to a Super Bowl, that to me, probably start to finish, I think ends up being Shanahan's most impressive work, but this really has a chance to be in the conversation. It's just too early for me to crown it at that point. I had a friend text me on Sunday, kind of jokingly saying, oh, what a trash 3-0 for the 49ers. And I'm kind of laughing like, well, yeah, obviously they had to overcome a lot. And this is not ideal. If you ran this specific roster out there every single week, yeah, they're probably not going to go deep into a playoffs. But I don't think there really is such thing as a trash 3-0 in the NFL. I mean, winning 3 games in a row to start a season in this league when players don't really play in the preseason anymore, it's pretty damn impressive. So, yeah, the Colts are 3-0, and they came out of nowhere. The Bucs haven't necessarily blown the tires off of anyone, but guess what? They've been incredibly clutch and found a way to win, and now they got to deal with their own battles of Mike Evans being injured and such, and they already got offensive lineman injuries to start the year. So Kyle Shanahan deserves a lot of credit, of course, bringing Robert Saleh back and what he has been able to do. The phrase complimentary football gets thrown around a lot. JD and I used it a ton in August when we were discussing if the 49ers are going to start hot. In what way would the formula all work out? The bottom line is Kyle Shanahan in weeks 2 and 3, sensational at given points in the game, even if the scoring itself wasn't anything of an outburst. And Robert Saleh, what he did without Nick Bosa for 3 quarters in week 3, and then week 1 up in Seattle. I mean, the more I watch Seattle, the more I become impressed with that win. And yeah, you're not going to have Nick Bosa for the rest of the year, but you're sure as hell glad that you did have him for week 1 when he was able to close the door.
Trash 3-0. Interesting. I mean, winning ugly would be the term, but they won 2 games on the road. Anytime you win
2 in the
on
division.
The road in the NFL, and you did it without 2 separate quarterbacks, and you were able to win 2 division games when nobody else has won a division game, it is what it is. So I'm just saying, to get to 3-0, despite the constant change with the 5 eligibles, is maddening. And then you have a different quarterback. That's a lot on a play caller and a guy who designs the offense and calls the plays. So you are going to get to Marcus Robinson back today. We'll see what the designation is there. Hopefully Juwan, and then which quarterback. Your point about the 21 year, that's when they had to evolve.
Yeah.
Middle of the year. They made a lot of changes. Eric Armstead is now a Jaguar, was playing in. They moved him back inside. But really, because of the injuries at running back, they brought out 11 Tyson. They brought out the Deadpool, and that was Debo on that game against the Rams on Monday Night Football on Veterans Day night. They were 3-5 going into that game. Had they lost that game, you may have seen Jimmy get benched, and you may have seen Trey Lance go in, and you may have seen a complete change. So that year, they had to reinvent themselves, both structurally with the defensive line, and then more importantly, how the hell are we going to run the ball? We don't have any running backs. Let's use Debo. And what a game he had against the Rams. Remember the fourth down catch he had and the run right through there, and it just catapulted the team. They were able to make a run. And then Jimmy ultimately did get hurt in that game. We mentioned the A.J. Brown game in Nashville, and then he got re-hurt in Dallas when he got thrown down. First it was the thumb, and then later it was the shoulder. But you were able to wiggle your way into the NFC Championship game that year, win all those road games, stack it up somehow, some way, beat Dallas, beat Green Bay in the snow. Wasn't perfect. Again, running Debo on a huge run to get you into field goal range. Jimmy made the one throw over the middle to Kittle. That was more of a mid-season reinvention of a team. And ultimately, they just ran out of gas. They got tired. The fourth quarter in the Rams, they didn't have it. Weren't able to convert on 2nd and 1 or 3rd and 2. A safety drops the ball, and it is what it is. But they overcame a lot. So ultimately, that year, probably he got the most out of that roster and to face critical junctures. I remember, losing to Arizona, James Conner running all over them to drop them to 3-5. It looked like they couldn't tackle. They had all different secondary issues. They brought in Josh Norman. It didn't work. So that year ultimately, I think, was him overcoming. But I'm saying early in the year, they started slow that year. They lost the home opener to Green Bay. Indianapolis came in during the bomb cyclone, the Pineapple Express rainstorm, and Carson Wentz went all over them, and they lost that game and got trucked. So they didn't get off to a good start that year. They didn't get off to a good start last year, despite winning the opener. They're 3-0, whatever you want to call it. Maybe ugly at times, just win. Just win, baby. He's finding a way to win. And now they got to reinvent themselves again, mainly on the defensive side with Bosa. So, it is what it is. I just think that to get to 3-0 and overcome all of the revolving door at the running back and wide receiver. You got McCaffrey, but beyond that, it's even lost Juszczyk 10 snaps into a game. You didn't have him. And then obviously losing Kittle, all these tight ends, what Tonjes has done, unbelievable, the production he's been able to give you. And then the wide receiver, but now you're getting a little bit healthier. So I think, they've been able to figure it out. They're not scoring like they used to. The numbers aren't great. They aren't exploding. But in the end, they're finding a way to win football games, and that's the ultimate evaluation.
Yeah, no question. We're going to hear from Kyle Shanahan coming up in just a bit when he gets to the podium. But talking all things Niners, Kyle Shanahan, the coaching job he's done through 3 weeks right now. And look, if you can improve that 3-0 to a 4-0 this week, you put yourself in a great position. And I know we joked about the Giants and their hot start and that buoying them all the way up until they really dipped after the Rafael Devers trade. But look, if you can get a 4-0 start to this thing, I'm not saying you look at other games as in, oh, cool, now we can play with them or now we can throw it away. But the next 4 after that is definitely a bit of a tougher test on what is by and large not a terribly challenging schedule. You got to go Thursday night, quick turnaround on the road at SoFi. Then after that, you get the mini bye, but you do have to go off that mini bye to Tampa Bay and face the Buccaneers. Then you get the Falcons at home. Truthfully, I don't know what to make of Atlanta right now. It seems like a mess internally. Fired their wide receiver coach. They're moving the offensive coordinator from the box to the sideline, as we saw with Steve Wilkes a couple of years ago. But I don't believe Michael Penix is necessarily that bad. I don't know if I see him as a playoff team. I don't see them as a given win. And then after that, you got to go and face the Houston Texans in Houston, a game that I had originally marked as a loss on the schedule. The offense in Houston is in complete disarray, and C.J. Stroud, post-rookie year, has not been able to figure it out. Weapons have gotten injured. The offensive line hasn't been good. That Texans defense, though, and D'Amico Ryans, still very formidable, and anytime former coaches and colleagues get to each other, it's a battle. But let's get out to Kyle Shanahan in Santa Clara.
Jordan Watkins, calf, he'll be out. Ricky Pearsall, knee, he'll be out. Jawan Jennings, ankle, shoulder, out. C.J. West, thumb, out. Trent Williams, vet day. Christian McCaffrey, vet day. Yetur, knee out. Nick Bosa, knee out. Brock Purdy, left shoulder and toe, limited. Mac Jones, knee, limited. Renardo Green, neck, limited. Connor Colby, groin, limited. Demo, illness, limited. Go ahead.
Kershaw, he came up a little gimpy after that big 4th-and-2 catch. Was that where he was injured, and is that a serious injury, you think?
I'm not sure which play it was on, but yeah, you can't go today, so hopefully he'll get better later in the week.
Well, if Purdy and Jones are limited in practice today, does that mean that Adrian Martinez takes all the first team reps?
No, Brock will still get some. Max will still get some, but they're not going to get their full amount. So he'll get a little more, Adrian.
Is one of them farther ahead than the other in terms of health?
No, I don't think so. I think they're both limited.
How is Brock progressing with his toe?
Good. He's better today than he was on Sunday, and hopefully they'll keep continuing.
You get to Marcus Robinson back this week. What did you think of him this summer, and do you think he can provide some explosives for you guys?
Yeah, I love getting D-Rob back. He was great for us this summer. He's been around the building the last couple of weeks, so it's been good to have him in here, and excited to see him out at practice today. I know he's been working on his own while he's been away, and excited to get him back involved.
Did you have to address with the team just Nick's absence here that's upcoming? I mean, you've had injuries, but this one's a season ender, so do you address that with the team to kind of keep morale up?
No. Yeah. I didn't. Everyone knows about it. I mean, it's, make it more than it is. I think everyone knows. I'm not going to sit here and say something and make it better. Everyone knows the deal, and so we got to focus on what we got to get done.
What have you seen from Gross Matos, especially since he hasn't practiced much this year?
I see a guy who's battled to get out there, especially when they went through this whole offseason. It's been good so far, just being able to get him out there on Thursdays and being able to get him to play on Sundays, and he's been able to do that routine, and hopefully he gets better, not worse, as the season goes, but it's something we'll keep evaluating.
He does. I mean, is that probably the plan for him throughout the season, given his knee situation?
Yeah, it's the plan until it would show us that it didn't have to be the plan.
Some would say, it has to do with the strength of schedule, but when it comes to the morale of the team, it seems like even though you guys have taken a big injury each game, it's still kind of a high morale on the team already. Now, I don't know if Nick Bosa's injury changes that, but from your perspective, what have you seen out of the guys with kind of rolling with the punches and the injuries?
I'm just kind of how we've tried to set the tone since we got here in OTAs. Guys haven't been thinking about expectations, good or bad. Guys haven't been thinking about playoffs, Super Bowl, anything like that. They've just been taking it one day at a time and enjoying football and going as hard as they can. And it's been that way since OTA. It's been that way through training camp, and it's been that way through 3 weeks. So injury shouldn't affect your mindset on that stuff.
How far away is Juwan Jennings from being able to participate?
Hopefully he can this week. It was similar to last week. He was close to getting in. Everybody was able to make it, and it'll be the same this week.
He wasn't probably not going to fall to you regardless, but did you play around in your mind a little bit with Travis Hunter and how you would use him on both sides of the ball? And what kind of challenge do you think that is to do that?
I mean, it's a challenge, definitely. Not many people have done it, but he definitely, based off of film, was the guy you want to do it with. I mean, he was that good of a corner and that good of a receiver. So to see that, I think anybody would try that.
What have you seen from the Jaguars' defense on tape?
Real good defense. They're talented. They got a real good scheme. Got a lot of respect for Anthony. They're playing extremely hard. They know how to get after the quarterback. They have very sound coverages, and when they're ahead of the change, they put the pressure on the quarterback and have been very opportunistic with turnovers in that way.
What have you seen from Armstead on the film?
I think Eric looks good. Looks fresh. Looks healthy. He's playing really good right now in all three of these games, run and pass, and he's tough to deal with.
So many of you young defensive linemen have credited Bosa with helping him a lot since he's been here. What's your expectation? I know he's got rehab, but just your expectation for him to be around, and how important is it to have him kind of continue in that role?
It always helps, especially with a guy like Nick. Just he's got a lot more wisdom than people realize. They call him like the audio book because that's how he sounds when he talks. But he plans on being around. He'll have to get away and do his surgery and stuff. And usually when you do that, you stay down, I think, in LA for a couple of weeks. But he plans on coming back here after that, and hopefully he's around more.
I feel Mike Krukow playing on the edge so far this season.
He's doing a good job. I mean, we put him mainly inside for pass rush situations, but it doesn't mean he can't do it outside, and I think he's done a real good job there.
Had the surgery on his right knee when he was in high school in 2015. Does that add another layer of complexity to this one? I mean, is there any worry that it'll take longer for him to come back from this than maybe the previous two?
No, I think there's zero worry or correlation between the three. I think this one, from what they say, was as clean as of anyone you can do. I mean, just pure ACL, nothing else. The other ones, they've all been 5 years apart. I had a buddy who tore one in high school, tore two in college, and then played 8 years in the NFL without one. I think Frank Gore's done a number of times. So it's all about how it heals, what type of tear it is, and when it's clean and you go through the rehab and stuff, it's usually brand new after that.
Him on Sunday, coming out of the blue tent, and he was walking around and he did some high knees and stuff like that. Was he doing that because at that point nobody thought it was an ACL?
No, I think it's the process of however they check it with their hands on the sideline. There's a test that they can do that can show whether it definitely is or not, and it didn't show that. But Nick was adamant that it was, so that's why when I was told it, hey, his ACL tested out clean, but Nick's pretty confident he has one, so we're pretty worried. I think that was the case. It's all of the player, and he's doing some high knees just to make sure, but he confirmed it didn't feel right. And they did say when you have had it before, sometimes it doesn't tear as clean, so the hand test doesn't work, and you got to wait for the MRI, and it's pretty much exactly what happened in his situation.
What stood out about Mac Jones on the rewatch when you watched it again?
I saw how competitive he was, hanging in the pocket, competing throughout that game, getting rid of the ball real fast. I loved him, especially on that last drive, just not hesitating, letting it rip, and being aggressive in everything he did.
When it comes to Bosa, you said he was adamant that he knew that it was his ACL, even though the trainers were trying to work through and they didn't think so. Was that a conversation?
Okay. I keep getting mistold on that. It's that the hand test didn't confirm it, and that's why there was hope.
Okay, well, my question was, did he have that conversation with you, with the trainers? What was he saying? Was he just he just knew that it didn't feel right and he said, this is my ACL?
Yeah, exactly.
Was pretty much
so he said the trainers. I was in the middle of the game, but that's what they said in the blue tent. So.
Bryce Huff to become a bigger leader on the defensive line?
Who's that? A bigger leader? I don't expect anybody ever to be a leader and do something just different, saying, hey, I have to be more of a leader today. I think Bryce Huff has been a leader since he's been here. The guy works every day, doesn't talk a lot, but when he does, people listen. I loved how he's been here, how he does practice, how he plays in games, and I expect that to continue. All right, thanks,
Thank
guys.
you.
That's Kyle Shanahan out in Santa Clara answering all the questions, giving the injury updates. We are here on Papa and Silver. By the way, we got some baseball talk coming a little bit later in the hour. Zach Bayruti going to be joining us at 1:30, talk a little ABS, and, of course, being the voice of the Sacramento River Cats, Bayruti has a lot of experience with that, but we'll get to that coming up shortly. As far as Kyle Shanahan and the main takeaways, well, Papa, yesterday when we did Papa's Playbook, we had 4 plays to break down, and one of those was the big 4th and 2 conversion to Ricky Pearsall. Now, the word sternum was mentioned on the broadcast with Guy Haberman and Tim Ryan, and I had said after we broke it down, I'm glad that on the conference call Monday, there was nothing about Ricky Pearsall, because you always got to worry about anyone who's had a history of some injuries and someone who has been carrying this offense in the passing game. He has a little bit of a knee and is not going to be practicing today. See if he's a little bit better later in the week, but that is certainly the one update that's popping up to my mind that I made a note of right away.
Without a doubt. And in the NFL, it's just different. A lot of guys miss practice on Wednesday. A lot of guys get vet days. Trent Williams hasn't practiced on a Wednesday at all. So just a lot of guys. But where just they say Ricky will not practice today, and he was limping a lot of different times. Tim did mention the sternum, but he was kind of when he went down in that 4th down. I would have to go back and watch and see what play it is and what knee it is, and they're not going to divulge that, but we'll figure it out. So we'll see, where he progresses. Demarcus Robinson will be involved today. We'll see about the other wide receivers. The big one was the quarterbacks, and they're both listed as limited today. But it sounds like that Kyle, when he was pushed on that, If Brock's limited and Mac is limited, will Martinez jump in with the one? Slow your roll there. It sounds like Brock will jump in with the one. So limited is limited. It's just a designation. He could go full in practice today. He could not go at all in practice today. But just based on the way he answered that question, and Kyle, again, it's a little bit of a sparring match with the media. He does not want to give anything to Liam Cohen, the new head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and Anthony Campanelli, the very young defensive coordinator. This guy does not have a lot of background in the NFL. Did run the Packers linebackers, young guy. They got a good defense as well. So they're not going to tip them at who. But I would think Jacksonville will be getting ready for Brock Purdy. A lot of people in their building know Mac Jones from him being there last year, but they'll prepare for both quarterbacks. But the Ricky news, I mean, we kind of thought you get DeMarcus Robinson back. Hopefully Jawan Jennings can come back. And now, you got Ricky Pearsall as well. You got Kendrick Bourne. We'll see. You'd like Ricky to be able to play in this game and follow up what he did. He clearly is your number one option. He could line up anywhere. Keep in mind, though, as you make a decision with a guy with a knee injury, and I have no knowledge of his knee injury at all until Kyle said it. We just know that, he took some shots in the game. He is a tough guy. You also got to come back and play after you play Sunday, 72 hours later, or whatever it is, 96 hours later on a Thursday in L.A. So, you're not going to get into either or, but could he get through both games? Could the knee injury be such that he can play the Jacksonville game, come back 4 nights later, play on artificial turf at SoFi? It is a good surface there, but it's still not natural grass. And do it they're all important, but the NFC games are obviously more important. The NFC West games specifically are more important in a game against the LA Rams that won the division a year ago. Most important. So the question would be Ricky. Hopefully he'll come back and practice tomorrow. He's not going to practice today. Be a full go. If he doesn't practice tomorrow, can he take part on Friday in more of a red zone day? If he doesn't practice at all, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then just could get ready to go out and go on the walkthrough on Saturday, would you play him? But your thought would be, and I have no knowledge of the injury at all, it's a knee, not a hamstring, which are slower. What exactly did he do to the knee? But are you confident that if you play him on Sunday, he could also come back 4 nights later and play against the Rams? How would that factor into the decision? So, we kind of knew the Brock and Mac thing would be limited in some degree, and they would play that game. And it sounds like Brock will be able to jump in with the ones. But for Ricky Pearsall, and I know people are down on him because he gets hurt and shoulders, and he got shot. But he had a hamstring injury a few times here. He needs to be able to stack days, stack games, and prove his ability. He can miss practice today, and we'll see. Is he doing anything on the side with the performance staff? Is it all inside? Getting rehab? Can he go out and run at all? We're not there anymore, so we don't know. But that is there was a long list of guys. I'm like, how the hell are you going to have a practice? No one's practicing. None of these guys. Trent doesn't practice. McCaffrey, I mean, it's good to keep him off the field on Wednesday, and Thursday's more of a day. But the one that struck, you got it exactly right, is that Ricky will not be able to practice at all today. He's not a vet who needs a vet day. He's the primary guy in your passing tree. You want him on the field, but if he can't go, he can't go. And hopefully he'll get better and be able to go. If not Sunday, certainly a week from tomorrow against the Rams.
Yeah, well, that's a good point about the 96-hour turnaround, right? Because it's not just for someone like Ricky Pearsall or Jawan Jennings who aren't practicing today. You also think about it for the quarterbacks, and yes, that's plural with both of them being limited, Brock Purdy and Mac Jones. As far as Ricky Pearsall, by the way, the top 3 players with the most receiving yards through the first 3 weeks, all in the NFC West. Puka Nacua, who has been a machine, and we're going to see him coming up very soon. Jackson Smith and Jigba, who had some flu-like symptoms and ended up playing against the Saints. He's in second, and then Ricky Pearsall hasn't found the end zone yet, but he has been by far the number 1 target in the passing game for the 49ers. So whether it's Brock, whether it's Mac, this is a good Jaguars defense where you're going to need some production, and we'll be monitoring that storyline throughout the week. Zach Bayruti joining us at 1:30, and we got a little Silver Linings playlist coming up. Didn't get to it yesterday. This one actually going to have to be a note to the demise of the San Francisco Giants postseason hopes. So we'll get back into a little bit of baseball, then wrap up the show and hand it to Dirty Work at the end of the hour. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Hey, what's going on? It's Greg Silver. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area and sometimes not even in California? Chris Dolan and his firm have been here for more than 25 years. And actually, I crunched the number. It is, in fact, 2 young Tony lifespans. We're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and DolanLawFirm.com is the place to go to learn more about how you can be protected by the best in the business and the best we got locally. Over the past year, Chris and his team also saw an increase in no-fault injury accidents. So with all the people and chaos, and now we got a little bit of water on the roads today, Daly City, looking like it's getting some rain out the window right now. I'll find out when I leave this place in a couple hours. Bottom line is this: be careful no matter how short or long the commute. Work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. Don't pay anything up front. You don't got to worry about hourly rates, and you don't have the upfront fees. They're not getting paid until you're getting paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Silver Linings Playlist. The tunes and lyrics that define the stories of the day.
Drop the mic, Silver.
All right, so we know it. The Giants are mathematically eliminated. It's felt like it's been over for quite some time, but had to have a little bit of fun with the fact that last night, on the final City Connect night on a Tuesday, well, Bryce Eldridge got to make his everyday playlist, and the San Francisco Giants posted this on their social media. He went double Leonard Skinner on this one, by the way. Two good ones. So he had the Ballad of Curtis Lowe, underrated song, and then this one, Tuesday's Gone. Well, Tuesday's Gone symbolizing the season, symbolizing the City Connect jerseys in that purple, and symbolizing that it's going to be a while. So we talk about the Giants being in any kind of race again. Got to wait till spring training. Cactus League champions. But yes, this is the official end of what has been a rocky up and down 2026 season. So Tuesday's gone, and there might be some other people or players or figures within the organization that get moved around as well. We'll do the full autopsy when it comes around next Monday, Tuesday. But we missed a lot of the season together, Papa. And during that time, I felt like I watched the greatest baseball team I've ever seen and the worst baseball team I've ever seen, all in just a span of a handful of weeks.
So a little like yourself, he's an old soul. There's no doubt. The great Bryce Eldridge. So, I mean, becoming Leonard Skinner, as a documentary you got to check out that has been unbelievable. That we saw actually before we got sick, and it's available to you as well. So anyway, the season is over as far as making the playoffs. You know, Brian Sabian for a long time talked about meaningful games, and they're going to have to play 4 of them tonight and then the 3 over the weekend. As far as Bryce, let him go. Let him play at first base.
Yeah.
I want to see him more at first base. We saw him on Sunday, the play that Tommy Edman hit, and he had the pitch com in his ear. He made a nice diving catch. You see the size at 6'7" in the range. As Bags wrote, he doesn't want to be known as stretch. He knows who Willie McCovey is. And, he made a good throw over the third base. He bounced it to double up Paz, but he was a pitcher, so he can throw. And we talk about fielding and first base and the stance. It's good to have a first baseman that can throw.
Yes.
J.T. Snow could throw. He was a high school quarterback. Rob Nen was his wide receiver. It made a big difference. All bunt plays, you can't challenge him. Mark McGwire could not throw, and he was challenged a lot where they would put the ball in play and make him make that throw from first to third. So to have the throw skill with Bryce Eldridge, we haven't talked about it enough. He was a pitcher. He was a two-way player, so we know he can throw. And even though the ball bounced, when it came out of his hand, it was a straight line right to third base. It just he threw more of a sinker than a four-seam fastball. So I say now that you're mathematically eliminated and you're playing teams that are not going. St. Louis has actually passed the Giants, which is like, whoa, what did that happen? But
and the Marlins,
they're
by the way.
Really, everybody's behind the Giants?
Marlins are a half game up on the Giants. I was just talking about this with Copes in the bullpen. It was crazy.
I know. My doctor friend, Dirk Fleischman in Miami, is a huge Mets and Marlins fan. Still think the Marlins are going to make it. I'm like, you're 4 back with 4 or 5 to play. You're done. If you're playing against teams that are really in the race, then you got to put a team out there. The Cardinals are not. So I just say let Bryce Eldridge play. Devers has gotten really good at at first base. That 3-6-3 double play he turned last night was incredible. He's gotten so much better. We know what he is. Let's find out who Eldridge is. Play him at first base. Let's just see and get him out of the way. And I know, John Shay with the expected batting average. I love that. He's 1 for 20. Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm seeing. I know he hits the ball hard, but, the results, the bottom line's the bottom line here. So, you got to be able to barrel some up. So anyway, the 1 for 20, not great. So, Buster came up and struggled a little bit in 2009 before he took over in 10. So he's an old soul. He doesn't look 20, does he? He looks older. We'll talk to Zach Bayruti about him a little bit coming up on what he saw from him. Zach is the TV and radio voice of the Sacramento River Cats. He gives us all the intel on these guys. There's a lot of swing and miss in his game. And there's no question that Major League pitchers, starting with Zach Gallen, are trying to drop his eyes and have him go down. He does spit on pitches, but he's swinging and missing all kinds of pitches. He misses breaking balls, and he's getting a lot of center cut fastball right down the gut, and he's just swinging right through it at 93. So it is what it is. We're watching the Padres right now. They do have Dylan Cease on the mound. Dylan Cease is a free agent at the end of the year. Would you like to buy Dylan Cease in the offseason?
Might get some value on that, too. He did not have a great season by and large, so maybe there's a little bit of value there.
He's a good pitcher, though.
Yeah.
I would take him. And you put him on that mound, at Oracle Park, it's a different deal. But San Diego is only a game and a half back of the L.A. Dodgers. And I know, the Dodgers owned them this year, but the National League West has not been decided at all. And that would change next week considerably. If the Dodgers drop out as a division winner and they're not the 3 seed, they'd have to go to Wrigley and play the Cubs on the road. How would that change things?
Yeah.
So we'll see. San Diego's batting in the bottom of the first. Milwaukee didn't score in the top against Dylan Cease, and we'll watch all the ball coming up tonight. We have to kind of live vicariously through, Mets and D-backs and Reds. And something tells me the Arizona Diamondbacks are going to figure out a way to get in. You thought the Giants sold off pieces going into the deadline? They sold off everybody, hitters, first baseman, third baseman, starters, and here they are, 3 games over. They still got a great offense, so it's been a strange year. So we'll check in with Zach and, get his ideas on what Bryce Eldridge could be. But really, he knows this ABS system, the automated balls and strikes, as well as anybody, seeing it nightly at AAA, and we are having it next year in baseball. The Players Association, Alston Slater's on the committee. They kind of approved it, but they kind of were told, we don't need your approval. We'll do this unilaterally. And just the commissioner wants it, and it is what it is. It's not going to be every pitch, but Zach is a friend. He's reached out to me through my ordeal, obviously, and great confidant. And get the update on what he sees from Sacramento. Are the Carsons? Is Hayden Birdsong, they just shut him down. He's done for the year. Never came back at any point this year, Greg.
And he could not find the strike zone down in AAA. And we talked about that with Susan Slusser a handful of times over the summer. It's interesting as far as Eldridge, and I'm with you to just let him go. I mean, JD and I said many times, when Rafael Devers started playing first base, we wanted to see it as much as possible because figure out what you got in a guy that you converted over to third or first base, from third base, I should say. It's interesting. August 26th was back when John Shay spoke with Buster Posey, and he said, Eldridge most likely not going to be coming up. And I asked him when he changed his mind ultimately and Dom Smith got injured, I said, was Posey's own experience in September of 2009 maybe have anything to do with it? And he said, yeah, he did not have fond memories of that September. So here we are again, a little bit of history repeating itself. Bryce Eldridge is 1 for 20. And look, earlier you guys were saying, oh, why are you guys picking on Bryce Eldridge? We're not. The point is, just want to know that he's ready and make sure. And production hasn't been there. Yeah, that was a great 3 RBI bases clearing double for that one hit, but there were 19 other at-bats, and he's got to cut down on the strikeouts too. So let him go. Let's see what we got and figure out what to make of these final 4 games. Zach Beirudi, voice of the Sacramento River Cats, joins us next. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver continues on your Wednesday. We are sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by NCUA. It's been a while since we talked to a friend of the program, Zach Bayruti, the voice of the Sacramento River Cats, but we had Bryce Eldridge coming up to the Giants. We had a little bit of action with the ABS system, which we're going to see a lot in 2026. And also, we just like Zach, and we wanted to talk to him. So all reasons to welcome him on the UMA guest line. Zach, it's great to talk to you again. It's the two Gregs reunited, and now it feels extra complete with your appearance. How's it going?
Going great, guys. And Papa, it's so great to hear your voice again, man. Thank you for inspiring us all with your fight. You are a fighter, and you're the man.
Thank you, Zach, and you've been right there from the very beginning, offering me love and support and encouragement. So you become a friend, brother. So much to get to. Thank you for your words, and let's just get right to it. As Greg said, the ABS system is in baseball. It's coming next year. It's going to be a challenge system. It's not going to be every single pitch. I actually saw you in Las Vegas a couple of years ago when it was a midweek game, and it was every single pitch. I saw you in Sacramento when it was a challenge system. It's a Hawkeye camera system. They've tested in the minor leagues since 19. You've seen it in the AAA for a couple of years. We saw it in spring training. We saw it during the All-Star game. It appears to work. Is the technology strong enough? Are you up or down on ABS, Zach?
I'm very up on it. I'm up on the challenge system. I mean, the every pitch was kind of a cheat code, honestly. I mean, you could just look at the board and see where the pitch was, and it was kind of clear cut. But I do like the human element. At my heart and at my core, I'm an old school baseball guy, and I do like the human element being involved in the game. But I think what the challenge system gives you is kind of guardrails with that, on both sides. I think for both umpires and for players. I think players oftentimes get so cocksure about the strike zone, and they're like, I understand exactly where every pitch is. And they turn to the umpire with every pitch they think they missed. And, the umpires can maybe be a little bit pompous about their strike zone. So I think this keeps both parties in check. I think it's a good compromise. There's one or maybe two anecdotes I'll tell quickly about it. The first one, we had a player, we were playing Las Vegas at Sutter Health. This is maybe a month ago, and one of their pitchers walked back-to-back hitters to start the second inning. He thought he was getting squeezed. They still had both challenges to use, and this pitcher turned and said something to the base umpire to the effect of, hey, your partner is, whatever, behind the plate. And he immediately got thrown out. I mean, he said the wrong thing. But in that moment, it's like, well, you know what? I do blame the player because, then challenge it, then challenge it. If you think it's that bad, then challenge it. And whereas before you might think an umpire is out of line for tossing a player, here it's like, well, dude, you got two challenges. Use a challenge. The other quick anecdote is Bryce Eldridge. Last month, there was a game we had beginning of August, and it was 2-on with nobody out in the ninth. Sacramento's trailing by 3, and Eldridge takes what was called strike 3. He challenges, and by the hair on his chin, he wins the challenge. Goes on to hit a game-tying 3-run homer in the ninth after the challenge. It was 1 or 2 pitches later, and Sacramento wins the game 10-9. So, you have those instances where it can be a total game changer, especially if you have a guy at the plate you don't want to lose because of a call that's not a strike.
Zach, I know this is somewhat of a hypothetical, but would you be less in favor of ABS? And do you think that players and coaches alike would be less in favor if there wasn't this level of efficiency to it? Because I do think about the flow of the game. And then after we saw it in practice in spring training and the All-Star break, it became very clear how efficient it was. Do you think that without that efficiency, there might be a little bit more of a holdup on this getting implemented in the game next year?
Oh, absolutely. I think that's why it's taken years to get to this point. I think MLB, rightly so, has wanted to refine it and make it as quick and efficient as possible. And they certainly have. I mean, it takes no time at all. It's actually pretty entertaining for the fans and for us as broadcasters. Here we go. Here's, a moment of suspense where we're going to see, especially if it's like a big time pitch where the stakes are high, we're going to see where this thing is. And I appreciate those types of moments in the course of a broadcast.
Yeah, so much has been said and written, and we actually talked to Patrick Bailey a couple of years ago and asked him about the ABS system because there was momentum building, and he shot right back. He doesn't like it, and he's been quoted as he's not in favor of this and how it'll affect, the great pitch framers that Patrick is. But we know him. We've watched him a lot. I want to ask you about the other catcher, Jesus Rodriguez, who is now not on the Giant roster, but he's on the taxi squad. He was I don't want to say the headliner, but he was an essential piece in the Camilo Duvall trade going to the Yankees. Buster wanted him specifically. I know you've been sending me texts about what a great hitter he is. He's played everywhere defensively, first, second, all over the place, outfield. He is learning to catch. How good is he as a catcher? But really, it seems like the hit tool that the Giants have been lacking from the catching position for forever. And really this year since Buster retired, this guy is a big-time hitter, is he not, Zach?
He absolutely is, and I would liken the bat-to-ball skills to someone like a Luis Matos. Like, he makes consistent contact. He's a tough guy to strike out, and, yeah, I think Buster was after a guy at that position that could put the ball in play, and he is that. It's a really cool story. First of all, on the catching front, it looked a little raw. He caught maybe the last 3 weeks or so of our season. He had a shoulder injury. He was down with a shoulder injury for a while. Not completely down. He was just DHing and not working behind the plate. So at times it looked a little clunky, but I wanted to give him some grace because he had taken a good chunk of time off. This goes back to his time with the Yankees with working behind the plate. So maybe the mitts need a little bit of work back there. But as far as him and his story, from what I heard, I think he signed for like $1,000 or $10,000 or something like that. He was not a big time international free agent sign in terms of the money he got. And he's very much a self-made prospect. So I think within that, you kind of understand a lot about Jesus Rodriguez and what he's all about. The stance is incredible to watch. When he sets up to hit, he twists his front foot completely in. When he goes to swing, it evens back out. But just watching him set up to receive a pitch when he's in the batter's box is quite something. But, yeah, just natural bat-to-ball skills. He trusts his hands. And honestly, it was refreshing to see a guy that it was a hard guy to strike out. Like, strikeouts come in abundance these days for a lot of these prospects. And here's a guy that is hell-bent on getting the ball in play. And it was pretty refreshing to see, and you could totally understand what Buster saw in him and why he wanted him.
Talking to Zach Beirudi here on the UMA guest line. You got to watch a lot of Bryce Eldridge here in the past couple of months. Now, obviously not your decision to ultimately call him up in September. And I think we were all taken by surprise given what Buster Posey had said throughout the year, and then more specifically late August when he said, yeah, most likely not going to get called up. But just watching him up close and calling a lot of these games, did you feel like he was ready with, yes, we know the power and we know the ability, but in terms of the strikeout to walk ratio, in terms of his approach at the plate, the pitches he was deciding to spit on versus go after, did you feel like he was ready for the September call-up?
In a sense, yes, but I think more importantly, the thing to understand about when he was called up, and I got to be in the TSA line with him in Oklahoma City when he got the call from our manager, which I know the story's out now, but it was a pretty wild scene. But I think what you got to understand is that, and first of all, like I was in the camp of keep Bryce in AAA all year, just let him compete for the thing out of spring next year, and that be that. But I think the same day that we, the Rivercats, were mathematically eliminated, the Giants were kind of starting their push, and Dom Smith went down, and they needed a lefty bat. And I love the move by Buster because, Bryce is a guy that can run into one at any time. And I know, the fans are looking at these numbers, the 057 or whatever it is, and they're like, geez, but you got to understand, like, there's going to be an adjustment period for him. I asked him when he first got to AAA, to kind of compare and contrast AA pitching versus AAA pitching. And he had a great point that he brought up to me. He goes, I think AA pitchers on the whole are more talented, but AAA pitchers know how to get you out. And so I think that tells the story now of, going from AAA to the big leagues, and major league pitchers know how to get you out even more than AAA pitchers. So there's this chess match going on, in his own head, I think at times when he's up there. And you got to keep in mind, like, the kid's 20 years old. Like, he can't buy a beer yet. It's pretty insane. And he's a 6'7" man child with a big beard, and he doesn't look the part of 20 years old. he's this older soul, but he's still young in his own mind. So I think there's just going to be that natural adjustment period. And maybe, you know what, maybe next year he goes to spring training and he breaks camp with the River Cats. And I think that's okay. I think this is going to be a good experience for him. And I think just in them calling him up in his own mind should reinforce to him the confidence that the Giants have in him that he's going to be okay, even if he struggles in this little sample.
Yeah, even guys that, begin the year in the big leagues and then something goes off and they wound up going down to the minor leagues. And Hayden Birdsong can buy a beer, but he's still very young at age 24. Did not have a lot of AAA experience, Zach. And, man, I mean, a lot of things kind of symbolize the Giants and where the pitching went. Trading, obviously, Hicks and Kyle Harrison. But the lack of command from Hayden Birdsong, it just got so alarming, where it got worse and worse and worse. And he went down. He was a big piece of this in the bullpen to start, and later in the starting rotation. We didn't see him again. Where is he at? How did he finish up with Sacramento? Was he able to get his command back at all? What happened with Birdie down there?
I was talking to a scout that I really respect about Hayden, his last outing, and I wanted the post-mortem from the scout. And he goes, his command clearly is not there because he's jacked up with his mechanics. So the command, to answer your question, Greg, it never really returned, especially not the way they would have hoped it would. I mean, you can still see the stuff is in there. Like, there's still a lot in there, but obviously it's mostly predicated on command. And I think Birdie is kind of like the poster child for what has happened here in the last year, maybe 2 years, even if you want to go back to the old Farhan regime. I mean, I think you mentioned it, he was called up after 2 AAA starts and never really came back until a month ago. So he was not really seasoned in the minor leagues, I think, enough. And he was brought up fairly aggressively, and his story is not unique. I mean, you can talk about, the Matoses and the Lucianos and the Mecklers of the world, and all these were kind of hurried up there. And you wonder what the lasting effects of that were for some of these guys. And with Hayden in particular, when you struggle at the big league level, do you have the mental tools that you maybe acquired at AAA to get through those times? And for Birdie, I just don't think it was there. And that's just my own opinion. That's not to say it's not going to be back, but he certainly struggled. And I would attribute those struggles to getting rushed up last year for sure.
Last couple minutes here, Zach, and we've seen a lot of pitchers come from AAA up and down throughout the season. I really didn't know much about Trevor McDonald, and not a great first outing up with the Giants, but then at Dodger Stadium, he goes 6 innings, just gives up 1 earned run, and is able to throw 89 pitches in a very impressive outing. So when you think about some of the arms that may end up breaking the spring training roster, may end up going back down to AAA, I mean, what's the future like for some of these guys like a Trevor McDonald, like a Peguero, like a Matt Gage, players that we saw come up a little bit later in the year for the Giants?
Yeah, so, I mean, McDonald was kind of the workhorse this year. I mean, between, he and it wasn't Wisenhunt. There was somebody else that kind of made every start. Maybe a Mason Black took every turn in the rotation, but McDonald was one of those guys. I mean, he was like the iron horse for us. He was the Carson Seymour that we had last year, where Carson did not miss an outing, and Trevor was on that same page this year. And you really saw the strikeout totals jump at the end of the year with Trevor. And maybe he's like the anti-Hayden Birdsong story that I just told you. Maybe he's a guy that has been seasoned heavily at AAA. I mean, he was with us at the start of last season, or at the end of last season, and with us up through all of this year. And a guy that does have the mental skills now to maybe get through some of those trying times, and the stuff got better as the year went on. So I think for a Trevor McDonald, you're talking about a guy that has been through the ringer at AAA, and especially in the PCL, where you can get your lunch handed to you at some of these ballparks. And I'm really excited, and a guy who has tremendous makeup, really good dude, and a real competitor out there. So I'm excited for what the future holds for him. I'll tell you what, you mentioned Yoel Peguero. I'm really impressed with the way Peggy's come along. He was getting hit hard, and you scratched your head at times. You're like, how is this guy throwing 102 and getting roped? But he added that cutter, which is like 90, 91 miles an hour, and he started leaning heavily on that and then commanding the fastball better, the 100 to 102. And it was like a total game changer for him. So I'm really excited about about the future for Yoel. And then a guy maybe not many people are talking about right now that was with the River Cats, never got up there this year, Miguel Diaz. He surrendered 2 earned runs going back to July 22nd. Like from July 22nd to the end of the year, only 2 earned runs allowed. So I don't think enough people are talking about him. And he's a guy who made a really big impression in the org this year, coming from the Astros last year.
You know, in the old days when the roster in September went from 25 to 40 and you got eliminated, you play all these guys now, but it's only up to 28 and a lot of them aren't here. You mentioned Matos and Luciano. I mean, Matos is out of options. So Drew Gilbert has took his spot on the roster. I mean, is his time in the Giant organization over? And Marco, he had 23 bombs this year, but he struck out 170 times. The batting average is low. Where is he at? I mean, is it time this offseason to say goodbye to both Marco Luciano and Luis Matos, Zach?
Well, Greg, I mean, those are two very different case studies for me. You know, I think I'm still very much in on Matos. I just think he needs more consistent playing time up there, which, you know, if he's not going to get it, then maybe they should move on. But that's what he needs. Like, he just needs a defined role up there, and he needs to play every day. You know, I work with Steve Sachs on TV on Saturdays, and he was in the big leagues for 14 straight seasons, never came back down to the minor leagues. And Steve said the thing that helped me the most, he got called up from Double-A to the big leagues when he made his debut. He goes, they told me that you're going to play second base every day, even if you don't get a hit the rest of the season, no matter what. And they gave him that assurance. And sure enough, like that was the confidence he needed to just go out there and get better at the major league level. And I don't know if some of these guys have gotten that, especially Matos. You know, Luciano, I thought, needed way more seasoning before heading up whenever he did what it was 2 years ago. You know, and he frankly looked lost at the plate this end of the season. He had an 0 for 33. He may have snapped out of it on Saturday, but he was like 0 for 33 with 21 strikeouts and some non-competitive at-bats in that span. You know, a guy that has prodigious power and that everybody talks about it, but maybe a guy that needed to be a little more hitterish and make a little more contact before he was just, you know, awarded the shortstop of the future job, or they tried to award him that last year and it backfired. But I think a guy that going into this offseason really needs to figure some things out. And I like Marco, I do. But gosh, he looked lost at the plate and to the point where you really felt bad for him at the end.
Zach, we appreciate you coming by as always. And I'm sure we'll talk to you plenty throughout the offseason for the Giants and what's ahead as they look to have a little bit of a different kind of outcome with probably a different roster construction here in 2026. So thanks so much for coming by and keep that phone close. We'll talk to you soon.
Anytime, fellas. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Zach.
Zach Bayruti, voice of the Sacramento River Cats. Always great to have him on. Let's get ready to wrap up the show and maybe play a couple pieces of sound from around Major League Baseball. It's getting wild out there. It's Poppin' Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Steve Young was on with Murph and Marcus to get into all things 49ers, their 3-0 start, the quarterback situation, and how the offense will have to pick up the slack after losing Nick Bosa for the season. Check out that interview wherever you get your podcasts, or if you're impatient, just scroll back on YouTube or Twitch and rewatch the live stream right there.
Declare your retirement independence today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group. Having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. You've worked hard, you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. Reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially for those who've saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today at 866-496-2300. Learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Call 866-496-2300 or learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Base hit. Here comes Tower. Alex Cole with a throw. He answers.
Moments like this, do you feel like this team is special, almost magical?
It is special, you know. We always say that Diamondback is never out of the game, and we pro today.
Perdomo walks off the Dodgers, and we had a lot of chaos last night between the Mariners clinching in dramatic fashion against the Rockies. I got to tell you what, that Seattle crowd, I don't care if it was the Colorado Rockies, that environment was incredible. And then the Guardians, how about that game? You know, if the postseason were to start today, you know what your 3-6 matchup would be? Guardians Tigers, and Tarek Skubal was on the mound. The Tigers had a 2-0 lead. And I got to tell you, for all the buster ball, the small ball talk, I envy the Cleveland Guardians. All that talk about would Stephen Kwan get traded at the deadline? They took a 3-2 lead without the ball ever leaving the infield. And the Guardians right now have pulled off one of the most improbable comebacks, 15.5 games back in the division and still 4 left to play. But wow, what a lot of chaos going on across Major League Baseball.
Well, remember when we talked about the Detroit Tigers and that Scott Harris joined us right after Memorial Day? They had the best record in baseball. The Tigers may not make it at all. They may completely drop out. The Astros are only 1 game behind them for the wild card. So right now, the Guardians are red hot and rolling. So we'll see what it all goes down. Another interesting matchup tonight will be the Reds against Paul Skeens. How about the pitching matchup on the banks of the Ohio in Cincinnati? Paul Skeens for Pittsburgh, Hunter Green for the Cincinnati Reds. The Diamondbacks with the walk-off from Perdomo, they're a game behind the Mets. And they're going to pitch Nelson tonight against Blake Snell. We'll go for the L.A. Dodgers. The Mets will have Tong against Boyd at Wrigley. That'll be on ESPN. So the Giants are out. We're living vicariously through these teams. So we got a wild week of baseball. The Yankees may still run down the Toronto Blue Jays and win the American League East. They're right there as well for that battle. But really the wild card. I mean, which one? Now that we care, the Giants didn't get the third one. It would be tough if the Arizona Diamondbacks get it. And remember, they have the tiebreaker with the Mets as well as Cincinnati. So they're both a game back. So Mets lose tonight, then it could be one of those teams making it. So meanwhile, Dylan Cease on the mound with Milwaukee, still 0-0 with the Brewers batting in the top of the third. And San Diego conceivably could still run down the Dodgers and win the National League West. They're only a game and a half back. Meanwhile, we'll see what kind of crowd the Giants get tonight. They're all meaningful in some regard, but not as much tonight. And I wonder, just play Blythe Eldridge at first base tonight. Let's see what he's got. You're out.
Yeah, we'll check in on all of it tomorrow. Great show here for a Wednesday. We got the football hour coming your way tomorrow. I'll be down in Santa Clara. We'll have Tim Ryan by, and we'll continue to preview this matchup against the Jaguars and take a look at what's going on across the league in baseball. By the way, Jimmy Butler doing a team mini camp in San Diego. We got Warriors Media Day coming up, so we'll get back into basketball shortly as well. Thanks to Pop. Thanks to Walter, who's excited about his Blue Jays. Big thank you to our guests today, John Shay, David Lombardi, and Zach Bayruti. And let's hand it over to Copes, D-Pop, Tim Webb. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Dirty Work starts now.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot? Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini. Yes or no?
59.
We know this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop. Tim Webb with you as soon as Walt gets his ass. He's out of the chair. He's just not out of my line of sight.
He had to go get that McDonald's.
Which is also a problem. Anyway, we got a Wednesday show for you.
We do.
Another semi-full edition. We're giving you a full edition of the show. Is what I'm going
love a
with
good
it.
semi, but it's the most full Wednesday.
It's my second Pauly Shore reference in 2 days.
Just giving me a semi. Oh man, it's gonna be that kind of show.
That's ridiculous.
It's the longest Wednesday show we've had in quite some time because no day game for the Giants.
No more day baseball for the Giants, and no more quasi-meaningful baseball.
Yeah,
for the Giants after last night. We'll
quasi-evil.
We'll talk more about this. Yeah, not even a little evil, not even quasi-evil. It's a good Dr. Evil reference there. Yeah, Giants officially eliminated from playoff contention. Some guy hit me with a tweet last night, and it kicked me right in my stomach.
Yeah.
The guy who says, hey, Cobes, we got eliminated before the Marlins did. And I was like, oh, my God, that's pathetic.
No way, really?
Piss poor. Yeah, Marlins are 4 back with 4 to play.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, Marlins might have 5 to play.
I did not even realize. Hold on, let me stick at the standings.
I think the Marlins have played 1 less game, or at least yesterday when I was looking, the Marlins have played 1 less. They may have the exact same record now.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Well,
it's bad. The Giants have fallen into they're the 11th best team or whatever.
Wow, the Marlins have a better record.
Marlins have a better record. The D-backs are still a game out. They sold big time. I mean, the Giants did the soft sell that we talked about. And again, I mean, they would have to win out here to finish the month at 500 or right about 500. They have 1 winning month on the season. I don't think Bob Melvin's, quote, lost the team, but Logan Webb had some pretty heavy comments, I thought, last night, if you read into them. And I thought Murph had a great interpretation, read it and heard it the same way I did, that they believe they have talent to win. And so there's something that's got to change. And we'll talk much more about that as we get through the show today. We got some 49ers stuff to get into as well as they prepare for the Jacksonville Jaguars. The latest on Brock Purdy from Kyle Shanahan. We'll get to that momentarily here. And we've got a good guest list for you today, too. Omar Ruiz of the NFL Network, reporter for the NFL Network.
Good dude.
We can whip around the league with him. Todd Husak, another great dude, talking football with Todd.
Yeah, steals calamari for sometimes, but
you always reference that, dude. He sat and hung with us one time at a bite of calamari, and Derek lost his mind.
Love Todd Husak. But yeah, where were we? OJ's? He came through and he was having some drinks with us, and then he started eating our calamari.
Shots.
He bought us shots. It was great.
If you buy us shots, you can get all the calamari you want.
Husak is the man. Dude likes to crush his candy, too. I see him in the press box.
Oh, really?
Dude, I love sitting next to Husak and Larry at the games. It's a blast.
What type of candy is he crushing?
He was getting after some Reese's Cups this past weekend, and he was getting after some Skittles.
Oh, okay.
Skittle man. Todd Husak. He's got a sweet tooth. All good. And then Andy Baggerly from The Athletic at 5:15 talking the end of what is now, at best, a 500 season for the Giants. I mean, again, officially eliminated from the playoffs. Anybody who was holding out hope was, I mean, again, you didn't control your own fate. They didn't control their own destiny. But to blow the game the way they did last night was a sort of a microcosm of the way the season's gone. It was the best of times and the worst of times. Down 3-0, then they go up 8-3, and it was just like a slow bleed out. You get a light show coming in, Ryan Walker, and then 6 pitches later, it's over.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a tough deal.
It was incredibly fitting with Logan Webb starting the game, and Logan Webb's been pretty good for this season, but last night giving up 3 runs in the first, and then having this offensive explosion going up 8-3, kind of like the way they were in the middle of the season, not in the middle of the season, but towards the latter portion. And then the bullpen just couldn't come through. And once again, Ryan Walker blowing a save. What is that, 7 on the season now?
It's too many.
Yeah.
I mean, again, they didn't have a closer.
Yeah.
They didn't have a closer. Randy Rodriguez was their guy. He was supposed to hold it down for the rest of the year, and now he's out for all of next season. I mean, it's just kind of... It's funny, too, because the bullpen, which I thought Shayna Rubin put it pretty aptly in her piece in the Chronicle, she said it's been ripped apart and then sewed back together again numerous times throughout the season. There's only 2 guys on the bullpen roster, in the bullpen now, that were on the roster. Maybe it's I think it is just 2 that were on the roster on opening day.
Yeah.
It's pretty impressive that entering play yesterday, they had the second lowest bullpen ERA in all of baseball, behind only the Padres, who spent a lot of time, money, and assets on rebuilding that bullpen for themselves this offseason. The Dodgers did the same.
Right.
And dealt with a ton of injuries with it. But in terms of what the Giants did, they found some pieces, I think, that will be here next year and that are sustainable for next year. It's one thing when you tear down the bullpen, then you go, okay, we're throwing crap at the wall and none of it is sticking.
Yeah.
They found some extra pieces and some pieces that will be good. I think Matt Gage is good. Joey Lucchesi doesn't throw enough strikes. It's kind of what it comes down to right now. He's had a kind of a revitalized situation in his career where he's not a starter anymore, and I do think he's an asset. I think he'll pitch either for the Giants or somebody next year out of the bullpen. I think he pitched well enough to earn that opportunity to take a spot in camp somewhere. But I don't know, man. Something's got to change. They're better on the roster than they were entering the season. They're better talent-wise than they were at the end of last season, the year before, and even the year before that.
So you think they got a little bit better?
I think the talent on the roster is better. They did not perform any better.
Right.
To make the case that they performed worse at times than they had even in the previous 3
what
years.
you're saying is kind of what Logan Webb was saying, where the team is talented, just something needs to change. And reading between the lines,
I mean, I've been saying this for a few
staff.
months, guys, and I know that the run in August might have changed the way some people viewed Bob Melvin. That was fool's gold to me. It didn't. Like I said, you can't be banging the drum to fire somebody when they're winning ball games, and if they'd surged to get back into it.
Yeah.
But you couldn't find 3 good weeks in a row. You couldn't find hardly at all 2 good weeks in a row.
Let me ask
when
you
they
this.
surged to get back to 500 it was, to me, that's fool's gold because you weren't that good. You're just doing what 500 teams do.
Right. Let me ask you this because I want to focus more on the big picture of things today and not just last night.
Yeah.
What'd you make of Bryce Eldridge being taken out of the game?
I was pissed.
Yeah.
I didn't understand that at all.
Yeah.
That pissed me off.
I don't understand it either.
What's the point? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Why not let that guy in a game-winning situation stay up and take that at bat? Right? You fighting for the season? Was that the thought? Like, we're making a decision to win this game?
Maybe.
Because even if, this is the point, though. This is the problem. Even if you win the game, and you didn't, but even if you win the game, you don't control your own destiny. So, I don't know, man.
It kind of defeats the whole purpose of calling him up. You want to put him in these situations. You want him to grow.
I thought the point was for him to get a taste of this and to be put in situations that cannot be manufactured or fabricated anywhere else, that he's getting a taste of what a real clutch, crucial situation is, pressures on. I know he's 1 for 20. I'm okay. I'd rather see him strike out or roll over one in that situation than, I mean, the result's the same anyway.
Exactly.
Right? So why don't we get somebody some experience? I don't know, man. When the players and Logan Webb, this happened with Gabe Kapler.
Yep. I remember
well. And we could probably find those quotes. We should maybe dig those out.
I looked it up. He said something along the lines of...
It was more clear that he thought the locker room was done with Gabe.
I believe the quote was, and this was in 2023, right before Gabe Kapler was fired, we need to come into the locker room with a better mentality. And he was not alluding to the players. He was just alluding to the coaching staff. That we need to... I remember the game before Gabe Kapler was fired, he was, on the mound with whoever the reliever was. And he was kind of just like lackadaisical. It wasn't like, oh, we're trying to fight for our lives. We could get eliminated tonight.
John Brebbia.
Yeah. And, I think that was the signal as, Logan Webb is the leader of the team. He told the front office and the rest of the players, we need to make a move. We need to get a better manager in here. And I'm not saying that Logan Webb said the same thing last night, but it was a little similar.
That's what he said in 2023. It was effectively calling out the staff. And he didn't say quite the same thing, and I don't think he has the same emotions around it. But I think he recognizes, and he said, I'm not the only one. All the guys here feel that we have the talent, that we're better. And when they do, again, when the answer is, I don't really know why it didn't work out, it's probably time for some new leadership.
Maybe.
Again, I want this to work, and I wanted this to work with Bob Melvin. But if they're going to run back a good portion of the same roster next year, and they will, everybody, they're going to. Because there's so much of it under contract. I mean, Willie Adames had 28 home runs. They're better at shortstop than they were last year.
Yeah.
Because you had, what's his name was playing short? Nick Ahmed. Wasn't he out at shortstop?
Yeah.
Last year to start the year?
To start the year, then he went to the Dodgers.
Nick Ahmed, dude. Was out at shortstop for the Giants. They're better at shortstop. They're better at third base. They're better at first base. They're better at second base.
Yeah.
Catching, questionable. I mean, Pat Bailey had a really good month of August and September. He had a much better second half, but he dug himself in such a deep hole. You may have found something in Gilbert.
Yeah.
I mean, so, I mean, maybe you found something there. You've got a 20-homer left fielder in Ramos. I don't know what his future is.
I don't know either.
My point is that a lot of the pieces are under contract.
Yeah.
The pitching staff has to be completely rebuilt from a rotational standpoint because you only have 3 guys under contract for next year. I don't know if Birdsong is going to turn it around. And do you trust him based on what you saw this year?
Probably not.
You need to show more. Landon Roop, I trust.
Oh, yeah.
Robbie Ray, final year of his contract.
Is there something there that he's not pitching the rest of the season or not getting another start?
Well, as I said before, it's been 3 years since he pitched a full year.
I know.
So I think it's a stamina thing. It's like we can't say the same thing about Jordan Hicks and be like, well, he's never thrown this many innings, and then you go 3 years and don't do it. Rebuild with Tommy John. I think that's more to the point.
Okay.
And they want to protect that asset for either next year or a decision this offseason.
Yeah, that's what I'm
thinking.
thinking.
I think
that's what I'm thinking.
Either way, you want to protect the asset in Robbie Ray, and there's no point in having him throw the rest of the year. You know what I mean? So I don't know that that's exactly what Logan Webb meant, but that's how I heard it. Was the team believes that they have enough talent to win, and they don't have a good reason as to why there's been less consistency. I don't know that a new manager changes all that, but I do think Buster's got to look at that and go, something's got to change, and it can't be every player on the roster. So it may be time to look for somebody else. And then what direction do they go? I mean, I don't know who the option is or what the option is.
You had some names. You said Mark DeRosa.
I said Mark DeRosa would be intriguing. I don't know if that's the right move. And the WBC's around the corner. Like, do you want a guy who had already committed to do that? Would he then pull out of that? David Bell's a guy who had managed in the past who I would be intrigued by. I'm not sure. I don't know. We've never seen Buster. Everything we do now is new with Buster, right? We don't know what this what this is about. People are going to say, bring back Boch. I don't know that that's the right move either. I don't think that's
no Boch, no Dusty.
Something more sustainable.
It's time to change. You can't just go back to what was successful back in 2014. You need to change the whole mentality of the organization going forward.
All right, let's get into some 49er football. Wednesday, we always start to turn our sights towards Sunday and to what's happening with the Niners and the Jacksonville Jaguars. The latest from Kyle Shanahan, who spoke today on Brock Purdy, still kind of up in the air as to whether or not he's going to be able to go. I'd really like him to, because I'm not as confident in Mac Jones if he's got a bum knee as well. Yeah. You know what I mean? So we'll talk more about where Kyle thinks Brock is heading into this game on Sunday. It's a Wednesday afternoon. It's dirty work, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
The Giants dropped a heartbreaker last night, 9-8 to the St. Louis Cardinals, blowing an 8-3 lead as the team has slipped to 4 games under 500 with 4 games remaining in the regular season. Awesome! Tonight it's righty JT Brubaker versus Sonny Gray. Pregame 5:45, first pitch 6:45, right here on the Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Is Brock Purdy going to play on Sunday?
Yes.
I don't know, man.
Is Mac Jones going to play?
I was looking. Well, if Brock doesn't, I think it'll be Mac. I'm looking for a better. I was looking for a better update on Brock than what we got today. I was hoping for something more, let's say, concrete.
I think this is as good as it gets.
Okay, why don't we hear from Kyle?
Yeah.
So here's what Kyle Shanahan had to say today about Brock. Brock and Mac were limited today in practice, but they split the first team reps. Here's what Kyle had to say.
Well, if Purdy and Jones are limited in practice today, does that mean that Adrian Martinez takes all the first team reps?
No, Brock will still get some. Max should still get some, but they're not going to get their full amount. So he'll get a little more, Adrian.
Is one of them farther ahead than the other in terms of health?
No, I don't think so. I think they're both limited.
How is Brock progressing with his toe?
Good. He's better today than he was on Sunday, and hopefully they'll keep continuing.
So it seems to me like Kyle definitely doesn't want to give Adrian Martinez first team reps, or they're splitting it right now. But
well, to me, if he was giving him first team reps, it would be more indicative of what he felt about these two guys.
Yes. So the worst case scenario,
if he thought it was a bad situation, he'd be like, "We got to get this guy who's never played an NFL game as many reps as possible."
Exactly. So he feels good at least about the other two quarterbacks. But I think the best case scenario is Brock Purdy plays, Mac Jones is the backup quarterback, and Adrian Martinez is either inactive or he's up for game day. Who knows? But there's a little gamesmanship here, and I like it. And I think that I don't want to know who the starting quarterback is until Sunday. The same thing as last week. I'm comfortable just going the whole week without knowing if Brock Purdy's going to start. But if it keeps trending in this direction where Kyle says to the media today, yeah, it's trending in the right direction, or tomorrow he tells you and I, yeah, Brock practiced again, he's limited, I think he's going to play. I think that's what they need right now. It's not it's not an indictment on Mac Jones by any means. It's just that, in my belief, with Nick Bosa going down, you have to get in the mentality now of this is our team going forward. This is our, we have to change the offense. Surprisingly, did you know, Scopes, they're the number one passing offense in all of football?
The 49ers are?
Yes.
Well, they've thrown it like 80 times in the last two games.
And they're 23rd in rushing. And I know yesterday I said they're not running the ball enough to make me have an opinion on if they're an effective running team or not. They need to run the ball a lot better.
They're only running the ball about 40% of the time.
Because it's out of necessity because the receiving core and they need Christian McCaffrey to catch passes. The other element of today that's a little more concerning for me.
I know. Go ahead.
Ricky Pearsall is out today with a knee injury.
Yeah, I was concerned about that too. I told you the thing that always worries me, and I was talking about this on the postgame show on Sunday, is the injury that flares up from a player that was not designated injured in the game because they returned to the game.
You're right.
So if the player doesn't leave the game and not return, Kyle doesn't have to say anything about them after the game. So, like, for example, Juwan got banged up in New Orleans, hurt the ankle. He actually left the game and came back in, played well. And then Kyle doesn't say anything after the game. Then Monday they show up and they go, Juwan out with an ankle. And it's, severe enough to hold him out of the game. He's still out of practice, Juwan Jennings, with the shoulder and the ankle.
Yeah.
And he was a game time with the shoulder. So who knows how that's progressing. I imagine a little bit better, but he still played with that bum shoulder. So now Ricky Pearsall has a knee injury flare up. And it doesn't sound like it's anything severe, but who knows?
Kyle didn't say yes. Kyle didn't say no.
So the fact that he's missed a practice now is definitely concerning. Again, this is what Larry was saying on Sunday. Everybody says when we get healthy, there's no when you get healthy in football. Yeah. You want to get guys back and hope you don't lose too many more along the way.
No, I totally get that. But I do think we need to have a better idea of what this football team is. Like, I know that they're not going to have Nick Bosa for the rest of the season, and that sucks. But let's see what they are offensively. Let's see Brock Purdy back. And if he's not good to go, then go with Mac Jones. The part is Mac Jones is injured as well. Kyle's never in a fantastic mood when he talks to the media. Today, he seemed a little more curt. Not that he was snippy with anybody, but the answers were pretty brief. I think it's getting to him a little bit, just how many injuries they have to deal with. And now, hopefully Brock Purdy could play. Let's just get this team in the right direction. Let's just be healthy for once. And it's frustrating, but they've dealt with this for so long now.
He definitely has the one thing after, because remember, I said it to him at the start of the season. I was like, dude, isn't it crazy? Like, fans, I know we get frustrated when we hear, God, another guy's hurt, and this guy's hurt, and this guy's hurt. And it was going into the last preseason game, I think, and Kyle said to us, well, whatever the fans are feeling, I'm feeling it like 10 to 20 times more. He's like, I'm feeling it exponentially more, of course. But he says, yeah, it does sometimes just feel like it's one thing after another.
Yeah.
Like it is a whirlwind. It does get frustrating. So, I mean, I imagine he is frustrated to some extent. And he also admitted to us last week he doesn't want to talk about injuries.
Yeah.
You don't have to answer this stuff, but it's the situation we're in.
And he also doesn't have to tell the team, like, hey, we need to pick this up because Nick Bosa's out. Like somebody asked him, do you need to talk to the team? Do you need to have a locker room moment when Nick Bosa's out? And he's like, no. Like, we know the severity of it. We know the situation. Nick Bosa's not out there. He's one of our leaders, and he's definitely valued in team meetings the rest of the way. It's funny. He said, even though a lot of people don't view him as that, they view him as, the other teammates call him audiobook because that's the way he talks.
Who is this? I'm sorry.
Nick Bosa.
The other teams call Nick Bosa audiobook?
The other players call him audiobook just the way he talks. But, yeah, Kyle's just saying, like, guys, I don't need to have some big old speech here. I don't need to tell you, like, we need to win this for the Gipper or whatever for Nick Bosa. No, we just need to go out and play. Like, it sucks. But we've dealt with this before, so let's go out and do it. And, yeah, we'll see what happens with Brock Purdy. I'm going to assume that we're not going to have any answer until we see who's playing on Sunday. I think it's going to be the same thing where both quarterbacks are limited. And the best case scenario is Brock Purdy plays, Mac Jones is the backup, and Adrian Martinez is your third-string quarterback. If he has to play, they're in deep dog doo-doo, in my opinion.
I would agree with you on your read of Kyle saying both Brock and Mac limited. And then the question from Mayoko, does that mean Adrian Martinez took all the first-team snaps? Kyle said no.
No.
No, and then Brock and Mac didn't get their full load, but we're still in there. That tells me that he believes one of them will play. Because if he was really skeptical that one of them would play, they'd be resting or getting limited work, and you'd be getting as much work in for Adrian Martinez as possible. I think that would be my lot. That would have to be the logic, considering this guy's never played a game.
No,
I think that how they went about it today probably bodes well.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I'm not that concerned about the quarterback situation this week. I think if Brock plays, they're in a good situation. If Mac Jones have to play, they're in a pretty good situation.
What kind of situation are they in without Ricky and or Juwan? I mean, that's just one more thing, man. Another game.
That's the part I'm concerned about. It's the same thing last week where, when Kyle said it's going to be very difficult for Brock Purdy to play on Sunday.
Yeah.
Once he said all the offensive line injuries, I'm like, okay, that's the part I'm concerned about. It's not so much the quarterback at this point. Obviously, you want to have Brock Purdy because he's the guy. But if Mac Jones has to fill in, I feel comfortable with him. But if the other pieces around him are not there, that's pretty concerning. Ricky Pearsall was the reason they won the game. He's the reason why you converted on 4th and 2 with that deep pass. He's been phenomenal. He gives you something different that Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk were not able to give you. He's just a pure wide receiver. And Brandon Ayuk was explosive at times, but was not as consistent catching the football. Ricky Pearsall is that guy. To me, he's going to be like Cooper Kupp for this offense. But if he's not out there, it's kind of like Christian McCaffrey not being out there or George Kittle not being out there. It's just one more thing in the way.
Well, I wouldn't go that far yet. What I would say, though, is his absence, in addition to a guy like Juwan Jennings and George Kittle, that's where I go, okay, well, now where do you go? You're putting it all now on DeMarcus Robinson. And we just saw Christian McCaffrey take 77 touches or have 77 touches in the first 3 games, 15 targets last week. Like, how sustainable is that? Can he continue to wear on that body? I saw a note yesterday. I'd have to look at exactly who the player was, but there's only like one other guy who's had this many touches in the first 3 games of a season or something like that.
And was he like a Swiss Army knife running back, like the way McCaffrey
I'll go back
is?
and I'll find the note for you, but it's the usage is through the roof right now. So if you don't have another receiver that's at the level of Pearsall, if it's just DeMarcus Robinson, I guess is my point, then you're going Robinson, you're going Bourne, and then you're again with like Sky Moore, McCaffrey. You're sort of patching this thing together again, which I trust for a game here and there. I don't like having to do it week to week to week, because now you're stringing these together, and at some point there's going to be a pitfall in there where it's not all going to work out. So, Kershaw being banged up, not a good thing, and the fact that he and Juwan were still both out today on a Wednesday, I don't know how well that bodes for Sunday.
He needs to practice hopefully by Friday. If he's limited in any capacity, that's a good sign. If he just is, obviously I'm stating the obvious here, but if he doesn't practice the rest of the week, that's not good.
It's pretty incredible that they have the number one passing offense.
I was surprised by that one.
Considering how much they've missed to this point. And as I pointed out, they have one touchdown by a wide receiver.
Yeah. And it's not like Kyle's afraid to throw the football. It's just his bread and butter has always been running the football. And I know that Christian McCaffrey is so valuable as, an all-purpose guy. I want to get to the point where they have the wide receivers healthy so they can just run the football and open up the offense a little bit more, because they've got him by with Christian McCaffrey being this all-purpose guy and not getting a ton of rushing yards but more receiving yards. It's good. It's the reason why they've won the first 3 weeks, but it's not sustainable.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. The 49ers could be without now Juwan Jennings and or Ricky Pearsall on Sunday. How much better can and will this offense be with Brock, with Robinson, with Kittle, Ayuk possibly returning in the coming weeks? I mean, Kittle we know is going to come back at some point. Ayuk is the one we're more skeptical of, I think, because it's been over a year since we've seen him, and the knee injury was severe. But Robinson, I'm excited. He was one of the best guys all of camp and all of preseason in terms of his output and production, and he returns from the suspension today. We'll talk more about this offense. Number 1 in passing, 23rd in rushing. Can't stay that way. We'll talk more next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Wednesday afternoon. That was weird, right? Is Tim being weird?
I was just being goofy, sorry.
I don't mind a goofy Tim.
I thought he was going to play a soundbite.
That's what I thought too. Before we came to the segment, he was like, "Stand by."
Well, he said it weirdly, like he was going to set us up for something, and then I was like, "Go ahead." And then he was like, "No, never mind."
There was a peek behind the curtain here. Most of the time when we have a commercial break or something going on, there very, very often we'll discuss what's going on in the next segment, or you guys will be riffing on something. And Jack Loader barges in with some bad take. Or whatever.
Were you taken aback by Derek and I sitting here in complete silence for the entire commercial break? Because that's exactly what just happened.
I thought it would add some levity.
All right, fair enough.
I was just reading something. That's all. We did sit in complete silence for the entire commercial break there.
Yeah, I don't mind sometimes.
Yeah, so
it's not a big deal. Like our car ride home the other day from Santa Clara. That's about an hour.
It's a comfortable silence. Yeah.
We sit in silence or listen to the Sunday night game. A little Ryan Radke and Golick.
Oh yeah,
yeah, we did.
I mean, that's usually me when I spend time with my dad on the weekends. It's just like, Niners won. Mm-hmm.
There's something to be said about having a buddy or a friend or somebody in your life that you can sit in comfortable silence with.
Oh yeah,
because everybody has that moment. I think there are people who are more comfortable in silence, but there are people who have that I can't sit in silence sort of way about them, right?
And I can't stand that, but I do agree with
like
Mia
Jack
Wallace.
Loader.
Yeah, I do agree with Mia Wallace from Pulp Fiction. Is it just nice sometimes where you can just sit and shut the F up?
Yeah, it's great. We just did it during the break.
It was nice.
Just sat here for an extended period of time and did not speak.
We talk enough for 4 hours to each other.
That's what I mean. It seems like, we're driving home from the Niner game. I'm like, we just spent 12 hours together. And
18 of 19 days.
18 of 19 days. I think we could sit for an hour and not talk.
I agree.
Just pretend he's not there,
Nice.
And then when something funny does jump into your head or whatever, you get a text from Josh or something like that. We'll have a laugh and go with our day.
All right.
We're stomped out of crunchy leave.
We need to play a series of those on Friday.
I don't want to play a series of them. I want to unload them slowly. So
this weekend, Josh.
Okay, all right, okay.
Yeah, we'll get into more of those.
We'll do one.
So my read on the Pearsall thing, and I'm seeing more, I guess, like updates about it. They're calling it a sore knee. So I don't know that we should be concerned all that much. I mean, it did hold him out of practice today, but a sore knee doesn't mean there's anything particularly wrong with it. Could have just been banged up.
Today's more of a rest day. You see a lot of veterans not practice, so if we see tomorrow and Friday he didn't practice, then you could be more concerned. I'm a little concerned today because you never want someone to miss practice because of a knee. But if it becomes a lingering thing, then the concern level goes up.
The 49ers, as the offense stands right now, 23rd in scoring offense. That's the worst scoring offense among the 6 undefeated teams.
Yes.
Which, I don't know what that's indicative of. They found ways to win games, and we know the defense has been a huge factor.
Not surprising.
In those games. It's interesting the defense has been carrying the offense, though, while not forcing tons of turnovers or anything, right? They're just holding teams off the board, and they're forcing punts. The 49ers are 3rd in scoring defense. That's the highest among undefeated teams.
Kind of balances out.
Kind of balances
out there.
They're the number 1 passing offense in football. They're the number 23 rushing offense in football. Maybe more to the point, they're like 19th or 20th in run play percentage. They only run it about 40% of the time.
Right. But they need to open up the running game a little bit more.
Well, they need the passing game to open up the running game a bit more.
Exactly. Like, the fact that they're amongst, the Raiders when it comes to running the football, which, God, their offensive line is putrid, and their whole thing was we want to run the football with Ashton Genty, and they get no open lanes for him. It's kind of the same deal right now with the 49ers. They're better at pass blocking than they are run blocking. So in order for this offense to be at full potential, obviously guys need to come back from injury, but also Christian McCaffrey needs to be more effective running the football. You need more carries for Brian Robinson at the same time. I'm fine with what they did the first 3 weeks. I think that you need Christian McCaffrey to be that Swiss Army knife, that satellite running back that does everything for you. But if you want this offense to hum like it was in 2023, which I believe is what they need to be in order for them to be a contender in the NFC now that Nick Bosa's out, the defense can still play very well. But it's kind of like that season where the defense took a back seat to the offense, where they were really bad in rush defense.
The Super Bowl season?
Yes.
23?
Yep. There were times where the defense was effective with Steve Wilkes, but most of the time you're like, okay, the offense is the stronger unit. I think that's going to be the case for the rest of the season, or it has to be. Once Brock Purdy returns, once you get Jamarcus Robinson, who brings a different element as far as like a pure possession number 2 wide receiver. Once Brandon Ayuk comes back, and we'll see if he's at full strength. He may never be the same, but We'll find out. I do think this offense, in order to be like truly successful and to compete against the likes of the Eagles or the Lions or the Packers or any of these other teams, the NFC, the offense needs to look similar to that of 2023. In order to get back to that, you need to run the football a lot better than what you have.
Well, do you think, you just said they're a better pass blocking team, or they've been better at pass blocking than run blocking. Do you think that's really the case, or do you think it's a schematic thing where, because I think it's the other way, where teams are selling out on the run to stop the run, which has opened up some of the short passing game for the Niners, which may be why they're leading the league in passing, yet not putting up tons of points. They're also not calling run plays because they need to move the ball a little bit more than they have, and they haven't been effective on the ground. I mean, Christian McCaffrey had 9 rushing yards, I think it was. Maybe it was 12. What was the score at halftime? I think it was 6-3 at the half. 6-3,
yeah.
So, yeah, because Guy Herman made a joke about that. He said, Christian McCaffrey has 1 yard for every point scored in this game. I don't know if that was on the air, if he just said it jokingly as they went to halftime, but they weren't running the ball at all. It was like 5 for 9 in the first half. They also couldn't get any sustained drives going early on. So then when you're coming out in the second half looking to score, they were passing to move the ball. I mean, the first 2 drives of the Niners, 3 and out, 6 yards and a punt, 3 and out, 1 yard and a punt, right? Whereas in the first 3 drives for Arizona, 21, 31, 33 plays run. So while they weren't playing catch-up, I think they were trying to get the ball moving. They didn't have many explosives for a while, and then it picked up a little bit in the middle or late part of the second quarter. I don't know really that I believe they're a bad run-blocking team right now, or if they just haven't run the ball effectively to this point. It does seem like they're getting stuffed a lot at the line, but again, if teams are selling out to stop you there and saying, beat us with Mac Jones and Ricky Pearsall and a passing game out of the backfield, then that's it. Now, they have manufactured some of that run game. We saw this a lot last year with I'm going to say it's the Patriots last year, ran tons of screen plays. The Buccaneers did it too a lot.
Okay.
They run a lot of screens because they had a tough time running the ball up the middle. So they were dumping a lot to Antonio Gibson last year. They ran more screens, I think, than anybody in the league at the time the Niners had seen him last season. We've seen some screen plays to McCaffrey to sort of manufacture that, get the ball in his hands in some open space, and try to let him run between some blocks. So I don't know yet that I'm ready to say that. I also don't know if I'm a good enough evaluator of that to know whether or not they've not been okay at run blocking. But again, they've only run the ball 40.5% of the time. So, again, without the receiving core, and I if I'm on the opposition, I look at it the same way. I go, don't let McCaffrey beat us. Make Mac Jones beat us with a rookie who hasn't played a full season yet, or a second-year player who hasn't played a full season yet in Ricky Pearsall.
No, that's totally fair. They're slowing out for the run. They're not doing as much as when I watch the Rams, the way they were defending the run against Saquon. That's selling out for the run. But yeah, teams are defending McCaffrey a lot better when it comes to running between the tackles.
You have to sell out with him a bit differently too because of how he runs the ball, how he can get to the outside.
Yes,
he's different than Saquon. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
stylistically.
Totally. But also they're missing George Kittle, and he's an effective blocker as well.
Sure, of course.
So him not being out there just does not help your offensive line. So yeah, I think that with the addition of Demarcus Robinson this week, I think that they'll be able to open up the passing offense a little bit more. And if Ricky Pearsall just has a banged up knee and he's good to go, then I feel pretty confident that they'll be fine offensively. And once you have another, wide receiver out there, you have Ricky Pearsall. If Juwan Jennings is good to go, if Demarcus Robinson's good to go, then that opens things up a little bit more. Then you can have the opposing team, the Jaguars, will still focus on Christian McCaffrey as a receiver or a running back, but then they have to account for everybody else too. So maybe you're able to run the football a little more effectively.
So, and remember last year when McCaffrey came back, and you've mentioned this even a couple of times before this season, when he came back and they kind of immediately gave him the keys and put all the workload on him, and you were like, I'd still like to see more Mason, I'd like to see more Garendo, and I was like, just give him McCaffrey, that's the guy. Let the guy please and play for the first half of the season, let him play.
Right.
And people were concerned about the workload last year immediately, maybe they need to ease him in, and people were saying even when he came back, you got to still get Garendo touches, you got to get Mason touches, give a change of pace there, because the offense wasn't working and you didn't have a healthy Brock at that point. How come people aren't talking about it the same way this year? Is it just because they're winning? Because here's the deal with McCaffrey right now. Here's the note I was telling you about. He's got 77 touches through 3 games, the most for any player in Niner history through 3 games. Christian McCaffrey is the first player with 50-plus carries and 25-plus catches in the first 3 weeks of a season since Thurman Thomas did it in 1991.
Ooh, and that was an MVP season for Thurman Thomas.
Well, the thing I would point out is the production, while it's been there to some extent, Thurman Thomas was 4 years younger than McCaffrey is now.
Right.
McCaffrey's 29. Thurman Thomas was 25 at that point.
And Thurman Thomas didn't sustain the injuries that Christian McCaffrey has in his
It's kind of where I'm at. So, I don't believe this usage. I don't believe this usage is going to continue, but that should tell you everything you need to know about where the 49ers are with, again, things go wrong for them. They immediately give the ball to McCaffrey, run it to McCaffrey. They turn the ball over, dump it off, or hand it to McCaffrey. Like, he's the sure thing in the offense. As we both said, he's the most important player on the team, and he's the thing that makes this all go. And so while you need him, this is why he's here, to be this guy for you when you don't have the other weapons, and it's helped you win 2 games. They do need to find production elsewhere. They do need to be able to run the ball with Brian Robinson, and he only had 2 carries last week. They do need to be able to open it up in the passing game to allow McCaffrey. I mean, he took a beating, I thought, on Sunday. Yeah. Like, he took some really hard hits.
Oh, from Mac Wilson on the goal line on the 4th and goal?
Mac Wilson, when we take a look at this guy's jerk, I mean, he's it's funny because he's a strong dude, and he's built like a rock. Like, he's a stable and sturdy dude, but he's still like 5'11". Like, he's not the biggest guy.
Yeah.
He's very strong, but he gets ragdolled around sometimes out there. And so, I mean, early in the year, where you're going to rely on this guy and you're hoping for like 6 more months, you know what I mean, or 5 more months, or you want to go deep with this thing, they've got to get production elsewhere. I'm not as concerned now reading the Ricky stuff. Sore knee, but we'll see how that progresses throughout the week.
Yeah, definitely.
If there's no Ricky and or no Juwan,
that's tough.
That's tough this week without DeMarcus Robinson, or even with DeMarcus Robinson coming back. But Bourne another week in the offense is better too.
To answer your question about why people are making a big deal as last year when it came to spelling Christian McCaffrey, it's because we had a good sample size of Jordan Mason running the football. And however many weeks it was with the Achilles tendonitis, that Jordan Mason was an effective runner and was second in the league in rushing. That's where once McCaffrey comes back, like, hey, you can have a 2-headed backfield. You can play a little bit more with Jordan Mason, and Kyle Shanahan just didn't do that. They've been effective with Christian McCaffrey being everything for their offense the first 3 weeks. We haven't seen enough of Brian Robinson to really have that opinion yet. So until Brian Robinson gets enough carries, you're going to run with Christian McCaffrey, but you do want to see a little bit more.
Dude, the Terminator.
That was his nickname?
Yeah. According to Football Reference.
The Terminator? I don't think Chris Berman was ever calling him the Terminator on Sunday Countdown.
Man, the Terminator?
I never heard that one.
So I don't know. It's the only nickname given on his reference page. Then again, Tom Tolbert says Fabian, so who knows about the legitimacy of it?
But you know
like
what?
One guy called him the Terminator in like a Sports Illustrated article 30 years ago.
Yeah, I know.
And it just stuck.
I mean, that's bound to happen for a Football Reference, but Thurman Thomas, the all-time leading rusher in Bills history, but I remember asking my pops this. Was Thurman better than OJ? Come on now.
Greg sided with the juice?
Oh, every time.
Yeah.
He thinks O.J. Simpson is the greatest running back of all time.
It's on the table.
Oh, absolutely.
It's on the table for sure.
Yeah.
It's just, it's hard to separate art from the artist.
Oh, believe me, I know. When I was on NFL Network and they wanted me to put a montage together of the best running backs, I had O.J. in there. And they were like, we need that one out. And I was like, can't you just focus on the football element, though? And they're like, no, absolutely not.
Well, I told you we were at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame dinner.
Oh, yeah, I was there with you.
For this.
I was there with you.
Yeah, 2 years ago, and then they had the in memoriam segment. They're going through it. It kind of shocked all of us a little bit. I was like, oh, I forgot the juice is in here, huh? Can't take it away from them.
Yeah. Yikes.
Yeah, they'll never take that away from you, unless, of course, Shout out to our guy, Norm. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Omar Ruiz of the NFL Network joins us at 3:50, plus Todd Husak at 4:50, Andy Baggerly at 5:15. You know what we haven't done? We haven't told you about what we're giving away today.
Oh, Jesus.
We've been telling you about it all week, but we haven't told you today. We are yet again giving away a $50 gift card to Tony's Pizza. That's right. It's one of the best giveaways you could get. A Tony's Pizza gift card. Their food's fantastic. They've got something for everybody, by the way. 12 different styles under one roof. Neapolitan, classic American, Italian, California, New York, Detroit. Anything you want, Tony's has it. Plus, they got chicken sandwiches. They've got great pastas, fantastic desserts. And you don't have to go to North Beach to get it. It's all over the Bay Area. Slice House locations inside of Oracle Park and at Chase Center and across the Bay. Get yourself some Tony's Pizza. And listen, between 3 and 5:45, we'll give you the cue to call. If you hear the cue to call, caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR wins the $50 Tony's gift card. You can get the rules at KNBR.com. Tim, what's our cue to call today? Hey, y'all. It's the cue to call. If you want tickets to a $50 gift card to Tony's Pizza, call right now. That's it. That's what you can win when you hear that cue to call later in the show. I do also have to tell you the Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA. 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. We want to hear from you. Has your expectations of the 49ers changed for this season with the loss of Nick Bosa? 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Do you think differently about where they can go? Is the peak of this team now less than whatever you thought it was at the start of the year. Was it Super Bowl or bust in your mind? Are they still a playoff team in your mind without Bosa? How have your expectations changed for this team amid the Bosa injury? We'll get to your calls at 808 KNBR next. Dirty Work, the greatest show in America, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
'49er legend and Halloween light aficionado Steve Young joined the morning show fellas today, and in a wide-ranging interview spoke to Mac Jones' success under center, Ricky Pearsall's emergence as a number one wideout, and what the loss of Nick Bosa means for the squad. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, head to thesportsleader.com and on our app, because Steve is the greatest human that has ever lived.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Stand by. That's what Tim said last time when we were coming in from break. We spoke to each other this time during commercial, so Tim didn't feel the need to be heard.
Hi.
808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, the number to call. Have your expectations for the 49ers changed since either the start of the season or the Bosa injury? And how good does the offense need to be the rest of the way to keep them in contention? 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, the number to call and the number to text. 915 checks in and says, my expectations have not changed because I did not really know what to expect with the already existing injuries, rookies, and yet a light schedule on paper. I'm with you there. What has changed are my hopes. Of course, I hope every year for the Lombardi. And to be honest, no other team scares me quite yet. Every team has its flaws, but Kyle and staff continue to coach their asses off and maximize the talent. Can they do that? Can they do that every week is what they're asking.
Yeah.
The offense, quote, should get better. So the net of losing Bosa and the improved stable of receivers and a healthier Purdy should offset that to some degree. Do I expect playoffs? I do. Do I expect a Lombardi? No. But I damn hope so.
That's totally fair.
It's
totally fair.
I think it's a very layered and a reasonable thought process from a fan. That's kind of where I'm at too. 915, appreciate the text, man. That's almost exactly where I am too. Like, have my expectations changed? It's sort of the difference. It's like the opposite of the Giants. When they got Devers, my hope had already been there, but now my expectations changed. You were already battling for first place.
You had my attention. Now you have my curiosity.
Exactly. You got Devers, and then I was like, well, now, remember we said you have to go to the playoffs now.
Right.
And since then, the Giants are 10 games under 500 since the All-Star break. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it was terrible, the run they went on. With Bosa, it's the other way around. I started to see flashes of like, okay, this team might have something special because the defense is playing this well early, and we haven't even seen what the offense is capable of yet, right? They're still playing the early month of football. There's still so many guys who didn't even play in preseason or very little at all. One series for Brock, right? Now Brock has played one series preseason, one game in regular season. We didn't even know. But then Bosa goes down, so I'm with this texter in the 915. My expectations were still go to the playoffs. I wasn't certain. I didn't really think it'd be fair to call them a contender yet because they had to re-earn that right after going 6-11. But after seeing what we saw at the early part of this year, a little bit of a different feeling. And now the Bosa injury, I'm with you, 915. My expectations are still playoffs. My hope for a Lombardi dwindles because I don't know that they can get one without Bosa. I saw Grant Cohn had a funny tweet yesterday, though. He said, for anybody who thinks they can't win a Super Bowl without Bosa, 59 other Super Bowl winners didn't have him either. Yeah, but they had their best. But they had you would think they had some of their best defensive players. I thought, yeah, that's a good point. They haven't won one with him anyway, and they've been twice. So there's that as well. That said, you're at your best with your best, and they don't have that.
Yeah, but I hear a lot of people comparing this Niner team to the Lions of a year ago when they lost Aiden Hutchinson. And everyone's expectation once they got to the playoffs was they're going to lose eventually. There's so many. I mean, it wasn't just Aiden Hutchinson. They lost so many guys. So, yeah, they definitely threw like some blitz packages at Sam Darnold that last week of the season to get the number 1 seed. But then when they were getting their ass kicked by the Commanders in that playoff game, it was shocking, but not really when it came to the defense. So that's the thing with the 49ers. Like, it was a big mystery coming into the season. It was equal parts, like you wanted to be competitive, but you didn't know what the defense was going to bring. And now you have a good sense of, okay, even without Nick Bosa, that maybe this team could be pretty good on defense. And I still have faith that Robert Saleh could figure it out. But as a texter said, the offense should get better. We don't know if they are going to get better, but they need to get better in order to have success. I think that there's going to be times where they face a better team, and we don't know how these younger players are going to match up. We haven't seen Upton Stout against the likes of the Rams. We haven't seen Michael Williams against the Rams or the Buccaneers. And looking at the teams they've played, yeah, the Saints, you look last week and they suck against the Seattle Seahawks, but they were pretty good in the Dome against the Arizona Cardinals and the 49ers. Week 1 against the Seattle Seahawks, I mean, since that point, the Seattle Seahawks have been one of the best offenses in all of football. But week 1's kind of weird. They held the Seahawks to 13 points. I mean, the Packers, I think they're a good defense, but they held the Lions at 13 points. And since that time, the Lions have been one of the best offenses in all of football. So you just don't know week 1, but it will be a true litmus test the next couple of weeks here against the Jaguars, the Rams, the Buccaneers. But, yeah, I would say that's a pretty good, solid take by the 915 saying that when you go into a season like this, you don't know what to expect. Obviously, when you go 3-0, you have hopes of maybe they'll be the same team of 2019 or 2023. Those expectations change when a Nick Bosa goes down, but you still want to have a successful playoff season, so I'm right there with him.
209 checks in and says, Copes and Depop, you guys are probably too young. Thurminator was a well-known nickname for Thurman Thomas. Tim should know that.
Oh, come on.
Says the 209. You guys are too young, but old-ass Tim, he'd know. He's older than the Dirty Sleeps in. Yeah, right, Tim?
I remember the 50s,
yeah.
The 1850s.
Yeah, Tim in Stockton sent that in from the 209.
What's up, Tim? I
appreciate
see you, buddy.
that. 415 says, got home from my 6-hour commute, took a nap, woke up to the Tony's Pizza contest, got on the phone with Tim, and totally thought I won until he's like, dude, this isn't the contest line. And then he says, tell Tim sorry for cussing.
Well, it was Derek, but yeah.
Yeah, either way. Our voices sound alike.
By the way, we didn't even do the cue to call yet.
Not yet.
That was just telling you what's going on. So you still have a shot there. 415.
You haven't missed the pizza.
There's plenty of time. There's plenty of time.
896 KNBR is the contest line. Let's go out to the phone lines here at 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Joe is in Manteca. What's up, Joe? You're on the Sports Leader. How have your expectations changed?
What's up, man? How are you guys doing today?
We're good,
What's up, Joe?
Good. Yeah, man, my expectations really haven't changed. I mean, going into this year, there are so many variables, unknowns, like that text person said. I mean, with all the rookies, the Greenlaw, the Hufanga, all the moves in the offseason, the free agents and the new draftees. So it's like, let's see how this thing plays out. They have the easiest strength of schedule, even though each week is an NFL opponent. It's not. I mean, look at the Jaguars. The Jaguars might be tougher than we think. But, I mean, certainly losing Nick Bosa does diminish hope. But it's a long season. They'll get better and they'll mesh as the season goes. So, in Week 10, we might be seeing a completely different team. Let's just hope that someone else doesn't get hurt, man, like a Fred Warner or anything like that, man. That's all we can hope for, man. And but we'll see how it plays out. That's all I got, man.
Appreciate the call. Thanks, Joe. I mean, yeah, you're always hoping that no more serious injuries come. And, again, This is why 2023 – it just felt like one slipped away because it was as healthy as they've ever been, it felt like, in the Shanahan era. You got the production from McCaffrey. While the defense wasn't as good, it was till Cleve Farrell went down. It was pretty healthy, right? Which is ultimately ended up being a key factor in setting the edge and stopping the run. Neither here nor there. You had to lead in overtime. You had to lead in the second half against the Chiefs. But it's like it's hard to get through a year with the amount of health that the Niners did. They had Debo healthy that year. They had McCaffrey healthy. Brock came back and played the entire season that year. Kittle was healthy for that season. Trent Williams was healthy for that season. The defense remained healthy until Dre Greenlaw went down in the Super Bowl, right? Like it's to that caller's point, to Joe's point. Yeah, you don't want another guy to go down, but it's the sport you play. It's the nature of the beast. Last year, the Lions had Aiden Hutchinson go down.
Yeah.
And they remained one of the top teams in football, but why? The offense carried that defense.
Exactly.
They lost 20 players on defense last year. The offense had to carry it. This offense is going to have to do the same. To this point, that offense is still better than that of the 49ers.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you saw it in the quarterback show where Dan Campbell was talking to Jared Goff of the offense, just being like, guys, we have so many dudes coming in this week that we don't even know their names.
He said on defense, he's like, that's why we're going for it on fourth. That's what sort of spawned the fourth down. We're taking pressure off the defense. If we lose, it's because we're going to be the ones that go down. And we're gonna make sure that we take care of them.
And the 49ers are not in that situation yet, but they can still be a solid defense. But when you lose a Nick Bosa, that just takes away so much from the defense. And I know yesterday I told Guy Haberman, isn't it equal parts good and bad for Mykel Williams the rest of the season? He was like, no, it's terrible for Mykel Williams. He's not playing with Nick Bosa because he would benefit so much his rookie season just to play off of him, to play first and second down and then be off third down passing, learn from Bryce Huff, but benefit from the double teams that Nick Bosa is getting. That's why, like, when you see a Monday night, the reason why the Lions sacked Lamar Jackson 7 times is because so many of the offensive linemen are focusing on Aiden Hutchinson, and that opens things up for everybody else. The same reason why the Browns sacked the hell out of Jordan Love on Sunday, because Myles Garrett gets so much attention, and everybody else is on single coverage from the offensive linemen. They're able to bust through. That's what Nick Bosa was giving you. That's why, like, these great teams that win Super Bowls, it's because of the pass rush. That's why the Philadelphia Eagles beat the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowls, because they had so many good pass rushers. So, yes, having Nick Bosa is detrimental to their success going forward, but they can find a way. And I do still believe, even though Guy Haberman disagreed with me, I think Michael Williams could benefit from this just being a better pro next season. But would it be beneficial for him this season to play with Nick Bosa? Absolutely. It'd benefit the whole team. But this is the situation you're in right now.
408 checks in at 808 KNBR and says, in a way, their first 3 wins and how they did it has changed my expectations for the positive and for the better.
Yeah.
I would too. But I just wonder, I would counter 408 and say, but Nick Bosa was a big part of at least the first 2. The third one he wasn't.
No.
I mean, you did pull that game out of a division game without Bosa.
And
for 3 quarters, basically.
And out of the 3 wins, we both agreed that the most recent one against the Cardinals, that's a game that you easily could have lost. But they found a way to win, and there's skill in that. So, yeah, I would say the expectations for me are for them to be a playoff team still. They should make the postseason with their schedule. Do I expect them to do anything after that? They can win a playoff game, but I have to see how they compete against the upper echelon teams of the NFC.
707 says, didn't think I'd ever hear Copes quote Grant Cohn. Well, hey, man. Something makes me laugh, I'm going to tell you about it. I don't care who it comes from.
Yeah, whatever.
Made me laugh. And by the way, the biggest beef I got with Grant is that he's an O'Dowd guy. You know what I mean?
Oh, is he?
Yeah, dude, big rivalry. That's where I come down. It's my biggest qualm with him is I'm like, oh, you're a Dragon, huh? Okay, all right.
Well,
rocking the black and gold, huh?
Yeah.
Shout out my Monroe Catholic Mariners, by the way. Getting it done on the football field. All right, 209 checks in and says Dre Greenlaw stays healthy and the quest for 6 is complete. I sort of feel that way, too.
Well, wait, are you talking about
He's talking about in the Super Bowl, the injury. I mean, there's a lot of one things in those Super Bowl where if this one thing happened, there's like 8 things where I go, if that one thing happened or didn't, they're the champions.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's how it slipped through. There was
it's the multiverse of football.
If you throw one holding flag, maybe they win that game. If McCaffrey doesn't fumble on the opening drive, if George doesn't run at his mouth instead of jumping on the ball.
If Jake Moody doesn't miss that PAT.
If they don't miss the PAT, if they don't muff that kick, if they don't, was it a blocked PAT or was it a missed?
It might have been blocked.
Either way, I'm like, there's a lot of reasons. The coin toss
if
decision at the end of the
Kyle
game.
defers.
I mean, who knows? You got to stop at it's all on the table. There's just so many things where you go, one thing goes differently. You win the game. So 808 KNBR is the number to call. 702 checks in. It says, hey, Copes, is it true that we're trying to acquire Trey Hendrickson?
I haven't heard anything about that.
I wouldn't say it's true that they're trying to. We talked to Mayoko about it yesterday. And by the way, Tim Kawakami in the SF Standard laid out a sort of trade package for what it could look like if, in fact, they did try to go after him.
Did you see the compensation he suggested?
He said it would depend on what the stipulation was. Like, if they were to sign Hendrickson, it would be what do they call it when you trade a draft pick but it can switch to another pick? It's a contingent. It's a contingent.
Yeah.
So like he's saying, like, you'd give up a first and a second, but if he signs, then it'd be a first if he doesn't sign, but it'd be a first and a second.
Right.
If he did sign, if you retained him. If you traded for him and didn't sign him, it'd just be a second. Like, it was something like that, along those lines.
Conditional.
What his bigger point, though, Kawakami's, was that in this article yesterday in the SF Standard was that he had heard Hendrickson's name in recent years.
Okay.
When the 49ers talked about trying to find another superstar lineman or pass rusher, either on the trade market or in free agency, he said the names he'd heard were the guys at the top. Your Myles Garrett's, your Max Crosby's, and your Trey Hendrickson's. He says those are the types of names that I'd heard floated, that if they were going to make a splash, if they were going to go all in and trade picks like that, it would be for a player of that nature. So, again, if he becomes available, or if the Bengals decide we're going to take a look at this thing, I think the Niners would be one of the first teams in line. Now, you'd be competing with other teams across the league, but again, if the compensatory stuff is about where he would be willing to go, would he be willing to sign?
Right.
Who knows if he wants to hit the open market or if a team's willing to pay him right then and there or work out a contract, in which case you're bidding against somebody else, but if you're willing to pay him, it could change the way you go about it as well. The Niners have the cap space. They also, and we asked Mayoko about this, and he said he didn't think there was anything, and maybe I misunderstood him, but did the 49ers recoup some money on a built-in insurance policy on Nick Bosa's injury?
For next offseason.
So for next offseason, the 49ers are going to get $7 million in 2026 cap space from a built-in insurance policy in Bosa's contract.
Right.
This is per Kalen Kaler of ESPN, citing the story from Nick Wagner.
So that's good for next offseason, but for the here and now, I don't think that they would be able to sign Trey Hendrickson to a long-term deal. And I don't think that's wise to do when Trey Hendrickson's in his early 30s and you have a younger player, Nick Bosa. I would just stick with Nick Bosa and hope that he's healthy coming off the torn ACL. But, yeah, we have to see what, the Bengals season looks like. I mean, I don't think they're going to do anything anytime soon. I think it's going to take a couple weeks and right up to the trade deadline. If the 49ers unfortunately start to lose, then I don't think they'll inquire about anybody and they'll just play it out. If they are 6-2 when they're successful, then, yeah, they may go for it. But we also have to see what the Bengals are willing to do because they're badass crazy in their front office. Like, it took the Raiders offering 2 first-round picks to move off of Carson Palmer. I think that they would have to be blown away in order to move off of Trey Hendrickson. But maybe they would. I highly doubt, though, they'd be able to sign Trey Hendrickson to a long-term deal.
Who, the Niners?
Yes.
Well, for me, it's more about when the Bengals, if the Bengals decide to make him available.
Right.
That's really what it comes down to. Is do they put him on the market? What do they look like record-wise at the deadline? And what's the outlook on when Burrow returns at that point?
I would just say...
Week 9, is that the deadline?
Yes. And I would just say most teams would operate that way. The Bengals operate a different fashion. They've been losing for quite some time. Like, I know they got good recently with Joe Burrow, but before that, they had talented players, and they would have awful seasons. And Mike Brown, he just doesn't trade players. He just doesn't believe in it. He lets guys go in free agency. He drafts guys. He doesn't acquire big-name talent. That's just their philosophy as a franchise. I would be very surprised if they moved off of Trey Hendrickson.
707 says it's a conditional pick. That's the term I was looking for. A conditional pick. 510 checks in and says, hey, guys, the morning show's planning a holiday dinner. It's not sounding very inclusive.
That's fine. I didn't want to go anyway.
What does that mean? That they're just like, this is texture saying that they're like talking about their holiday dinner plans together?
Have a great time between the 4 of you.
Yeah. I mean, dude, we do a holiday dinner every year.
Hey, that exclusive? That's fine. Me, Tim, and Copes, we'll have our own dinner, and we'll invite Steve Young.
I don't think Steve will make it. I can't make it, guys.
Yeah, I know. You know what? Steve's the type of guy to be like, I'll be there. They're like, we show up. He's like,
guys, come on.
Something came up,
Come on, guys. What's going on? I can't make it for that. What are you talking about?
Hey, that was just for the radio, guys.
I didn't hear him this morning. He made his debut yet again on KNBR this morning.
He was on with Murph and Marcus. He's on with PTI. We get him next week.
We'll get him next week. Good deal on Steve Young rejoining the Sports Leader, coming home where he belongs. Yeah, I mean, Tim and Derek and I have done a holiday dinner
at OJ's.
Every year since Derek started on the show when it was me and Tom with Tim.
Yeah.
And then
Yep.
Tom never made it out.
No.
Tom never made it out.
Never made it out.
No.
That's okay. We'll settle for our 350 guest Todd Husak joining us at the
dude. In our last holiday dinner maybe it was 2 holidays ago.
Two holidays ago, yes.
We were having dinner at Original Joe's, and
it
Todd
was when
there.
you were named PD. We were all at OJ's,
and Todd was with his wife's. I think her company was having like a holiday party, and he saw us, and he was like, "I need to get a breather from there." He like came out and kicked it with us, took some shots, ate some of Derek's calamari. It was
all of our calamari.
It was a good
but
time.
You know what? Todd's a good dude.
Yeah, he got us like lemon drop shots. No, we got us vodka shots.
Yes.
Or tequila. I can't even remember.
I think it was tequila. Either
tequila.
way, Todd's a great man.
Todd's a great dude. He's going to join us at 3:50 talking some 49er football.
Oh, look at this. The morning show was talking about going to House of Prime Rib for their own thing.
Okay.
Whatever.
Have fun.
Yeah, do
Just like everything else. Shopping our ideas.
Is young Tony going to explain to us how good House of Prime Rib is after he goes for the first time? He's going to be like, dude, they got this one. It's called the Henry VIII.
I know.
Cut.
We've been there, man.
You guys know, if you try their cream spinach there, it's fantastic. And by the way, while we're on this, dude, the great Joe Betts, one of the longtime owner of House of Prime Rib, passed away. That could have been why they were talking about it as well. That may have been why they were discussing it. But I've been going since I was 6 years old. It's my favorite place, one of my favorite restaurants. It never misses. It's the most consistent restaurant in San Francisco.
Oh, yeah.
It's an institution.
Rolling reservations.
Yeah, the great Joe Betts. So, we're all better for having the House of Prime Rib and Joe Betts leading it for so many years. So they can do whatever they want. Have a nice time at the House of Prime, guys. Can't wait to hear young Tony's breakdown of it and explaining to us what it's like to go there.
Yeah, exactly.
Telling Curly what it's like to go to the House of Prime.
Yeah.
Telling Curls.
We'll be there on October 9th, yeah? We're going.
I'll be there.
We're supposed to, apparently Mr. KNBR is supposed to come with us. He's bailing. That's what I heard. He's bailing.
Not yet.
And then Jack Loader's trying to move in on his spot.
Of course he would.
We're not allowing that.
No.
We'll cut it to 3 people before we invite Loader.
Okay.
Yeah, no. Jack Lowe's trying to be like Kenny Bania to invite himself to a dinner.
I don't think so.
No, we're not doing that.
We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, let's get into more of your thoughts, calls, and texts. This time, though, on the San Francisco Giants. The Giants season has mercifully not actually come to an end. That happens on Sunday. All playoff hopes officially dead. I mean, they were pretty dead in my soul for the last couple of weeks anyway, so I wasn't really anticipating this run was going to happen when they stopped controlling their own destiny. But the best they can finish now is 500. Simply unacceptable. We'll talk about it next. Dirty Work rolls on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on?
The 49ers return to the practice field today. Of note, Ricky Pearsall did not practice with a knee injury, while both Brock Purdy and Mac Jones were limited while splitting first-team reps. If you've ever missed practice, tell us about it on the Sports Leader YouTube chat, the only place for Bay Area fans to discuss leg squats.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. You can declare your retirement independence, and you should today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group. Having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. You've worked hard, you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. You can reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially if you're somebody who's already saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today at 866-496-2300 and learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Again, that number, 866-496-2300, or learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. Again, 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Walker will try it again. Sets, throws, a base hit to right field. And now the Cardinals are ahead, 9-8. That was a sinker, and that was right down the middle, belled high. Fans are not happy, to say the least. 2 down. Adames ready to run to the crack of the bat from second. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out with a curveball. And the Cardinals have come back to win this game. A game that the Giants once led 8-3.
That's what it sounded like last night as the Giants' playoff hopes dwindled and then disappeared.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at the standings right now, and it is not it's not a pretty sight. I mean, I'm not a big fan of the expanded postseason in terms of how many teams get in. I do not like the structure of it. I think it was perfect when the 2 wildcard teams played one game.
Yeah,
I did. And I
agree with you.
I know people go, well, baseball, this was always the problem. It's always the teams that lose that end up complaining enough to get some of the rules changed. I mean, I don't like that the overtime rules in football changed because of what happened in an AFC championship with Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen.
Who complained about the wild card game for baseball?
The complaint was frequently, I don't know if it was an individual team, but the fan.
Because if anybody complained, it'd be the A's losing 3 times.
The A's, I think the A's and the Pirates are the two that went a bunch and lost.
Pirates.
The Pirates might have been 0-2 or 0-3. The A's lost 3 of them.
Yes, they did.
They lost the one which was the first one, the one of the Royals, which was an incredible game. John Lester and all that.
The Yankees.
And then the Yankees won, and then the Tampa Bay Rays won as well here.
That was the most brutal, but yeah.
But people complained and said baseball's not meant to be played. It's not a one-game playoff. It's not meant to be played like that.
Okay.
And I would say I agree. So win your division. You don't have to.
Yeah.
I thought it was perfect because it gave a real wild card nature. It gave you a Game 7 feeling immediately, which was pretty cool. I don't dislike the wild card round in the best of 3, but I don't like that only 2 teams get a bye. That a third division winner doesn't get a bye is ridiculous.
It seems
you
like
play
the
162, you win the division, and everyone's like, well, you get whatever. Your reward is that you get to play the best of 3 at home against a team that might have won, in this case, this year, 83 games, 84 games. Like, how is that? That's not fair.
And
I don't like that.
And the bye doesn't seem to benefit a lot of teams lately.
Bye in baseball, I mean, it depends on what team you're. But if you're a division winner, I mean, there's the rest versus rust thing.
Right.
Hell, the Phillies clinched like last week. Phillies are playing meaningless baseball effectively for 2.5 weeks.
Yeah.
When the Giants clinched in 03, they went wire to wire. And I want to say I was there when they clinched. I think it was September 17th or something. It was really early. And it was like, man, how do they keep this level of intensity? And you got to keep guys fresh. You got to keep pitching your players. And they ended up running into a team that had gotten hot at the end of the season that emotionally in the Florida Marlins was playing better baseball because they had gotten hot. Teams have to get out. Like right now, the most dangerous team to play is the Cleveland Guardians.
Oh, God, yeah.
The Tigers have completely bottomed out. A month ago, they had a 12-game lead in the division. Now they trail based on the tiebreak to Cleveland.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw what happened yesterday, too.
Oh, I did.
Skubal hit his name, David Fry of the Guardians in the face when he turned a bunt. Oof. It's like a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. Tough deal.
Yeah.
Anyway, I hope he's okay. He's got broken bones in his face. Bottom line is the Tigers are in an absolute free fall right now. So, like, you'd rather play the cold team, I would think. Like, a team that gets hot in September and into those short series are difficult to beat. They don't care about going on the road to win 2 games if that's what has to happen.
And by the way, the Guardians having their success right now, Stephen Vogt, was he runner-up in contention for the manager job?
I can't remember if he was actually runner-up or if they interviewed him, right?
Oh, they definitely did. But you know what? At the time,
he'd gotten to manage in the minors for a year. Is that right?
Yeah.
But at the time, once the news came out from Andrew Baggerly that the Giants were going to interview Bob Melvin, everybody was ecstatic because that's the guy everybody wanted. So I don't blame the Giants going down that road. But to your point, what we talked about earlier with Logan Webb's comments, it doesn't sound like at least he is. I'm not going to say backing him, but it doesn't sound like he's encouraged about the coaching staff going forward. At least that's what it sounds like.
Yeah, I mean, that's reading tea leaves, and that's trying to make sense. I don't want to put words in his mouth. But to try to make sense, like Murph said it this morning, and he said it well, I thought, that when he heard Logan say what he said about the talent that the team, and he said, I'm not the only one. There's a lot of guys in this clubhouse that we believe we're better than we performed. And when the season's gone on and there's no real, the answer has been, I don't know how to turn this thing around.
Yeah.
I don't like to hear that. But when Buster's leader and the ace is saying that, and a guy he played with, I mean, he laced him up with Logan Webb. He's a guy in that clubhouse that he played alongside.
Yeah.
I think he's got to hear him and say, the leader and the guy with his finger on the pulse might think it's time for a change. We might have to change the staff up. Because Logan Webb's taking it personally. I know he's not been perfect in his own right, but when he speaks, I listen. And the frustration was heard in his voice yesterday, and he can't come out and say, we got to fire this guy, we got to move on from this guy, but here's a guy who's played for Gabe Kapler, Bruce Bochy, and Bob Melvin. And he won under Kapler in that first season.
Mm-hmm.
Came up under Bochy in 20 and pitched a little. I guess he didn't. Did he play for Bochy? Maybe he didn't. Did he come up in 19, Logan Webb? Am I forgetting what year he came up? 21 is when he became the ace, like after the deadline, after the All-Star.
I think it was 19.
Maybe it was 19. I thought maybe he did then for part of a season under Boch as a rookie. Anyway, this guy knows better than anybody. He's the longest tenured dude, right? He's the guy who understands 8 games in 2019. So there you go. He did have Boch as a manager. When he speaks, Buster's got to listen, and I'd imagine he's a guy who will be heard. There's also guys like Matt Chapman and Willie Adames who are going to be here for a long time, and Rafael Devers, who I think's voices will be heard by the organization.
Well, to that point, I don't think Matt Chapman would be in favor of making a managerial change. He loves Bob Melvin.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if you're listing him, I don't think he's going to be that guy to think the same way.
I imagine their voices will be heard. I mean, yeah, that said, it's a business,
Of course it is.
It's a business. I wanted it to work with Melvin, but if he's back next year, I'm not saying I have the answer, and I don't even know who the guy should be or would be. I mean, I imagine when they interview, and if they interview people, like a guy like Mark Hallberg is going to get a look. I think you got to go outside the organization. I would like somebody, if they're going to move on from Melvin, with experience. But it doesn't have to be. I mean, it doesn't much matter, I guess. I don't know what the impact is. I just know that they can't run back the same 500 stuff every single year.
No, well, let me just say, from 2020.
He's had one winning month.
Yeah. But, since I joined the station in 2022, and you guys were riding high off 2021, but, of course, there was, also the same time, I don't know if that's sustainable. I don't know if last season was just kind of fool's gold. But from 2022, it's 81 and 81. Then the next year, 2023, 79 and 83.
Ugh.
And then last year, 2024, 80 and 82 in Bob Melvin's first year. And we all sit at the round table this season. It doesn't have to be playoffs. Of course, things change with the acquisition of Rafael Devers. But when we went to the round table at the beginning of the season, we all said it doesn't have to be postseason. It just needs to be a step in the right direction. And the best they could finish this season is 81 and 81. That is not an improvement. It's the same thing we've seen the last 4 seasons. And when Buster Posey was introduced, he talks about being in the memory-making business and wanting to compete with the likes of the Dodgers and the Padres, and he's not going to settle for 4th place anymore. And the biggest thing to me is, I know last Friday I said how far behind they're the Dodgers, or how far behind they are from the Dodgers, but at the same time, as you said, and a lot of people have come on, Rich Aurelia, they're so far behind everybody else in the NL West. They're far behind the Padres. And the thing that...
They just didn't play well against anybody in the West but the Rockies.
I know.
They're losing records against everyone.
But what's going to sting at the end of the year the most is if the Arizona Diamondbacks make the postseason when they sold at the trade deadline. And the Giants did as well, but it was a massive sell. So that's got to sting when Buster Posey, he came back so they can win the NL West again. It'll take some time to compete with the Dodgers, but to finish 4th once again, that's got to sting.
808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Your reaction to the Giants losing in the way they did last night, and maybe hand in hand with that, are you of the belief that it's time to move on from Bob Melvin? I mean, after another missed opportunity, they can't keep running it back. And I know this was Buster's first year, and I know they might think they're building towards something, but they were pretty good in April. They're 10 games under or something like that in the second half of the season. It's not been a good second half after the All-Star break. It's not on the manager always when the team doesn't hit. It's not on the hitting coaches. We've talked about this.
Right.
But when the players believe they're good enough, and we know factually the talent is better on the roster, it begs the question, why couldn't they get it done? Sometimes you need a change of pace. Sometimes you need a change at the top. Somebody has to be responsible for it. And I think if they ran back Melvin on a lame duck contract next year, what are you setting yourself up for? You bring him back, and he's sitting there on a 1-year deal, hoping that he's good enough. Then what? You're at 500 again into June or July? Then you've wasted another season, it feels like.
You're basically hoping to have the same season that you expected to have this season.
Why would you run the same thing back and hope for a different result?
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
That's kind of where I'm at. Let's go to Mike. Mike Val is in San Francisco. 808 KNBR, the number to call. Mike, you're on the Sports Leader. What's up, bro?
Hey there. I was just going to throw a couple names in the hat since we're all on the same page here. It kind of seems. And, I'm going back to Posey and who he played under. So with Kapler, he played under Stephen Vogt's bench coach now, Craig Albernaz. That's kind of my number one guy considering what Cleveland's done. Then we got Donnie Ecker, who was the hitting coach in 21. He got fired in May.
By Texas, yeah. Their offensive coordinator and assistant bench coach or something, right?
Yeah. So, they're guys with the experience you're looking for, Copes.
Yeah.
And maybe it's not head coaching experience, but it's something. And definitely we're moving forward with a young team. A younger coach with some major league bench experience might be good. I'm sure Jeff Manassian, spent his whole life there too, right? So it's kind of the same thing in a way of thinking. There's also a couple other guys, just going to throw them out there. Ricky Weeks, who's the bench coach in Milwaukee.
Yep.
Skip Schumacher, he's the bench coach for Team USA.
Yep.
And that's about it. So, I don't even want to ask your opinion. I understand. Nice talking to you guys. Have a nice day.
Much love, Mike. Appreciate the comment.
All
Yeah,
right,
I've written some names down.
Yeah.
I did write down Skip Schumacher. Ricky Weeks is a guy who doesn't have managerial experience yet, but as he pointed out, this is kind of what happens. It's like picking an offensive coordinator from another football team, right? A good team. Guys get pulled off of bench coaches. You want to know how they're bench coaches oftentimes will get snatched from other organizations or minor league managers, and you want to know how a guy is doing it or how a team is doing it. Weeks is a guy who's viewed as a great baseball mind, a good baseball guy. Was a high draft pick, had a good career, which I think is, having a guy who'd played even opposite Buster Posey is good. I wonder. Buster had a young manager and a much different dude in Kapler, but he played with Boch forever. I wonder if Buster would prefer like a veteran dude to right the ship here.
Probably.
Because I don't think, again, he's in a position of being like, we have a team that we think can compete, close to compete right now. Do I have a guy who I trust can win us a championship or a playoff series and make the right decisions in his first year? So I'm looking experience-wise. There's a name, former A's manager and Dodger bench coach Bob Guerin.
Okay.
There's a vet guy there. He mentioned Skip Schumacher, who's the bench coach for Team USA and does have managerial experience. DeRosa's the Team USA manager, played with Buster. David Bell was at one point the head of player development in the Giants organization before he got the Reds managerial job.
Right.
And a former Giant. Would you go after a grizzled vet? Would you ask a guy like Joe Madden, who's done the hybrid analytic and player thing? He gets the most out of his guys.
What about
does he want to manage?
What about Joe Girardi? Someone throw that in on the text
Girardi's
line.
a name that I thought too. Does he still want to do it? Is Girardi a guy that can win in today's game? Because things went wrong for him in Philly.
Well, let me ask you this: how different are those guys from Bob Melvin? I know Bob Melvin's never taken his team to the World Series, but Buster had the attention of this guy in a similar situation to Bochy. Bounce around a little bit, had success with the Padres, and then came to the Giants. He was kind of hoping the same thing with Bob Melvin. So.
But Melvin's managed a bunch of teams.
I know.
Right? So why? That's the question. If Melvin's so good, why has he managed 6 teams or whatever, 5 teams?
Well, he would have. The A's would have loved him to stay.
He's managed 3, and he's been to the World Series with all of them.
Right.
That's the difference. That's why he kept getting hired.
Just to give Bob Melvin the benefit of the doubt, the A's would have gladly had him stay. He wanted to leave and go to the Padres.
Well, he was also a culture hire for the Giants, right? We needed a palate cleanser. We needed somebody who was not anything like Gabe Kapler.
Absolutely.
And he was it was a nod to the fans, kind of. It was a nod to his ability and veteran nature. And I didn't hate the hire. I liked the hire. I wanted that hire when it happened. I didn't know if Vogt was the right guy because I'm always skeptical of a first-year head coach or manager because you just don't know what to expect. Let's keep this conversation going, and let's hear what Logan Webb had to say. I think we dug up the sound from Logan from 2023. So he made comments at the end of the season in 23, right before they fired Kapler, that made it pretty clear that Kapler lost the clubhouse. That it wasn't the same thing yesterday, but I do think if you read in between the lines that he might have, even if he's not directly saying we got to move on from Bob Melvin, I think that's kind of what he's letting be known, that we think we have the talent, and maybe we don't have the right guy at the top. We'll talk more about that next. Dirty Work rolls on. 808 KNBR. Rick and Hayward, I see you waiting on the line. We'll get to your calls. 415-808-5627 is the number. Dirty Work, your Giants thoughts next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb on the ones and twos for you today. The Giants and the Cardinals. Game 3 of this 3-game series tonight. 6:45 first pitch, 5:45 pregame. But we're talking about where the Giants go this offseason. And in my mind, manager and coaching staff have to be at the forefront of Buster Posey's mind alongside stabilizing the bullpen.
Yeah.
Making sure you have a closer for next year.
Yes.
Because as it stands right now, you don't have one.
No.
You do not have one.
Ryan Walker cannot close games again.
You don't have one. It's cut and dry.
Yep.
And then the back end of the rotation and more depth. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Are you with me? Do you think Buster needs to evaluate the coaching staff? Did you hear the same thing I did from Logan Webb? Do we have the sound from Logan here, Tim? I want to hear what Logan Webb said after yesterday's game. Here's what he said in relation to how the team feels about their performance this year.
Every year is different. I think for this year is probably the most frustrating. I definitely, no offense to the teams we've had before, but this is the most talented team I've been on. And yeah, I think there was a lot of expectations, and yeah, it sucks. You know, you trade for. Looking back at that, what was it, May or June, when we win that first game in LA to go up, and it's June, right? There's so much baseball. You see what happens. It's happening all around baseball right now. It's a crazy sport, but you know, we trade for a guy like Devers, and we were excited. It's not that. It's kind of hard to pinpoint, you know, when things go wrong. It unfortunately just seems like we've let it stay wrong for a long time, and that's not a very good recipe for success. And unfortunately, it seems like this is 4 straight years where it's been the exact same thing. So, yeah, it just sucks.
Do you agree with him, though, that this is the most talented team he's played on?
Without question.
Yeah.
Without question. 2021 was the most success, obviously, but the talent wasn't nearly as good. I mean, again, they caught lightning in a bottle that year. Brandon Crawford was an MVP candidate. Buster Posey had a renaissance season, and it was the final year he emptied the tank. Brandon Belt, till he breaks his hand, has 28 home runs or something like that, the best of his career to that point. Donovan Solano won a Silver Slugger. You know what I mean? Like, right. it was incredible. Lamont Wade became late night Lamont. Yaz was clutch for them. Like, again, they were a great team for that year. Talent-wise, there's no question this team has more. Mm-hmm. In terms of, like, if you were to put the top 10 players on that team in 2021 against the top 10 on this team, I'd take more often than not the players on this team.
Yeah.
Not the seasons per se, but, like, Willy Adames is putting up the production you got kind of from Crawford that year. Now, Crawford had more equity, and so the start of the season for Willie was definitely a down part, but 28 homers, the most you've had from a right-handed hitter in a Giants uniform since Jeff Kent.
Yeah.
Hit 37 in 02. Like, it's not that many homers, but there's something to be said about that. Matt Chapman is the best third baseman you've had in a generation, right? And they couldn't replace the production Pablo gave them for years. He's better already than what Longoria ever gave you, for the most part. We don't need to get about first base, but the acquisition of Devers and how he's played over there looks fantastic. I mean, he's the best player on any of those teams at this point.
Right.
So, and he was playing then in 2021, you know? So, yeah, I agree with Logan that this is the most talent he's ever played alongside, and he feels like they should be better. And at some point then you've got to look around and go, why aren't they better? Let's go back to the phone lines. Rick is in Hayward. Our guy Rick Mondays calling on a Wednesday from Hayward. Rick, you're on the Sports Leader. What's up, bro?
I can't keep that Monday-Wednesday theme straight. So
that's all good, bro. How we feeling? What you got for us today, dude?
Well, I'm not feeling surprised.
Yeah.
We've been talking about this since pretty much June, and it's just, I mean, okay, look at the last 18 games. We're 6-12, and in those 12 losses, we have 7 1-1 losses. 7. So to put a bow on this season and say it's all Melvin's fault or all the coaching staff's fault, that's, in my opinion, a cop-out. I mean, if you look at the lineup right now, the talented lineup we have with Devers, Chapman, and Adames, they're hitting a combined like 220 for the month of September with 36 RBIs. I mean, that's not going to get you wins. And I don't know where you go from there, but I think these guys have to dig deep. Chapman, yeah, he might be a 30 home run hitter, but at 228 or 230, same thing with Adames. Adames has never had an average. Even when he played for the Brewers or the Rays, he never really had an average. And what we're missing is contact hitters that can get on base and be available to score when we get the hits. And we don't have enough of that. And I honestly think that, if Melvin stays, and yeah, I'm not going to get on here and say fire Melvin, because I honestly don't think he's done that bad of a job for what he has. I mean, if you look at it, he's gone through 14 bullpen arms. Yep. They're gone. And basically he has no fourth and fifth starters. A fifth starter all year long, and Aaron Hicks, I don't really count as being a starter when he was here. So in Melvin's defense, he's really had 2.5 pitchers to start, and then the management got rid of got rid of Rogers and Duvall, expecting Rodriguez to be the closer, and then surprise, Rodriguez has an arm tear and he can't pitch now for a year. So I mean, to blame Melvin for the losses of the team personnel is unfair. To blame Melvin for decisions he's made, yeah, you could go there. But, I mean, everybody makes bad decisions from now and then. It's just the nature of being human.
I don't disagree, but I would say, and I know you're saying, the one-run game stuff, they're not hitting. They're 26-30 in one-run games. They've allowed only 4 more runs against in those one-run games than they've scored. I guess where I'm getting at is I'm with you. You're like, he hasn't done that bad of a job considering the hand he's been dealt. He hasn't done that good of a job in either year. He's got more talent than he had last year. I think regardless of the bullpen that he went through, the bullpen's executed. The bullpen's the second lowest bullpen ERA in baseball. So he hasn't been forced to make a lot of difficult decisions. But when you're not performing and you do have the salaries on the roster that you're paying, when you have invested in a big-time player like Rafael Devers and you're not winning, it has to fall on somebody. It's not going to be on Buster. It's year one. You can say it's on the players. I agree. Players make plays. And you can't say, well, we can't blame Melvin for all of it. Well, then why are they 500 every year?
Yeah.
Why is Melvin 500 all the time? And again, he had more talent in San Diego and didn't get it done there and fell out of favor with the front office. I don't think it's all on Melvin. I've said that numerous times. But somebody has to be held responsible for it. Yeah. So are you committing to Melvin and giving him a multi-year contract right now? Because that doesn't make sense. It also doesn't make sense to roll into next year with a lame duck 1-year contract.
I would agree with you, and I'm not going to come on here and say that I want Bob Melvin fired, but I can't justify him coming back. I can't give you a lot of reasons why to bring him back.
If the best response is well, he didn't do that bad with what he was given, that's not a good enough defense.
It's not. And I know a lot of people are going to throw some suggestions out there. You would know better than me. I can't say with certainty that there's a better option out there than Bob Melvin.
And I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. Don't forget, I didn't want Boch.
Yes.
And I did want Melvin. You know what I mean? So here we are. Like, I didn't want Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
I wanted Kyle. That one hasn't. I mean, it's worked out pretty good.
Yeah, I would say so.
Stability-wise, you know what I mean? Just haven't won the big one yet. We'll take more of these calls. Yeah.
Yes.
808 KNBR, Dave in Portland, Doug in San Jose, Chris in Hayward, Matt in San Francisco. I want to hear what people think about where the Giants should go. I'm not putting it all on Melvin, but what I heard from Logan Webb is something's got to change, and they believe they have the talent. Like, again, he's not the one putting bat on ball or not putting bat on ball, but something's got to give, and I think Buster's going to have to evaluate this based on what his leaders are saying. Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by the NCUA. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Does Bob Melvin return next year? Your thoughts next on the Sports Leader.
Looking to plan your morning tomorrow? Have you already set out your socks and pressed slacks for the morning like our guy John Curley? Well, be sure to check out John Lynch with the morning show Rodeo, 8 a.m. for all the latest from the 49ers headquarters. That's 8 a.m. John Lynch, pressed slacks.
If it's Giants baseball, it's Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR, the sports leader.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. The Giants season, while not officially schedule-wise over, has come to an end in terms of playoff hopes. Again, I'm with people who say it's not all on Bob Melvin, but I go, it's got to be on somebody.
Yeah.
And I do think this is Buster's opportunity to get his guy in here. He rode with Melvin, picked up the option, tried to quiet the critics, and none of it worked. Again, I don't know that one guy just comes in and turns it all around, but he's got to get his guy who he believes can lead this team to the next level. I don't know. I mean, you just had these pieces, and people will say, well, this team is no good or they haven't executed. This team has got a lot of talent. They have a guy with 33 homers in Devers, and he's already hit 18 in however many games he's played here, right? Yeah. Half a season. So he's gonna put up numbers at Oracle Park. He's hit. It's not gonna be a problem. Willie Adames has proved he can hit. 28 homers. They need better pitching. They need more pitching. They need to stabilize the bullpen. And I think it's a positive that they've been able to find this much talent after sort of tearing down the bullpen and rebuilding it. I'm with you, Rick, who says they haven't had a fifth starter all year. Show me the team that's got a good fifth starter. Fifth starters are fifth starters. Like the Giants' fifth starter in 2010, start of the year was Todd Wellemeyer. That wasn't even on the team when they made the playoffs. So you can say you haven't had one all year. You got to find guys to fill that void. That's the nature of it. It's a young player or it's an aging vet. It's a Jamie Wright. It's a Dustin Hermanson. Those are the guys who become your fifth starters. If Verlander were brought back next year as your four, awesome. Like these are the pieces that you need to have within the organization to create the depth to get through a season. Not everybody's going to be an ace. Not everybody's going to be a superstar.
Yeah, there's a lot of Keaton Wins on the roster. You know what I mean? There's a lot of Tristan Becks and Keaton Wins and these guys that you think can maybe go 3 or 4. But what do you see them as starters? Do you see them as bullpen? What are they?
But they have the second lowest bullpen ERA on the round, like in baseball. So it's been okay. They haven't won with it. They haven't had enough starting pitching. They haven't hit in clutch situations where they needed to. And again, I don't believe this is all on the coaching staff. But when this continues to happen and this frustration level is there from your players, you've got to make a change. Here's what Logan Webb had to say in 2023.
Yes.
This is his comments near the end of the season, September of 2023, right before Gabe Kapler was fired. And this was sort of the writing on the wall, I thought, for his exit. Here's Logan Webb. What is it, Tim? This is September 24th? September 24th, 2023, almost 2 years to the day.
Eerie.
Here you go. Here's Logan.
I think for me and the other guys in here, it's just, knowing that we got to come in here with that same winning mentality every single day. I'm not saying that we don't have that. I'm just saying maybe we need to put a little extra onto that. And, there's a lot of guys in here that I know Cabra hasn't been in the playoffs in a long time. And, I feel terrible for a guy like that, right? Pitching his ass off this year as an all-star. He should be pitching in the playoffs, and I want to help make that happen for him. And it's not fun.
It's not
That's
fun.
2023. By the way, the music blaring behind him, not a
good look after a loss.
Not a good sign, dude.
I believe they were eliminated that night.
I think that's the night they were eliminated. That music's blaring behind him, and he's like, "This is not good. Something's got to give." So then last night they asked Logan Webb about the direction of the organization, and here's what he said almost 2 years to the day after those comments that right before Gabe Kapler was like, hey, here's what Logan said last night.
I think we got a lot of pieces here. Like I said before, I think the talent is incredible. You look up and down our lineup, I think there's real potential there, and I don't know what's going to happen with JV, but I know, we get me, Robbie, Root back next year, some exciting young arms. And if there's one thing about Buster Posey is I don't think he's okay with losing. I don't think he's okay with even being 500. He wants to win, and I'm not going to play his job because that's not my job, but I don't think he's okay with this. I don't think there's a lot of people okay with this in this clubhouse.
So how does he show that he's not okay with this?
Well, whether you think that he's talking about Bob Melvin or not, just the fact that Logan Webb is having the same comments to the media after being eliminated from the postseason is all you should know. Exactly. Like just the way he's talking the same way. There's 2 years ago, it's basically the same comments. But yeah, for him to say, I don't think Buster Posey will stand for this. Either he and Buster are having conversations, or he's telling Buster we need to change.
He's saying, you're not going to stand for this. I won't either. What are we going to do about it? Let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go to Dave, the power of the flamethrower in Portland, Oregon. Dave, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader. Where are you with our Giants?
Well, I think they at least need a backup catcher because more rest you give the starter, the better. My main situation is they need the general manager, Buster Posey, to get right down into the dugout and make the trades and push the players just like Dan Wilson did this year as general manager. And
and the field manager up in Seattle. He's been the darling of the management up there for about the last 10 years. And he was given the team August of last year, and they just barely got nipped out again. And they've been that way for the 4 or 5 years. I see the same thing with the Giants. They just can't get it done. So I say get Posey in there. They're going to listen to him, or he's going to get rid of him one way or the other. You got to have the iron hand, so to speak, and like Dan Wilson did. He got 2 trades done this for first and third baseman from Phoenix, Arizona, and they're going to the playoffs this year. And I'm sure they only had to give up predominantly minor leaguers, but there again, the Giants have a drenched minor league system. They can't give up a bunch of players. So the Giants are not the Arizona team or San Diego or Los Angeles when it comes to a minor league system. Yeah. The Yankees have a fantastic minor league system. You got to build up a minor league system to have them go up to the majors.
Yeah, Dave, we appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much, dude. I don't know what he was talking about with Dan Wilson. Dan Wilson's the manager of the Mariners. He's not the general manager of the Mariners.
And does anybody do that in baseball?
I don't think so. It's happened before where like 2003 Jack McKeon named himself the manager in season. They fired the manager and then he named himself like Pat Riley did when he stepped out of the booth and started coaching again, the Miami Heat. Mm-hmm. Trader Jack McKeon is what they call him because he made a bunch of trades. Anyway, McKeon named himself the manager and they won the World Series. Same thing happened with the Miami Heat. Funny, 2 Miami teams, right, have done that.
That is
baseball and basketball. But Dan Wilson's the manager. Jerry DiPoto is the GM, and Jerry DiPoto is like a very well-respected GM.
Yeah, of course.
Around baseball. So I don't know what he's talking about with Buster. He's not anybody who's suggesting Buster name himself the manager. I think that's
not happening.
Sure, it's a fun idea, but it's like to me that was the idea before. Everyone's like, maybe Buster will do it. We don't even know if he is a good one. We don't know if he wants to be that. I don't think he does want to be that. I think he wants to be the president of baseball, which is why he's just learned this job in 1 year and he hasn't learned it yet. I think that's a little bit pie in the sky sort of.
That's
fun
not happening.
Storyline stuff, but that's not happening.
That's not happening. Bochy's not coming back. Dusty Baker's not coming back. I think that if they are going to change the manager position, then they need to go fresh. They need to start brand new. And to your point, Cope, you said where, do you want to just bring back Bob Melvin because it's easy, because you picked up his option? Most general managers make this move. Like, you don't just bring back a guy because it's the convenient thing to do. This is your second season as general manager or president of baseball operations. Now this is where you kind of really do the job, even though he was in it and making trades to get Rafael Devers. But now this is where you could bring in your own guy if he tries to go down that route. So
let's go back up to the phone lines. Yeah, I mean, that's effectively what happened. Like, Joe Lacob showed up and said, hey, we'll let Mark Jackson go again.
Exactly.
You didn't get me where I wanted to go. You kept doing the same thing. You kept losing in the same route of the playoffs.
Same thing with Farhan.
So I'm getting a new guy in here.
Farhan had Bochy for what, 2 seasons?
19.
Okay, 19, and the writing was on the wall.
I think Farhan was here in 19 was his first, I think.
Okay. Yeah, it was that offseason of 2018 going into 19. Yeah. And then they brought in Kapler. So you usually let, the previous guy have one last season and then you move on. But we'll see if they go we'll see if they go that route.
Let's go to Chris in Hayward. Wants to talk some Bob Melvin. Chris, what's going on? You're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, what up, guys? Well, look, man, I understand we got to point a finger at somebody, but I just don't think Bob is it right now. Give him a shot, one more shot. You got to put the pieces together. He has the pieces. Give him a full year with Devers. Give him solidified outfield.
But when he got Devers, they were a game out of first place. He was like he had money in the bank when he got Devers. So why does he need a full year with him when we saw him with a first place with an opportunity at first?
Well, not just Devers, but also we had Ramos that's been inconsistent in the left field, and we had 20 blown saves this year. So, like you guys were saying earlier, solidify the bullpen, the back end of the bullpen, and we also have to have a consistent outfield. This Matos coming down, wasn't working out. Schmidt getting called up, going back down, inconsistency. I feel like he just needs a full, consistent squad to work with. None of this pull strings here, pull strings over there. So I just think you give him one more shot at this, and like kind of a prove it deal at this point now.
I appreciate the call, Chris. I appreciate the call, man. I mean, I kind of disagree. I sort of feel like this was the prove it.
Yeah,
I feel like
this was.
You came in. He had a 2-year deal. This was the second year with a team option. This was supposed to be the prove it season. Buster picked up the option early in the year, and to me, it was still prove it. And then they got worse. So I'm like, what is there left to go prove it? We all agree the talent's better now. They were 2 games out of first place when Devers shows up. So they say, well, let him have a full year of Devers. He had half a year of Devers, and when Devers got here, he wasn't starting from scratch. He had a chance to make a run. Buster said, it's time to go.
Yeah.
And then they didn't. So, yeah, it's on the players, of course. But you can't just clean all the players out. You're not going to. So, again, I'm with everybody. It's not on one person. It's not on one guy. It's not just all on Bob Melvin. But what's the point of bringing back a guy on a 1-year deal? What's the point? So, if you want Melvin back next year, like, I can't imagine they go into next season with a 1-year contract for him. Like, do you let a guy – like, because what are you telling the team? What are you telling the fans? We don't totally trust this guy. If you come back with a 1-year deal, you're saying – let's see what we got.
But isn't that what they did this season?
But they had an option on it for this season. It could have been 2, and they picked it up early, so Buster said, I've seen what we've got. We're going with this. So you've instilled confidence in the organization's front on, we're bringing back Bob, everybody. This is where we're going. You've told the team, we trust this guy. Now the team's going, I don't know, man. We feel like we got enough, and we're not getting it done. And I don't think Buster's going to stand for this.
Yeah.
If that's the case, like, Buster, are you in on Melvin or are you not? If you're in on him and you believe this is your guy, he needs to be given an extension, which then would spark a whole lot of other conversations. If you don't believe he's your guy, what's the point of coming back for 1 more year? If you don't know now if he's your guy or not, then he's not your guy.
You should know that.
If you don't know and you're like, I need to see more, then he's not. It's been 2 years.
Yeah.
And it's not like there's no track record for him. We know who he is, right? I'm not putting it all on him. I just think it might be time for a change. And he might have been a palate cleanser for the Giants.
I can't rule against it. I can't rule for it either, man. I don't know what better options are out there.
Again, I don't know that any option is better. I think, and I'm not saying different is better. I just
Right.
how can you go into next year with a what are you telling the fans and the team? If your manager after a 500 season back-to-back years is coming back with no contract beyond the season, because then the whole year circles around, well, did they have a 5-game losing streak? Are they 10 under at the All-Star break? Are they at 500 at the break? Has he done enough? Should we move on from him now? Like, where do you go? Let's go to Matt in San Francisco. Wants to talk about the coaching staff. What up, Matt? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, boys. Big fan. Had the opportunity to go to the game last night.
Yeah.
You could really feel on the way home the anger and just frustration with the fan base.
Yeah.
And, I don't think, I have too much respect for Bob as a Bay Area baseball legend
Sure.
to say whether he should go or not. I do think if he does, he can take great solace in, really kind of being that palate cleanser, getting the fan base and team kind of back on the right track. But I do think if they do move on, Skip Schumacher to me is kind of a no-brainer. And here's the reason. The infield's pretty established. You know what you're going to get with those guys. Schumacher was a grinder, good base runner, defensive player, get on base. Jung-Hoo Lee, Drew Gilbert, Ramos to an extent. Those are the guys we need to take a step forward to really set the table and force the issue. And I think, Schumacher manages with a chip on his shoulder. I think he'd be a great fit to coach those guys up and hopefully get us over the hump during those tough NL West games against the Dodgers and the Padres.
Appreciate the call, Matt. Thanks so much. Yeah, Schumacher played for years in the bigs. Had an 11-year big league career, was an outfielder, played for the Reds, the Cardinals mostly, and a year, a part of a season with the Dodgers from the West Coast, and is the bench coach for Team USA. I want to say he managed was he a Marlins manager at one point? I think that's where he was, managing the Fish. So he's a guy with some experience, and he's still a pretty young dude.
I mean, to the caller's point, though, it's becoming venomous right now with the fan base towards Bob Melvin. And we felt the same thing with Gabe Kapler. It was a little bit more. I think people
I don't know if it's as venomous as it was with
No, I'm not saying it.
Gabe, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely not. But we're getting to a point now where it's negative towards Bob Melvin. I just wonder if they want to deal with that again. If the front office, if everybody just sees the writing on the wall with the fan base, and why would it be worth coming back, or why would it be worth bringing Bob Melvin back if the fan base feels this way about it?
So I'm saying then you have two options, and I don't think bringing him back on the 1 year can be an option. It has to be fire or extend.
Well, he shouldn't get an extension.
I agree. And it's kind of why I think, how can you bring him back on what would that tell me? I'd be like, Buster, what are we doing?
It's a year-to-year thing right now.
I'd be like, now you're going 1 foot in, 1 foot out, so we're not committed to anybody or anything. That would be bad for me.
Yeah.
That would be bad as a Giants fan to go into next season with Bob Melvin on a lame duck. Because then we're again doing where we're just waiting and seeing. Can he prove it? Like he's not a player who's going to go put up numbers and prove it. What do you believe? Are you in on him or not? And they can tell me that picking up the option meant they were in. I think that was telling the team they were in. That's instilling confidence in the team and the fan base and saying we're behind him. Now you can get out of that. And I think I'd prefer to. Jill is in Santa Clara. What's up, Jill? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, Adam and Deepak. Melvin, not so sure he needs to be back. And last night's game was a major bummer. Webb could have pitched at least one more inning. I know he was at 97 pitches, but he was pitching really well at that point, and we had a lead. It was our bullpen that gave it up. And I don't totally blame Brian Walker for it because the team just didn't do it. And Peguero only pitched 7 pitches in the 8th inning, and my opinion is he should have been back in that spot in the 9th inning. What do you guys think?
I appreciate the call, Jill. Yeah, I mean, like, again, when you're going to take a look at young players and you've done the soft sell and you are out of it, why are you pulling? I mean, I don't know if you want to run, if it's about running Peguero out for a second inning after sitting him down. It wasn't about pitch use. It wasn't about how many pitches he'd thrown per se. But I'm with you. Like, isn't the point to get guys into opportunities to see what they have? You don't have a closer for next year. You don't have a guy at the back end. And we know that Peguero offers some upside. He's been intriguing to this point. He's been a nice September call-up. He's done a good job with that. Buster did a nice job with the call-up of Grant McCray, too, to help the team and provide some athleticism. Like, those decisions have been good. Neither here nor there to me on Webb pitching. He had the lead, right? Like,
Exactly.
It wasn't that big of a deal to me to get him out of there at that point. It was more that I don't understand. The Peguero one's an interesting thought. Why not let him see what he can do at the end of a game? But also the Bryce Eldridge move. Like, why aren't we allowing the young players to stretch out, experience, and fail in these situations?
I agree with that one, yeah.
And that, to me, is on Melvin, right? I mean, that's his decision in game.
Absolutely.
That's him saying, we're not going to do this right here. I know he's managing to win the game. You got to manage to win the game. But also, what does winning the game get you? What did that get you? Was there more value in letting Eldridge top over one or strike out in that spot? Yeah, I think there was. There
definitely was.
808 KNBR, Watchdog Gonzo Louis. I see you guys waiting on the line. We will get to more of your thoughts on what's gone on with the Giants. Do you want Melvin back? I think there's 2 options. You extend and prove you're committed to him and say, this is our guy, we're in. Or you say, we saw enough this season and we maybe need somebody else to take the reins of this thing. I do not believe going into next year with Melvin on a lame duck 1-year contract is an option. It would give me the least amount of faith I've had in where the organization thinks they're going in a long time. More to come. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Do you want Melvin back on the Sports Leader?
The Giants dropped a heartbreaker last night, 9-8 to the St. Louis Cardinals, blowing an 8-3 lead as the team has slipped to 4 games under 500 with 4 games remaining in the regular season. Awesome! Tonight it's righty JT Brubaker versus Sonny Gray. Pre-game 5:45, first pitch 6:45, right here on the Sports Leader.
what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line, and we do these conversations with Steve daily because people are always asking questions about taxes, specifically things, Steve, like the ERC. Tell us what we need to know today.
There are so many people that have literally been waiting years for their ERC and haven't heard a thing. Folks, there's 3 different ways for us to hurry them up. That's what we want to do for you. You don't want to wait and find out the government decided to change the law and not give you the money. So let's get that money right away. Or you got a letter that said you don't qualify. Right now, the IRS got sued for doing what's called batch disallowances. They literally take a batch of them and disallow all of them. They don't even know if you're qualified or not. So we've got to appeal those. Or you're being audited, where they say you have to pass the audit before you get the money, or they want the money back. The bottom line, that's the big 3. You didn't get the check, you were told you don't qualify, or you're being audited. Call us. We have free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And if you want us to, we'll go ahead and do everything for you. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money now.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-SEAL, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Adam Copeland, Depop, Team Webb with you. Giants pregame 5:45 tonight. 6:45 first pitch. Giants and the Cardinals as the Giants are dead. Out of playoff contention officially. We're talking about the future. 831 checks in at 808 KNBR says Bob Melvin's a good coach. He just does not inspire his players to win for him. Great leaders have gravitas.
Yeah.
And that gets people to perform over their heads, and the Giants perform below their capacity. Compare how Pat Murphy's players win for him. I can't say anything about how players get inspired by managers who don't. You know what I mean? Like, it's a long season, and you get inspired by different things, but it is the manager's job to set the tone for that and to keep things consistent and level. Again, I'm not in that locker room or that clubhouse. The players know and have a better pulse on the heartbeat of that than anybody. I just didn't like when things go bad and they ask Bob Melvin, what do you do? What can you do? I don't know. We've had these meetings. There's an I don't know level. I think the organization and Buster have to commit to which direction they're going. And I don't think coming in next year with a 1-year contract is a level of commitment that inspires any confidence in the fan base. Or what are you telling the team? What are you telling all the vets on that roster?
No doubt
we don't know if we're in on this yet.
No doubt it would be bad. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if they do it, though. It would piss off the fan base. It'd probably piss off the players.
I would be a little bit surprised if they did. I would be a little bit surprised if they did. If he comes back without either an extra year on it or I mean, it would surprise me a little bit, I think. Because what direction are you saying you're going?
Hold on. Would it surprise you, or would it just upset you as a fan because there's really no long-term answer?
It would surprise me a little bit in terms of Buster so early on here that I thought him picking up the option this year was, remember, originally the critic, we were part of that criticism. We'd started to talk about Bob Melvin and what was going on with the team and turning things around.
Right.
And nothing has changed. It's been a lot of on and then a lot of off. They've had one winning month this year. They had 2 winning months last year, and they were like 1 or 2 games over 500. It's just been very average. They were doing it before he got here, so what's his impact been? They were doing this with Gabe Kapler, right?
I know.
Hell, Gabe Kapler could have got you 500. What's the difference? We just like that we know who the guys are in the lineup every day now? The roster talent is better. The manager doesn't necessarily make the team better. He's a decision maker, of course. But when things are staying the same, I'm like, what is he adding to the team? Plus, we know what Bruce Bochy added. We knew he was a master at managing a pitching staff. We knew that he knew how to get the most out of his players. They trusted him. Fans trusted him. We knew where the organization was headed. And a big part, I think, of why we all hated the Farhan era and the Kapler era was we never knew what to expect. You never knew what the direction was of the team. It was just, it was bland. You didn't know the faces, and it was sort of an aimless, let's see if this works now. We're doing that again if you come back with Melvin on a 1-year deal is my point. What is the direction? Are you telling me you believe in him, or are you telling me we just want to kind of see it? Because if you just kind of want to see, why what level of trust do we have in you?
I mean, that was supposed to be
you
this
had
season.
that this year, and you've improved the team, and you still maybe don't have. I think Buster knows which way he's going. I really don't think Melvin's back next year on a 1-year deal.
I wouldn't be the least bit surprised. And the whole intention of hiring Bob Melvin was, for lack of a better term, having an adult in the room. Because you're not going to have the same thing with Gabe Kapler where he's getting into an argument with Danny Emmerman over just stupid things of, having whatever the situation was. Or whatever other things we criticize Gabe Kapler for. You're supposed to have a guy, a leader in the clubhouse that was going to have this team go in the right direction. And have this season was supposed to be a stepping stone to something bigger, but it wasn't. It was the same result. So I hear you, Copes. I don't know who's better, and I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if Buster Posey already has in his mind that he wants Bob Melvin to come back, not for a long-term deal, just for the option for this season.
I don't know. That would really frustrate me. Yeah. 808 KNBR, especially based on what the players are saying. I think that's the wrong move.
I know.
Based on what Logan Webb has said, I feel like that's the wrong tone. Let's go to Watchdog. Watchdog is in San Francisco, wants to talk Giants manager. What up, Watchdog? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What up, dog?
Well, I think we should keep things the same. Maybe you do have to extend out Bo Mel, and who knows if he's the right person. But I think it's value in keeping things the same sometimes. I grew up watching Johnny LeMaster at shortstop, and I know here in the city we always felt that we could have a better shortstop, but we always knew in that 8-hole every game was going to be Johnny LeMaster, and that went on for some years. So I think sometimes you got to let things gel a little bit. A lot of times this year we were integrating new players into the lineup and onto the team, starting with Devers and then at the trade deadline. And you have to let team chemistry is what won us those World Series. And I think if we are going to get a new manager, maybe it should be somebody from that era, somebody smart that comes from that era of winning, that will have some of the same vision as Buster Posey because they won using that vision. So I'm not down on this team because we do have some players that can play, but we need a second baseman. The Giants, we have a tradition of having really good second baseman, Robbie Thompson, and then that went to Jeff Kent, and then to Joe Panic. And we right now we're hurting to have a really, really solid second baseman to solidify the infield. I like the rest of the infield, and I've grown into liking our catcher a little bit more. So I just want to see us keep things the same. You don't have to change and overhaul things every time.
I appreciate the call. Watch that. We got to run. I appreciate the call. I got to start by saying a couple of things here. Completely disagree. I want to keep things the same. Dude, we've been 500 for 5 years. Yeah. What do you want to keep things the same for? I'm not saying overhaul everything. I'm saying it's been the same. He said there's value in keeping it the same, and this is where he lost me bad. Johnny LeMaster was his example.
Yeah.
He's like, we used to sit there. We knew who was in the 8-hole. The 225 hitting guy who you nicknamed Boo LeMaster, who once came out to play shortstop with the word boo on his back as his name. He hit 225 for the Giants in 11 years. He had an OPS of 520. That was the worst example you could have given for why you stick with somebody consistently.
Right.
You know how many playoff at-bats Johnny LeMaster had? Freaking zero. In his whole, you just told me about the worst era of Giants baseball that you're like, we got to stick with it. You don't want that. Why would you want that? I know Johnny LeMaster was like an affectionate Giant for Giants fans of that era. My mama Susie, my uncle, like legit. He's on the Wall of Fame. I've interviewed him before. Nice dude too, really nice guy. Dude, he was not a very good hitter. He was a terrible hitter. Was a shortstop there for way too long, from 75 to 84, 85. And this is how bad Johnny LeMaster was as like a success player. This is a funny note of his.
Yeah.
He's the only player in baseball history, I believe, to play for 3 100-loss teams in the same season. First of all, you have to have 300 loss teams. Then you have to be bad enough on a team that they get rid of you, that another 100-loss team picks you up, that another 100-loss team picks you up.
Yeah.
The Giants in 85 lost 100, as did Cleveland, as did Pittsburgh. He played for all 3 of those teams in one season.
That's incredible.
It was a bad example. And he didn't give a good example of just, and I know Watchdog's a classic Giants fan. I know he's a long-time KNBR listener and caller. Just keep things the same because we like to is not a plan or a strategy. Gonzo's in Santa Rosa. What up, Gonzo? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, everybody. Great conversation. I say it's sad that we have to get rid of Bob Melvin for the emotional part because he played with the Giants and Matt Williams joined him. They want to see the team be successful. But, is that true that Bob Melvin played with the Giants, right?
Yeah.
Baby.
Yeah, so it's kind of like I don't think Buster Posey is going to be a manager because he wants to spend more time with his kids. That's why he loves baseball. And being a general manager, it's like being a player, so you're on the road the whole time. But being president of operations, he's involved, but he's not going to be on the road and gone all the time. But I think they're in a tough spot. You have to see, okay, what managers are available on the market, who's out there. I think having some younger blood out there to manage this team, but also I think getting Barry Bonds as a hitting coach is an option. And my final comment, Super Bowl halftime show, Metallica, Bay Area. I love you guys. Take care.
Appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much. I don't think Bonds is coming back to be a hitting coach. I will say this. Bonds is in the clubhouse every day.
Yeah.
He's at every game. He's there every day. He talks to the players every single day. I wouldn't be concerned about like Bonds' level of connection to the team. Like he's there talking hitting and involved with the players regularly.
Yeah.
He's there daily.
You don't need him on the coaching staff.
Yeah, I don't think that's...
And I don't think he's interested in that whatsoever.
I don't think he is after the 1 year with the Marlins. I don't think that's...
No.
It was a weird ad there anyway.
He's too busy being Barry Bonds.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I think it's fine. He's around the team all the time anyway, and he's helping out with the team. Metallica halftime show. Awesome call. I don't think that's happening, though.
Probably not. No, the rumor is it's going to be Taylor Swift.
Oh, man, really?
Yep.
Might have to get down to that bowl. We'll have to catch me at that bowl.
Booted out of an elevator for
Let's go. Should we stay right here? We got a lot of calls.
Let's do it
on this topic here. Louis, Ed, Tim, Evers, and Jose. We'll get to your calls coming up next on the Giants. Before we get to Todd Husak, who joins us coming up in about 20 minutes at 4:50. Another one, Tim. That's the third time you've told me today.
We are very sponsored.
So you missed
Are
the time.
we?
Well, you botched
Are
one
we?
there. Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. You can learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA. We'll take a quick break. We'll get back to more of your calls. Do the Giants need to move on from Bob Melvin? Would you accept him back on a one-year deal, or what would that tell you about how the organization views this team? We'll do that next on The Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Tony's Pizza Napolitana. We're, by the way, giving away that $50 gift card today. Stay tuned for that cue to call. And you know me, when it comes to pizza, I like it good. I like it top of the line. I like great pizza, and that's why I like Tony's Pizza in North Beach. He's a pizza champ, a 13-time pizza champion, and they've got something for everybody. New York, Neapolitan, Detroit, Sicilian, grandma style. Whatever you're into, Tony's got it cooked for you to the right texture, the right ingredients, basically anything you can want. Tons of different types of ovens, 12 different styles of pie. I'm a sucker for the New Yorker. It's big, it's bold, it's cheesy, it's everything you want a pizza to be. There's the Diavolo when you want that spicy kick. Plus, they've got a ton of other great menu items. The penne alla vodka pasta. They've got Nona's famous wings or the honey fried chicken sandwich, all next level. Plus, the desserts, fantastic. Here's the best part. I'm in North Beach. I hit Tony's in North Beach a lot. But you don't have to be in North Beach. You should, but you don't have to be there to get Tony's Pizza. Tony's now has a location inside of SFO, so you can grab a world-class slice before you fly out, or you can hit up Slice House. They're all over the Bay Area, including locations inside of Chase Center and at Levi Stadium. If you've never been, take my word for it. Tony's Pizza Napolitana. It's fantastic. Go in hungry, and trust me, you're going to leave happy. It's Tony's Pizza Napolitana.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. Our guy Todd Husak going to join us talking some 49er football in about 15 minutes here at 4:50. Andy Baggerly at 5:15. We'll talk to him about what he heard from Logan Webb and how he thinks the locker room is taken to Bob Melvin. Let's go back out to the phone lines. We got full lines here talking Giants baseball and the frustration. Nothing lights up the phone lines like a frustrated fan base with their manager. Let's go to Louie. Louie's in Santa Clara. Louie, where are you with Bob Melvin and the Giants? You're on the Sports Leader.
Well, it's just frustrating for everybody, I guess. But in Melvin's defense, take a look at Bochy did his first 2 years. He was sub 500, 20 games below 500, back-to-back years in 2007 and 2008. 2009, he was about 10 games above 500, and what happened in 10? Case closed. Give Melvin a chance. Give him a couple years to get under his belt. Get these young pitchers a chance to get some experience and let it ride.
Hey, Louie, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Louie, real quick. I went to 50 games in 07 and 08. Is this team better on paper than the 07 Giants were?
Well, you can't say that now.
I know for sure, dude. I know for sure it is. Do you remember who the 07 third baseman was?
Oh, Uribe?
No. He was signed in spring of 2010. He made the team out of camp in 2010.
Okay, well, whatever.
Whatever. It's your point. My point is that Bochy took over a team that was at the end of the Bonds era. They had just signed Barry Zito. They needed a manager who was going to be okay with Bonds and to usher them into the next wave. Lincecum came up in May of 07. Matt Cain was already here. Benji Molina was your starting catcher. Buster was 3 years away from a Rookie of the Year, right? Bochy was here to end the Bonds era and help usher into the next era. They weren't prepared to win in 07 and 08. I'm not saying this team was prepared to win, but the 07 and 08 Giants were all about finding what they had and taking inventory. The 08 Giants ran through finding Sergio Romo, Alex Hinshaw. They found, who else was it? There was a handful of relievers. Oh, Brad Hennessy was still here. Hell, you had like Matt Herge still at the back end of the bullpen. You found out Brian Wilson was your closer in 08 and 09. It was a lot of inventory taken. Kevin Correa was making starts for the Giants back then. My point is, Bochy took over a team that was looking to rebuild and retool. Bob Melvin, sort of in the same manner, is dealing with a much better team. Even last year, and I appreciate the call, Louis, they had Blake Snell on the roster. Yep. He underperformed for a lot of the year. They spent money on Matt Chapman. Don't forget they had, other guys that didn't work. They had Jorge Soler, right? Was a player they signed. Like, they spent money last year. Jung-Hoo Lee ended up getting hurt. None of it is always all on the manager unless he loses the team. And I don't think that's what's happened. What I'm saying is, when you've had the same level of success or lack thereof, mediocrity, why would you just continue to sit in the mediocrity? Why? And again, if he's such a great manager, I don't mean this as a dig at him, but it's a genuine question. If everybody thinks he's so great and you want to see what he has again, why have 5 teams had him as their manager? Great managers generally sit in one place. Or they don't have success and they end up landing somewhere else where they do. At least, that's how guys continue to get jobs. But nobody has 5 jobs unless you're winning everywhere and you want to be that guy, right? Like, he's been let go from the D-backs, from the A's, from the Padres, from the Mariners. Mm-hmm. And now he's here sort of reveling in mediocrity with the Giants. Like, Bruce Bochy was in San Diego for a long time. And he probably was there even longer than he would have been because he won a pennant in 98. But he was the staple there. And they were pretty average. When the Giants got him, I didn't want him because I'm like, dude, he's like a 500 guy. All the Padres do every year, it felt like, was go 500. But he'd won a pennant, so maybe he extended his time there. Bottom line is he came here and he helped rebuild it. He's taken every team he's been with to a World Series. Dusty Baker's managed a bunch of teams, but nobody looks at him that way because every team he managed, he took to the playoffs. Also, he got hosed by the Nationals. Like, they axed him after a 97-win season. If Dusty had won in 02, he would have stayed here. He went from 93 to 02 here. Right? It was the longest tenure. Took the Cubs to the playoffs. Took the Astros to a World Series. Like, you win pennants, it's different. But he's not done that, Melvin hasn't. So, again, I think he's an average manager per his career, per what the Giants have done. I don't know how much a manager takes you to the next level, but I don't know that he's the guy to do it.
I don't know either, but just to defend him for 1 second, he wasn't fired from the A's. He left on his own volition. He wanted to go to a better situation with the Padres.
Yeah. Contract was a mutual split then.
Exactly. Well, they
kind of
let him go because they knew they were going to be in real rebuild mode, and they didn't know what was going on with
the Padres. Didn't want him so bad they let the Giants take him when he was under contract.
That's a different story. AJ Preller hated him so much.
The GM in the division was like, we don't even want him. We'll just let the Giants have him. And the last time they did that, it was Bochy, and he won a World Series, and they still did it.
Yep.
That's how much they didn't want him there. Let's go out to Ed. Ed is in Pleasanton. What's going on, Ed? You're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, I got to admit, okay, I wanted anybody to get in there but Kaplan.
Agreed.
Being a former catcher, I thought Posey and Melvin. I was in on Melvin. But part of being a manager is manufacturing runs. I'm so tired of seeing guys up at the plate, a guy on first or second. We're not hit and run. We're not bunting when we got a shortstop over there. I mean, a third baseman playing in the shortstop position. We can't lay down a bunt. You know, I think what part of the problem is, when somebody said inspire, I don't think it's about inspire. I think the manager's got to have expectations. We all say, hey, they got the talent, but we got to expect something out of them. We got to put them on notice, you know, and I think that that's part of the problem. We're just kind of going as it is. And, yeah, mediocrity. I'm not for it. I think Melvin's missing the boat by not making things happen. But on another note, I wanted to bring up Posey. I love the position he was in as general manager. I was talking to a friend that actually my son-in-law is a big A's fan. I said, man, you know what the first thing Posey should do is go out after every scout that the A's have. How do they get so much talent with so little money? I would think that the scouts would love to come to the San Francisco organization. But anyway, yeah, a little frustrated. I love watching them, but it's boring.
I appreciate the call, Ed. Thanks so much. So let's go to Tim. Tim is in San Leandro talking the predicament the Giants are in. Tim, you're on the Sports Leader. How you feeling?
Yes, sir. Hi, Coach. And Derek, thanks for taking the call. I'm going to be a little bit more kind of piggybacking a little bit on what Ed just said, a little bit more inside baseball. And Coach, you played, you know, my son played at San Leandro too. The most frustrating thing I see is our approaches at the plate. And if I can't tell you how many times I wanted to throw something at Willie while he was doing his 9-iron uppercut. Now, thank you for his home runs, but I'll take Christian Koss every time. Middle away goes away, flat swing, situational hitting. The hit and run thing, but there's always, you know, nobody plays second base anymore with a right-handed hitter up. My point I'm saying is less of Bob Melvin's concerned yet, but more about inside the approach that Buster would have. The approach that this ballpark demands is home runs are great, but that's not the first thing you should be thinking about. Flatter swings, doubles, line drives. I know it sounds simple, and it's not, but it's the hitting approach. Whether it's Pat or anything else, it's more than anything, it's on the hitters to just be simpler. And it's not that hard to try to make an adjustment to the ballpark that you should own. That's my read. I just want better, smarter approaches.
I appreciate the call, Tim. Thanks so much. I mean, that's kind of where we were talking, is it on Pat Burrell and what point is it on the hitting? I said, I don't know about the hitting coach stuff. Yeah. What I do know is if people are frustrated with the hitting coaches, why are you not frustrated with the manager who picks the hitting coaches?
Exactly.
Like the manager decides the staff. So I just think that, I mean, whether it's manager or it's other places, I think Logan Webb needs to be heard.
Well,
I'd like JP Martinez back, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I think he's done a great job.
I mean, to defend your point, we've been talking about this for the last 2 years, honestly. Like, we gave Bob Melvin the benefit of the doubt.
Because I wanted him too. Don't get me wrong, everybody. Like, I wanted the same. We had a text who said Melvin's 500 teams are more interesting to watch than Kapler's. 100% agree.
Yeah.
I wanted the change for the culture.
But you can't stay in mediocrity.
No.
And also, like, I remember my pops and Lund talking about how, is this coaching staff very good? Like, there was points last year where the team was just so lackadaisical. Yeah. We've been talking about it for 2 years now, if this coaching staff is good enough. If Pat Burrell's good enough, if Matt Williams is good enough, and yes, you have to look at Bob Melvin if he's picked the right guys on his coaching staff. And you have to wonder if Bob Melvin's doing a good job himself. But I don't know if they can find somebody better. And to your point, Copes, about giving him a contract extension, they could give him a contract extension. They can easily fire him just like they gave a contract extension to Farhan Zaidi. That didn't mean anything. So I think anything's on the table. I think that Bob Melvin could be brought back. I think he could be fired. I think he could have a lame duck year just like he had this season for a good deal of time.
But it just wasn't really a lame duck year when you pick it up on June 1st. They were 2 months in and it wasn't totally.
But for a while there, we thought it was until they picked up the option.
Kind of, yeah. What would that tell you? Like, why? How confident would you be if they brought him back without, like, what does it tell the fan base? What is it saying to the fans if you bring him back on a 1-year deal?
It's so funny. It's a big FU to the fan base, no doubt.
It's really funny too how different football and baseball work. Like, Kyle Shanahan went 8-8 or 9-8 or 8-9 2 years in a row. People would be infuriated.
Oh, yeah.
People like, get his ass out of here. There's no way you can stay. What, are you going to go 500 again? You're going to be Jeff Fisher again? You're not allowed to do that in football.
No, but it's also rare when NFL coaches on a lame duck season.
It'll never happen. That's kind of my point. My point is just based on what's happened with the team in 2 years. If a coach is entering a third year and all you've done is go 500, then you're like, well, I mean, sometimes coaches will do that. If they've been average, if they make a playoff or almost do their first year,
Brian Dable
average season the second year, then you're sitting there the third or the fourth year and you're like, okay, well, are they going to make it or break it? To me, Melvin, in what was the second year of a 2 year with a team option, had to prove he deserved to be back. What did he do for all of you to prove he should be back? Yesterday we had Ned Coletti on, and we were like, why did you hire? I asked him why he hired Grady Little when he hired him. He said, well, he'd fallen on hard times with, they left Pedro in and lost his job in Boston in 2003, and then they ended up winning the World Series with Francona in 2004. He hired a year later for the 2006 season, or the 2005 season, I guess it was. Maybe it was 2006. Grady Little, and he said he had been a minor league manager for a long time. He developed a lot of talent. I had a lot of young players. He said I had a young James Loney. I had a young Russell Martin behind the plate. He said I traded for Andre Ethier. We had Matt Kemp, who was young. He said just because you get to the majors doesn't mean you stop developing.
Right.
You had to be able to develop talent at the major league level. And he said I knew that I had a minor league manager who had done that, who had success at the majors and had also developed talent in the minor leagues. I wanted him to continue to develop that talent at the major league level. Sure enough, he did. How have the Giants fared in developing at the major league level? If we're talking approach, do we think the Giants have done a good job at getting young talent up here and keeping them here and developing them and growing them? Not really.
No, not at all.
Not particularly at all. So again, it's really about what does Buster want? Does he need a grizzled vet, a guy like a Boch? Not Boch per se, but like a guy with experience who can win you a World Series, who thinks he's that good that can get you over the hump to the playoffs?
I'm sure he wants the same formula.
Or does he want a younger dude who can be here for the long haul for the next 10, 12 years?
Whatever works.
That's what I'm saying is we don't know yet even how Buster will approach this thing. Evers is in Antioch. What's up, Evers? You're on the Sports Leader. How you feeling?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you guys doing? Long time fan here from you guys.
Much love, bro.
So, man, Bob Melvin, it's time for him to go, man. Like, I tried to give this guy a chance. He just can't do it. Like you said, he's a below 500 coach. He's had a proven lineup before. He can't do nothing with him. He had a great lineup with the Giants this year, I think, but switching players every day from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, just switching them around. They never get comfortable where they're at. How are you supposed to, get these guys comfortable and win like that? It just doesn't happen.
I'm with you, Evers. I appreciate the call, man. We got to run. I appreciate the call. I mean, that's the other thing, too.
I just got one thing.
Oh, go ahead. We still got him?
Mark DeRosa for manager next year. Just go after Mark DeRosa.
That's a name that I had on my list, too. He's a guy who played with Buster also. The thing is like anybody wants to bring, and he's managing the WBC. I don't know. I wonder what baseball teams think about managers of the WBC who have never managed in the minors or majors. Like, I don't know what the thought is on that. Anyway, like if you go into next year with Bob Melvin again, and people who are like, all right, let's see what he can do. Like he hasn't been a good playoff manager ever. So I'm like, so even if he gets you to the playoffs, I don't really trust him in the postseason. He did terrible with the A's in the postseason.
But what if he got you to the postseason at that point, and you're like, okay, now things are going in the right direction? Because that was supposed to be this year, honestly.
I don't know. I don't want to what if, and I'm just saying that like the way I feel about him as a manager, even if they were to go to the playoffs, I wouldn't have much confidence in his ability to manage the rotation in the playoffs.
So
I wouldn't trust his in-game or big picture managerials, like the rotation that he sets up or how he manages the postseason.
Well, that's fine.
That's
but then you're out on him altogether then.
I wanted him to help turn this thing around.
But he hasn't turned it around.
He hasn't. I think they've stabilized the consistency of the lineup, but that was going to be the case with whoever was here based on the way they've built the roster now. Right. So I don't know. I appreciate everybody who called in. We got to take a quick break. Todd Husak is going to join us talking some 49er football. We also heard from Ricky Pearsall. He spoke to the media, said if there was a game today, he'd be playing.
That seems good.
That seems like good news. Ricky Pearsall said if there was a game today, I'd be playing. He said he's just a little banged up, so doesn't sound like there's risk of Ricky missing the game on Sunday. Just a little rest day for him, and because they're so shallow at the position, probably taking some caution here. All right, we'll talk to our guy Todd Husak. You hear him on pre- and post-game with myself and Tracy Sandler. Throughout the 49ers season, you'll hear him this Sunday with us at Levi's for the Niners and the Jags. Husak next, and Bags at 5:15. Giants baseball at 6:45 on the Sports Leader.
49er legend and Halloween light aficionado Steve Young joined the Morning Show fellas today, and in a wide-ranging interview spoke to Mac Jones' success under center, Ricky Pearsall's emergence as a number one wideout, and what the loss of Nick Bosa means for the squad. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, head to thesportsleader.com and on our app, because Steve is the greatest human that has ever lived.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. And one of our favorite guys, Todd Husak, former quarterback of Stanford, former NFL quarterback, and part of our pre- and post-game shows for 49er football throughout the 2025 season. Todd joins us on the UMA guest line. What up, Todd? How you doing, bro?
What's up, Todd?
I'm doing great. Excited about 3-0. Some horrible news with Bosa this week that has definitely put a dark cloud over it. But got to move. They're not canceling the season, so figure out how to adjust and move on and keep winning games.
I'm with you, man. I mean, I think you and Tracy and I on the postgame all kind of had the feeling that it was going to be an injury of significance, maybe not season-ending, but we were all kind of like trying to read the tea leaves with Bosa and his reaction, and we're like, man, he knows his body. So I was skeptical about him being able to play this week even, but now that it's the season, it's devastating. There's a chance now that Brock plays this week. How much more important now, from your perspective, is the offense? The defense has carried them for 3 weeks. Does it have to be overwhelmingly the offense to sort of mitigate the Bosa loss?
But I don't think it has to be overwhelmingly the offense. I think the good news is it hasn't been Bosa tearing it up. He's certainly a huge piece of that defense, but I think what Saleh has done and what he's brought is 11 guys all on the same page, and we've seen flashes from the young guys. That third down play with Upton Stout to force the punt was big time, and you're starting to see Michael Williams make some plays, and some of those younger guys coming up, and then D. Winters and Fred Warner, I think, have been as important to that defense as Bosa early in the season. I think what it takes away is that potential game-changing type play that Bosa can make in crunch time like he did against Seattle, forcing that fumble. I don't think there's a ton more pressure on the offense, but I do think the offense has to play better. I think some of the early season takeaways, like Ricky Pearsall is a stud. Like he has shown up in an offense where they needed somebody to step up and be that guy. Like really the two of those wins, I look at the play by Jake Tonjes against Seattle and that 4th down and 2 that catch Ricky Pearsall makes. That's a huge play like that. It obviously didn't win the game because he didn't score, but kept the drive alive. They finish in the end zone. So he has stepped up in an offense where it's been him and McCaffrey, essentially. Like no other receivers. They're missing Kittle. The run game hasn't been effective at all. So Pearsall's been a huge bright spot, even with the backup quarterback and all the pieces that they've missed. He's looked really good. The fact that they have no rushing touchdowns is concerning. They got to figure out the run game and how to consistently move the ball and then get it done in the red zone with the run game. They tried it 3 times and then threw it on 4th down, couldn't punch it in. So they have to be more effective in the run game. But I really like the fact that they've done it when they've needed to and stepped up and made big plays. So having Brock Purdy back, I think DeMarcus Robinson coming back is huge. That takes some of the pressure off Pearsall, gives them another weapon down the field. Like up until that last drive where we saw Sky Moore for the first time all season and 2 catches from Kendrick Bourne, no other receiver had really done anything all day against the Cardinals. And so to have another weapon on the outside, I think will open things up a little bit and hopefully also improve the run game because they can't key on handing it off, as much as they'd like to.
Yeah, we'll see if Brock Purdy's back this week. He was limited in practice as well as Mac Jones, who filled in nicely 2-0 as a starter. What impressed you the most about Mac Jones these last 2 weeks, Todd?
Well, I think the fact that Kyle Shanahan felt like he could throw the ball as much as he did. There wasn't a huge step back offensively. They were still spreading it around. They were moving the pocket. They were doing different things with him. When he is at his best, it's when he is decisive, makes that pre-snap read, decides where he's going with the ball, hits his back foot, and unloads it. And we saw it a handful of times after he got rid of the rust. I think in that first series against New Orleans, he looked decisive, and he knew where he was going with the ball, and he was making the right reads, and he can throw accurately. Where he has to sit and hitch and look, he's not at his best. And so I think what impressed me was when he was effective, that's what he was doing. He played like a veteran. He threw the ball a lot in 2 weeks. I think more than both we were expecting him to do it, because I think when you go to your backup, all right, let's everybody else step up. We'll run the ball more and not put too much on his shoulders, where this was the exact opposite. Shanahan came out firing, and Mac Jones did a great job running the offense, and he made a couple good plays in play action. He threw the ball to Juszczyk in the game against New Orleans. He got it to the tight end. So I don't think the offense took a big step back, but realistically, they're going to have to score more points than I think they're averaging about 19 a game right now. That's got to improve because the next few weeks are going to be tough.
Yeah, I like the fact that the offense didn't have to change that much with Mac Jones filling in. But what are the major differences you see in the playing style between Mac Jones and Brock Purdy besides the mobility?
That was going to be my first point. I think Brock Jones is a better athlete, or Brock Purdy is a better athlete than Mac Jones.
Right.
And he can make more things happen. I think both are similar from the fact that they can hit their back foot, step, and throw. They don't have rocket arms, although the play, the deep pass down the sideline to Pearsall against Seattle in Week 1, that was a big-time throw. There's not every quarterback that's starting in the NFL can make that throw, and he put it on a rope up the sideline right on the money. And so I think Brock might have a little stronger arm than Mac Jones, but I think they're both similar. And credit to, I think, a little bit like Sam Darnold, credit to the coaching staff and the GM for creating a system where if Brock goes down, the offense and the scheme and the game plan doesn't have to change that much. It's not a runner. They're not running the read option, and they're not changing too much at the line of scrimmage. And the fact that he's experienced in Mac Jones, they can run a lot of the same system. I think Brock has a better command and feel of the offense where he is making more of those decisions at the line of scrimmage and knowing where he's going with the ball. I think he reads defenses a little bit better. But Mac Jones played like a veteran that he is with his 51st start. He's pretty experienced. So I think both are similar. Brock's just better. I think he's a little bit better at everything. And so whether it's athleticism, arm strength, reads and recognition, and accuracy, he's just a little bit better. But Mac Jones certainly was effective. That was a bad interception, but we've seen Brock throw some bad interceptions like he did in Week 1. So Brock is by no means perfect, and there wasn't a big drop-off when they had to go to Mac Jones.
We were talking to Todd Husak here on the UMA guest line. What have you seen with the run game, or why do you think it hasn't been as effective? We were talking earlier, they're first in passing offense, 23rd in run offense, but more to the point, they're only running the ball about 40% of the time now. They threw it 41 times with Mac this week. Week 2, 39 pass attempts for Mac. I know we've talked about McCaffrey needing to be big in the pass game, and he had 15 targets on Sunday. But is this more about the offensive line? Is it about the schematics of the defense trying to sell out to stop the run? What have you seen through the first 3 weeks?
Well, I think rewatching the Cardinals game and even the Saints game, you saw a lot of 8-man fronts, whether it was a Bear defense where they had 5 defensive linemen and 2 linebackers, trying to make it more difficult for the offensive line. They're taking their chances on the outside. Hey, beat us with Ricky Pearsall because we haven't seen it yet. And then whoever your second receiver is, we trust our corners and safety to hold up on the outside. So I think that is a part of it where teams, even Arizona, if they were playing 2 safeties, those safeties were playing quarter coverage and reading run. And so even if it's 2 safeties, they're coming up and stopping the run. And those are unblocked defenders, essentially, when you're running the ball. So I think scheme is a part of it. They haven't been I think they miss Kittle. As good as Tonjes and Farrell are, I think they lack that mauler on the end line. If you put George Kittle and Juszczyk in the backfield next to Trent Williams, they're going to move any defensive front. And I think they've missed that a little bit where they're not creating the run lanes for McCaffrey or Brian Robinson to get through. But stay patient. The offense, the pieces are there, and hopefully once these pieces come back, I mean, the fact that they've been able to go 3-0 without some of their big playmakers and a Hall of Fame tight end, and guys have been a little dinged up. Once they get those pieces back, hopefully the offense can hit its stride. But you're right. I think that the lack of run game, they've got to figure that out if they want to consistently win, move the ball, hold the ball. I think at one point it was 13 minutes to 2 minutes time of possession. And so the Niners have to figure that out so they can give their defense a rest, but also be more effective in the red zone.
Talking to Todd Husak on the UMA guest line. You mentioned it earlier, but based on what you saw in preseason, what will the return of Demarcus Robinson bring to this offense?
I thought he was one of the most impressive players in the preseason, not just in practice where I was able to attend a few and saw him make some plays. Both he was a down the field receiver. He's making deep catches, but I think we saw him in the preseason games where he's up the seam. He's a big, strong receiver. He can use his body. across the middle. He's not afraid. He's got some experience. He seemed to have good chemistry with the quarterbacks, meaning he understood what they were saying. He was in the right spot at the right time and was able to make some plays. So I think that is a piece that they have missed, because you can't just do it with Pierce. I think Pearsall had 10 targets and McCaffrey had 15 last week. You got to spread it around a little bit more than that. So having Demarcus Robinson, where not only getting targets and being effective, but getting some more big plays, because that's something the 49er offense has lacked outside of Ricky Pearsall. So I'm excited to have him back, because that is a dimension of the offense that they've needed badly, especially without Juwan Jennings. But even when Juwan Jennings was in there, he didn't seem to be 100%. He's not blown by people. So if they can get Juwan Jennings healthy and Demarcus Robinson back, all of a sudden that wide receiver room goes from not quite a liability, but certainly not deep, to, all right, those are three pretty good top-end wide receivers.
We were talking earlier about the usage of McCaffrey's, 77 touches to the first 3 games. He's the first guy to have 50 plus carries and 25 plus receptions in the first 3 weeks of an NFL season since Thurman Thomas did it in 1991. The difference is Thomas was 25 years old. It was an MVP season. Any concern about the usage this early for McCaffrey?
I think there's a concern, absolutely. And he's been a guy that we've seen him get dinged up. We saw it last year. We've seen it over the course of his career. And they need him healthy. Brian Robinson is a good backup. Let's keep him as a good backup and have McCaffrey there throughout the course of the season. But they have to limit those. They have to figure out a way to spread the ball around, but not just spread it around but spread it around to some playmakers who can make plays, get first downs, maybe break one for a touchdown. Because I think there were a couple times throughout the game where I'm sitting next to Larry Kruger, it's 3rd and 4th. Like, what do you do here? Get it to McCaffrey. Like, have him run an option route out of the backfield. And they did. And so I think having extra weapons around him will certainly help, because all of a sudden defenses have to prepare for not just McCaffrey and Pearsall, but Demarcus Robinson and George Kittle and Juwan Jennings. And so adding those pieces, where right now it's really just Pearsall and McCaffrey that are scaring or players that a defense has to really be aware of. I think they'll take their chances with the other skill position players for the 49ers. But once they get those pieces back, that will help limit, and maybe that means 8 targets or 10 targets for Demarcus Robinson and take some of those touches away. And also, as Brian Robinson's only been with the team for, a month?
Yeah.
So getting him more acclimated, maybe feeling more comfortable with him running some routes or getting some more carries, I think will help. But, we talked about it up in the box. There's I think there was one receiver that had been with the team a month ago. Like, that's crazy. In week 3, to be running an NFL offense with that little experience with the team. And so it's a work in progress with this offense, getting guys back, getting guys healthy, and then hopefully Brock Purdy taking over and doing a much better job of spreading it around and creating some big plays.
A couple more minutes with Todd Husek on the Uma guest line. You mentioned the devastating loss of Nick Bosa. You've seen Michael Williams during preseason and the regular season now, and you definitely watched him as part of our draft coverage in college. Just what do you make of him so far, and you think he's more than capable of filling the void of that pass rusher?
He is a athletic big man. The fact that they've put him inside and running a 3 technique or 5 technique and keeping Bosa out wide, for a young player who's really kind of a hybrid, and when I say hybrid, he's like 270 pounds. So he has 75 pounds. So he can play inside, but he also has the speed and athleticism to get around the edge. I don't think they want to have him get more snaps on the edge, but he's got to be the guy that steps up right now. And the good news is they have a pretty deep defensive line, an area of concern coming into the season. They've built some pretty good pieces around him, and Bryce Huff, your Tomatos, like that. Those guys will be able to fill in and make some plays, but it's going to take not just Michael Williams, because I think putting him in the game for 50 plays a game is probably not ideal for anybody, for his growth, for the defense. So allowing him to continue his rookie growth, I think it's up to some of the other players. Hey, we're all going to step up. The top 7-8 guys, we're not going to do it with just one. Let's do it as a unit, and then hopefully, Copes, we talked about it. The lack of interceptions is, I think, another no rushing touchdowns and no interceptions, and it's been a theme for a while. figuring out how to get the ball back for the offense. They've been great in forcing punts, and they've been great in the red zone. It's going to catch up to them eventually. And so I think one way to combat that, especially with all the youth, like you just figure there's going to be a game where they're going to not play as well as they have the first three. Find a way to create some turnovers, whether it's through pressure or the secondary, young secondary players stepping up and making plays. I think it's got to be a combination of both. Continue to pressure the quarterback and play a little more aggressively on the outside.
Todd Husak, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line, our pre- and post-game analyst for 49er football all season long. Todd, always great catching up with you, man. We'll talk to you soon, and I'll see you on Sunday.
Thanks, Todd.
Sounds good. Looking forward to it. 4-0.
Good deal, brother. All right, we'll see Todd down at the at Levi Stadium on Sunday. It is fun sitting with Todd and Larry watching the game. Because Larry does ask Todd, like, every third down, what do they do here? What do you think they're going to do here? Todd always says, give it to McCaffrey. It's a pretty good read.
Seems like a good choice.
Pretty good read by Todd. I'm learning a lot watching football with Todd. Give it to McCaffrey. Yeah.
Is it possible that Todd double dips and goes to Stanford and 49ers this weekend?
I think it's on the table for sure.
All right.
I think he's going to join me for a pregame hit for Stanford
fantastic.
this weekend as well.
Okay, then.
I think there's a damn good chance that he's out there. Actually, who knows? Because there's apparently a huge JV football tilt.
Oh.
Between Todd's kid and Kruger's kid.
No way.
Yeah, Menlo against Northgate. I think those are the two high schools. They're going head-to-head in a two undefeated teams, I believe, this week.
Oh.
JV football.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a
must-see TV.
We were talking about it on the post-game show. How about that, dude? Todd's kid going head-to-head with
I like
with
that.
Krug's kid.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty sick. We'll see who gets the. I told him I'm rooting for the Zebras in that one. I was like, I'm not picking a side. I'm going to root for the refs.
No, that's fair.
Let's take a quick break. When we come on back, let's get back into Giants baseball because we got pregame in about a half hour at 5:45. But Andy Baggerly's going to join us, covers the Giants for The Athletic. How did he hear Logan Webb's comments yesterday in relation to how he heard them in 2023 before they moved on from Gabe Kapler and hired Bob Melvin? That was, of course, Farhan at the head of baseball operations. How is Buster going to hear this? We'll talk to Bags about it next, only here on The Sports Leader.
The 49ers return to the practice field today. Of note, Ricky Pearsall did not practice with a knee injury, while both Brock Purdy and Mac Jones were limited while splitting first-team reps. If you've ever missed practice, tell us about it on the Sports Leader YouTube chat, the only place for Bay Area fans to discuss leg squats.
Hey, y'all, it's the cue to call. If you want tickets to a $50 gift card to Tony's Pizza, call right now.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
We got Giants pregame in about 25 minutes here. Final game against the Cardinals, just 4 games left. And joining us courtesy of the Yuma guest line, it's Andy Baggerly. We talk to him every week from The Athletic. He covers the Giants, and Bags is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. Bags, mercifully, the playoff hopes came to an end yesterday. And the Giants' best possible record now is yet again 500. How we doing, man?
Yeah, doing okay. How are you?
You're doing okay. About 500. You know, win some, lose some, as Pesci says in My Cousin Vinny. How did you read Logan Webb's comments yesterday? We listened to the comments that were almost 2 years to the day. It was the 20. I guess it was exactly 2 years to the day. 2023, September 23rd, he made the comments that everybody believed were about the culture in the clubhouse as it related to Gabe Kapler. Kapler was let go shortly thereafter. I don't think he was as blunt or as direct in what he was talking about yesterday, but how did you interpret what he said after the game?
Yeah, and he followed up by saying that, he thinks a lot of Bob Melvin. I think that they have a good relationship. I don't think it's really an analogous situation to what happened with Gabe Kapler. I mean, there were a lot of people up and down the organization, all the way up to ownership, that really saw it as a fundamental problem in 2023 that, they were going off the rails in the second half, and they would hold meetings. Even like soft-spoken guys like Tyro Estrada were holding meetings, and Gabe Kapler wouldn't talk at those meetings.
Yeah.
He'd just sort of sit in the back. And that hasn't been the case with Bob Melvin. I mean, he's like any manager. He wants to make sure that he's not calling a meeting every day. He knows there's diminishing returns, but tries to pick his spots. But I think he really has tried his best to get this team out of the slumps that they've been in, and the fact that they haven't kind of extricated themselves quicker, whether it be the one in July or the one in August, that really is what dragged their season down, especially the one right before the trade deadline, because then they could have added instead of sold, and you have to wonder where they'd be if they'd done that. But so I don't think it's super analogous. Every year's different. But if you're Logan Webb, you had the 1 year in 2021, which was just fantastic, and then every other year the team is kind of in it, and then all of a sudden, nope, they weren't good enough, and that's got to be frustrating, especially when you pile up 1 year after the other.
Going back to last night's loss, what did you make of Bob Melvin's decision to have Wilmer Flores pinch hit in the bottom of the ninth?
I mean, it's a lefty. It's Wilmer Flores. He's a guy who gives you really good at bat in the ninth inning. You could say it's a learning experience for Bryce Eldridge, obviously, but I think it's a manager just picking the guy who has a slow heartbeat in that moment, and I didn't have a problem with it. I mean, I don't think they're necessarily stunting Bryce Eldridge's development. I mean, he's here, he's in the big leagues. He's going to face left-handed pitching. He's not going to be platooned. He's going to be an everyday guy. But in that spot, they needed a one big hit to try to tie the game, and Wilmer Flores has come through in a lot of those situations, and so that's why they went with him. And I don't think that was really egregious, in my opinion.
Going back to the Bob Melvin situation, the option was picked up. It was a 2 year with a team option for year 3, and it was picked up earlier this year, and then things kind of went awry. They've had a bad second half. It's not all on the manager, of course, but I think it's fair that the people look at the culture of the team and the top and who's in charge of everything. Would it be weird for him to be back on a 1 year contract? Is that rare in baseball? I just wonder what that would say to the team and to the fans if you're not totally in on him on an extension, but you haven't moved on from him either after about another 500 year.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously not a perfect parallel, but something really similar happened with Bruce Bochy.
Sure.
After 2009, Bill Newcomb was in his first year taking over, and he was kind of in, I'm going to sort of like hang back and listen and learn mode. And credit to him that he didn't come in with, all of his, academic credentials and think he was the smartest guy in the room. And obviously, rest in peace now with he passing away earlier this year. But, Bill Newcomb saw the progress that those guys made in 2009, and he brought them back, and they were not on multi-year extensions. They were back for 1 year, Sabian and Bochy. And you could say the same thing. It's like, well, what's the long-term plan? Do you really want to stick with, an older manager on a 1 year contract? And yeah, I think ideally you'd have some more stability. You'd have a manager under contract for multiple years. Maybe they do want a younger voice. Maybe they do want someone who can bring a different kind of perspective. But and I think if that's what they choose, then I don't think that Melvin's contract is going to keep them from doing that. But I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't think it's necessarily the worst thing in the world to go into next year with Bob Melvin on a 1 year contract, and then you just sort of see how it goes.
Talking to Andrew Baggerly on the UMA guest line. Robbie Ray's season is over. They don't have a ton of options at the starting rotation next year, but do you think he's definitely part of their plans in 2026?
I mean, I wouldn't see why not. He was an all-star. If you told Bob Melvin in spring training that Logan Webb and Robbie Ray would be all-stars and Justin Verlander would make close to 30 starts, I think Alex Pavlovich wrote it that way in his write-up yesterday. You'd think, wow, how many games did we win? 95? 100? But, obviously it didn't turn out that way. But, Robbie Ray's a guy who only threw 30-something innings last year, and he's thrown the third most pitches in Major League Baseball this season. So, I think it's not necessarily surprising to see that he's scuffled a little bit in the second half, especially the last 5 starts or so. He's maintaining his velocity, but I think with some effort to do that, and that's why the command maybe hasn't been there. But this is a guy who's been a real pro. I think he's very popular in the clubhouse. He's ready to go on his start day. He's going to put in the work. And and starting pitching is, if you don't bring him back or trade him, then you got to replace him. And right now they need to add to this rotation. I mean, that's going to be maybe job number 1 this offseason. So I'd be shocked if Robbie Ray went anywhere.
If that's job number 1, is job number 2 this offseason the back end of the bullpen? I mean, it's interesting how much they've torn down the bullpen and then stitched it back up and rebuilt it. And it's been, for the most part, pretty good. They've got some pieces, I think, that are going to be around, but they don't have somebody now without Randy Rodriguez to close the door.
Yeah, and Randy Rodriguez just had his UCL surgery today. He's out 12 to 14 months, so he's out for all of next year too. I would just say more broadly, I think that their number one priority has to be run prevention, and spiffing up their run prevention because it just wasn't up to the standards that they need to be, especially at home. And we know that they could always use more offense. They could always use more dynamism. They obviously need to get some more speed. I think they thought Tyler Fitzgerald would be a big part of that, and he couldn't hang on to a big league job. But, whether it's the rotation or the bullpen or the defense, I think you're just going to see a big premium being put on run prevention because that's what Buster Posey wanted this team to be about. Pitch it, catch it, and get enough timely hits to win a lot of low-scoring games. And that's the way the Giants have won in the past. And you kind of have to at least be able to win that way when you play in their ballpark. Maybe it's not the only way you win games, but the run prevention has not been there. And obviously I think the trades that were made and the guys who got injured in the bullpen, kind of made it nobody's fault that they just, couldn't get the matchups. They couldn't strike people out in the late innings, couldn't hold leads. That bullpen performed really well actually for about a month after, the trades and the injuries. And then obviously they couldn't sustain it. But, I do think that they are going to have to, add some more pitching, whether it's to the front end of the bullpen, back end of the bullpen, wherever it is, they're going to need some more pitching depth. And, that's usually pretty expensive.
Another minute or two here with Bags on the UMA guest line. Just before we let you go, Bags, thought on the ABS system and what you heard from Patrick Bailey. I know he's somebody who's been vocal about it, and he said that it's going to put a lot of catchers out of the game, and it's going to take away from what catchers do. And I do to some extent believe that. I love the art of catching and pitch framing and all that. I sort of feel, though, like this is the perfect compromise. Like it's not an automatic ball strike system. It's a challenge system. I wouldn't like this to be the precursor to official automatic balls and strikes, but do you think this is going to affect, and does he really think at least this system will affect catchers all that much?
I think it's going to mitigate their value a little bit. I don't think it's going to really take it away. Like you said, a full robo strike zone would definitely, you'd have teams that would just focus on guys who could hit back there and maybe have a cannon for an arm and throw guys out. And those would be the only skills you'd need a catcher to have. Because they have pitch comm now. You could even have, call pitches from the dugout, which I think the Marlins are already doing. So, I think there is this sort of maybe wariness among catchers that, hey, these rule changes are taking away some of our skills that are valuable. And, but like you said, there's only 2 challenges and those can go pretty quick. And so, it's still going to be really, really important for catchers to be good at this because we've seen how many runs, they've done the research and they know how many runs it can save. And Patrick Bailey is the most valuable defensive player in all of baseball. And, that's mostly because of his framing skills. So, having the challenges, I think it's going to be good. Having seen it in spring training, I think it's going to bring an added element. When do you challenge? When do you not? Who do you trust to challenge? Would you only do it in a 3-2 count? Would you do it on the first pitch of a game? Can a rookie do it when, maybe a veteran would be pissed off that he doesn't get the chance to challenge later? There's just a whole host of kind of interesting conversations and team dynamics and kind of politicizations around that I think are going to be really interesting for just talking about the game because, the best thing about baseball is it's a talking sport. You can debate and debate and debate, and this gives us one more thing to talk about and dissect and debate.
Andy Baggerly covers the Giants for the Athletic. Bags. Enjoy the weekend, final weekend of the regular season, and for the Giants in 2025. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, man. Thanks, Bags. Great Andy Baggerly there. He says, it's a good point he makes about the 2008 Giants that Bill Newcomb becomes the CEO of the team, really. Yeah, he's like the head, in the position that Larry Baer is in now. There was no president of baseball operations. There was the GM, who was Sabian, but Sabian's contract aligned with Bochy's, and they were both in the final year of their contract. 88 wins that year was when they found some stuff to stick. Lincecum wins his second Cy Young. Bumgarner comes up in, I guess, 2009 would have been that year, but they start to build a little bit in 2008 after Barry Bonds. You know what I mean? It was tough to move into that next wave, but that's why I said when they brought Bochy in, it was really kind of like, can you get us out of the Bonds era? Right. Which manager were you going to bring in to deal with Barry for the last season? And it was Boch, who connects Bonds and Lincecum, which is crazy. Those generations intersect with each other. We will take a quick break. When we come on back, we'll get ready to put the show to bed as we got Giants pregame coming up in about 15 minutes. Might have some sound to get into on the other side, too. A couple of things. We're going to hear from Ricky Pearsall as well about his health as his knee was banged up. Missed practice today, but sounds like there's nothing to worry about. We'll get into that next. Dirty Work, the greatest show in America, on a Wednesday on The Sports Leader.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Dirty work on a Wednesday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Putting the show to bed here. About 10 minutes till Giants pregame gets going. Giants and the St. Louis Cardinals. Best the Giants can do is finish at 500. And
ho-hum.
I don't even, is that even?
No.
At this point, is that anything for anybody? I mean, you want to win the games. I know I'm not rooting against them, but does it make any difference at all?
No.
Whatsoever.
I asked you a week ago, if they finish above 500 and are close to the postseason, is this season a success? No. And you're like, wait till next week, we'll talk about it. I can definitively say now, from the reaction of everybody and from you and from Giants fans all over, this season was a failure.
Dude, they've just
no doubt.
They just peed down their leg for the last 2 weeks too. The D-backs jumped them.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing.
They're a fourth-place team.
They're in fourth place. Dude, they're behind the Fish.
Sucks.
The Marlins are
that one surprised me. When you said that one to me today live on the air, I was like, there's no way.
Yeah. They're the 11th best team. You know there's only 15 in the league.
Yeah.
We were like, oh, they're in it. I was like, not intellectually.
No. I mean, yes, teams are in it now with the third wild card spot, but you can have a crappy season for the majority of the way and still sneak your way into the postseason. But, yeah, this was nothing that anybody wanted. You wanted them to show growth. You wanted them to make the postseason. To go back the way it looked the last 3 seasons, no, this is a failure.
People are checking on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line at 808 KNBR. We got 408 says, you guys are off base. The reason Bochy got better is because Brian Sabian and Ed Coletti went out and got players and brought them along through the system. Bochy wasn't a genius after 2 seasons. Is Melvin the answer? I'm not saying that, but you guys be specific about Melvin's game time decisions that you don't like. It wasn't about necessarily game time decisions I didn't like. That's why I didn't say anything about that.
Right.
It was about the culture of the team and the general mediocrity of the teams he's managed here with talent that we believe is better than what they've gotten out of it. Again, I don't think he's not the guy swinging the bat. It's not all on him. Also, to say Bochy didn't get better, they got better players, maybe, but also you're wrong. Ned Coletti wasn't even here when Bochy got hired. So, what do you want for nothing? You know what I mean? What you want me to say to that? Why don't you be specific? They got Tim Lincecum, who's a Cy Young Award winner. Yeah, they got Bumgarner and Kane. And they got Buster Posey. And those guys came to the majors, those 3 dudes, those pitchers, and never went back. Buster came up at the end of 2009 and then is here in 10. These are all guys who you ended up drafting at the top of the draft or in the first round, most all of these guys. Those are 4 first-round picks that all hit. They haven't hit on that many first-rounders since then in total.
And to Bag's point, he's basically alluding to the fact that possibly we're going to see Bob Melvin return and not get a contract extension. And I can't wait for that reaction. Next week when we have a press conference and Buster Posey does the end of the year press conference, talks about the team going forward, and John Shay or somebody asks about the future of Bob Melvin, and maybe he'll give an answer, maybe he won't. But if he just says Bob Melvin's coming back just on the option that was picked up, that is going to piss off a lot of fans. And a couple years ago when Bob Melvin was introduced, that was the good news. The bad news was Farhan Zaidi's getting a contract extension as well. There would be no good news to counteract that.
2021 set back the Giants a lot, too.
Yes.
You know what I mean? 707 checks in. This was earlier. People were saying that the morning show was planning their holiday dinner. Somebody said it sounded very, not inclusive. Somebody else claimed on the text line, a 510, said that we were getting misinformed, that the morning show was talking about inviting us, that we were getting bad info. But then 707 says the morning show was also talking about House of Prime Rib stealing your guys' thunder as usual. 831 says Marcus asked if he could invite Copes.
Sorry to steal your thunder, man.
You got anything else, Tim? Something
I went back and listened to it. I found it on the audio. It was very tame. They said that they wanted to do a show dinner, basically, instead of a holiday party. I was like, okay, show dinner. They're out at the House of Prime Rib. And Marcus said, could I invite one of the Dirty Work boys? And the assumption that he was talking about you. And Murph said, absolutely not.
Whatever.
It's fine. Whatever. Very tame. Again, not even worth playing back.
I appreciate my guy Marcus trying to get me involved, though.
Would you go if you were invited?
Yeah, I'd go.
I assumed he was talking about Derek.
I knew it wasn't Tim.
Yeah.
Yeah, if the morning show invited me to go with them, would I go? Yeah, I'd go.
All right.
Would you guys take that as like a
absolutely not? Go ahead.
As a me turning my back on you guys?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Yeah, I would. I'd take it if one of you guys did that.
Yeah, of course you would.
I'd be like, you're hanging out with Greg this weekend again? Turning your back on the show now, huh? Hanging with your dad?
Yeah, I was obligated.
We don't need to hang out. It's 18 of 19. We're good.
Yeah, I'm good, Tim. We're fine. We don't need any extra minutes together. I got no problem with the morning show going to House of Prime Rib. They've done it many times. I don't know if Young Tone's ever been, though.
Yeah, and then he brought up Original Joe's and his guy John Dugan. So they got a good relationship there, too.
The great John Dugan.
Hey, it's all good. They could do their own thing. Just,
It's funny. I was there last night. Didn't see Murph there.
Yeah.
I mean.
These
great relationships you got. I don't see him at the place when I'm hanging out. I don't see him.
Yeah.
I'm
more miffed they stole Steve Young from us.
He was probably at the boathouse.
I'll meet you
at the
boathouse. Probably where Murph was. Steve Young joins us next Wednesday.
I know, I'm kidding. Steve Young's going to join us as well.
Steve joins us next Wednesday, and he'll do it every other Wednesday for the remainder of the season. You want to get to you want to play this Ricky Pearsall sound here?
Let's do it so we can get more, a little positive, because early on I was like, ooh, Ricky Pearsall with a knee injury, not good, but it sounds like it's not that bad.
I was like, if Pearsall's out and Jawan's out, and neither practiced today, I was like, that's not good for this weekend, as we need the offense to step up, maybe do a little bit more in the absence of Bosa. Ricky Pearsall met with the media after the practice that he didn't participate in, and he talked about his knee. Here you go.
Your knee, how's it feeling today?
It's feeling good. Actually, I don't even know when I hurt my knee. To be completely honest, I felt a little bit of soreness after the game, and it wasn't until later on in the night I was kind of moving around and felt a little soreness. Nothing that I was, really concerned about. Came in the next day and was, talking to the trainers, and I told them the same thing I'm telling you right now is, I'm not really concerned, but I just want to check it out a little bit, and that's kind of what I'm dealing with. It's just a little bit of soreness, and I'm not worried about it. If there was a game today, I'd play.
Well, there you go.
If there's a game today, I'd play. It's the best possible thing a guy could say.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that a lot of players say that. Like, if I had to play today, I'd be good. Christian McCaffrey said the same thing before the weekend when he's dealing with the calf injury. So let's see what happens tomorrow. If he's a full go or if he's limited, then I think it's trending in the right direction. But, yeah, that sounds pretty promising.
Hard to get worked up over the Wednesday practice report,
Yeah. Well, it's indication of what could happen.
Well, also, when it flares up and you didn't hear anything about it, we didn't hear anything about it Sunday or Tuesday, Tim, or Monday or Tuesday. So that's when I was like, okay, well, Wednesday now we're hearing that he's not practicing and he's hurt. Then I was like, that's certainly a bit of an alarm bell.
A little bit.
Yeah, when he hadn't showed up on it and then now he's on it and he didn't practice at all, not limited, nothing, and they didn't say it was a rest day.
Right.
Then I was concerned. But then you hear from him and he says, no big deal.
The most concerning thing would be if he doesn't practice on Friday. That's where you're like, okay, something's up here. But sounds like it sounds like he'll play on Sunday.
Good deal. Let's get to the I think that's kind of where it's trending. Let's get to the note to self here, put the show to bed before Giants pregame. Tim, what you got for us?
Note to self.
Yeah, note to self. Pour one out today for Joe Betts. Many meals at the House of Prime Rib. I second Adams. It's my favorite place in San Francisco. It's not just like a appointment dinner. It's just a cool place to hang out. So pour one out for our guy.
There you go.
Yeah, the great Joe Betts, who passed away, the owner of the House of Prime Rib. So thinking about him, what you got, Derek?
Note to self.
Note to self. Note to freedom of speech. I know you watched it. Tim, I don't know if you watched it last night. Jimmy Kimmel's opening monologue last night was riveting, passionate, and I loved every second of it. And I think that, it was perfect what he said. He covered it all. And I just want more comedians to say what they want to say. I think that we're living in a time now where people are being silenced for stupid reasons, and I'm glad that Jimmy Kimmel is speaking up.
Yeah, good deal. Good to have him back on. And I'm a late night TV junkie. You know that. I mean, I've watched as many as I could since I was a kid. I know you're that way too. You love Conan.
Yep.
You love your. I loved Letterman when I was a kid. That was one of my favorites.
Craig Ferguson was amazing.
One of my favorite memories going to New York when I was 16. Got to meet Rupert G at Hello Deli. My dad wanted to go to Carnegie. I was like, you can eat at Carnegie. I'm going to Hello Deli. Dude, it was so boring and average. Like my dad got this great Carnegie Deli sandwich, and I got like a little bologna sandwich from Rupert G, who took a photo with me with that dumb like the flat look on his face or whatever. I was all into it. Anyway, yeah, it was good to have Jimmy back on. Because all my late night shows are going away. I watch them all like every day. The show's so inspired. I know you do. Show's so inspired by it. I'm into that stuff. So you kind of took mine, as did Tim.
Oh,
I was going to go Betts.
You were going to do both?
I was going to go Betts, and then you did that, and I was like, those were my two. So note to self.
Note to self.
I will not be happy if Bob Melvin enters next year with a 1-year contract. Wouldn't be happy if you enter with a multi-year contract, but ask her get off the pot, Buster.
Yeah.
Make a decision. What direction are we going? Are we in with this guy or are we out with this guy? 1 year, just lead me along yet again. Because then what? Then you come back next year and you don't go to the playoffs. Then it's on you. Yeah. You're like, you did this again?
Yeah.
You wasted a year of Logan Webb again, 200 more innings. Wasted another Devers. Wasted a year of the contract of Adames. Like, what's going on here? Let's move on. All right, that's going to do it for Dirty Work. Thanks to our guests today. We had Todd Husak stop by and Andy Baggerly. And for anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier every day. It gets a little easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work, but it does get easier. We got the Giants and the St. Louis Cardinals. The final game of a 3-game series. Pre-game starts right now.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah. I don't want to do your dirty